Good morning and welcome to Donington Park for round 8 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. We are back here where the season began in April and now on the Grand Prix layout. It's time for a blast around one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. Well, the first event of the day is about to get underway. It is round 23 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by the FIA. And let's join our colleagues trackside. Alan Hyde is in the commentary box alongside Chris with Josh in the pits.
Good morning, Alan. Good morning, everybody. Very warm welcome to race day here at Donington Park. Great to see loads of you already getting your spots trackside and in the grandstands for what promises to be another cracking day's racing. As Alan said, we've got the first race about to get underway in a few minutes' time, and that is going to be the second race of the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA. Cars on the grid ready for another 20-minute race. That starts at 9:15. At 9:55, it's the second race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Then the first race of the weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain after they qualified yesterday afternoon. Porsche's underway at 10:35. And then the last activity of the morning before we go into the lunch break will be our first touring car race of the day. All of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship races run for 14 laps today, and the first one gets underway at 11:30. During the lunch break, we'll have a 30-minute pit lane walkabout, an autograph session, which you're all invited to attend as well, to catch up with all of the drivers from the BTCC. Will be in the pit lane, signing autographs, taking selfies, and then to have a quick chat with. So that's from 12:35 in the pit lane during the lunch break. This afternoon, more from F4 Minis, Porsches, and 2 more races from the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship, with 3 weekends to go, including the one we are just about to embark upon. So the entry list, if you're here at the circuit with a race programme for F4, is on page 51. Space to write the grid in, which I'll give you first. And this is the reverse grid race. So yesterday, qualifying for 25 minutes. Everybody's fastest lap time set the grid for the final race of the weekend, which is this afternoon. Everybody's second best lap time of the qualifying session set the grid for the first race, which we had yesterday afternoon. And then the top 12 from qualifying are reversed for this middle race of the weekend. So, having qualified 12, it's the German driver Arjen Kreiling who starts car number 62 on pole position. That's the largely green liveried car, one of the JBMotorsports cars. And alongside, it's the reigning Ginetta Junior champion, a former world karting champion, Ethan Jeff Hall, number 25, starting second. And Ethan in the blue JBMotorsports cars. They're teammates, but in different liveries. On row 2, then, we've got the reigning Australian F4 champion, and his second season of British F4, Jimmy Pizik, car number 93, starting third. Fourth on the grid, Adam Alazari is going well in his first season of the championship, the UAE driver in one of the Rodin Motorsport cars. Car number 12 starts fourth. On row 3, another second season racer, August Reiber from Sweden, number 47, starting fifth. Thomas Behrman in his first full season of the championship, starting in sixth place. And was having a good run yesterday in a battle for fourth place with Harry Bansell, but it was a coming together, a puncture for Thomas Behrman. Into the pits he came and dropped down the order, and Harry Bansell had front wing damage. So that was the end of Thomas's day yesterday, effectively. Got back on track, but never got back into the points. On row 4, we've got number 26, Henry Jocelyn, and the aforementioned Harry Bansell, the Indian driver in car 46. On row 5, number 5, Finn McLaughlin, who is the championship leader in the Red Bull liveried car, the Red Bull Junior, the Irish driver with the high-tech TGR team. Martin Molnar is his nearest rival in the championship. The Hungarian in the blue number 24 Virtuosi racing car starts alongside Finn McLaughlin in this race. They had a good battle for second place yesterday, which Finn, with a couple of laps to go, won with a very good move at the Melbourne hairpin. So they were both on the podium yesterday. So first and second in the championship on row 5, cars 5 and 24. Row 6, 21, Tommy Harfield, who got his first victory in the F4 Championship yesterday. A very good drive from pole position. He was second quickest overall in qualifying, so he'll be on the front row of the grid again later, but he was the second fastest lap yesterday. He got pole and drove an excellent race. So his first victory, the 16-year-old from Worcester. He's in the red, or the maroon, yellow and black, number 21 Chris Dittman racing car. It was also Chris Dittman Racing's first victory in the championship after a few years of trying, run by Chris Dittman, who himself was a very good racer in karts, in Ginettas, and an F3 Cup champion. And in their 15th anniversary season, they have now become F4 race winners with Tommy Harfield. So he starts 11th on the grid in number 21. And in the orange and black car, watch for number 15, Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver for Rodin Motorsport. He's making his debut this weekend. You have to be 15 to race in the championship. He was 15 yesterday. It was his birthday. So he's only just old enough to qualify. And he managed to qualify on pole position. So he'll be on pole for the race this afternoon. That's why on this reverse grid he starts 12th. It was on the front row of the grid yesterday, but unfortunately stalled off the line. He did come back through the order to finish 14th. I'm expecting he might come through the order in this one. So he's 12th on the grid. Row 7, 19, Alexander Savinkov, and 33, Cole Hewitson. Row 8, 90 is Chase Fernandez. 42 is Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Row 9, 69, Yuhao Fu, and 2, Joseph Smith. And then on row 10, 23, Theo Palmer, and 8, Thomas Ingram Hill. Row 11, 13 is Henry Mercier, 44, Guy Albag. And then on row 12, number 4, Xavier Avramides in car number 4, and number 40, Piotr Ojovsky in car 40, starts 24th, and 25th on the grid on row 13 on his own is Charlie Edge in car 27. So Finn McLaughlin leading the championship, also leading the rookie championship, which he could wrap up actually at the end of the day. He's 148.5 points clear. If he's more than 150 points clear in the rookie standings at the end of this weekend, there's only another 150 available, so he would have wrapped up the rookie standings, but he's gunning for the overall championship, no doubt about that. So McLaughlin on 266.5 points. He's got a 44.5 point lead over Martin Molnar. Jimmy Pezik, who's on the second row of the grid for this race, is third in the championship, and Tommy Harfield, who won yesterday, up to 4th place in the championship. The top 8 score points in this race, 15 points for a win, but you get 1 bonus point up to a maximum of 10 for every place you gain in the race. So overtaking is encouraged. We're about to get underway then with race 2 for British F4. The red lights are on, the reds rise, and we're up and running. It's not a great start though for the pole sitter, the German driver, crawling slow away. A very good start on a still slightly damp track for Jimmy Pezik, who looks like he's got the better run on the way into turn 1. Kralik is just about held on to second place as it stands, or is it Jeff Hall that's got through on him as they make their way through Redgate Corner and then down through Hollywood for the first time in the race. Ethan Jeff Hall, who thought was going to be higher on the grid yesterday after qualifying in that number 25 car, but unfortunately lost laps with track limits, as did a lot of them. He didn't actually get through. Al-Azhari is there in 3rd place. Hall actually dropped back a bit through that first corner, down to 4th position. August Raber and Thomas Behrman running in 5th and 6th positions, but a great start then for Jimmy Pezik, who raced in this championship 2 years ago, was a double race winner, finished in the top 5 in the championship, went back to Australia last season and won that championship, and has come back for a second crack at the British title this year. These are all 1.4 litre Abarth turbocharged engines that power these cars, about 180 brake horsepower, and they all on dry tracks run on Pirelli P0 tyres. They're getting a little bit squirrely going through the Fogarty S's because that's still a little bit damp, particularly the cars running in 5th and 6th positions there. Well, 4th and 5th actually. Hall and Raber both got slightly out of shape, the 2 blue machines. Thomas Behrman in the silver machine machine just behind them, trying to split the fight. He gets a good run coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, and he's trying to get in between those two blue machines, but he's on the outside line on the way into the left-hander at Goddard's, so I don't think he'll quite get through. The end of the first lap, though, fantastic start for Jimmy Pezik, who leads them through. Behrman is still trying to get on the action, and now he's got Harry Bansal coming alongside him in the red and white Fortec car. 4th, 5th, 6th, all absolutely side by side here, and 7th, really. Bansal going all the way around the outside of Behrman. We think they came together yesterday, but this time it's a good, clean move, and Harry Bansal gets through all the way around the outside. So an excellent move that, if he can hold it all the way down through the Crater curves. They're still absolutely side by side for 4th place in this battle with Ethan Jeff Hall trying his best to get through an August Raber, or hold him off at least. Raber in the 47 car. And then you've got Ethan Jeff Hall with a yellow helmet, who's going to be on the outside line now as they go up into the right-hander at McLean's, but holds the momentum, keeps it going, and somehow holds on to that 4th place. Doesn't. Raber gets through on him, so Raber just sneaks through on the way to Coppice Corner in the 47 car. Then Ethan Jeff Hall tucking back in behind, drops down to 5th, and then it's Harry Bansal after that move on Thomas Behrman in that red and white number 46 car up there in the top 6 now. Finn McLaughlin at 9th at the end of the first lap. His rival for the championship, though his closest rival for the championship, Martin Molnar, went back a couple of positions in the blue 24 car, out of the top 10 and down to 12th place. So your race leader is Jimmy Pezik. Adam Al-Azhari running in 2nd place, and then the pole sitter Ian Kraling running in 3rd, but being caught now by August Raber. And then for 4th place, 3 together again. Ethan Jeff Hall just about fending off A, Thomas Behrman, and B, also the red and white machine of Harry Bansal, which is trying again to get through on a better exit down towards Redgate Corner, trying to go around the outside now of Behrman to hold on to his place, which he just about does. Those two have been tied together all weekend long. So Hall hanging on to 5th, Behrman just about hanging on to 6th, and Bansal trying again to go around the outside, had to tuck in behind and stayed in 7th place. So Pezik leads by 1.7 seconds. We've got a time penalty, though, for a full start coming the way of Henry Jocelyn, who's running on track in 7th place. So a start line procedure problem for him, and then Henry will get a 5-second penalty added onto his time. So the further away he can get from everybody else, the better. From ITV, getting a replay of Martin Molnar's start. He's carrying the onboard camera, and he got off the line slightly sluggishly, and that was where he looks like he lost the place to Van Langendonk, who got up the inside of him, and Van Langendonk progressing up into 11th place, Molnar dropping down to 12th position. Finn McLaughlin, though, is going to be one to watch in the second half of this race as he tries to come through in that Red Bull livery car, although he gets a pretty tardy run coming out of the Fogarty S's, and he's dropping back behind Tommy Harfield now. So Harfield in the 21 car, yesterday's winner, gets up the inside of him and cleanly through on the way into the Melbourne Loop, and then another place lost because Van Langendonk got through as well at the corner. So 2 places lost after coming slightly slippery out through the Fogarty S's and down towards that hairpin. And now we've got Thomas Behrman over the line in the silver number 7 car, still side by side with Harry Bansal. They're battling over 6th place. Bansal is trying to go around the outside of him in the 46 car, has to tuck in behind at Redgate Corner at turn 1, and right behind them you've then got Henry Jocelyn, but he's got this 5-second penalty to add to his time. A replay, August Raber launched himself over the curb by the looks of it, going through the Fogarty S's, which caused a pretty wild ride for the Swedish driver, but he held on, as I say, to 5th place. So 93, Jimmy Pezik leads the driver, 3rd in the championship. 2nd is number 12, Adam Al-Azhari, and then that's the pole sitter. Didn't get off the line particularly well, but Ian Kraling holding on nicely to 3rd place as it stands. 4th is Raber, number 47. 5th is number 25, Jeff Hall, and 6th is number 7, Behrman, although he's been in this really big fight with Harry Bansal so far today. So Pezik doing a solid job at the head of the field as expected. You get 2 sets of new Pirelli slick tyres to run across 1 qualifying session and 3 races, so you have to decide when to keep your best tyres for, and you generally would do that when you got your best chance of getting a podium or winning a race with your best grid. In the reverse grid race, somebody like Finn McLaughlin might well have known he's going to be a bit further down the grid opted to have used tyres for this race, which might explain why he's not charging through the order. Now we've got Tommy Harfield side by side into the final corner at Goddard's, trying to go around the outside of his Dries van Langendonk, the orange and black car. It's almost contact. There might have been contact between them, and Harfield slows coming out of the corner. One place gain for Van Langendonk, but getting past the pair of them with a cleaner exit from the last corner was the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin. So he got through and got himself back up to 9th place. Got a warning for track limits coming out to Adam Alazari as well. But Harfield, that contact that he had, a right rear puncture, he's limping back to the pits, and he's got a whole lap to get back to you down there in the pit lane, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Just saw that car come through. So obviously there was that touch, as you said, out of the hairpin, and that's a long way back to the pits now for Tommy Harfield.
Yeah, no, real shame after the highs of yesterday and his maiden win. First win, as I say, for the team. Tommy's been going very well of late, to 4th in the championship. As I said, he was up there in the non-championship race that a lot of these drivers took part in at the British Grand Prix as well at Silverstone, finishing 4th in one of the races and 2nd in the other one. So Tommy Harfield's star definitely rising, but unfortunate there to pick up that puncture after that contact. So that's going to be the end of his race. He's not going to pick up any points for advancing up through the order. These 1-point bonuses you can gain for every place gained from your starting position. Now, 3rd place, August Raber getting through on a better run coming out of the foggy FTS is down into the Melbourne Loop hairpin. So the 47 car makes itself shown and up into 3rd place now, into podium position, and Ethan Jeff Hall is the next one to go on the attack coming out of the final corner at Goddard's. He's got his foot in the door, he's on the inside line here. The green car of the German driver Kraling is on the outside, and he's going to have to concede the position, I think, at Redgate corner. Just about sneaking through is Ethan Jeff Hall. Kraling, though, is trying to hang on around the outside here bravely. He'll be on the outside line through Hollywood as well. This is a fantastic duel for 4th place as they run absolutely wheel to wheel all the way down the famous Crater curves, right then left, plummeting downhill, right-hander coming up the old hairpin, and eventually Ethan Jeff Hall gets through. And Kraling's work of defending is not yet done, because now he's got Thomas Behrman in the 7 car to deal with, and also Harry Bansal in the 46 car. Track limits warnings coming up to number 4, Xavier Ramirez now, so got to be careful as limping back into the pits, I'm afraid, with that fractured right rear tyre, that puncture, is Tommy Harfield, the race 1 winner. But he's got a chance for another good result later today, because he'll be on the front row of the grid for race 3.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. The team might be quite keen just to make sure the car hasn't been damaged. There's no sort of rush to get the tyre off at this stage. You can't gain anything really now from going back in the race. And indeed, Tommy Harfield's going to jump out of the car after Chris Dittman racing, and Tommy Harfield's first ever win in the championship yesterday. It's gone completely the other way this morning, but this afternoon is another time.
Just when you think you've got it all sorted in motorsport, it kicks you in the teeth, doesn't it, sometimes? A real shame for Tommy and Chris Dittman racing, but more good times to come, I'm sure. They've been a very strong pairing this year so far. Right, over the line we go with the halfway mark approaching, 10 3/4 minutes to go. Jimmy Pazik, number 93, the race leader. Number 12, Adam Alzari, looking good in 2nd place. Thomas Behrman launches one down the inside into Redgate corner, though, and the number 7 car makes another move, gets up the inside of the number 62 car of Kraling, so the pole sitter drops down another place. Behrman is picking up useful points for not only being in the top 8 in this race, but also positions gained, because he started 6th on the grid. So he is now up to 5th, gets a bonus point for that as well. He's the closest rival to Finn McLaughlin for the rookie championship, and as I say, he needs to stay within 150 points of him by the end of the weekend to have a chance of winning that title, with just the 2 weekends and 6 races to go after we leave Donington Park. Adam Alazari, though, doing a solid job, isn't he, in 2nd place there. He's had some strong results so far this season, the UAE-based driver. He's in the top 10 in the championship. And so far this year, he's managed to pick up 3 race wins. One at Silverstone in the reverse grid race around the Grand Prix circuit, the championship race that they had there, not the non-championship race that they had part of the Grand Prix weekend. He won at Snetterton race 1, and he had a reverse grid race win at Knockhill as well. Martin Molnar is just behind. Contact that has happened up ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Was Harry Bansal going around, coming out into the hairpin? Have a look. 2 cars have been spun around. One of them, I think, was in avoidance, so they get going again now, but plummeting a long way down the order and accelerating away, and was indeed that was the number 26 car, 46 car of Bansal, I think, that had the issue. So they get going again, come back out through into Goddard's, but a long way down the order. And the other car that was involved in that was Chase Fernandez. So Fernandez dropping right down to the tail end of the field. And 26 Henry Jocelyn was the other car, which had that 5-second penalty already. So it wasn't Bansal, it was the other Fortec car. And what happened down there? It was McLaughlin actually looked up the inside, got a wheel on the damp patch, which is still there on the way into the right-hander, and then just understeered into the Fortec car, which caused it to spin. Also involved in that from just behind it was Chase Fernandez. So they both dropped down to the tail end of the field in cars 26 and 90 respectively. McLaughlin got away with it though, so he'll still cross the line in 8th place.
However, Chris, I'm not sure the team are convinced because they've got a Red Bull wing ready to go onto Finn McLaughlin's car, so they might be damaged.
And as you say that, black and orange flag warning comes up on the screen, so that's for Finn McLaughlin. Now he's got to come into the pits. That's a technical black flag. He can go back onto the track once they're happy the car is okay, and that is because of that loose front wing. So that could be no points in this race for Finn McLaughlin unless something very dramatic happens when he gets back out there. And better news for Martin Molnar, who's having a fairly quiet race so far, because the driver that's second in the championship still has a chance to score points. In with a missing front wing completely comes number 33 as well, which is Cole Hewitson, a driver that picked up a penalty yesterday. So in comes as well the 26 car of Henry Jocelyn. So you've got two coming, with one without a front wing and one with another damaged front wing.
It feels like a pit stop race at the moment, doesn't it? So Cole Hewitson just comes past me, the Excel team already with a front wing, and then you've got the other car closer towards your end of the pit lane. I think, as you say, they're also doing a front wing change down there, and we're expecting Finn McLaughlin to come in shortly too.
He's just coming in now, so McLaughlin comes in the Red Bull liveried high-tech car. Yeah, and his front wing is completely detached from the car now, so that's him dropping down the order as well. Finn McLaughlin has only had a couple of races this year where he hasn't finished in the top 10 and well up in the points, so a bit of an odd result for Finn, but it was kind of his own doing. He tried the move and there was a damp patch there and he couldn't quite get the car turned in.
The front wing's actually underneath the car at the moment,
right.
So the team are trying to get that out. They're actually having to lift the car up by the suspension to get the front wing out of the machine. Now the new front wing goes in. Finn's turned the engine off though, so perhaps he's thinking that he might not go back out. Yes, the only thing he can get out of this now really is a fastest lap point, but he's elected against that out of the car. His championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, not scoring any points in round 23.
Right, so while all that's been happening, we have had a fastest lap of the race for the driver in second place, number 12, Adam Al-Azari in the Fortec car, the 15-year-old in his first full season, not just of F4, but of cars. Over the winter, he raced in the UAE F4 Championship at Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but he's never had a full season in cars. He's doing a very good job, though, at putting the pressure on Jimmy Bezique. He's closed the gap over the last couple of laps from over a second to just 0.8 of a second. So he is one to keep an eye on. His last lap was 0.2 quicker than Bezique as well. So he's chipping away at the race leader. He's got a big gap back to third, which is now Ethan Jeff Hall ahead of August Raber. So Jeff Hall up into a podium position while we had all those pit stops. And that's about 5.5 seconds back from second to third. So he's free to go on the attack here. Doesn't have to worry about what's behind him. Jeff Hall in third place, just starting to pull away from Raber now. About half a second between them. Third to fourth. Fourth is Raber in the 47 car. Fifth, number 7, Behrman. And sixth place is Bansal, number 46, who got ahead of Kraling on the last lap as well. So Polsitter slipping back a bit. Then it is Van Langendonk doing an excellent job again of coming through the order in his first weekend of car racing. So the Belgian driver in the orange and black machine, car number 15, up into the points now, up into 8th place. So we'll get a point for that, but it also get these bonus points, 4 of them, for going up from 12th on the grid so far, and he could score more because he's looking very rapid at the moment. So Van Langendonk certainly worth keeping an eye on. The gap from first to second, meanwhile, has come down again by another 1/10.5, down to just 0.6 seconds now, as the race leaders make their way through the old hairpin. Jeff Hall on his own now in third. 4th place, Raber. 5th place, Behrman. And 6th place, Bansal, have been absolutely tied together a bit literally yesterday, all the way through the weekend. And then just in the background, I can see Kraling in the green number 62 car has got company because Van Langendonk has caught him up already and is starting to apply the pressure to try and get another place. And it'd be another 2 championship points as well if he can get 7th and another overtake. So he's just up at Coppice Corner at the moment. If he can get a good run coming out of Coppice, he might be able to do something down at the Fogarty S's. Probably the better opportunity for Van Langendonk will be on the run into the penultimate corner as they go onto the Melbourne loop, onto the Grand Prix loop and down into the Melbourne hairpin, which is where the race leaders are now and where the gap is coming down further still, about a car length now from first to second. Adam Alazari really starting to pile the pressure on. Van Langendonk has a little look down the inside on the way into the hairpin, but he was a bit too far back, so I think sensibly backs off out of it. Maybe mindful of that damp patch on the inside as well, which is what caught the championship leader Finn McLaughlin out. Martin Molnar at the moment is in 10th place in the race, the number 24 car, which is where he started. So he's not in the top 8, won't score points for that. And he hasn't gained any positions either. So he's on 0 points. And so McLaughlin at the moment is not actually losing out to the championship leader. He is losing out, though, to Jimmy Pezik, who is leading the race and on course for 15 points plus 2 bonus points for overtakes, 17 points. So Pezik will start to throw his name into the hat going forwards as well, although have a less positive grid position for race 3, having not gone quite so well as he would have liked in qualifying. He needs to make the most of this reverse grid race and he needs to keep Alazari behind him. So Jimmy Pezik pushing on, still this battle going on between Thomas Behrman and Ari Bansal, who are trying to battle each other but also not let August Reber get away from them, the Swedish driver in the 47 car who is just ahead of them. Jimmy Pezik's had 3 wins this year as well, 2 of them at Silverstone and the Grand Prix circuit and 1 at Alton Park in the reverse grid race, but hasn't won for a couple of meetings now. He's had only 1 podium from the last 2 weekends at Zandvoort and Knockhill, so this will be a welcome victory if he can hang on to it, and he's going to be made to work hard for it, that's for sure. So Pezik in the 93 car, the black and white roading machine, on the way up into the final corner at Goddard's. We've got just under 2 minutes of the race left to go in this 20-minute race, this opener to Sunday here at Donington Park. It looks like Pezik has responded a bit. Yeah, 1 minute 30.4 was a 10th quicker than Alazari on the last lap. So the gap just creeps back out to 0.6 of a second. 3rd place Jeff Hall, 4th place Reber, Behrman and Bansal right with him though, and into the pits I'm afraid now comes number 24 Martin Molnar. So 1st and 2nd in the championship. Looks like neither of them are going to score points, and again it looks like a front wing is ready for Martin Molnar. He is, though, I think, going to go back out and into the race, getting a replay of a wild, leery moment for number 4, Xavier Ramirez, getting on the curbs and on the grass, but just about staying on track. So, yeah, front wing replacement for Martin Molnar. The story with Martin is he came here 2 years ago to watch the racing, watch the F4 race, and decided that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to come and race in this championship, and Martin last year did exactly that and did an excellent job in his first season of the championship. Did Martin Molnar, finished 8th place overall in the championship, and in terms of the rookie championship as well, he won that one, so he's the rookie champion. He's 2nd in the championship this year. He's the first ever Hungarian to race, not just in British F4, but any FIA-affiliated single-seater championship. So he's a history maker, but today has not started well for him or his closest rival for the championship in this reverse grid race. Pezik, though, looking to capitalise upon that, although he's, again, going to have to work hard for this last lap of the race, which we're about to start. 15 seconds left on the clock, 1 lap to go. The gap down to just about half a second now. So Pezik will have to dig deep here, but he's got 3 years' experience of F4 racing, including this one. And this, again, his 2nd year in the championship. So he's been in these situations before, which will help. Alazari, though, is working him hard for sure in 2nd place. Jeff Hall on his own in 3rd, and then it's still tight for 4th between Reber, Behrman and Bansal. August Reber in the blue number 47 car, who did a part season of the championship last year with XL Motorsport and racing with Argenti for this season. So a time penalty coming for number 46, Ari Bansal. for track limits and for number 2, Joseph Smith. So Harry Bansell, who's in 6th place, is going to get 5 seconds added onto his time. That'll put Van Langendonk up into 6th place as well. So more points gained for the Belgian. Not that he's thinking about points on his debut weekend, but it's a good, strong drive through from the middle of the pack once again. As for the final time, into the fog of the S's comes the race leader. Jimmy Pezik negotiates that. He's got 2 corners to hang on to this now, but he looks like he's in control. Al-Azhari closes up a bit, under braking on the way into the penultimate corner. They go through the Melbourne hairpin, accelerate out of it, climb uphill. Keeping an eye on Harry Bansell, almost goes into the back of Thomas Behrman in that battle for 5th place. He's got this penalty, remember, to add to his time for track limits. And then into the run onto the start-finish straight for the final time. Jimmy Pezik crosses the line, takes the checkered flag and wins the race. So he takes the first race victory of Sunday. Jimmy Pezik ahead of Al-Azhari, ahead of Jeff Hall in 3rd, Raber 4th, Behrman 5th, Van Langendonk 6th, and then Bansell, with that 5-second penalty, drops down to 8th place behind Kraling, who finishes 7th ahead of him. Bansell in 8th, Savinkov and Mercier in the top 10 as they cross the line as well. So congratulations then to the reverse grid race winner, Jimmy Pezik. Useful points, as I say, for the championship. 17 of them, 15 for the win, 2 for positions gained, which were both at the start of the race from 3rd on the grid. And with the top 2 not scoring points in the championship, he'll have closed the gap from 64.5 points to 47.5 points now to the championship lead. And only be a few points behind Martin Molnar for 2nd place as well. Martin carried on, got going again, but back in 20th place after that front wing change. The fastest lap of the race going to Adam Al-Azhari in 2nd place in car number 12 with a 129.795. So off the screen, provisional results. Number 93, Jimmy Pezik, the winner by 0.746 seconds from number 12 in 2nd place, Adam Al-Azhari. 3rd place, number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall. 4th place, number 47, August Raber. 5th place, number 7, Thomas Behrman, who won the rookie division. 6th place, number 15, on his debut. Another impressive drive, and I think more to come from this young man. Dries Van Langendonk in 6th place in car 15. 7th, number 62, the pole sitter, Ian Kraling. And then in 8th place, number 46, Harry Bansell, with that penalty at the end of the race. 9th place was number 9, Savinkov. 10th place, number 13, Mercier. 11th, number 69, Fu. 12th, number 8, Ingram Hill. 13th, number 23, Palmer. 14th, number 4, Avramidez. 15th, number 27, Edge. 16th, number 44, Albag. 17th was number 2, Smith. 18th, number 90, Fernandez. 19th, number 40, Olshikovsky, and then 20th was number 24, Molnar, after that visit to the pits, with the top 3 in the rookies being 5th, 6th and 7th in the race. So they'll be on the rookie podium. Number 7, Behrman. Number 15, Van Langendonk with a maiden podium. And number 62, Kraling, 3rd in the rookies.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
Dramatic F4 race to get things underway here at Donington. If you are just arriving, a very good morning to you. A blustery but sunny Donington Park this morning, and down there in Park Fairmate, and getting the reaction from some of the drivers is Josh Barrett.
And Jimmy Pezik, as a race winner, jumps out of his car, immediately goes over to congratulate his teammate that followed him home. A 1-2 for Rodin Motorsport, with Adam Al-Azhari there in 2nd place. So a very good result for Rodin Motorsport, a 4th win of the season for the Australian Jimmy Pezik. And the media wanting to get the photographs of Jimmy immediately as he gets out of the car, but then he'll have to be weighed before we're able to speak to him. So Jimmy Pezik now jumps onto the weighing scales, all part of the process following an F4 British Championship race. And then we will speak to the first win of the day. Well done, Jimmy. A really good start, which was so important there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got a great launch. But yeah, got P3 to P1 by T1, so it was really good. And then seeing Adam as well, past Kraylin not too long into the first lap. He passed him, I think, into T11. And yeah, it was just a commanding job from us too, just pulling away from the field and just managing it all throughout the race.
Did you have any concerns with Adam behind you, or knowing as your teammates you can work together to pull away from the rest?
I mean, yeah, he's definitely fast. So it was just managing the gap, I think, to that. But he definitely did catch me towards the end, so that gave me a little bit of a worry, because, I mean, we're all racing for ourselves out there. Like, yes, we are a team, but we're racing for ourselves, and it's But we did a great job to get the team for a 1-2 and everything like that.
Both Finn and Martin didn't score any points, so I guess it helps you draw some points back in the championship.
Yeah, it definitely helps for my championship and also helps for the team's championship.
Well done. So there's Jimmy Pazik, the race winner. In second place, Adam Al-Zahari, who's over to congratulate, and a big hug to Jimmy. And we'll see if we can grab a word with Adam. Adam's going to get Wade first, and then we'll speak to Adam Al-Zahari, second place and a 5th podium of the 2025 season. And a 1-2, as we just heard from Paul Rodin Motorsport. Well done, Adam. Jimmy was just saying there, a really good result for the team and a good result for you in second.
Yeah, great result for me and Jimmy, especially for Rodin. Pace was really good. I mean, obviously me and Jimmy pulled away from P3. Yeah, I got a good launch. Track was quite wet on the left side, so the guys on the right had a bit of an advantage. I got some wheel spin, but I lifted, got a good start. Yeah, I got past Jeff Hall on the start. And then after that, just focused on catching up to the guys in front. I knew it was a bit wet in the entry of the hairpin, but I decided to make the move on Krailing. It was a nice one. Luckily, I didn't lock up. And then, just managing the pace over the race, quite a long one. Did track limits early on, which I could improve from on my side. But yeah, huge well done to Jimmy as well.
Well done to you as well on second place. So second place for Adam Al-Zahari, and then in third position was Ethan Jeff Hall, and a 3rd podium of the season for Ethan. Well done, Ethan, back on the podium. Pleased with that?
It was a tough race. We had kind of a wet starting grid, so that made it tricky off the start, and we dropped back to, I think it was 5th, couple laps in, and then pace was really strong, so yeah, pleased with the result.
Looking for the next race, a longer race, do you think you can do much from your grid position?
I think we had a strong race. Well, we started 13th, got up to 7th. Unfortunate penalty dropped us to 8th, so I think starting 2 places higher in the next one. So I think with the pace we've got this weekend, and we've been shown some good racecraft, strong moves. So I'm hoping for a good result, and hopefully we can get around top 5. That's going to be the aim for this one. Just working my way through of the grid. So yeah, I think it's going to be a strong race. I can't wait.
Good luck with that, and well done on that race. So there's our top 3 from round 23 of the championship.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett down in Parc Fermé. He and the drivers will make their way now just a short walk from Parc Fermé over towards the podium, which is based in the paddock and is open for you all to enjoy the festivities in front of the podiums, not just for the support races, but for all of the touring car races as well. So if you are in the paddock, you are all very much invited to be part of the presentations and join the throng in front of the Toka Mobile podium over the course of today, and really give it that Donington atmosphere that we always have so well here at the BTCC meetings. If you are just arriving here at Donington Park, a very good morning to you. It's a busy and bustling paddock, that's for sure, and around the Grand Prix circuit as well. So many places to set yourself up and to get a really good view of the action today. And something else that you might like to do is to get a shout out on the radio, and we really do encourage, if you just want to show your support for a driver or a team over the course of today, a shout out for the people that you're here with, maybe somebody's celebrating a birthday, then all you need to do to get in touch with us here in the studio is to WhatsApp us. So you need the WhatsApp app on your phone. We need your first name and then your message, and send it to 07482 877 877. So that's your first name and then your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. Or if you've got more to say, you could always send us an email, studio@tokalive.net. We are around the world at tokalive.net, so you can stream us if you like. If you haven't got a radio, you'll be just a couple of seconds delayed from what you'll hear on the speakers, but if you're away from a speaker, that won't make a difference. So you can go to tokalive.net and get our live stream, or if you are trackside with a radio and you're out of earshot for the speakers around the circuit, a little FM radio, 94.3 FM, and you can keep in touch with everything that happens today, including the podium, which is coming up, and plenty of messages that have already come in. Good morning, Al, Chris and Josh. I've finally been able to text in since Croft, as due to work commitments I was unable to get involved for Knock Hill, but watching from home again this weekend, of course, cheering on my buddy Robo, number 32, and that comes from Hoppers. Hoppers, great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed for your support as ever. Luke says a shout out to the lads on, oh, Chris is going to like this one. Luke, a shout out for the lads on Rossi's Stag Do Saturday and Sunday up on Starkey's, and today fully dressed up as a pit crew and doing a sweepstake for a glamorous trophy. I don't think we really need to know what the trophy is, but it's probably in keeping with something to do with a stag do, Chris. You perked up yesterday. You quite like the sound of the stag do.
I quite like the dressing up.
Yeah.
We get more of that. We get a lot of that in cricket, Alan, at the various events and finals. So maybe we should have a fancy dress.
Really?
Fancy dress Friday, yeah, absolutely.
They have a humour in cricket, do they?
You need to. I need to educate.
Right, you've been saying this for some years,
it's much more rock and roll than you think it is.
Yeah, the leather on Willow doesn't do it for me quite as much as an engine and the tyre squealing. Well, there you go. I'm being poetic this morning. This one says, "Good morning, Alan. I hope it's a bit drier today. This is our 6th BTCC meeting this year, the most since 1997. Really enjoying the season, and thanks for the excellent commentary and interviews as ever." That's from Jason, Carolyn and Abigail from Preston, and I can hear that Josh is ready with the podium.
The podium presentation for round 23 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA, and presenting our award today will be Carla Crocombe. So we welcome Carla up onto the podium, the founder and managing director of Safety Rocks, who back the championship. We start with the rookie class, and in 3rd position, Arjen Kraling. Well done, Arjen, a 4th rookie podium of the season, just starting in the second half of the year, and it's been a good start to the year for Arjen Kraling, a 4th rookie podium of the season, and he receives his 3rd place trophy. In 2nd place, Dries van Langendonk. Well done, Dries, just 15 yesterday, and in his 2nd race, a rookie podium on the 2nd step of the podium for Dries. And he gets a handshake and a trophy from Carla Crocombe from Safety Rocks. The rookie winner in round 23 of the championship, Thomas Behrman. Well done, Thomas. A 5th rookie victory of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship in 2025. And he gets congratulated by Arjen and by Carla Crocombe, who hands over the rookie winner's trophy to Thomas Behrman. We get the 3 drivers in a moment up onto the top step. We do that now, so congratulations to Thomas Behrman, Dries van Langendonk and Arjen Kraling, the top 3 in the rookie class for round 23 of the championship. Well done to the 3 of you, so they'll make their way off the podium, and then we'll get ready for the overall podium presentations for round 23 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship. In 3rd place, Ethan Jeffhall. Well done, Ethan, a 3rd podium of the 2025 season in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA, and a 3rd place trophy is handed over by Carla Crocombe. In 2nd place, Adam Al-Zahari. Well done, Adam, a 5th podium of the season for Adam Al-Zahari. Here at Donington Park, up onto the 2nd step of the podium. He gets congratulated by Ethan and receives his 2nd place trophy from Carla Crocombe. The winner of round 23 of the championship, Jimmy Pizik. Well done, Jimmy. A 4th victory of the season in round 23 of the championship. Gets congratulated by Ethan and by his teammate Adam Al-Zahari, and receives his winner's trophy on the top step of the podium. The winning team award, that goes the way of Rodin Motorsport. So a member of Rodin Motorsport will make their way up onto the Donington Park podium to receive the winning team award for round 23 of the championship. And then we'll have photographs of the 3 drivers and a member of Rodin Motorsport in a moment's time up onto the top step. But they will get now to up onto the top step of the podium for all our top 3 drivers. Jordan, get up onto the top step. There we go. Congratulations to Jimmy Pizik, the winner, Adam Al-Zahari in 2nd, and Ethan Jeffhall in 3rd. And the winning team, Rodin Motorsport.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
Could we say hello to granddaughter Poppy, 18 months old, attending her first ever race meeting, and the first of many from Chris and Sylv. Guys, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and good education for young Poppy. Great to have you here at Donington Park. First BTCC meeting. Do you remember yours, Chris?
Yes, I do. It was here.
Was it?
Yeah, back in the 90s. A certain bloke called Nigel Mansell came and had a race.
Was it that? Was it?
Meeting? Yeah,
wow.
That was my first one.
How cool.
Yeah, pretty good. Mini time, everybody. Page 54 of your race programmes. The grid for race 2 shapes up like this. Pole position, 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. Alongside number 62, the championship leader, Alex Keens. Row 2, 88, Alfie Garford, who leads the Rookie Cup, and 138, Henry Foote. Row 3, 99, Louis Capozzoli, and 95, Joshua Wilby. Row 4, 11, Gabe Fairbrother, and 59, Reese Hurd. Row 5, number 22, Ashley Gregory, and 38, Olivier Algieri. Row 6, number 40, James Sherrington, and 171, Leo Purchase. Row 7, 96, Ronnie Smith, 46, Paul Manning. Row 8, 15, Cameron Richardson, and 8, Murray Richardson. Row 9, 69, Monroe Renard. And 4, Simon Sweetland. And row 10, number 610, Louis Fleet, starting in 19th place. Yesterday, the race was won by number 38 in the black and white Westbourne Motorsport car, Olivier Algieri. Ashley Gregory coming close to her first win, but going a 4th podium of the season. Number 22 came home 2nd, and Reese Hurd, number 59, came home in 3rd place. Points-wise, on total scores, they get a drop at the end of the season, but it's Alex Keens who leads by 31 points from Olivier Algieri. Gabe Fairbrother is 3rd in the championship and 39 points behind. And Ashley Gregory, 4th place in the championship, 52 points behind the championship leader. But there are 50 points available for each race win and 3 points for a fastest lap in the race. 130 brake horsepower minis, then normally aspirated, all on Goodyear slick tyres, about to go into action for what's going to be a 20-minute race. Race 2 of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge gets underway, and they're off the line pretty well. Marinoni Osborne looking for his first win in the championship if he can get it. He's running at the top 10 in the points. So got damp patches as they accelerate towards the first corner. Marinoni Osborne now goes on the defensive because Alex Keens in the green and yellow car is trying to come around the outside of him. They're absolutely neck and neck as they go through Redgate corner. In 3rd place, a good start for Foote in the 138 car. It's gained a place from 4th on the grid, still side by side for the lead of the race. Keens is going to be on the outside line when they get to the old hairpin, so he's got to get the move done before they get there. He's got his nose in front now, but yes, he's on the outside line, and no, he can't quite get through at that stage. So Marinoni Osborne, despite that really determined effort from Alex Keens, holds on to the lead of the race, but there's drama early on for number 8, Murray Richardson, who is limping along, going again after what looks like an excursion. But here we go, side by side for the lead of the race again on the way through McLean's. Just on the inside line, though, it is Marinoni Osborne, the orange and white car, holding on to it from pole position in car 81. Keens in 2nd place, Foote in 3rd position. Looks like Capozzoli's had a good start as well from the 3rd row of the grid. He's knocking on the door of 4th place at the moment in the grey number 99 car. But Alfie Garford just ahead of him still in that 4th place. He's carrying the onboard camera for ITV. As Alex Keens switches from the left to the right to look at going around the outside on the way into the Fogarty S's. Never going to work, puts the pressure on the race leader as they go over the curbs. So Marinoni Osborne soaking up the pressure so far. Foote behind the top 2, and then it's going to be 3 abreast in the battle for 4th place. And they go super late on the brakes. Capozzoli might gain 2, maybe 3 places here. Just launched down the inside on the brakes in the 99 car, and he has gone through on Foote as well. So 3rd place, but Foote might get him back up the inside now on the way into the left-hander. That purple, green and black car of Henry Foote, number 138, has got the inside line, and he think he'll nab 3rd place back. Will he? No, he won't, because Gabe Fairbrother gets past him in the 11 car through the apex of the corner as the lead changes over the start-finish line. Alex Keens just got a better run coming out of the last corner, and he has gone through. So Keens through into 1st place as they end the first lap of the race. But that better run coming out of Goddard's just got better traction, and after a lap of trying, he finally got past Luca Marinoni Osborne. As coming crabbing into the pits now is Paul Manning in the 46 car with big suspension damage at the back of his Mini. So he's limping in as Murray Richardson, after his lap 1 moment, just about completes the first lap of the race. Almost half a lap behind because the race leaders are already coming out of the old hairpin now, with number 62, Keens, looking to extend his championship lead. 2 wins this season. And yes, it was a big old bit of contact that put Murray Richardson, as I get a replay on my TV screen, from that exit to Redgate on the lap 1, which is why he was right at the back of the field. And we've also got Reese Hurd, who's only just limping into the pit lane entrance now. One of the podium finishers yesterday. The blue 59 car, though, is crawling into the pits with either damage, nothing obvious to the eye from up here, or a technical issue. So again, somebody having a really good Saturday and a really bad start to Sunday, like we saw in F4. Right, Alex Keens, the race leader, on the way into the Fogarty S's. Goes left, goes right. The track offline, getting a little bit drier now, a little bit less sketchy for the drivers. Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd place. Olivier Algieri with a really good start to the race because he, in that number 38 black and white car, started back in 10th place on the grid. The winner of the race yesterday. And the driver who is closest to Alex Keens in terms of that championship fight. So he's coming up the order very nicely indeed, off the back of 4 wins out of the last 5 races.
As you said, Paul Manning had suspension damage. That was on the left corner. There's no way they can get that fixed. That car's gone straight back to the paddock. But for Reese Hurd, said not damage on the car, but perhaps a mechanical issue, bonnet up, and the team already going to work.
As we get a challenge for 3rd place here, coming from Algieri, trying to get up the inside of Fairbrother through Goddard's, then trying the outside line of the way into Redgate Corner. Neither working. Gabe Fairbrother, who is 4th in the championship, hanging on to that position in the number 11 car. A replay of a very, very wide moment for the number 88 car, the turquoise and white car of Alfie Garfin. And Simon Sweetland is into the gravel trap and looks like front left wheel missing on his Mini. So that's stranded with 15.5 minutes to go and possibly in a precarious position, which may bring about the safety car, possibly. We'll wait and see if they can move the car to a safer position, or if it's well enough out of the way that they won't need a safety car. As, again, Algieri trying to get 3rd place away from Fairbrother, climbing uphill into Coppice Corner. He's up the inside on the way into the right-hander, and I think he's gone through. He has. So up to 3rd place now from 10th on the grid for Algieri. That's 40 points he'd be scoring, but 10 fewer than Alex Keens, his big championship rival, the driver who leads the standings and leads the race at the moment. Algieri has got, though, the fastest lap of the race, which gives him a bonus 3 points in the championship. So they make their way down into the Melbourne hairpin. Alex Keens leading from Luca Marinoni Osborne. Very good run out of the Fogarty S's for Algieri. He thought about to move up the inside into the hairpin, but I think Marinoni Osborne saw it coming and just covered off the line. Algieri had to switch quickly back to the outside, and by that time they were in the corner and there was no way through. But he's on an absolute mission here, is Algieri. Made a couple of guest starts towards the end of last year's championship. This is his first full season in the championship, and now he goes very, very wide onto the grass with all 4 wheels coming out of the final corner. All the traction is lost because that grass is still damp. Fairbrother gets past him, and Henry Foote might be about to dive past him as well around the outside, which he does. So down to 5th place. Gabe Fairbrother then goes on the attack and goes swooping down the inside of Marinoni Osborne at Redgate Corner to put himself up to 2nd place. So Fairbrother looked like he was going to lose 3rd a moment ago. He's ended up in 2nd place. Ashley Gregory has now got the fastest lap of the race. She's up to 6th place, doing a super job. Ashley, 4th in the championship now, picked up her 4th podium, a 3rd second place finish of the season yesterday, just behind Algieri. And she's absolutely flying, the former stock racer, short oval track racer. And she, up to 6th place now, want to keep an eye on in the pink and purple number 22 car. And that fastest lap of the race. Good battle going on a bit further back with James Sherrington, number 40, getting his elbows out just on the tail end of the top 10, battling away with Wilby, number 95, and Capazzoni, number 99, just ahead, who made that great start to the race in the first couple of laps, but then dropped back when they had that melee down at the Melbourne hairpin and went 3 wide. And he had a big lunge down the inside, which looked momentarily like it would end up getting him into a podium position, but he lost all his momentum coming out of the corner and has got sucked back now towards the tail end of the top 10 in that grey 99 car. Ashley Gregory getting another move done on Henry Foote coming out through the Fogarty S's. Henry then onto the curbs, losing traction, getting a bit of a wobble on, so pouncing straight away into the next corner is Capazzoli in that number 99 car, the grey car, and Henry Foote in the purple, black and green car. I think he's going to lose possibly another place accelerating out of the corner to Alfie Garford. Yeah, he gets past him as well before they get to the braking zone for the next turn. So Henry Foote dropping down the order from 5th to 8th in the 138 car. 12 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Over the line, Alex Keynes leading by just under 0.8 of a second from Gabe Fairbrother, Olivier Algieri and Marinoni Osborne then coming off worst in all that battle on the previous lap. He's down to 4th place now and having to work hard to fend off a flying Ashley Gregory. So she's absolutely all over him at the moment. You can replay on the ITV pictures from Alfie Garford's point of view, that bit of wheel banging that went on coming out of the hairpin, with Henry Foote, the one that dropped down the order to 8th place. As Fairbrother and Algieri go side by side now, and Algieri down the inside of the black and white 38 car to go second at the old hairpin. Marinoni Osborne behind, just about fending off Ashley Gregory. Capozzoli having a wild, bouncy ride over the grass. Then there's contact with Henry Foote and one of the other cars. Foote is sent into a massive tank slapper. Capozzoli's gone onto the grass. 2 or 3 or 4 other cars avoiding that incident. Alfie Garford was the one that was caught on the outside of it. He got a whack as well, so he's on the grass in the 88 car. So that battle for 6th place with Capozzoli, Garford and Foote ending up with all 3 of them dropping down the order, and I think several others will have had to take evasive action as well. Getting a replay, yeah, it was just wide initially coming out of the old hairpin for Capozzoli as he rejoined then. In the sandwich was Alfie Garford. He had Foote on the outside of him, Capozzoli rejoining on the inside of him, and 3 minis did not fit into one corner. And so they all made contact with one another, scattered off onto the grass. Alfie Garford just about caught his car, but eventually ended up on the grass sideways as well. And all 3 of them plummeting down the field, I'm afraid. So the race leader, still Alex Keynes, but the gap now coming down with Algieri having made that move at the old hairpin up to 2nd place. He looks like he's got the bit between his teeth here, catching up to the championship leader, trying to take points away from him, trying to, you know, get a 12-point swing. It's 44 points for 2nd. It's 50 points if you win a race. So he could gain 6 and take 6 away from Keynes. And it's very tight in this championship. It can all be a massive difference. 3rd, just behind them, is Gabe Fairbrother.
Reese Hurds has retired his Mini. It was an engine issue that appeared as the race started, so they limped around on that first lap to the pit lane. Now the engine's not working at all, so lots of work for the Westbourne team to get the car out for race 3.
Yeah, got a very dishevelled looking 99 car of Louis Capozzoli coming your way as well after his grassy moment on the way out of the old hairpin. Then that contact, then more grassy moments. It's quite a bit of damage to the front grille of the car, I think.
Remarkably little debris was left on the circuit after that coming together. I expected quite a bit more.
Yeah, most of the car is here that Louis Capozzoli's brought back, but not necessarily where it should be. So
No.
The bumper's sort of hanging off and the trim is apart, and there's lots of scratches down the car. But like you say, Alan, good news that the debris not on the circuit, so the race can continue.
He's got all the right notes, just not necessarily in the right order.
Very good.
Right, 9 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Keynes just 0.4 of a second clear at the start of the lap. And as we were hearing from the pit lane, he's already lost the lead of the race because Algieri straight away pounced early on in this lap. And he's hit the front now. That's good and bad, because if he can keep the speed and just pull away from everybody, he can get the win. But if he can't, he's going to give them a big tow now. He'll punch a big hole in the air. These are not the most aerodynamically shaped cars. And if you are behind a car, you can gain a big tow, a big advantage in their slipstream when you're on the straight. So possibility for Keynes to get the lead back in the remaining minutes of this race. He's down to 2nd for now, though. Down to 3rd place is Gabe Fairbrother. A slight gap back then to a battle for 4th, which is about to exchange hands, possibly, because Ashley Gregory looking at the inside here of Luca Marinoni Osborne. They're absolutely neck and neck as they come out of the corner. It's nose to tail for the lead of the race. Ashley Gregory now with that pink and purple car on the outside of Luca Marinoni Osborne in the orange, black and white number 81 car. Side by side, they're going to be into Redgate corner. Ashley Gregory's trying to brave it all the way around the outside here, still trying to stick it around the outside as they go towards Hollywood corner. As she made it through, they've got to be careful of Wilby behind as well in the red and white 95 car. He might pounce and get between them if Ash Gregory is not careful. So they're 3 together. It's 3 together for the lead of the race as Keynes now trying to go around the outside at the old hairpin, but Algieri hangs on to 1st place for now. Gabe Fairbrother watching it all go on from 3rd place, and I think in the background of the TV pictures it looks like Marinoni Osborne just about held on to 4th.
And Cameron Richardson's the next car to appear into the pit lane, again with quite substantial damage to the front right corner of his car. So I suspect that'll be the next one to retire, or the team are going to work.
Okay, yes, it's been a very frustrating race from the beginning, really, for Richardson. It's become a four-way fight now, actually, for that fourth place. And I think Wilby actually has come out on top, hasn't he? Yes, it's Wilby that came out on top. Now I can see the cars properly. So he started the lap sixth in the 95 car. He's now up to fourth place. Marinoni Osborne is fifth, and Ashley Gregory is there in sixth position, having dropped back a bit. And they've been joined by one other as well, which might be the Leo Purchase car. Had an issue yesterday in qualifying with his power steering, but is racing well today as Geb Fairbrother looks at the inside of Alex Keynes for second place. These three drivers are in order, second, first and fourth in the championship. So this is a big battle here, which might have an effect at the end of the season. Wilby's trying to fly after them. Then it's coming through next, the 96 car of Ronnie Smith. So Ronnie Smith caught that group, split them, got past a couple of them. So he's next up. And then it's going to be Ashley Gregory, who's charged through towards a potential podium, has fallen by the wayside somewhat. Marinoni Osborne is the one that has not arrived at the safety car, and this might be no coincidence, he's about to be deployed.
Yeah, safety car already out, Chris, in front of race leader Olivier Algieri. So, as you mentioned, incident out on the circuit, safety car deployed.
And Marinoni Osborne in the gravel, which is why. So, get a replay of what happened. This is, I think, on the way into the Fogarty S's. Yes, it is. So this is one of the parts of the circuit out of view of the commentary box. Marinoni Osborne side by side with Gregory, and then there was contact, and then he spewed across the front of Gregory to the outside of the circuit, and he's ended up in the gravel trap, which you can't see from the commentary box, but it's the one on the outside of the Fogarty S's, directly behind the grandstand that overlooks the end of the lap. So that is where he's ended up. He took out one of the marker boards for good measure, at about 3 cones, which mark out the cut-off at the circuit, and Marinoni Osborne's hopes of getting on the podium, I'm afraid, are now done. He's in the gravel, he's out of the race, the safety car is deployed, and we've got 5 minutes and 17 seconds left to go. So that bunches everybody up, and this could be a very feisty end to the race. Algieri is the leader in car 38. Number 62 Keynes is second. Number 11 Fairbrother third. 95 Wilby, one to watch here. I think he was catching them anyway. He's right with them now in fourth place. Fifth place, number 96 Ronnie Smith, and sixth place, number 22 Ashley Gregory.
It's not just the damage on the bodywork for Cameron Richardson, but a mechanical issue perhaps has grown out of that. So the team have got the computer plugged in. They're trying to solve the issue to see if they can get it out, just to see if all is fixed for race 3. But Cameron Richardson, he sort of had problems from yesterday in qualifying, where this sort of began, didn't he, halfway through the session, and it's continuing on into Sunday.
Yes, so very frustrating indeed for him. The telehandler and the recovery crew and the marshals have already got Luca Marinoni Osborne's car hoisted up, so that is now being pulled across the gravel, lifted across the gravel. Safety car lights are still on, but I'm pretty confident that there'll be one more lap, and that's it behind the safety car at the end of this one, but won't give us much time of racing. Now, if it is all clear, pretty quickly on, race control will let the safety car driver, Scott Stringfellow, know, and he'll be able to pick up the pace a bit behind the safety car to try and give them as much time, as many racing laps as he can at the end of this. But it is going to be, I think, one more lap behind that mini safety car. So top 6 come through. Leo Purchase is in 7th place in the 171 car. And then it is the number 40 car of James Sherrington, started 11th, up to 8th place. Alfie Garford, who started the race really well, was battling on the fringe of the podium. He's down to 9th place, got some damage to the car as well, bits of bodywork hanging off. The 88 car in 9th place. 10th place has also been in the wars in this race. He's number 138, Henry Foote. 11th place is the number 610 car, which was started right at the back of the field. So Louis Fleet coming through to 11th place. 12th place is number 69 Renard, and then 13th, number 8 Murray Richardson. We've lost Marinoni Osborne, Cam Richardson, Louis Capozzoli. We've lost Simon Sweetland, Paul Manning and Reese Hurd from this race. And currently the fastest lap of the race, and the bonus points coming to Olivier Algieri, because his best lap from a few laps ago, 1 minute 53.955, might not be beaten now. Tyres are more worn, even though the cars are a little bit lighter. So in terms of points scored, he's on course for 53 points with that fastest lap point, 44 points coming the way of Alex Keane. So he's going to close the gap as it stands to the championship leader by 9 points, having started the race 31 points behind. So he'll be 22 points behind. And then Gabe Fairbrother in third place, 40 points, is going to cement his third place in the championship, unless he can pick up a couple of positions and get 1 or 2 of his championship rivals behind him once we get restarted. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Safety lights now extinguished. So the safety car lights on the top turned off. That's the signal to the drivers that we are going to get underway in the next racing lap. So the safety car heads down towards the hairpin, and backing everybody up now to control the pace is Olivier Algieri. Remember, they can't overtake until they get back to the start-finish line. They cross that start-finish line, so they can't go until he goes. He's weaving this way then that to try and generate and keep heat in his Goodyear slick tyres, the race leader. Algieri in that number 38 car fought hard, didn't he, from 10th on the grid to get into the lead of the race, so he doesn't want to go backwards now. Recently celebrated his 20th birthday, comes from Llandudno in Wales, works as a driver coach. Got a couple of second place finishes at Silverstone, a wet, soggy Silverstone on his debut towards the end of last year, and looking for the championship this year and looking to close the gap to the championship lead with 1 minute and 11 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be just a 1-lap shootout, this, so there's only time for this one more lap of the race now. Algieri into Redgate corner, leads Keens. He's controlled that beautifully. He's got 2 or 3 car length advantage. Henry Foote and Alfie Garford are going side by side, not for the first time in this race. Garford is sent out wide. There's no contact, but he runs out of road, goes through the gravel with 2 wheels and loses the place to the 138 car of Henry Foote. And then you've got Louis Fleet trying to get past him now with better momentum and doing so. So Fleet with a good drive here up into the top 10 now from the back of the grid in that 610 car, doing a very good job in this race after a difficult Saturday. He started much better, the driver from Rotherham, who finished 16th in the championship with a best of 13th last year at Knockhill. He's already surpassed that in 2025. So Fleet charging through the 610 car at the head of the field, though the race leader about to lead them up into Coppice for the final time in the race. Algieri has extended his advantage, if anything, on this restart lap. Fairbrother in that number 11 car, defending now his position in third place. No, Keens dropping down the order. Wilby's the one that's come through. Keens has actually slopped back behind Wilby as they go out through Coppice and down towards the Fogarty S's. So he's back off out of the podium positions now. There's only half a lap to go, and they all Concertina up under braking. Fairbrother up to second. Wilby pouncing up to third. Keens down off the podium, down to 4th place, losing out on this restart lap as they come up towards the final corner now. Can he lunge around the outside and try and get at least one of these places back at the championship leader, losing big points now to Algieri, who comes out of the final corner, heads for the pit wall, heads for the line, takes the checkered flag, punches the air and wins the race. He's the driver on form at the moment, that is for sure. Gabe Fairbrother comes home in 2nd place, and Wilby comes through to take that final podium position on that final half lap of the race ahead of Keens, who plummets back down to 4th position, with Ronnie Smith 5th, Ashley Gregory 6th. Looked like she was going to charge on for a podium at one stage in that race, but that bit of contact didn't work out for her, and it certainly didn't work out for Luca Marinoni Osborne. So she was 6th, Leo Purchase 7th, and then Sherrington 8th, Foote 9th, and Garford 10th to get back ahead of Fleet on that final lap of the race. So Olivier Algieri with another race victory. And that is 2 out of 2 so far this weekend. He won 2 out of the 3 races at Croft last time out, and he won one of the races at Thruxton in the previous round as well. So 5 wins now from the last 6 races, and the other result was a 2nd place finish as well. So Olivier Algieri charging up in that championship table. He scores 50 points plus the 3 points bonus for the fastest lap of the race, whereas with dropping down on that last lap of the race, Keens only 37 points scored for 4th place, so a 16-point swing. He's halved the gap from 31 to 15 points, I reckon. And we've still got another race to go this afternoon, a slightly longer race of 25 minutes this afternoon, plus 6 races after that, 3 at Silverstone and 3 at Brands Hatch at the start of November, bonfire weekend. So, Olivier Algieri, number 38, your race winner. Race 2 for the Virtue Mini Challenge. 2nd place going to number 11, Gabe Fairbrother. 3rd, number 95, in that race with a very strong second half drive. Was the number 95 car of Joshua Wilby. Started 6th, dropped back a bit at the start of the race, but came through to finish on the podium. 4th place, number 62, Alex Keens. 5th place, number 96, Ronnie Smith. 6th, number 22, Ashley Gregory. 7th, number 171, Leo Purchase. 8th, number 40 in that race, James Sherrington. And then 9th, number 138, Henry Foote. 10th, number 88, Alfie Garford. 11th, number 610 from the back of the grid, Louis Fleet. 12th, number 69 in that race was Renard, and then we had the two Richardsons, 13th, number 8, Murray, and 14th, number 15, Cam. Non-finishes for Marinoni, Osborne, Capozzoli, Sweetland, Manning, and Hurd. As I say, fastest lap of the race to number 38, Olivier Algieri, 1 minute 53.955 seconds. The driver on form at the moment, closing the gap at the top of that championship table to Alex Keens, with Alex missing out on a podium on that final lap of the race, not helping matters at all. Now, the results of this race also set the grid sort of for race 3, because the results are taken into account from this race, but there is a part reverse for race 3, and depending on which number is drawn out of the globe, between 6 and 10 positions will be reversed. It could be Gregory, Purchase, Sherrington, Foote or Garford that end up getting on pole position, and the race winner, Olivier Algieri, at best would be 6th on the grid, at worst would be 10th on the grid for that final race. Either way, Keens is going to be ahead of him on the grid for race 3, with a chance to further extend his championship lead. But Algieri, with an excellent drive, gets out of the car, claps his hands. He's absolutely pumped and delivered, didn't he? With a great drive from 10th on the grid there. He held his nerve on that restart, that one-lap shootout, and actually managed to get away from everybody else to cruise to yet another victory.
With all the latest news, views and interviews, this is Toka Live.
And down there in Park Fairway to get the reactions from the drivers is he's got a plane there as well, Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Alan. So another win for Olivier Algieri. It's been quite a weekend for this youngster. Well done, Olivier. Another fantastic drive from 10th on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't quite as plain sailing as yesterday's race. Some tricky moves and some close racing, but managed to get there towards the end and then hold on to it after the safety car restart.
Was it picking them off one by one, or was some like big gaggles you managed to get past quickly?
Yeah, we got a really good launch off the line, really. I think a few places gained there, and then started picking them off, and then lost a few places again on the second lap, and then managed to get back up there.
And is this something you expected coming into this race, starting so far much further back on the grid?
Definitely didn't expect it, no. I knew we had really good pace, and I knew the racecraft was quite strong, but yeah, it felt really good to do it.
And that championship lead points gap is getting closer and closer to you now.
Yeah, it is. We're only here for one reason, so I'll keep doing everything I can to get closer to it.
Well done. So there's Olivier Algieri, our race winner. In second place was Gabe Fairbrother. Gabe, well done, second place, and got that place on the last lap, I think.
Yeah, it was a really good race, tough race. Just seemed to be struggling with the car this weekend, but I know me and the team will sort it out. Questionable moves from some drivers, but yeah, we'll figure that out after the race. But good race, and happy to walk away with P2.
Yeah, we saw in qualifying the team had to do quite a lot of work, and I guess that's carried on all the way through the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it has been tough, but they've been working so hard, so I can't thank them enough. What a team to be in, Accelerate Motorsports, so yeah, big shout out to all of them.
Well done in second place. We see you on the podium in a moment, and then Josh Wilby, another driver who gained a place on that last lap to get up onto the podium. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It did start off great, but we made it right towards the end. We're getting third place and managed to get Alex on last lap, which is more championship points for us, so I can't really complain.
And we saw you, I think just before the safety car, you picked off a couple of positions which then really helped for the safety car restart.
To be fair, we had a good safety car restart anyway. Managed to get a gap behind, which gave me the chance to attack ahead rather than defend. But before that, we're making up places through second half of the race, so yeah, we're good.
Well done.
Thank you.
So that's our top three from round 14 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
here at Donington Park in the wind and the sunshine on 94.3 FM and of course around the world at tokalive.net. If you are just arriving here at Donington, a very good morning to you. Welcome. We've got a full programme of action. Josh is going to make his way over towards the podium. The next race we've got coming up 10:35 the scheduled start time, so just over 10 minutes away for the first race of the day for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. 19 laps around the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park, and we welcome all of your messages. Loads of messages to get through, so I ought to crack on and get on with a few of your WhatsApp messages which you can send in to us. All we need is your first name plus your message on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. Just a reminder, it is on WhatsApp only. If you send a text message to that number, we don't get it. And also, could I ask possibly you don't ring the number because it doesn't go anywhere. It's just it's on a small app on the computers in front of us, and we only get the WhatsApp messages. So only on WhatsApp, please. Your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. And this one says, "Hi, my name is Joe. Could we get a shout out for Jamie, Rick, and Barry R from Team Whoopsies Sim Racing?" Name made me laugh yesterday, and it's done the same again today. This one says, "Morning, Al. From a gusty turn 1 here with Dad after winning grid passes for race 3. Come on the BMWs." Thank you very much indeed. That's from Tom. Thank you, Tom. Don't forget to put your first name on the message as well when you send it in. Jack says, happy birthday to our mate Folks. Great, Jack. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and happy birthday. And this one says from Zach, wishing Owen a very happy hangover. Oh dear, bit of a night last night, was it? Hi Alan, a lovely day here so far. Could you please wish my partner Samantha a very happy 30th birthday from today? That comes with thanks from Simon. This one says, huge congratulations to Theo Palmer, finished 13th. Well done. That comes from Keith and from Michelle as well. And from Sam, shout out to Kyle and Brian, who are down at the old hairpin. Great to have you here, guys. Yep, there's so many opportunities to find a really good vantage point around the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park. And maybe don't stay in one place all day. It's a beautiful circuit, this. There are so many really good places to watch the action today. So maybe take a little bit of a stroll around the outside of the circuit, bracing in this wind to walk around the circuit and find a few different vantage points over the course of today. This one says, watching from Starkeys, hoping for a pointsy day for Tingram. That comes from the Pals. Great to have you here, guys. And this one says, Joe, Mark and Brian, first Donington visit, let's go racing. This one says, hi Alan, can you shout out to I'm not sure I can read that one. In fact, I'm not going to read that one. I'm going to move on to the next one, which says, good luck to Ash Sutton. Great to meet you yesterday. Thanks for signing my hat and for the picture as well. And that comes from Riley. Riley, great to have you here, and glad you got to meet Ash yesterday. I wonder if it was after qualifying. I decided not to chat to Ash after qualifying yesterday because I thought it might be slightly indiscreet of me to do so. Qualifying for Ash did not go well yesterday. It certainly didn't go according to plans in changeable conditions, but we know what Ash can do in racing, and if you are an Ash Sutton fan, cheer him on today. It's going to be exciting to watch. Tracy says, could you say hello to Tracy and Ben at Redgate? They are all the way from North Wales. Great to have you here, guys. And this one says, from Cat, shout out to Robin at his first race weekend supporting Laser Tools with Dad Ed. Very good to have you here at Donington Park. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. It's all on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name to 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio at tokalive.net. And this one says, good morning Alan and team, well done, another fab day. I can't wait for the racing. Can you please say a big thank you to my hubby Mark for looking after me this weekend? Love him loads. And that comes from Sue. Sue, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for writing in. Right now we have Porsches. You can hear them. It's a very distinct and quite wonderful tone that we have from the Porsches, and they are making their way out on circuit, and hopefully Josh is ready with a podium.
We've got drivers making their way, Alan, so hopefully it'll be just a few moments time. We just got the free drivers, so hopefully we'll be able to get that done before the Carrera Cup. So give him a few moments and hopefully we'll be ready to go.
Thank you, Josh. And Porsche's line up down on the grid. They make a fantastic sight, these Carrera Cup cars. Very, very thoughtful liveries from the teams, very colourful liveries as well. I don't know if Chris wants to rattle through a grid and then get down to Josh for the podium.
Yeah, absolutely love
Thought you might.
a grid, yeah. Right, entry list of... Oh, go, Josh, you ready now?
Oh, dear.
We've got everyone here, so if I can jump in, that's be good. The podium presentation for round 14 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Firstly, we welcome up onto the podium Marco Capozzoli, who is the Virtue Fleet Director. Will be handing out the awards for round 14 of the championship. And we start on this end of the podium with, in third position, also the graduate winner, Joshua Wilby. Well done, Josh, a 6th overall podium of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. He makes his way through the crowd we've got here at Donington Park and up onto the podium to receive his 3rd place trophy for round 14 of the championship from Marco Capozzoli. And he also gets the graduate winners trophy as well. In 2nd place, Gabe Fairbrother. Big cheer for Gabe Fairbrother, who's also taken his 6th podium of the season in round 14 of the championship. And up onto the podium comes Gabe, onto the far end of the podium to receive his 2nd place trophy from the Virtue Fleet Director, Marco Capozzoli. Well done to Gabe Fairbrother. The winner of round 14 of the championship, Olivier Algieri. Well done, Olivier, a 6th victory of the 2025 season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy and a 2nd win of the weekend here at Donington Park, and also the rookie winner as well. So 2 trophies go in the way of Olivier Algieri, the race winner in round 14 of the championship. So congratulations to Olivier Algieri, the winner, Gabe Fairbrother in 2nd, and Joshua Wilby in 3rd. The 3 drivers will make their way up onto the top step of the podium for some photographs. Meanwhile, here on Toka Live, we head over to Chris with Porsches.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
On 94.3 FM here at Donington Park, let's get over to the main commentary box and join Chris Hartley.
Wonderful. Thanks very much indeed, Alan. The entry list is on page 56. If you want to write the grid into your programmes, you can do so. And the grid for the first race of the weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain shapes up like this. After qualifying, Will Martin, number 10, starts on pole position. He is the championship leader in the pro category. Number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, is pushing him for the championship and pushed him yesterday in qualifying. So they start on the front row together. The South African starting 2nd in car 40. On row 2, number 99, Sid Smith, and 52, Angus Whiteside. On row 3, number 30, Will Jenkins, and number 1, George Gamble. Row 4, number 94, Oliver White. Number 12, returning to the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, having started the season as a British touring car race driver, Stephen Jelly, on his return to the championship. Then on row 5, number 400, James Wallace, the Porsche Junior. In his 2nd year as a Porsche Junior, starts 9th, and then it's Max Coates, number 71, starting 10th. On row 6, 59, Josh Stanton, and 18, Seb Hopkins. On row 7, 44, Jonathan Beeson, and 58, Henry Dawes. Row 8, 48, Ollie Jackson, ex-touring car driver, and 22, Carl Cavers on his home circuit in his first season of Porsche Carrera Cup. So the championship situation, there are 3 categories, just to remind you. They're all the same 510 brake horsepower Porsches, GT3 Cup cars. They all run on Michelin slick tyres, but you have different categories of driver. The pro drivers, the pro-am drivers, the semi-pros if you like, and the am drivers, So they all race together, but they all fight for separate points, separate podiums, separate championship titles as well. So Will Martin, who's on pole position, is the championship leader. He's had 4 wins now and a really good weekend at Knockhill with a win and a podium. And after picking up 2 points for qualifying on pole yesterday, he's now got a 7-point lead in the championship. He's on 78 points. Andrew Rackstraw, who's right alongside him on the grid, his nearest rival, is on 71 points. He's had 2 wins at a very good start to the season at Donington here with a win from pole in race 2. And he got a class win at Snetterton. It wasn't an outright race win because that day the outright race winner at Snetterton was one of the Pro-Ams, Max Coates. But he's had 2 class wins and 3 seconds in class. and the South African. His second season of the championship, former global GT champion in South Africa, trying to close a 7-point gap now. Third in the championship, and on the second row of the grid is Angus Whiteside, who is up into the pro category these days, having stepped up like Sid Smith, who's fourth in the championship from Pro-Ams last year. Whiteside, the champion of that category last year. He's had 5 podium finishes so far this year in the pros. In the Pro-Ams, Oliver White is the championship leader. And Oliver has got 78 points as well, and Max Coates has got 78 points. They're both tied together, but 3 wins in the class for Oliver White and 2 for Max Coates means that Oliver is classified at as the championship leader coming into this race. He's in the number 94 car, green and white, and Max is in the blue and yellow Duckham's liveried car, Duckham's Yuasa Racing car, which is run by Graves Motorsport. The Yorkshireman lost the championship lead after a disappointing weekend at Knock Hill last time out. Ollie Jackson starting towards the back of the grid, third in that category, the former BTCC race winner, former class champion in Porsche Carrera Cup before he raced in touring cars as well. And Ollie in car number 48 is 64 points, 14 points behind the championship lead. The AMS is being led by Jonathan Beeson, who was a class champion, an AM class champion last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, which you also see on the Toka package on various occasions for the Porsche Caymans. And he's got 112 points. He's had now 5 consecutive class wins. His nearest rival is Carl Cavers, who is a former class champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge and a former runner-up in the Ferrari Challenge UK Championship. And Carl, he comes from Nottingham. Carl Cavers, OBE, to give him his full title, is 22 points adrift in the championship. So Will Martin's had several seasons in the championship now. He did have a year away a couple of years ago to go and race in the North American Championship, where he finished third. He's been third in this championship before, but he's looking to try and win it. Former Ginetta Junior racer who stepped from Ginetta Junior straight up into Porsches 5 or 6 years ago. Was a race winner in his first season. He's the driver on pole position. Andrew Rackstraw alongside him. They the top 2 in the championship. It's going to be a 19-lap race. 2 races, as always, today for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. 2 events to go after this, Silverstone and Brands Hatch. So they're all on the grid, ready then for the standing start. Are about to roar into action. Will Martin with his eyes on the gantry. The 5-second board is held aloft. That tremendous roar of Porsche engines. He's fired up, rises. The red lights come on, they go straight out, and we're underway, and it's a really good start for Andrew Rackstraw. A bit sluggish off the line for the pole sitter Will Martin. Sid Smith is gunning for him as well, already through into the lead of the race before they get to the first corner is Andrew Rackstraw. Will Martin down to second place. Sid Smith couldn't find a way through, so he stays in third, but he's ahead of Angus Whiteside and way out into the gravel. We got several cars including Max Coates, and we got 3 of them spun around as well. Number 18 Seb Hopkins is one of them. Ollie Jackson is another. I think Jonathan Beeson got caught out in that as well. So that's all drama at Redgate Corner, and not good news at all for the driver. Effectively tied for the Pro-Am Championship lead, Max Coates. He needed a good weekend after a disappointment that he suffered at Knock Hill, and it hasn't started great for him. It hasn't started great this race either for the pole sitter, as I say, dropping down with a slightly sluggish getaway off the line to second place, Will Martin, and Andrew Rackstraw doing exactly what he wanted to do, shooting past Will on the way into the first corner. So the number 40 car leads. The Century Motorsport run car goes left, goes right, goes through the fog of the S's for the first time through that chicane and gets a nice clean exit. Heads downhill now into the Melbourne hairpin. Keep an eye on the battle for third if you're down at that part of the circuit, because the purple machine of Angus Whiteside was very good on the brakes, closing up to the back of Sid Smith. Sid, though, with his lights ablaze, stays in third place in that green and white machine. Stepping up to the pro category this year after an excellent first season in the Pro-Am category last year. His dad Rob was a racer as well at Le Mans and various other endurance championships like Blancpain. So Sid Smith going great guns here in third place, fending off Angus Whiteside in fourth position. George Gamble, another local driver from Nottingham, the reigning champion, former touring car racer. He's the driver in the number 1 car. He's had a good start up to 5th place from 6th on the grid. Will Jenkins, the driver that succumbed to him, he's dropped back to 6th place now in the number 30 car. And into the pits after that melee at Redgate Corner comes Ollie Jackson with either damage or possibly a puncture. The left side of the car looks okay, but he's in. So Hopkins carried on going. Beeson hasn't yet arrived at the finish line. And we've got nose-to-tail action between the top two. You're going to get Jonathan Beeson ailing into the pit lane. He's got real big suspension damage on the front right corner of that 44 car.
And it's a front left damage for Ollie Jackson. That is a flat tyre, so presumably those two come into connection. Front right damage on one, front left damage on the other. So Jonathan Beeson making his way into the pit lane. Yeah, he's got no tyre left, basically, but I think there might be suspension damage as well. Ollie Jackson, he's going to get back on his way and remain on the lead lap.
Thanks very much, Josh. Josh Barrett down in the pit lane, keeping an eye on things. Been kept busy this morning so far, hasn't it? There's been lots of visitors to the pits in the 3 races that we've had so far. No dramas, though, for Andrew Rackstraw, leading the race from the pole sitter Will Martin. It's looking like a tight battle for 3rd place. They're going to get a replay of that coming together with those 4 cars, particularly Jackson and Beeson on the way through the first turn. Hopkins was sent into a full spin, and also delayed through the gravel trap was Max Coates, who emerged at the end of the first lap down in 12th place. So Rackstraw, 0.6 of a second clear. He's just at the fastest lap of the race as well, to edge further away from Will Martin at the head of the field. You've got to look after your tyres a little bit, though, with 510 brake horsepower being delivered through those rear wheels. Seb Hopkins is now the driver with the fastest lap of the race. He's a long way down on the leaders, but he's still a very, very quick driver. The Porsche Sprint Challenge champion from last year, stepping up from the Cayman into this GT3 Cup car, into the Porsche Carrera Cup. He's done a 1 minute 30.340. So Hopkins on course for the fastest lap point. Each of the drivers in each of the 3 classes who set the fastest lap in each race get 1 bonus point for the fastest lap of the race. On his own, having gone back out, having sorted that tyre out, Ollie Jackson is the best part of 3/4 of a lap down on the leaders, just coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. As coming out of the Fogarty S's is the race leader, Andrew Rackstraw. Will Martin in second. Sid Smith has just pulled away a little bit now from Angus Whiteside in the battle for 3rd and 4th positions. Gamble is staying with them, but not yet able to really challenge in the number 1 car, running in 6th place. Disappointing start to the season for George Gamble. Had to wait a while to pick up his first podium of the year, so 5th in the championship coming into today. But he has picked up 3 podiums from the last 4 races and a 4th place finish. One of those podiums, a win at Croft. So Gamble's starting to find the form that took him to the championship title last year, but at the moment he's kind of stranded in 5th place.
Not just suspension damage for Jonathan Beeson, but I think it's the radiator that's fluid leaking out, pouring out from the front right corner. So Jonathan Beeson will be a retirement, the championship leader coming here to Donington Park.
Which will be his first of the season. He's either finished 1st or 2nd in the AM class in every race so far this year. So Carl Cavus, the one remaining AM driver, he's just got to finish the race now to pick up the win, which will be his 4th of the season in that AM class, his first season of Porsche Carrera Cup. And yeah, Jonathan Beeson, you can see on the TV pictures walking away from the car. So radiator damage by the looks of things. A little bit susceptible when you get a big hit at the front, and that's put pay to his race. But I think suspension damage and tyre off as well. It was never really going to get back into the race. So all good things come to an end. Jonathan Beeson's excellent run does exactly that after this string of victories he had coming into the weekend. Right, into the Melbourne hairpin goes the race leader, who has kept the gap at just under a second. His last lap, again, was the fastest lap of the race. Got it back and back that bonus point from Seb Hopkins. It's kind of even Stevens, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The gap staying about the same between Martin, Smith and Whiteside. They come out of Goddard's, the final corner. The number 10 car, the white, gold and black, number 40 car, the white, gold and black car of Rackstraw. The South African, the man from Cape Town, and the Rosalind Gold Century Motorsport car. Run that team by Nathan Freak, ex-Formula Ford and Ginetta champion. Going very nicely indeed. Another fastest lap of the race, 1:29.663 seconds. The gap from 1st to 2nd now out to 1.2 seconds. In terms of the Pro-Ams, Will Jenkins is leading that category in 6th place. He got his first Pro-Am win at Knockhill with a 6th place outright in race 2 a couple of weeks ago. So Will is another driver that stepped up from the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Front runner in that last year, previously, but on the Toka package in Ginetta Junior front runner. I think finished 5th in the Ginetta Junior Championship, but he had a lot of bad luck in the final weekend. He had actually gone into the final weekend of that Ginetta Junior season with a chance of the championship title, but he then went on to win another Ginetta category, Ginetta Challenge, before stepping into Porsches a couple of years ago. So Will Jenkins from Stone in Staffordshire. They're in car number 30, running in 6th place. He's the leading Pro-Am, but Oliver White, who is leading that championship, is pretty much right with him. Car number 94, second in the category. And the third of the Pro-Ams then is back a little bit, which is former AM class champion Josh Stanton, number 59, who's in 10th place. The one remaining AM driver, 12th in the race, that multicoloured car, you can't miss it, of number 22, Carl Cavers. So Oliver White outscoring at the moment Max Coates. Max currently running 4th in the category, but he is quicker than Josh Stanton. So number 71, Max Coates, might get himself back up a position fairly soon, because he took about 6 or 7 tenths of a second out of Josh Stanton last time out. So 71, that Duckham's Yuasa liveried blue and yellow car, on a bit of a charge here. We've got various track limits warnings coming up for various drivers. One is the silver number 12 car of Stephen Jelly. One for number 52, Angus Whiteside, who runs 4th in that purple machine. And also one for Max Coates, who I've just been talking about in the number 71 car. So he's got to be a little bit careful as well. Oliver White in 2nd place, on course to pick up 8 points in this race, whereas 5 points for 4th for Max Coates. So extend the gap by 3 points. In terms of the fastest lap in the Pro-Ams, that looks like it belongs to Will Jenkins, and neither of them getting it. And the safety car is coming out, is being deployed. So safety car now out as Andrew Rackstraw, with that nice 1.2 second lead, about to diminish down to next to nothing now, makes his way into the Melbourne hairpin. So the safety car is there waiting at Redgate Corner to pick up. It's going to be Ollie Jackson that it's going to pick up that car, which is the best part of a lap down. He might wave him through, actually does. He waves through Ollie Jackson. So that's good news for Ollie, because he's going to be able to get back onto the train now, having been all on his own 3/4 of a lap behind. The yellow number 48 car has been waved by Scott Stringfellow in the Porsche safety car. So that then gives the opportunity for the rest of the field to catch up to him, and he'll pick up the race leader, number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, with number 10, Will Martin, 2nd, now right with him. Number 99, Sid Smith, 3rd. Number 52, Angus Whiteside, 4th. Number 1, George Gamble, 5th. Pro-Am class leader, Will Jenkins, and also leading rookie in this race, Will Jenkins, running in 6th in car 30. Oliver White, number 94, the Pro-Am championship leader, 2nd in class, running 7th. 8th place, number 400, James Wallace in the bright pink car, run by JTR, Nick Tandy's team. 9th place, number 12, Stephen Jelly. And then 10th, 3rd in the Pro-Ams, number 59, Josh Stanton. Just getting a replay of the start of the race and the incident which sent Max Coates out wide. I think it was actually 2 separate incidents that were pretty close together. One that sent Max Coates out wide, and the next one that involved Jonathan Beeson and Ollie Jackson. One ended up retiring and the other ended up most of a lap down. Another replay from a different camera angle. And yes, I think it was 2 separate incidents. I think Seb Hopkins got clipped from behind, which is what tipped him into a spin, possibly from that coming together between Beeson and Jackson. Yeah, I think that's what happened. It's just on the edge of the camera view. So that's why those 3 went out. And the reason for the safety car is debris on track. Nobody's dropped out of the race. So it's in Marshall now. Done a great job, being applauded back to the Marshall post by his colleagues, who's recovered a piece of Porsche trim, which was, I guess, in a precarious position on the track. They didn't want anybody to hit that or get a puncture. So that was why the safety car was deployed, not because we've lost anybody else from the race or there was another incident. So therefore, it should be a pretty short safety car period. It's going to have to last for 1 more lap, though, by the looks of things. So 1 more lap for the safety car to go by. The race is started and led around by a Taken Turbo GT this year, which is capable of a rocket ship 180 miles an hour and 0 to 62. Acceleration in 2.3 seconds, has over 1,000 PS, effectively 1,000 horsepower. Incredible machine. The cars themselves, 510 brake horsepower. This latest iteration of the Porsche Carrera Cup car championship, which has been on the Toka package since its very beginnings, at the 400th race earlier on in the season at Snetterton. and it continues to thrive. Porsche Championships all the way around the globe as well, not just across Europe, in places like Germany, which is a very strong championship, and France. It's a Benelux Championship run across Holland, Belgium, and various other countries as well. North America, various continents. You end up with the Porsche Super Cup, which drivers tend to progress to, and quite often drivers from the British Championship will take part in the Porsche Super Cup race when it runs as part of the Grand Prix weekend at Silverstone. It didn't this year. There wasn't a Porsche Super Cup race at Silverstone this year, but quite often, including last year, some of these drivers will pop up and race against some of the best Porsche racers in the world in that Super Cup. So we've now got the lights extinguished on the top of the safety car. That tells everybody that we are going to get back underway at the end of this lap. There's a time limit on the races as well, incidentally. It doesn't normally come into play if you have one safety car. If you have a couple of safety cars, it can come into play. So it's 19 laps, or what's the remaining 17 minutes on the clock in the race. There'll be only 11 laps to go at the end of this race, though, so we shouldn't have any issues getting the full distance in, as long as we don't get another safety car. Ollie Jackson's almost, but not quite, caught up to the back of the train now. He's down at the hairpin. They could do with one more lap behind the safety car, so that's going to be frustrating. See them, but he can't quite reach them. And we are about to get underway, because Andrew Rackstraw leads the charge, coming out very sunny Donington Park, over the start-finish line. Green lights, green flags wave, and we're into turn one at Redgate Corner, with the leader starting to build his advantage once again, as Will Martin is more concerned with what's going on behind, and Sid Smith, who's right there with him. Sid, who came into Porsches last year, having raced single-seaters the year before that, was a front-runner, a top 10 finisher in the GB4 Championship, but he really has adapted very well to what's a very different type of car coming into Porsche Carrera Cup last season, and as I said, doing very well in that Pro-Am Championship. Now as a pro driver, running up there in 4th place in the standings. And he's knocking on the door of Will Martin, who's still a very young driver, but has had 5 years' experience now in these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. But that's only egging Will on, because he gets very close on the run up towards Coppice Corner to the back of the race leader. And just jinked right and then left, just showed his nose. A bit of intent here from Will Martin to try and get that lead back, but he's got to be careful, because Sid Smith is there ready to pounce and take 2nd place away from the championship leader if he tries to move and the move doesn't come off properly. Meanwhile, Angus Whiteside, he's coming under a bit more pressure now from the number 1 car of George Gamble. The door is slightly left ajar on the way into the Melbourne hairpin by the race leader, temptingly so, but Will Martin only thinks about it, doesn't lunge down the inside, but he did get a really good run coming off the Fogarty S's. Now remember, that next lap around, you'll think, well, I'm a bit stronger there, I'm a bit quicker, if I can stick with you, maybe there's a chance to get the move done down into that hairpin. For now, though, Rackstraw holds on to the lead of the race. 9 laps to go in this one. Into Redgate Corner, they head to about 1 car length between 1st and 2nd, and about half a car length between 2nd and 3rd. Smith then edging away from Whiteside. Again, he's looking in his mirrors, trying to keep Gamble behind him. The battle is still pretty close for 6th as well, which is between the black and turquoise car of number 30, Will Jenkins, the Pro-Am leader, and Oliver White, who's there in that green and white car just behind him as they come out of the old hairpin. Bit of a gap back then to James Wallace in the number 400 car in 8th place. They're up the race leaders at McLean's, top of the hill, goes slightly downhill into a valley, that little short link straight between McLean's and Coppice, but then you've got a steep climb up. It's almost a blind crest that you go up before you get into the braking zone and hit the corner at Coppice. A really tricky corner. Exit is crucial. You've got a long run down the back straight, down towards that Fogarty S chicane. We've got Seb Hopkins now. This is going to be one to watch, number 18. He had that spin after that contact at Redgate Corner, but he's a very, very quick driver, is Hopkins, and he's already picked off 1 move. Didn't gain him any points because he passed Carl Cavus, who is an AM-class driver. But number 18, orange, white and black, probably one to watch on the restart here. He's going to try and get as far up the order as he can now that he's got them all bunched back up in front of him. So the race leader, Will Martin, whose lead is at the moment looking like it's going to diminish a bit in the championship standing. 7 points clear at the start of the race, but 12 points for a win in this race for the pros. The pros have a different scoring system for race 1, and for 2nd place it's 10 points, and Rackstraw has also got that point coming his way for the fastest lap as well, to give him 13 points. So he's outscoring Will Martin by 3. He was 7 behind. He's going to be 4 points behind him as it stands. And Oliver White is going to clean move into the lead of the Pro-Ams, because Coates is still back in 4th place, still behind Josh Stanton, whereas he is in 2nd place. Hasn't got the fastest lap point, but he's going to score 8 points and 5 points, 3 fewer, coming the way of Max Coates. As it stands, he might get into 3rd between now and the end of the race. He's trying to, that's for sure, but at the moment, that purple striped car of number 59, Josh Stanton, is holding him off, fending him off, but Max Coates has also got to keep an eye on the mirrors, because Seb Hopkins is right behind as well, albeit he's in a different class. Seb is a pro driver in that 18 car. The 2 ahead of him are both battling for the final podium spot in the Pro-Am's 3rd place. So that's a good battle, worth keeping an eye on as the race leader heads into the Melbourne hairpin. Out of the fog of the S's, here comes Max Coates. The inside line is covered, so quickly he decides to switch to the outside line. Nothing doing there. It's all going to be about trying to get on the gas earlier, get better traction out of the corner. But a good job done there by Josh Stanton, who actually gets a better run than Max Coates coming out of that penultimate turn. So it'll be nice and safe up at Goddard's. Right, the race leaders go through. Now we've got a time penalty coming for Max Coates for track limits in the 71 car and for Carl Cavers as well. It doesn't really affect Carl as the only amateur out there, but it will affect, of course, Max Coates, because even if he now passes Josh Stanton, he's got to pass him and finish more than 5 seconds ahead of him to get that 3rd place. So it's just made life very difficult for him. We've had on the 12th lap of 19, so about 2/3 of the way through the race. And as it stands, Max Coates isn't able to find a way past Josh Stanton anyway. So very frustrating couple of races this is now turning into for Max after he had a very good home weekend at Croft with a class win on the Saturday there, which was very well celebrated. He's also, as I say, been an outright race winner this year with an excellent outright victory at Snetterton. Certainly other Pro-Ams have achieved that in the past. One that comes to mind, Charles Rainford, now racing in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in the BMW. 2nd in the Pro Championship of this Porsche Carrera Cup GB last year. And he was a Pro-Am champion the year before that and an outright race winner as a Pro-Am during that season as well. Well, Will Martin has kind of got rid of now Sid Smith, so he's free to try and fight for the race lead against Andrew Rackstraw. And Sid Smith is dealing with Angus Whiteside once again, like he was in the first couple of laps of the race. So the green and white 99 car of Sid Smith crosses the line in 3rd, but he's only, what, 0.4 of a second clear now of Angus Whiteside in 4th place. They've both dropped George Gamble in 5th. George is keeping Will Jenkins at bay for that 5th position through Redgate Corner. Locking up on a replay, the front left into the fog of the S's on the previous lap was Sid Smith, which won't have done the Michelin surface any good whatsoever. So we'll try and look after those tyres a bit, but it's oh so easy to outbrake yourself there when you're trying to slow these cars down. The balance of these cars, or the position of the engine, always makes it a bit tricky to just get used to driving these cars to the absolute limit. They're always, for even very experienced racing drivers, a tricky beast to get that last 1 or 2 tenths of a second out of. The gap from 1st to 2nd, 6, nearly 7 tenths of a second at the start of the lap. It doesn't look like it's any bigger to me. You've got a warning coming up now for track limits for Josh Stanton. Now, if he gets a 5-second penalty, that kind of puts Max Coates back in the equation if they've both got a 5-second penalty in their battle for 3rd in class. The battle for 3rd overall, getting very tasty indeed, as Angus Whiteside gets a nice run coming out of the fog of the S's and gets right underneath the rear wing of Sid Smith under braking into the Melbourne hairpin. The gap from 1st to 2nd came down into that corner, but widens again on the way up towards Goddard's.
And hearing that Angus Whiteside is going to be getting a 5-second penalty as well, Chris.
Oh, right, thank you. Yes, we saw the warning come up, so that hasn't yet been confirmed on the screens, but there you go. That is going to be Angus Whiteside with a 5-second penalty. If that's the case, yes, it's flashed up now. So Whiteside, 5-second penalty, and that means Sid Smith is safe in 3rd. It also means that George Gamble is going to move ahead, and Will Jenkins, albeit in a Pro-Am car, is going to move ahead of him as well. So that'll be Smith safe for the podium, and Gamble up to 4th place once you had the time on at the end of the race. So we've got 6 laps to go, including the one we're on, or 8.5 minutes on the clock. Seb Hopkins has made away past the 71 car of Max Coates, but it's not for class position. It is for track position, though, so up to 11th place now for the pro driver. So Coates, Cavers and Whiteside, the 3 drivers that now have these 5-second penalties applied for exceeding track limits. You get 2 warnings and then It's a strike third time, you get a 5-second penalty. If you do it again after that, add another 5 seconds on, it becomes a 10-second penalty. So Whiteside, I'm sure the team will have given him notice of this, that he's got this penalty, Century Motorsport. So now he's really, really keen to get past Sid Smith, because if he can get past Sid Smith, he can pull away a bit more from George Gamble potentially, and maybe get the 4th place back on corrected times. We shall see, but he's still edging himself on, that's for sure. Sid Smith, though, is not showing any weaknesses into any of the corners and hasn't really given a sniff for Angus Whiteside in that purple 52 car to find a way through. So Whiteside goes through. At the moment, he's 2 seconds clear of Gamble. He needs to be more than 5 seconds clear of Gamble to keep his 4th place. And on the last lap, he did a 1:30.0 and Gamble did a 1:30.2. At that rate, it's going to take him 5 laps just to get another second further away. So he needs something to happen here if he's going to keep that 4th place. Otherwise, it'll be going the way of the #1 car and George Gamble. And he'll also lose positions to the 2 Pro-Ams behind, Jenkins and White. And at the moment, James Wallace as well, I think, he would drop behind in the 400 car, which would be for another class position. That's on the cusp of 5 seconds, though. So he could certainly pull far enough away from the number 400 car to only lose the 1 position. It has cost him his chance of going for a podium. Andrew Rackstraw, meanwhile, controlling things beautifully. Him and Will Martin pretty identical on their lap times for the last few laps. The gap was hovered between 6 and 7/10 of a second. They've charged away from everybody else, and the top 2 in the championship will be just a few points apart at the end of this race. All track limits penalties are going to be reviewed after the race, it says on the timing screen. They were certainly reviewed after qualifying yesterday, as Seb Hopkins gets down the inside of Josh Stanton, gains another place on track, but no more points because it's another Pro-Am driver that he's passed. Yes, every lap of every driver apparently last night was reviewed after qualifying, and various laps were given back, various penalties were kept and applied, and it was a very late night for the officials. So it was only this morning we got confirmation of the actual grid for this race following qualifying. Well, Ollie Jackson's finally found somebody to play with, and that is Henry Dawes, and it is for position as well. The 2 Pro-Ams nose to tail as they go into the right-hander at Redgate corner. Ollie Jackson, clearly the quicker of the 2. He's started to close quite a big gap, having not quite caught up to the train when that safety car restart happened. He's got 4 laps to find a way past Henry Dawes, and if he can do that, that's going to put him up to 5th in class. So he's charging on, the yellow car with a Martini-style livery, red and blue stripes down the middle of the yellow car. He is on a mission here, as I say, former class champion before he went off to become a very successful British touring car racer. Ollie Jackson coming back into the Porsche family a few seasons ago. Running wide is Henry Dawes, and running through and into position goes Ollie Jackson. So he gets through on the exit to McLean's and gains that Pro-Am class position, as our race leaders are already at the Melbourne hairpin. The gap, I think, has come back down a bit. It went up to just over a second on the previous lap. I reckon it's back to about 7 or 8/10 of a second now. There's not much between 3rd and 4th on track, but the car in 4th, number 52, has potential, at least 5-second penalty to be applied. But again, they're all going to be reviewed after the race, so we won't know for sure until probably just before we get to race 2 and the results are finalised. So the leaders go through. 3 laps left in the race now, or 4 minutes 20 seconds. So they are, I think, just going to get all the laps in, just. But it's going to be tight. Rackstraw actually had a good run through the final sector in the end, so he's still just over a second clear of Martin. And with a 1:30.230, he was actually 38 thousandths of a second quicker than the driver in 2nd place. Not very much at all. Both drivers might be also aware of what's been happening with all these track limits penalties in qualifying and in the race, so might be thinking, okay, well, we're both safe in 1st and 2nd. We don't want to give ourselves any stress with track limits penalties. Let's just take the points. Certainly Andrew Rackstraw is going to take the points, isn't he? And a race win coming his way would be his 2nd outright race win of the season, his 3rd class win of the season, but his 1st since the outright win that he got here, as I say, right at the beginning of the year at Donington Park, around the national version of the circuit. So into the hairpin they go. The gap again comes down. Rackstraw is caught under braking pretty much every time by Will Martin into that hairpin, but Will's got a target to aim for, and he does lose a bit of ground, usually coming out of the corner. Meanwhile, a bit further back, George Gamble still having to work hard here to fend off Will Jenkins. Will in the 30 car trying to be into 5th place. Right, the leader goes over the line, 3 minutes and 6 seconds to go. Or 2 laps to go, so we'll get the laps in, that's for sure. As they're going to Redgate Corner, the gap has come back down to 0.6 of a second, though. And it's almost nose to tail from 3rd to 4th, but with this penalty potentially pending and hanging over Whiteside in that 4th place. So then we've got Max Coates, who's onto the tail now of Josh Stanton. So Josh Stanton hasn't got a penalty. Max Coates has. He's trying to get around the outside, but even if he passes him, he's got somehow to pull clear by 5 seconds or more to negate the penalty that he's got if it sticks at the end of the race. So he can't find a way through anyway at the moment. Josh Stanton again doing a very good job, former AM class Porsche Carrera Cup champion in the 59 car, to keep Coates behind him. Max, who was a runner-up in the Renault Clio Cup Championship to Jack Young after a titanic season that they had, then went and raced in the Mini Challenge for a couple of years, then Porsche Sprint Challenge, and just missed out on the championship title in the Porsche Sprint Challenge last year, finished 2nd in that. So he's often been 2nd or 3rd in a championship over the years, but looking to get a championship title, Yorkshireman, fighting hard here just to try and dig something out of the race after that lap 1 excursion at Redgate Corner. Right, into the final corner of this lap comes Andrew Rackstraw then, and again it looks like he maybe has extended the advantage a bit more on this lap. He's yo-yoing slightly as trying to come around the outside at the hairpin at Melbourne of Josh Stanton. He's Max Coates, can't quite make it stick, gets on the gas, gets on the traction better, but the inside line is covered on the way into Goddard's. And Max Coates is going to fight for this anyway, because if he can get past Josh Stanton and then that penalty in the end is wiped, and you never know, then it might still be worth the points that he's going to get. He's not going to pass him and pull 5 seconds clear, but he might pass him on this now last lap of the race, trying to go around the outside at Redgate Corner. That's not happening because once again Josh Stanton positions the car absolutely perfectly. He has to close the door through Hollywood though, because Max Coates got a better run. He's a bit wide coming out of Redgate for the purple 59 car. He just about closed the door in time as these two continue to battle for the final spot on the podium. But as I say, with this at the moment 5 second penalty being put on top of Max Coates this time, he wouldn't get there anyway yet until everything's reviewed after the race. Andrew Rackstraw has got to worry about none of this because he's about to guide the car through the Fogarty S's for the final time. Number 40 heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He's actually pulled well clear now of Will Martin on this final lap of the race. He was 2nd clear anyway, and is cruising to what's going to be a 2nd overall victory of the season, a 3rd class win of 2025. And Andrew Rackstraw, that brilliant start he made to the race, slightly off-colour start off the line for Will Martin, and that in the end has been the difference. Andrew Rackstraw then, the man from Cape Town, comes out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag and wins race 1 here at Donington Park. Will Martin comes home 2nd, and Sid Smith completes the podium. Angus Whiteside is 4th over the line, but he's got a 5 second penalty to be applied to his time. The battle is still raging on between Josh Stanton and Max Coates as they go into the final corner. Max trying to sweep around the outside to cut back on the inside as they come out of the corner. Now he lets it drift wide, almost gets alongside Josh Stanton, but can't quite surpass him on the line. So either way, even if the 5 second penalty ends up being negated, it is going to be Josh Stanton ahead just of the number 71 car of Max Coates as they came through. And Jackson got in between as well, didn't he, over the line? So it was Coates then dropping behind Jackson once that 5 seconds were added on. Jackson got close enough to pick up another place as well. So not too bad for Ollie Jackson. He's ended up 4th once that penalty is applied to Max Coates. And therefore, Andrew Rackstraw, number 40, the race winner. Number 10, Will Martin 2nd. Number 99, Sid Smith 3rd, the top 3 pros. 4th place, number 1, George Gamble. 5th place, number 30, Will Jenkins. 6th place, number 94, Oliver White, and they were the top 2 in the Pro-Am, so it's a 2nd class win of the season for Will Jenkins. Well done to him, good solid drive that. 7th place, with 5 second penalty applied, was Angus Whiteside in the 52 car. That's 7th overall, but 5th in class. So then you've got 8th place number 400, James Wallace, 9th place number 12, Stephen Jelly, 10th number 18, Seb Hopkins, 11th number 59, Josh Stanton, 12th number 48, Ollie Jackson, who got ahead of Max Coates once Max's 5-second penalty was added on at the end of the race. So number 71 dropping down to 13th overall, Max Coates. 14th, number 22, the sole remaining AM driver, Carl Cavers, who will pick up a 4th class win of the season. 15th, number 58, Henry Dawes, and a non-finish for number 44, Jonathan Beeson. So Andrew Rackstraw gets the maximum points there as he comes into the pit lane. 12 for the win and 1 point for the fastest lap to close the gap at the top of the Pro Championship table, provisionally to just 3 points. Oliver White picks up 2nd in the Pro-Am class and 8 points. And Max Coates has wound up 5th in the class, so he's only going to pick up 4 points. So that gap will grow from 0 to 4 points. And Jonathan Beeson's advantage at the top of the table in the AM class, I mean, non-scored for the first time this season, is going to be reduced, I reckon, from 22 points to 12 points after that win for Carl Cavers. So the top 3 in the Pro class, Andrew Rackstraw, number 40, number 10, Will Martin, number 99, Sid Smith. The top 3 Pro-Ams, number 30, Will Jenkins, number 94, Oliver White, and number 59, Josh Stanton. And the one remaining AM driver in the race was a victory in that amateur category for Carl Cavers on his home circuit. Race 1 complete, various track limits penalties to be reviewed after the race. So all the results provisional for now, but a very good drive that from Andrew Rackstraw to take the victory as we look forward to the second Porsche Carrera Cup race of the weekend, which will be getting underway towards the end of the day at 5 to 4.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
On 94.3 FM here in the sunshine and the wind at Donington Park, and down there in Park Ferme to welcome back the Porsche drivers is Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Alan. Andrew Rackstraw, a winner for the second time this season. Well done, Andrew. We said yesterday the start was important, and it absolutely paid to be that way.
Yeah, it was. It's always fun racing here. Luckily, there wasn't too many overtakes, but it was a stressful enough race. The team did an amazing job. Everyone at Century and Roslyn Gold. It's just a privilege to race for them, and to get a win is always great, and it's just close in the championship, which I think the spectators and everyone enjoy.
Yeah, I think you got the fastest lap as well. That bonus points are actually really important how close it is this year.
It is. It's super close. Consistency is key. I mean, it's obviously great to get the win, but there's still another race, so we'll focus on that and try maximize as many points as possible.
And you mentioned about not so many overtakes in this race. You'd like quite a lot in the second race for yourself.
Now I would like quite a few, yeah. But like I said in my previous interviews, these guys are such great drivers and they can make these cars so wide, so we'll give it our all and have some fun.
It's your turn to make the car wide in that one, especially down to the hairpin. Lots of defence over Will.
It was a sketchy race, to say the least, but I'm just happy I brought it home.
Well done. So it's Andrew Rackstraw, the race winner. In second place was Will Martin, so we'll grab a word with Will. Will, second place, I guess not really the result you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to win, but point to point. So, we're still leading the championship, and we'll start in front of him next time, and hopefully we'll get a better start next time too.
Is there anything you think you did wrong at the start, or is it just one of those things?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I got quite a bit of wheel spin, which didn't help. So once these cars start wheel spinning, there's no really bringing it back. So, we'll just go better for the next one and see how we go.
How much sort of risk versus reward is it when you're battling against your main championship rival?
Yeah, obviously there is risk versus reward, but at this point of the season, we'll just stay consistent and stay up the front. So we did our job. We'll see how the second race goes.
Well done on second place, says Will Martin, and Sid Smith is back over here. So we'll have a word with our third place finisher, Sid Smith. Sid, if I can interrupt you, well done on the third place, particularly before the safety car. It looked like you're having a good fight with the top two.
Yeah, it's a close race like always. Angus was putting, as you can see, high pressure on me the whole time, so it was hard to kind of get my head down and get towards the leaders. But I think it was solid. I think there was the normal battle of just ifs and buts on track limits. I'm sure that was a big thing on the timing as well, but we'll see about that later. Nice solid race, what we need points-wise, and just kind of hope for another one of those and hope to next time get our head down a little bit more and go for that win.
We saw in that race starts very important, so I guess a similar thing. You'll be hoping for perhaps 4 to be picked out of the reverse grid so you can get a front row start.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's on the podium, isn't it? Yeah, well, it would be nice, wouldn't it? It's always tough to race in these cars because they're big, fast cars with lots of aeros. Around here, it's quite hard to follow people. I think Will and Andrew got in a bit of a train there. Yeah. But yeah, I think it'd be nice to catch a bit of luck and get on the front row, wouldn't it? But yeah, lovely close race like normal, and it'd be all eyes on race 2, eh?
Well, good luck for that one. Well done on 3rd place. Our top 3 from round 11 of the championship.
Podium is coming up. Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett down in Park Fairmay. I have a feeling that Josh, you'll be conducting your podium for the guests in front of the podium, and any of you that might want to join in the celebrations down there in the paddock. Meanwhile, we're beginning to get ourselves ready for the opening of pit lane for the first of our Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship races today. Pit lane opens at 11:15, so already the grid is being populated. I've got loads of your messages, so Josh, I'll meet you down in pit lane and then you can head off to the podium. I'll take the radio mic and head down to the grid in a couple of moments, but I will say just a couple of your messages before we get down there. This one is from Kat. A shout out to Robin at his first race weekend supporting Laser Tools with Dad Ed. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, morning Alan and team. Well, another fab day. Can't wait for the racing. Can you say a big thank you to my hubby Mark for looking after me this weekend? I love him loads. That comes from Sue. This one from Ian. Could we get a shout out for Maybury's Mechanics Limited? That's not a shout out, that's an advert, but we're happy to do it, Ian. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Morning, Steve and Mal celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary and Malcolm's 60th birthday. That comes with thanks. Thanks guys, great to have you here. And this one says, well done to Thomas for passing his GCSEs and the encouragement from Tingram. I'm very proud, and that comes from Ian. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. It's on WhatsApp. All you need to do is write down the number 07482 877 877. Send in your first name and your message and send it in on WhatsApp.
You're listening to Toka live from the BTCC weekend.
In the sunshine here at Donington Park, 94.3 FM. The grid is being populated with the team members. VIP guests will be lined up on the grass until the cars get out, and then they get chance to, very lucky guests, get the chance to get up close to the cars ahead of our first race of the day. 14 laps around the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington in prospect for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's get over to the commentary box and Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan. Yeah, the grid's starting to fill up. The sun out here, beautiful at the moment at Donington Park. The wind's...
Yes, it really is, as we get ready to get going, and welcome to everybody here on JB Motorsports on YouTube and Twitch as we get ready for the final one here at Donington Park for 2025, and we'll just have a quick look to introduce you to all to Twitch. We're getting ready then for round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park. It's noisy. We're in between an airport and a race circuit where we're going to have our own flying machines getting underway. It's time for this championship to restart, and it's a championship at the moment which has an interesting condition. Take a look at the weather coming into this one as well, because unlike where we were earlier on in the season, it's 69%, it's 18 degree temperature. Track temperature at 25 degrees as well. No rainfall, which is absolutely brilliant news. But in the championship, it is very tasty. Tom Ingram leads the way on 323 points to Ashton on 306, a 17-point gap with 3 race weekends remaining. Then it's going to be Dan Camish on 228, Dan Rowbottom 214, Jake Hill 197, Adam Morgan 170. Tom Chilton gets his first pole position here since 2011. And then it's Charles Rainford, Senna Proctor and Chris Smiley rounding out the top 10.
Cooper's out
In
somehow, getting into the races at Knockhill, but having a chance to tune them up and get used to them. Struggled a bit in the dry in free practice, but in the greasy conditions, Mikey Doble's absolutely flying. Qualified third, but then after the session, news came through that he'd been disqualified because his ride height was ever so slightly too low. So unfortunately,
Brilliant job there. We must
demoted him
point out
from
as well to
potentially being
Powermax
third on the
Racing,
grid
who
to
are
being
still
all the way
racing. One
at the
Motorsport
back of the grid. The
doesn't look like they're going to
Motorparts
be back for the
Direct
rest of
with
the year,
Powermax
which has a
Racing,
big
Cooper
fight
Leon
in the
feels a bit
Independence
at the moment
Trophy.
like
Chris Smiley leading by just 13 points to Mikey Doble. Dan Lloyd, 25 points back from Dexter Patterson. Josh Cook does return this weekend from Stephen Jelly, Nick Hamilton, Nick Holstead and Max Hall. The Teams Championship, well, Restart Racing is playing away with that one. Powermax Racing trying to get claw back points, but now after their tragedy before Knockhill and with different cars,
the last time that Tom Chilton was on pole position, quite away between pole positions number 10 and number 11 in his career, but he was superb yesterday, dry, greasy, wet, he was on top of this circuit. It's been a two-time race winner around Donington Park, and Tom Chilton on pole position in the number 3 Team Virtue Hyundai with the championship leader and his teammate Tom Ingram having another excellent qualifying to be second on the grid. Tom Ingram now the only driver in the field that's qualified through to the final part of qualifying, the quick six shootout.
Well, the championship battle is certainly on with Ingram and Sutton. Look at that, 4 wins for Ingram, 5 for Sutton. It's going to be quite a close championship. Let's head down then and join all the way to Nicky Shields,
Chris Smiley
who will be presenting the
third on the
ITV
grid now.
coverage.
He's
But
on a
Louise
real
Goodman
run
is going to be
in the
heading out
Independence
onto
Trophy
the grid.
Championship. Restart Racing in their second season only in BTCC.
Around the Grand Prix loop
Run the Cooper last year, now switched to the Hyundai for 2025. Chris Smiley with 3 straight class wins last time out at Knockhill, leading the Independence Trophy and having an excellent day yesterday to qualify 4th, then promoted to 3rd on the grid after Mikey Doble's exclusion. 4th on the grid will be number 2, Daryl DeLeon, making it into the quick 6 for
Hello and welcome to Donington Park. You join us live on the grid ahead of the first British touring car racing of the day. Jade, you can see, I mean, just behind is where Mikey Doble's car should have been had he passed those ride heights at the end of qualifying, but he's going to be right at the back of the grid. He's got his work cut out, but we saw that pace from him from qualifying, so it's looking positive.
Yeah, I think the struggle that every team has is that rules are rules. If we think about it technically, there is probably no advantage to that ride height infringement, but that is the rule, and therefore he goes to the back of the grid. However, the positives the team and Mikey himself will take is that he had the pace, the outright raw pace to be P3 on the grid here today. So he'll be moving forward and fighting position every single race, and what they'll be aiming for probably is a reverse grid race 3 win.
Now you can see behind us the 2 drivers that have just lined up, 2 teammates, best of friends, really close off the track. They're going to be working together on the track as well, but obviously a massive moment for Tom Chilton to be on pole position and to maximise the amount of points. But ultimately it's his teammate that's fighting for the championship, and every single point is critical for him. How much are they going to work together?
I think they will work together, but to take a win off of Tom Chilton is harder than maybe we assume initially, because he's so into his race and he loves it so much, and that success to him means a great deal. So I've no doubt if they absolutely need to do the team call and let Ingram go through, he will, but I don't think he'll give it up too easily. I do think it will come down to the deficit between Tom Ingram and Ash. If Ash doesn't really move forward, then they may allow Chilton to grab the win. However, points are prizes, and Ingram just needs as many as he can get when he can get them.
Yeah, well, it's not long before we find out how this race is all about to unfold, but first, let's go down to Lou, who has found not a driver, but I think a furry friend. Lou.
I have. Isn't he gorgeous? This is Dave. Dave is here promoting, funnily enough, a canine charity, but I had to come along and say hello to him. He is the perfect accompaniment to our man on the front row, which is, of course, Tom Chilton, because Tom has always reminded me of an overexcited little puppy anyway, and he absolutely was that yesterday afternoon, having brought this car home in pole position, his first pole position in 11 years. You were absolutely on top of your game yesterday, weren't you? And I know you were really pleased to get the result.
As it happened at
yeah, absolutely. Because maybe all these years of experience, Louise, paid off, because yesterday was tricky. You couldn't touch any white lines on the curves. They just off the rubber. It was so greasy. And you only get one lap on the wet tyre to get the most out of it. And I just managed to get it right, which was just fantastic. I'm so happy for the team as well.
It was about being on the right tyre at the right time as well, because we saw teams making mistakes being on the wet when they should have been on the dry and vice versa.
Yeah, Napa made big mistakes for sure, and that really hurt them. Hence they didn't make it
consider
Q3.
his boost. So these cars,
they could have made the right call and been right up here with us. But you know,
excuse me, another
this
80
game's
brake horsepower
hard. You
comes
know,
their way,
even us at the
once
top,
they
we all make
deploy the
mistakes.
boost. Now, in the
It's
race,
not easy. It's not easy at all, but the boys just working on the cars. I've got a bit of an issue with my clutch at the moment.
Sorry, I'm just being bashed on my back by your engineer, so sorry guys. No, absolutely, you sort the car out. Not good news, not what we want to hear. Right, let's go on and let's cross over. And we'll straight behind and we'll have a word with Chris Smiley, who, honestly, he was so close to not actually making it through the first qualifying session yesterday, but it was a bit touch and go yesterday, wasn't it? But you pulled it through just at the last minute in the first bit of qualifying and made it all the way through. Good result for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as you say, Q1 was a bit touch and go. Yeah, a few cars to track limits. You just have to keep it clean and make sure you get through. But yeah, the rest of qualifying worked out really well for us. We've played our tire strategy really well in Q2, Q3 all in the wet. Yeah, qualified P3 overall. So yeah, puts us in a great place to start our day off. You know, on the inside, it's a great place to start the Sunday off.
Well, you're just one slot down from where you qualified at Donington Park. That ended up with the podium, and that is your minimum aim for this race, I guess. Podium win would be fantastic, but it's going to be tricky with those two accelerators on ahead of you.
Yeah, it's never easy, this championship, you know, especially with these guys at the front. They're all fast. Anyone in the top 10 is extremely quick. But yeah, we're in a great place. You know, podium's obviously the game. A little bit better than that. We'll never turn that away.
So talk me through your tactics. Do not just say drive fast, because we had that conversation yesterday. You've got to manage this race carefully, haven't you, in terms of your tyres?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a long race, 14 laps around here. Laps are boost. We need to be selective and when we use that. You know, it's extremely powerful around here. It makes a massive difference to the race. It makes a big difference to the lap time. So yeah, we want to get a good start and we want to see how it plays out from there, and we want to see when we're going to use all this stuff, because yeah, I think it's going to make the racing very exciting today.
Good stuff. Look forward to seeing how that goes. So, and as Chris mentioned, he's got a lot of boost, as has Tom Chilton up ahead of him, and there's my camera. Tom Chilton up ahead of him, and Tom Ingram only has 1 second in his Virtue. Sorry, I called it the wrong name earlier on. His team Virtue Hyundai. So this man I'm with now, Daryl DeLeo, also has the full 8 seconds of boost. So Daryl, another great qualifying result. I mean, not quite up there on the front row like you were last time out, but nonetheless, it's a great place to be starting.
From corner to corner.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how yesterday went, and it's nice to be at this end of the grid, and hopefully we can work them for
Goodyear. So you are the only front-wheel drive car, or by far the highest placed, rear-wheel drive car. How do you play your tyres in versus the other guys around you? Because it takes a little bit longer, although actually, as I say, that sun is getting quite hot on my back. That's going to help you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think on the opening laps, I've just got to be a bit careful. But hopefully we can have good race pace over the front-wheel drive
yeah, we like it when you say that, though, because you've got a little glint in your eye.
You can't predict anything, so we've just got to wait and see what happens.
So ideally, you want to be getting up into the podium positions, but having said that, there's always that do I finish P3, do I finish P4 debate going on. Which would you go for, given the chance? I'm thinking the podium.
The thing is, with something like that, you've just got to put it behind you. It is what it is.
Yeah, just have to wait and see what happens in the race, and you honestly can't predict anything, so I'll just I'll wait till the moment comes to decide.
Perfect. Well, I hope that moment comes through and he's actually in a position to make that decision. We are going to be finding out all about that and whatever's happening in race 1 after this short break.
His normal area.
Thanks so much, Lou.
So I have to walk through quite a few guests in order to get to Ash. So now I'm going to get back towards the front of the grid, and every opportunity that I might get to have a word with those at the very front of the grid, because I reckon Louise Goodman for ITV will potentially have finished her interviews at the front of the grid. Or do I have time? Might not even get time. Got the 5-minute board being displayed now down on the grid, and I tell you what, ambient temperature is beautiful. It's really gorgeous. There is a bit of patchy cloud around, but mainly it's blue skies and sunshine down here. So is this the final day of summer officially? And it's a beautiful day down here. Whether it stays that way all day, we shall wait and see. Can I get a few thoughts from, thank you Sandra, just a few thoughts from Tingram. I'll tell you what, these cars were going well yesterday.
Oh, very well yesterday, Alan. Yeah, you're right. It was a very good day for us as Team Virtue. So yeah, lovely place to be. With the current bun in the sky currently, For how long that is going to be here for, I don't know. There's a bit of risk of rain coming in later on.
A little bit later on, yeah. And you were so happy for your teammate taking his first pole position since Darrell DeLeon was 6 years old.
That's weirdly made me feel old as well, which is odd.
It was a stat that I didn't bother to give to your teammate yesterday.
No, probably for the best.
But you were happy for him. You were chuffed to pieces.
Jacob Eby put up a lovely photo on social media, it's worth checking out, of Tom back in 2011 and back in Tom in 2025. And he's aged in reverse, which is quite incredible.
Yes, he has. Tom, good luck. Thank you very much indeed. I'll leave him to it because very soon we're going to get the 3-minute board, and that's going to mean that Alan Gale, the championship CEO, will head around the circuit on the closing lap, and we'll get this race underway 3 minutes after that with the green flag lap, and then the first of our 3 races, 14 laps around the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington. It is still blustery, it's still pretty windy down here. I think that's the forecast for the rest of today as well, but at the moment, beautiful blue skies, sunshine. The scene is set. The first of our 3 rounds, it's going to be round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Thanks very much indeed, Al. Yes, the air temperature, pretty much what it was yesterday, 18 degrees, or yesterday morning at least, and 25 degrees track temperature, so perfect conditions. We might see a threat to the lap record here. We got certainly the qualifying lap record was actually beaten during free practice yesterday, but never officially beaten in qualifying. So it could be perfect conditions. I was actually beaten by Tom Ingram on one lap, but he had it taken away. So we should see some really quick lap times here in these conditions. The entry list is on page 47. Before they get underway, I'll give you the grid then in full. Pole position then for the first.
Let's hope that actually stays off this time as well, and not have a continuation of what we've been having problems with as well as we gear up for the start. It's round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 14 laps ahead of us at the Donington Park Grand Prix layout. Here we go then. It's Tom Chilton versus Ash Sutton in the championship. And what are we going to have as we begin to do battle? ITV have David Addison and Tim Harvey. And up here in the commentary box, it'll be myself alongside Tom Gans and JT after they've done with the Porsche event. This is going to be a fantastic weekend of running. We've already had some classic races here today as well. And we've got 3 British touring cars coming your way. Start time is scheduled for 11:30. We'll be bringing you up all of the action here as well. Taking a quick look, though, at the championship standings, as well as we said, it is quite close. Tom Ingram 323, Ash Sutton on 306. 5 wins for Ash and just 4 wins for Tom Ingram. But it's Tom Chilton who lines up on pole position for the first time since 2011. Very much looks baby-faced back in those days as well. In terms of the weather speed here, well, the humidity says 68%. Air temperature is 18.8. Track temperature 25.6. No rainfall here, which is on the good side as well. And we are gearing up for a great start. Let's head back over then and join Nikki Shields, who'll introduce David Addison and Tim Harvey as the cars will get ready to leave the grid and head down towards Redgate, and this race will be underway for round 22 of the season.
So it is time to get racing underway here at Donington. It is round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship with commentary from Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nikki, thanks. A lot to look forward to then in this first race of the day, and I guess a lot of it is going to surround the progress that can be made from Ash Sutton as far as the championship's concerned.
Yeah, you know, you can feel the tension down in the pits and the paddock. The season is coming to a crunch. Every race matters. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ash Sutton can do in this race, albeit he doesn't have many laps of boost to do it with.
Not only was it not a great qualifying session for him yesterday, it wasn't a great qualifying session for teammates Dan Rowbottom, Dan Canish, to a lesser degree Sam Osborne, so he doesn't have quite the same number of people up at the front of the grid to help him, unlike Tom Ingram, who's got Tom Chilton ahead on the grid, but Senna Proctor and Adam Morgan are not that far behind either. So again, the Team Virtue Hyundais have got strength in numbers up in the front of the grid. You've got Chris Smiley starting third, and he's going to be thinking potentially about an outright win, although the independence is in his mind. Talking Hyundais, let's have a word before we go racing with Adam Morgan. 8th 14th on the grid, Adam, so you've got cars all around you. Are you going to be aiming to have your own race here, or is there an element of helping Tom Ingram as a teammate?
We have to sort of wait and see how it all plays out. You know, the first lap in a touring car race is always pretty eventful, so we'll see where we end up after the first few corners, and then, you know, I want to be looking forward, I want to be moving forward. Obviously, I've got my bit to play, but you know, I've also got the two, Dan Cam and Robo in front of me in the championship who I want to catch, so we'll see what we can do.
And generally, it looks like it's been a happier season for you. You're enjoying being back in a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, definitely. I've really enjoyed working with Accelerate and Draper Tools and being back in front-wheel drive. I think the 10 years of the Mercedes A-Class has sort of left its mark on me, and it just feels more normal. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Excellent. Right, let's see how the first corner pans out. Good luck, Adam.
Thank you.
Adam Morgan then, as he says, taking it not a corner at a time, but certainly once you've got turn one out of the way, you know really what state you're going to be in. Anything can happen, as we know, in any touring car race, and it's going to be a very dramatic round to.
And here's the grid then. Tom Chilton and Tom Ingram line up as a team for Row 2, 1-2, and are both on the medium compound tyre. Row 2 of the grid, well, that comes in as well and takes over with a very interesting run with Smiley alongside Dal de Jong, both on the medium compound tyre. Row 3, Senna Proctor and Dan Camish again on mediums. Then row 4, Dan Rowbottom and Adam Morgan, medium compound tyres there. Row 5, Dan Lloyd on hards from Ash Sutton on the mediums. Row 6, Jake Hill and Gordon Shedden, medium for Hill, hard for Shedden. Dexter Patterson and Aaron Taylor-Smith line up on row 7, both on the medium compound tyre. Charles Rainford and Aidan Moffat, row 8, are on hards, same as row 9 with Sam Osborne and Josh Cook. Row 10 is Nick Hamilton on medium with Max Buxton on the hards. And row 11 sees Nick Holstead and Mikey Doble kicked out of qualifying for a ride height infringement. They're both on the medium compound as we wait to see what they can do. Getting all set then for round 22 of the season. Chilton has 7 laps of Toka Boost. Ingram 1, Smiley and de Jong and Proctor on 8. Camish 3, 4 for Rowbottom, 6 for Morgan, 8 for Lloyd, 2 for Sutton, 5 for Hill, 8 apiece for Shedden, Patterson, Taylor-Smith, Rainford and Moffat as they look from the top 16 on the grid from the next run throughout. 8 also for Osborne, Cook, Hamilton, Buxton, Holstead and Doble at the side of the grid. Team Verocchio lines up on pole position here as well. Tom Ingram got a great start back at Donington when we were here in April. Are we going to be seeing a similar launch down towards turn 1 from him? Watch out for though the BMWs, the fast starters, and don't count out Powermaxed Racing in their new borrowed Cupras. They are going to be charging through. Doble was 3rd on the grid in qualifying after yesterday, but failed the ride height. It's round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park. We're ready with beautiful sunny conditions. It's the last weekend and the last day of August. Let's kick in the summer action. Verocchio on pole position. Tom Chilton for the first time since 2011. 5-second boards are on, lights are on, and the lights go out. We're underway and Chilton doesn't get going. Really bad start from Tom Chilton. Ingram's going to have to defend his teammate down towards turn 1 from the fast starting Chris Smiley, who's also under pressure from the BMW of Dal de Jong. De Jong's going to go wide, and Ingram still having to defend, but it's 3 wide as they come out down through Redgate in towards the Craner curves. Smiley's trying to take both the Team Verocchios for the race lead. Ingram's got the inside line coming through the old hall, and Chilton chops off his teammate. Chilton leads Ingram, Smiley, de Jong. The top 4 status quo. Camish and Rowbottom up. Proctor down 2 places. Sutton on 2 places where he started. Patterson has lost down 5 as they come up towards Coppice for the first time. Hugging the inside line. Dal de Jong's getting in that from Camish just behind in that special Ford Mondeo throwback livery. The Verocchios are up into the distance as well as BMW side by side. That's Dal de Jong with Camish, and then coming through Dan Rowbottom on the inside line as well. In fact, all of the Napa the Fords are in a battle together as well, as Camish has jumped ahead. Down de Jong's desperately trying to hold off as well as they come into the Fogarty S's for the first time. Off the track goes Camish, kicks up the spray of gravel into the wall of the Accelerate cars. That's going to be a little bit hard on the brakes into Melbourne for the first time. Just trying to hook up the inside line. Everybody making it through the first lap relatively unscathed. Napa going wide, 3 wide of the exit, coming round the outside. That's Senna Proctor, who's lost 3 places on the own lap, into Goddard's for the first time. Proctor's on the inside, down de Jong, absolutely sinking. Everyone on the hard tyres had a terrible start. Great start to everyone on the mediums as down de Jong goes wide as we come in towards Redgate. Lap 1 complete, 13 to go on the 14. Proctor's on the inside, defending hard from Adam Morgan. Hill's having a battle as well. De Jong just sinking. So number 1 car passes number 2 car as they go through the Old Hall for the first time. Down we go, just keeping through, and a little bit of dust getting kicked up. Proctor's going to the inside line of Adam Morgan in the Old Hall. He's going to be wide. Morgan's going to go on the token boost and go through. Hill's on the token boost as well, trying to look around the outside for any all positions. It's a bit close to call as they come up the hill for the first into the braking zone, and Hill gets ahead. Proctor down, and unfortunately as well, not the start that you were expecting for. Unfortunate for that of Dal de Jong. He's on the medium compound tire, but having problems on that start procedure. Dan Camish as well, making his way up. He's in 4th position now with Rowbottom in positioning as they come through the chicane, and Fogarty down towards the Melbourne hairpin. And Camish having to go defensive. Rowbottom, his teammates looking all over the place. Dal de Jong and Senna Proctor having a bit of a ding-dong as well. Coming around the outside, Aaron Taylor-Smith trying to find it positioning. Rowbottom's got a great run on his teammate though. Look at the 2 Virtues. They are so far ahead as they come in towards the Goddard's hairpin for the second time. Camish desperately trying to hold through the hairpin. Shorter run, of course, down towards turn number 1 compared to when we used the S's section. Through we go once more, all looking good on lap 3 of 14. Sutton's now right behind Rowbottom, so we've got Camish, Rowbottom, Sutton, 3 of the 4 nappers running 4, 5 and 6. Morgan running in 7th as they drop down the hill once more, trying to hug that inside. A little bit of a drift from the front wheel there of Dan Camish as they come through the old hairpin. Dal de Jong gets ahead of Gordon Shedden. Osborne gets ahead of Patterson as well. Chilton and Ingram lead by 3 seconds already, and Ingram's leading the championship to Ash Sutton. Now stands at 24 points, but is Tom Chilton going to do the teammate game and let Ingram through for more championship points? Answer, personally, I don't think so. Chilton's got momentum this weekend. His first pole since 2011, and now he really wants to have a race win as Osborne battling with Doble. Doble's made a storming start, up 4 places as well. Those Power Max Racing squad fighting back after their fire a couple of weeks ago. They are absolutely hammer and tong together. They are not going to hold back. This is a tremendous battle and a tremendous race so far. Sam Osborne going defensive as well. They're trying to take positions out there on the circuit. Into Goddard's. Through the hairpins here. Ingram on. Yeah, look at that. Rowbottom 225. Hill 205. Chilton 192. Osborne was on the inside. Doble still got sent wide a little bit. Josh Cook was trying to have a look on the inside. Now we're taking a look at the battle for 3rd position between Smiley, Rowbottom, Camish and Sutton. And Smiley has to go defensive. Locks up the inside front tyre. Coming in towards Redgate. Rowbottom just jumping the curb a little bit. Trying to find a bit of momentum as they go down through the Carrera curves towards the old hairpin. And this is a replay down the straight in towards the Fogarty S's. This is Robo going around the outside of Dan Camish into the braking zone, and Camish didn't look like he put much defence on there to his own teammate. It is early days in this race. You don't want to be playing any silly games. It's a long lap here, 1 minute 33 in a touring car as the battle continues to brew. The inside line getting a little bit drifty. Robo's trying to have a look through as well now. Robo on Smiley, not going to work out. And now on the inside line, Smiley brakes hard. Hyundai 1, 2, 3, Ford 4, 5, 6 at the moment. That's quite an achievement. Hyundai then goes 7. BMW is only in 8th position as Robo dives up the inside, coming in towards Melbourne Hairpin. At the same time, Camish is under attack from Ash Sutton, so they're all going at it now at the hairpin. Robo's got the inside line coming in towards Goddard. Camish has the inside line to Sutton. Sutton's going to try and send him around the outside. Now, Rowbottom's dealt with Smiley, but there's a battle on the front row between the two teammates. Ingram has taken the lead of the race. Ingram has taken the lead on lap 5 of 14. Ingram leads now to Chilton second, Robo third, Smiley fourth, diving up the inside. Sutton goes for a move and forces Dan Camish out of the way of Redgate. Fantastic move on the inside line, but they're having to be vulnerable now to Adam Morgan as they come through the corner curves. Camish is pushing the back of Sutton down towards Old Hairpin, and Sutton having to defend. Well, they may be in the Mondeo livery of the early 2000s. They're racing like it's a super touring car era, banging, pushing everybody out of the way. It is proper touring car action at Donington Park as they come up the hill once more. Camish now ahead. Sutton is in 5th position, Smiley in 4th, Robo is in 3rd. Now, Camish has yet to use any of his 3 laps of hybrid Toka boost battery power to come through, just to get all of them coming through on the inside. Travis says hello everybody, coming in as well. As they go down towards the S's, Camish under attack. Morgan thought about a move on the inside line. Through the S's we go. Bit of gravel on the curve as we were expecting. It's been a bit of an up and down day anyway so far, but what a fantastic, energetic race this is being as Smiley locks up again. The front right tyre almost smashes into the back of Robo in 3rd position. Robots is going to have to go defensive coming into Goddard and maybe even down in towards turn 1 at Redgate. Took a wide line in to cut off that charge from Smiley because he was going to have a better exit. And now I'm just looking at Sutton, who's trying to come back into the mix. Jake Hill is actually performing really well. 2 wins back at Knock Hill out of the 3 races. He didn't win race 2 though, he won race 1 and 3. Talk about unusual days for Jake Hill. Patterson's dropped another place as well. Josh Cook on his return to the championship up into 17th position. As again, Camish locks up front right, coming over the crest down in towards Old Hall. This is a tremendous action so far. And I see, Travis, you're saying the same thing as me. I just looked down at the YouTube chat. Adam Morgan on board then. He's in 7th position. Dal de Jong, 7 places dropped. That's unbelievable stuff for him. Lap 6 of 14. Black and white flag for cars 16 and 32 for track limits. So the 16 is Aidan Moffat, and the 32 is going to be that of Dan Rowbottom in 3rd position. Track limits have been the reason. You can see that on your monitor up here in the commentary box, as well as Hill tries to go around the outside of Adam Morgan down in the Melbourne hairpin. Hasn't worked out, so he tries to get a regenerated exit. BMW running the 3-groove rear bumper on the back of Jake Hill this weekend, so compared to the silky smooth ones we've had before. As Chilton now has retaken the lead of the race away from Ingram. Now, Ingram let Chilton through. Coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. And Chilton gives Ingram a little bit of a wave. So there's a bit of team communication going on here, as Chilton's just made a brand new lap record on the Donington Park Grand Prix layout. On lap 2 of the race, it was a 1:33.706. It's a new lap record that's been brought in. Now, I just wonder if maybe the team said let Ingram through for points. Chilton did it, and then there's now no need. We're starting in 5th position. So Ingram didn't like that call and let Chilton through. We'll hear what they have to say to Louise and to Alan Hyde after the race. We go into the lunch after this. We'll have a pit lane walkabout for you here to enjoy on the audio. As we now see Jake Hill diving around the outside of Adam Morgan. A beautiful move down into the Fogarty S's the outside and shut the door before having to turn it on the right. Fabulous bit of racing here. Now, Sutton's yet to use any of his hybrid. He's still got 2 laps of it remaining as we are now halfway through this race. Chilton leads, Ingram in second, Smiley, Sutton 4 and 5 as they come back through. Smiley going defensive. Sutton is pushing him everywhere as they come out of the last corner. Up towards the line they come then. What action and drama has Donington Park got for us here today? In towards turn 1 at Redgate. Hooks that inside line up very, very nicely. Still trying to find some positioning and some data change that might be able to explain some of the action we've been witnessing. So far, nothing coming up on the timing monitors. As we now see Sutton again trying to have a little bit of arge. Coming through, they can't find the traction. Barging, he's through, he's going for it. Sutton dives up the inside. Coming up into turn 9, the McLean. That's fabulous move. Hill sliding out as they come up towards the top of Coppice. Sutton dives through, goes up into 4th position. Now, last lap time by 135.068 for Chilton, 135.174 for Ingram. That's the deal at the moment as they turn in to the S's section once more and down into the braking zone at Melbourne. Camish defending really, really well as we see. Still more battles going on as Chilton leading from Ingram. Again, trying to find that inside line. Camish can't find the acceleration. Hill's just dropping back a tiny bit as well. Just getting pushed down now. Exit of Goddard's down towards turn 1 at Redgate. Sutton's up 6 places from where he started. Camish is out of hybrid power for the rest of the race. So there's no boost left for Dan Cam in 5th position. Only moved up a single place. He's now challenging Ash Sutton. But how fast will Smiley run? He's still got hybrid power left to use as Dow de Jong holding that inside line clearly. That 3 was apparently, again, another fast run between them. Yeah, Chilton now 1:33.706 at that time has been confirmed as a new lap record. Black and white flag for the 22, the 40, the 80. Now the 20, the 80 is going to be for Tom Ingram. The 40 comes across the line as well for Aaron Taylor-Smith. And the 22 again coming up now as well on our time monitors for Chris Smiley, who runs in 6th position. Well, I've given him a lap to get adjusted before throwing him under the bus because I don't want him to be out of position with anything. But Tom Cairns has joined the commentary box now. Tom, welcome. This race just over the second halfway distance, and we're in for an exciting strategy battle at the moment. What are you making of touring cars as we see Smiley under attack this time? Hill's going around the outside. Smiley's on the inside to go defensive. This is still over 6th position. Hill was trying the outside manoeuvre. Smiley's had to go incredibly defensive. Hill just barging him through as they come up towards Goddard's. We're looking on the camera from Adam Morgan, who's got no boost the rest of this lap, but he's still going to go for him on the inside line. This is Smiley massively disadvantaged, and he gets forced down onto the grass. Morgan goes through. He's into now 7th position. Hill goes through to 6th, and Smiley draws 2 places in 1 corner as the clouds cover the circuit, but no rain expected. That was a good move there, Tom, but hello, welcome.
Yeah, it was a very good overtake from Jake Hill because it looked like Chris Smiley had the high ground into Melbourne hairpin, but Hill was able to keep himself alongside for when they got over to Goddard's. And yeah, it was a super overtake for Hill to move up into 6th position. He's got 1 more lap of the boost available should he need it. But the bigger picture is at the front involving the Team Virtue cars of Tom Chilton and Tom Ingram. There's no doubt in my mind that Chilton will let Ingram through for the sake of the championship, and Rowbottom will most certainly do the same with Sutton behind.
Well, it's interesting because that's what I thought would happen between Chilton and Ingram. Chilton did let Ingram through at one part of the race very early on, and then Ingram let him back through again. He pulled out of the Melbourne hairpin to the inside line and let him go through.
Well, that's rather bizarre because, you know, they don't need to do it now, but they just cannot afford to hold each other up. I think when it gets to the last lap or something, that'll be when Ingram will be allowed through by Chilton, which I know some fans won't particularly like because they feel like it should be one on merit. But for the team's sake, it's not the fans' decision on how it should be decided, it's the team's decision on how they want it done. So Ingram is going to be, well, there's going to be some communication, no doubt about it, but we know what Tom Chilton's like. He's a very noble man. He usually lets drivers through as of when he needs to let them by. And Ingram is no exception to that. I'm sure if it was the other way around, I think Ingram would feel the same.
Over the line and they cut. The gap is a second at the moment, but Chilton has to use all of his token boost. He's still got 3 laps. It's down the inside. We go once more. Senna Proctor gets to on Smiley. Smiley gets the undercut right back at him. Proctor tried, just went too wide and top. How many times were we looking out the coverage box window when we were there earlier on in the year down for turn 1? Because that very thing kept happening.
Yeah, all the time, believe it or not, and that was super. We saw so much of it over at Coppice and McLean's. It was a super day all around involving these drivers when we came here in April. But there we see the Team Virtue cars. First and second places, a dream scenario for a good friend of ours, Chloe, that is, and perhaps Ozzy as well, who were down there at Donington this weekend watching on. And Ingram, well, it looks like he's getting closer. He'll look to be extending that 17-point margin he had coming into this race. And Sutton, well, he's going to have it all to do in race 2 later.
This is going to be so much fun as well. Race 2 will be coming to you with Josh Turner on lead comms, while myself and Tom are at...
Hello.
Hello, JT, and Sam Thornton as well. I'm glad to see you here, mate, keeping an eye on things as well. You can have your camera on if you like, with the final camera, so I can easily press the button. And Taylor Smith again, just punching his way through, coming in at 10th place. He's at 4 places where he's at. Biggest shock, Smiley and Proctor dropping down several places. Didn't expect that. Still looking at
It's worth mentioning that Chilton won here in April,
yeah.
JB, so this is clearly a circuit that Chilton very much loves. I don't know if you mentioned it, but this is his first pole position he had since 2011.
Yeah.
A long, long time since Chilton got pole.
Yeah.
And this has probably been the best season that Chilton has had for a long time. And I'm very happy to see him performing at the top of the game, even though he's been around in British touring cars for more than 2 decades.
I've just been having a look at Tom Chilton's past form at Donington. Won here in 2004. Then he also has won here in 2023, of course, with Bristol Street Motors with Accelerate. That was race 2, so he's had a couple of wins around here.
He's, that race back in 2022, you and Megan won the commentary, weren't you? That was the rain-affected race, and I walked to the commentary box to all hell breaking loose. That was an exciting one.
Well, all I will say is that I've had a look at the rain radar. I'm not confirming anything at the moment, but there is a little bit of colour at the time that there is race 2.
Well, I've got a new monitor in here, so I'll be able to keep an eye on race 2 and all the drama going on there as well. So this commentary box now a fully fortified broadcast centre. We'll have to call it something else other than the commentary box. We'll have to borrow it from Radio Le Mans.
Enough time.
It did, yeah. We'll have to call it Radio Le Mans, the JBMotorsports Broadcast Centre. There you go, JT. That's something to get that AI voice on. What have you SRN called the AI voice?
I don't know.
I can't remember now. It was something funny that it made me laugh. Go on, Tom.
Yeah, with Sutton in 4th place, does he decide to be allowed through by Robotham, or do they give Sutton the chance to be on softer tyres for race 2? Because we saw it at Oldham Park earlier this year where Sutton dropped back to 4th position and he made the most of being on the softer compound for the second race.
Yeah, and
I can see that happen again here.
Yeah, this is the thing we've got to remember, because this is the team tactics that we have to do, because ultimately you were right. It was all going nuts to come through because Chilton, if he wins this race and Ingram's in 2nd position, Ingram gets less points in this event, then he's on the hard compound tyre for race 2 and will probably lose a lot more points, because all of the hard tyre runners here today in this first race have just sunk right down to the bottom. But if it's wet for race 2, then it's an equal opportunity, and everyone has to run that hard tyre again in the final race of the day. As well, that's Josh Cook getting a little bit of a jump as he gets used to the Toyota powered car. He ran a Toyota last season, so it's not too dissimilar to him at the moment, what he's used to. But yeah, changing teams for Josh Cook, and he's now moved away as Walker Motorsport. Will be back hopefully next season. So we're down. Still got 22 cars in the field though, which impresses me so much as we start the final lap of race number 1. Bit of sunshine in the air. You can just see that rain sort of coming in the distance, can't you, as well? And that's always going to be a factor. It rains here at Donington Park very, very heavily. It's an old-style circuit as well, so it doesn't drain as quickly as it used to as well. Boost deployed, so Robo, Camish, Hill, Osborne, Cook, they've all got no Toka boost left. Proctor, Smiley, they're all using it for the remainder as it comes through. But it's going to be, looks like Chilton's going to do it, Tom. He's not going to let it through. He's coming down the back straight. And unfortunately, Robo's right behind us. We see now the 59 Shedden bats in with the 99 of Rainford. And as Shedden goes through up into 12th position. But yeah, they're at the S's now, Tom, and I don't see Chilton passing, letting through.
Well, does he do it as they cross over the line, which would be pretty much Austria 2002-esque, wouldn't it? If he just allowed them through to take the win. But let's see what happens as we see Chilton and Ingram come through the S's for the last time. And what a race. I mean, if Chilton takes this win, he deserves it, because he has had a lot of luck go for him this season. And today, on a track where he's done so well in the past, including this year, he merits this win so much more than Ingram.
Well, it's been a while since he's done a pole position to checkered flag. But for Tom and Chilton, this is going to be his second win of the season. Both of them coming at Donington Park. Oh, he's going very slow out of Goddard's, but I don't think he's going to do it, is he? Oh, he's gone very slow towards the line, but he's flashing the lights. They're going to let him have it. A brilliant win for Tom Chilton. From lights out to checkered flag. He hasn't done that for a very, very long time. Pole position, led every lap. Fabulous run to come through over the line. And Ingram, brilliantly decided by the team here. I've just been given the text. Ingram led lap 4 and 5, which is 2 laps led, which is bonus points on the wall. As Hamilton hardly aggressing now, he's passed. That's passed. Yeah, Hamilton's got through. Hamilton on the inside line's made a move, and Hamilton gets ahead of Buxton. Hamilton finishes 20th. He passed Buxton at the last corner. Fabulous move from Hamilton. It's a Team Virtue 1-2. Chilton wins, and Ingram does pick up the bonus points for 2 laps led. A perfect team game, and it's his second win of the season here at Donington Park. Tom, that was a tactical margin there.
Well, that was a masterclass from Team Virtue. Very, very well done indeed, and that will help them in their chance in the Teams Championship as well. Closing on, I think they're ahead of Napa now in the Teams Championship. That's a big haul of points. A round of applause, and rightly so, down there over in the garage. And they've got the benefit of starting where they are in races 1 and 2, in race 2 later. But the difficulty is they'll have to start on a harder compound in that particular race.
You are right, there is now Team Virtue 589 and Napa on 587, a 2-point gap there. Here's your results then. Tom Chilton victorious from Tom Ingram in 2nd, Dan Rowbottom in 3rd, Ash Hutton 4th, Dan Camish 5th, Jake Hill 6th, Adam Morgan 7th, Senna Proctor is in 8th, Chris Smiley 9th, and Alan Taylor-Smith rounds out your top 10. 11th position goes to Dal de Jong, who dropped back from a good starting position. Gordon Shedden, Charles Rainford, Dan Lloyd alongside Aidan Moffat, Sam Osborne. Mikey Doble fought back to 17th from the back of the grid. Fabulous from him. Josh Cook, Dexter Bassett, Nick Hamilton getting that moved on the last lap. Moves up into 20th. Max Buxton finishes in 21st. And Nick Holstead will round out this event in 22nd position. In terms of the Teams Championship, well, this has changed up with the drivers. Tom Ingram now leads 341 points to Ash Sutton on 319. Dan Camish on 239, Dan Rowbottom 229. Jake Hill 207. Tom Chilton goes up now to 192. Adam Morgan on 179. Charles Rainford 137. Senna Proctor 124. And Chris Smiley on 123. So it is Chilton victorious, and race number 1 has gone into the books here at Donington Park. Victory for Tom Chilton for the first time in almost nearly 2 decades. He's finally managed to do a lights out to checkered flag. Pole position, brilliant race for him, and he wins round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Just thinking, guys.
Yeah, go on, JT.
Napa have also played a masterclass.
Yeah.
Because Sutton doesn't have to do tyres. Yeah. Where everyone else has to in the top 3.
As Tom pointed out earlier on, that's a masterclass if it's a wet race, because now he's not mandated onto the hard compound if we get a dry start and the rain comes, where those hards are going to lose temperature massively. So I will put money on right now Sutton's going to win race 2. What do you guys think?
I think he's got to win it as well. I think if he doesn't, then goodness knows how the draw could play out and who will start where for race 3. I think Sutton has got to go out there and win that second race to just be bound from it. And as we see, Tom Chilton climbing out of his Team Virtue car with another win to add to his CV, and what a job he's done.
We'll hear from him shortly as well with the team. For Tom Chilton, that is victory number 18 of his British touring car career as well, out of 525 starts to the running order as well, which is fantastic, because what a career he's had as well. Don't forget, he was with Powermax Racing for a time as well. He was in World Touring Car Championship from 2012 to 2017. Then he came back to the touring cars, where he belongs. He was with the Shredded Wheat Team Gallagher. That was a wonderful sponsorship delivery, wasn't it? Then he was with BTC, the Seasley Motorsport, Bristol Street Motors Accelerate. He stayed with now since 2022. And Team Virtue was the renamed brand of the Bristol Motorsports motors coming through as well. But yeah, trying to find out the last time he had a first to last in the touring car. Well, pole position to lights out, and it was a very, very long time ago to come into it. One victory this season, Donington Park, in race number 3. Yeah, started 3rd, finished 1st. I'm trying to see a 1-to-1 is what I'm looking for. I think actually, yeah, it was 1-to-3 when he was there in Brands Hatch. No, I can't see much where he's done it. No. So he's done one, I think it was 2008 at Snetterton. That could be a factor. That's the only one I can see on the stat sheet that gives in front of us here in the commentary box. Okay, well, let's head down then and get ready to rejoin Louise. But first of all, I just want to pick the brains of our colleagues here for the rest of the day, because unfortunately they were covering the Porsches. JT, starting with you, what have you been making of the touring cars this year, and what do you expect we're going to see throughout the remainder of the day?
It's been a very good year, hasn't it, for touring cars? And, well, it, I believe, is going to get a little bit chaotic a little bit later on. If, as mentioned, if Sutton doesn't win it, then it could get chaotic.
And Tom, coming to you as well. It's been I'm actually thankful you've been able to do quite a lot of the season with not clashing too much with Big and Hill. But yeah, what have you been making of the touring cars? Because we've been trackside a couple of times, got all the action done, and it's been a roller coaster season, because everybody's been going, well, this is a two-way street battle now, and Napa's suddenly back in the hunt after being nowhere last year.
This has probably been the most I've followed British touring cars in about 19 years or something like that. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it this year. I love British touring cars. It's a wonderful championship. I just sometimes forget that it's on. That's the only thing, because my motorsport schedule is very, very busy. But I've been thoroughly enjoying the championship this year, and we've still got 2 drivers in genuine contention to become champion, either for the 2nd time or for the 5th time in their careers. Will Tom Ingram come away with his 2nd championship in 4 years, or will Sutton make history?
I hope he can. It'll be quite an interesting battle. This is going to go down all the way to round 30, you know. It's going to be another one just like last year between Ingram and Hill coming into it. Yes, JT?
I have gone into the TSL time in archive.
Wow. Okay.
So all the way back to 2005 in the TSL time in archive. And Tom Chilton was on pole for his win, for his first race win and his 2nd race win on Snetterton 2005.
Do you know, I'm so happy that my brain knew that. I thought it was 2 decades, and I knew it was around Snetterton. I just couldn't remember exactly when it was. JT, you are the star.
The 2008, you mentioned it was a 3rd place, not a
3rd place
win.
Yeah.
let me go back into the other years.
I'm amazed he's been able to find that so quickly. JT is the ultimate stat producer right now. That's amazing to come through. So 2 decades. Wow.
When I mean it is the TSL timing archive, you know how the grid graphics look on the PDFs are?
Yeah.
I am sending you now
what it looks like.
what it looks like.
Okay. Oh my God, it's way old. That is total 2005. Let's head that down then and rejoin Nikki as we get ready to talk to our top 3 after a fantastic opening race here at Donington Park for round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Non-stop action, non-stop drama, a brilliant day, and our race winners are down in Parc Fermé with Louise Goodman for all of the news.
Thank you, Nikki. And Tom, if your excitement level was 12 out of 10 after the pole yesterday, where is it after that win?
Oh, I always describe things, it's like having a win. Whenever I talk, that was the win. Second one this year for me, personally, and it feels as good as the first one. The first one maybe back in 2004 in the British Touring Cars, my first win in this, and all these years on, it still feels just as good. And it was so nice that me and Tom could qualify front row and finish on the front. We've obviously this weekend got the perfect setup on the car. It's working really well, and me and Tom had some nice fun and games out there too.
You ticked all of the boxes because you got the fastest lap, obviously the laps for being in the lead, but you weren't in the lead the whole time, so there was a little bit of team tactics going on as well.
Oops. I was supposed to give the fastest lap to Tom. So, oops, sorry Tom, that was supposed to be your point. I clearly drove a little bit too quick. But yeah, I'm happy to give him the point. We figured it out. I spoke on the radio and said, look, last corner, let's swap. And then he had a couple of laps in front, and then I was looking behind going, we're doing quite well here, aren't we? And then pushed on in front, and I think Barry was getting nervous about the nappers closing in, so he said, start saying, you have got lots of laps of Toca Turbo Boost, try and use it. And I started using it to then pull out at the end. So it was fantastic. From lights till the finish, it was perfect.
We had the conversation before the race about what the tactics were going to be, because obviously there's always that, are they going to switch and give t'other Tom, the championship leader, the win? We did wonder as you were coming down to the line, but that was it. Did you think about it?
I backed out because I wanted Team Virtue to be across the line together, so it looked good for a photo finish. I was thinking about that, yeah. the ever showman I am.
Oh, good stuff. Congratulations. Well done on that one. Right, let's join the little chat that's obviously going on over here, and with Thomas, as we're calling you now, Thomas number 2, obviously. Thomas number 1, your illustrious teammate, having won the race. Nonetheless, I mean, a great result for you. We were just talking about the tactics, so obviously you got the point for leading the race. A lot of other teams would have made that swap. Are you quite happy with the fact that you didn't swap at the end and take the victory from Tom?
Yeah, fine. You can't take a win off someone. I think seconds and thirds, I think we all look at slightly different. Look, it's an amazing championship to be in, and we absolutely love being part of it. So when you've got wins, you don't want to give away wins. And we agreed it right at the start. You know, seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths, that sort of stuff, we're okay with switching. But sort of Tom was right, and he's very right in saying we all remember the winners, don't we? We all remember how many race wins you took that year or whatever like that. So we did what we could to sort of try and bump the points situation up. But no, I'm absolutely fine. There was obviously watching a little bit of the race going on behind. Ash was never going to go any further than 4th, so he's got the favourable tyre for this next race. They're the tactics that are being played. We're trying to squeak a point there and a point there. They're guaranteeing themselves a win in this next race. So it's just what you have to do. With the tyre situation and the tyre strategy over the course of the year, we've seen it this year that the soft to a hard is too much. A medium to a hard and a medium to a soft might be okay. We'll see Ash win this next race. We've got to make sure we're as good as best of the rest. And then let's see where we are come race 3, whatever the weather may be, whatever the weather's going to be for race 2, it's going to be one of those.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because we are predicted to have rain later on today. I would imagine you're now going to be doing an absolute rain dance to negate that advantage that Ash is going to have with the softer of the 2 compounds on his car.
Well, yes and no. It depends if it needs to be wet for race 2 and race 3.
Otherwise, we're going to be on that. Well, we'll all be a hard tyre race. So it'll be what it'll be. We can only control the controller, as I've said to you no end of times, and you'll be getting sick of me saying that. And people probably want to punch me in the face every time I say it. They probably want to punch me in the face just before I've said it. But anyway, so I think they're just the tactics we've got to play. But as a Team Virtue 1-2 at Donington, having qualified 1-2, very, very good start. Really, really nice start. Let's see what goes on for the rest of the day.
Good stuff, well done. And let's bring in our P3 finisher. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Great result for you. I mean, from P7 on the grid, P3, you were quick.
Yeah, we were racing. The car was great. Didn't really want to finish third, if I'm honest. And I was trying to give it to Ash over the radio. I was like, come on, take it. But the strategy works best for him to stay there. But yeah, we'll take a podium, first one of the day. We need to take the points where we can. There's a chance of rain for race 2. If that happens, that'd be great. And if it doesn't, we'll just have to race as hard as we can.
I mean, it was all about strategy for you guys, for the Team Virtue guys. But you, nonetheless, you've got to make the strategy work. What was the situation with you and Dan Cam? Because he seemed to give you that place, but you looked like you got the pace anyway. Was that the conversation that was being had?
I don't think he gave it me. He was making it quite hard at times. We had a little bit of a, ta-ta-ta in a couple of places. Nothing bad. I don't think there's anything for me and Dan to do other than to help Ash achieve the most amount of points ultimately. And I'm still in a race with Dan Cam for P3 in the championship. So, that side of things, we're both gloves off. But then if we have to help Ash, we've got to play the game.
Well, and what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next race? Because obviously you're now going to be on the more less favourable tyre.
Yeah, if we can hang on to a reverse grid spot, that would be great. But obviously we're going to be one of 3 on hard. I don't suspect anyone will go hard for race 2 by choice. So we can just pray for a bit of rain.
Right, we will see you out there later. In the meantime, let's go back to Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Lou. I mean, wow, what a race. What a result for Tom Chilton there on absolutely flying form. It really was a superb race for him from lights to finish.
Yeah, it was. It was amazing. You know what? I was just talking to you off air, Nikki. Tom Ingram is a fantastic driver, and he has just gone up, in my estimation, massively, because that would have been so easy to switch.
Yeah.
And give him the extra points. He explained it very well on interview there. But as a driver, me and Jade, we would have been like, can you do me a favour, mate, and get out of the way? But Tom Chilton, you would want in your corner every day of the week. Brilliant.
Huge amount of sportsmanship there and support for each other. And obviously, Tom Ingram didn't want to take that win away from Tom Chilton.
No, I think because of the confidence that Ingram has at the moment in his own car and his own championship campaign, he was okay to give Chilton the win because he earned it in his own right, but they didn't call for that team order because Chilton earned that win in his own right, and rightfully so, and Ingram probably saw that and thought, do you know what, he's quick enough, he's done the job, he helps me when he can, and Ash isn't right on my back bumper, so let's carry on as we are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's talk a bit about Napa Racing there, because they were playing a bit of game of chess during the course of that race. I mean, Sutton, he really did work hard, moved up from P10 to finish in 4th.
Yeah. I'm just going to interrupt. Tom, they've nicked our presenting spot. Have you noticed? That's literally, I've just looked up for the monitor. That's where we did the commentary from race 2 on. They've nicked our spot.
I knew you were going to mention something about that, and I was just thinking, don't say it.
I'm glad me and Tom weren't standing. I'm glad me and Tom weren't standing there. They're literally, I know where that is. That's just outside the commentary box next to the media centre, and that's where we stand to commentate on the races. They've nicked it. Cheeky, just cheeky. It's a great spot. That's weird.
The team will have control of what really goes on because they're professional drivers. The team pay them.
Do they?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
they like to think they do. Control of 2 drivers.
It's a professional team, and if you don't do what the team say, then that's it. So I am interested to see, but again, I think it's great because Ash now in this next race with these 3 hard tyres for the top 3, this is going to be proper hard at it.
Yeah, and Tom Ingram has just put himself in a great position now. He leads ahead of Ash Sutton by 22 points, which is a great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It's gone. It couldn't have gone any better for him. The only thing could have been, obviously, that Ash didn't climb as high as he did. But this second race will be pivotal. I think this will be pivotal. We all expect Ash to win from 4th on the softer of the tyre, so the medium tyre against the 3 in front on hards. Pivotal now. So let's see what happens. Will they try and push him back? Tom Chilton's up there with Tom Ingram. Yeah. He's going to help him out.
And then Dan Rowbottom sneaking in a podium as well, his 7th podium of the season. Nice result for him.
Yeah, he was quick for a lot of yesterday as well. I think he was fastest in FP1, and he's a very determined, focused driver, and he wants to score as many points as he can. He said to me on Friday that he's in this battle for 3rd that he doesn't really want because he wants to win the championship, but equally for his team, for his sponsors, for everyone around him, he'll want to be as high up in the championship as possible. So yes, he'll be playing the team game, but the deficit between him and Ash was about 5 or so seconds, so it wasn't worth the switch around. But yeah, he'll be happy with that result.
All right, well, let's go down to Louise for some more driver interviews.
So, Adam, thought we'd have a catch-up after the frustration of yesterday. Let's just talk about that first of all. I mean, such an amazing drive from Mikey in a car that he's only just jumped into. How frustrating was that?
Very. I don't know what else you can say, really. I mean, everybody worked so hard, and Mikey did a great job during the day in qualifying, and the roller went under both sides, but not quite in the middle. Rules are rules. Not one that I think is a particularly good one, obviously, but it is what it is.
We were sort of joking in the back of the truck yesterday afternoon about the fact that you started a race, I can't remember when it was, with Senna Proctor from P27, I think it was, and then Senna went on to win. So that was Mikey's task today. It's easy to say it, but a lot more difficult to do it. How was it for him in that first race?
Yeah, it is difficult. I mean, you can't get past all of those cars, certainly up to first, without something going our way, like some rain. So we're doing some rain dances in the back of the truck, and hoping that comes out for race 2 or race 3 at some point today.
Generally speaking, how have things been for the team, you know, in the last couple of weeks? I mean, it's still a scramble, I would imagine, to get everything up and running as you would like it. You're still very much kind of working in a tricky manner.
Yeah, the boys and girls back at base are absolutely flat out. I mean, over the bank holiday weekend, they had one day off, and a lot of the other days they were working well past midnight trying to get these cars where we want them to be. It's the downside of being competitive. We don't want to just come here and kind of take part. We want to actually be in the race, and we're not there yet.
Best of luck for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll be going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. They really are going in the right direction. I mean, you know, let's not forget, they had that huge fire. Things don't happen overnight. This is going to be a really long journey ahead of them to get themselves back to where they were.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, they're a fantastic team. They've got great people there. Boys and girls work so hard. I think one thing that Jade will back me up with is that they are such hard workers and a fantastic team. They've been given a car that's never, let's be honest, done that well. They needed some rain. It's shown how quick Doble and the team are. But yeah, they got through out with the roller because it wouldn't go underneath. The ride height failed. It's a shame. That car will only get better and better. Is there enough time for a really amazing result? I'm not too sure unless it rains.
Do you think they can turn it around at all today?
I think it speaks for itself where Adam's sort of body language there and the way he was being interviewed, it was a little bit sombre. He knows he needs rain, and although we had a lot of rain overnight, we can see now that we're basking in sunshine. So it's unlikely to happen, but they do hold that hope that, you know, at Silverstone or Brands, when we're later in the year, likelihood is it's going to be cold, it's going to be damp, and it will go in their favour. But for now, they're probably just getting through the day.
Yeah, indeed. Well, good luck to them anyway. Chin up and all that. It is now time for some F4 action. Let's go to Phil Glue and Richard John Neal.
Well, that was done. Yeah, go on, JT.
I've dug deep into the archive.
Yeah.
And they're on the formation lap now, so I will be quick. So
no, this is this morning. Went to the lunch break now.
Okay. 2005 touring car grid, as we mentioned earlier on. In addition to that, 2010 Brands Hatch GP Race 1 was a pole to win. He then got DQ'd from Race 2 of that event, and he got all the way back to 6th in Race 3 of that 2010 Brands Hatch GP event. 2010 Silverstone Race 2 was a pole to win. 2011 Knock Hill Race 1 was a pole to win. 2018 Knock Hill Race 3 was a pole to win. And 2019 Croft Race 3 was pole to win. 2024 Croft Race 3 was also a pole to win, which apparently doesn't count in JB's books.
Well, they don't. Race 3s don't count because...
But they do.
Well, they don't count because you get reverse grid draw to that position. So if you're having a terrible weekend, you're suddenly promoted up to the front. They count as wins, but they shouldn't count in as, oh, it's been a pole to win.
It's the official grid shows Tom Chilton as pole, and the official result shows Tom Chilton as the winner. That is the end on that.
I know it's very rare that we get to have a bit of a longer lunch break because of the way that the schedule's gone round today. So we will debate this because we've got until 12:35. That's when JT's taking over for the pit lane walkabout session.
Hold on. No, I was told 12:45.
Well, it makes more sense actually for 12:35 because then we can hand down to the track walk and then you can take over. And then after that, this is what we've got coming up this afternoon. 1:15, we've got the Vera Tools F4 British British Championship race for 25 minutes. Second race of the British Touring Car Championship day is coming up at 2:15. JT is going to be leading the commentary for that one. 3 o'clock, the Virtue Mini Challenge trophy is on, and then at 3:55 we've got the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, 19 laps there, and the final race of the day comes up at 4:55 for the touring cars, and about 14 laps ahead of us. So yeah, can I just point out, have they restarted this F4 race? Because I'm looking at it and I swear I've just seen this.
Yeah, I think you're right, JB. I thought the same as well.
Yeah, I swear I just saw the same grid twice. So that's we haven't been looking, but it looks like they have. Okay.
They did like start it, and then they went to something, and then I think they accidentally pressed the restart button or something.
Well, that's going to be throwing up the kilter then with everything. So that's at least we don't have those problems. But yeah, so that's your racing for the rest of the day. We're done about 5:30 here today on the stream, and then of course coming up on JBM we've got the Dutch Grand Prix at 1 o'clock, our pre-race build-up in around about 40 minutes time. Then we've got Nashville, the last IndyCar race of the season. Myself, for some reason it says Megan here as well, and I didn't put it there, so maybe Megan is joining us. JT and Tom Cans will be there with us as well for the last one, and then myself, Matthew Owens, JT and Jack are going to be in the box for the opening of the NASCAR playoff season at Darlington for the Cookout Southern 500. That's going to be a fantastic race coming into it as well. So, right now, we've got a bit of time to chat before the office gets underway. For that, we'll hand down in about 5 minutes' time. So, Tom, just coming to you quickly as well, looking ahead to what we've got coming up. It's damage limitation now, I feel, already for Tom Ingram. Starting on the hard tyre for race 2, he's going to be praying for that rain to come. Otherwise, we saw it, those cars just drop.
Yeah, but well, he's going to hope the rain arrives, even if it's just damp conditions. That'll be what he's hoping for. I've been looking at the weather app for Donington. I've been looking at East Midlands Airport, but it's literally next door to the circuit. Yeah. The rain's expected to hit around about 2 o'clock. What time did you say the race started for race 2? 2:15.
Yeah, literally the pit lane opens.
Even if it's just spits of rain. Well, I say spits of rain. It needs to be more than spits of rain for the wet tyres to be put on. But that'll be what he'll hope for.
JT, if it does go wet, are we in a situation where it could be like 2022? 2022, where everyone starts on dries, a couple of them come in to start and change over to wet tyres, but those at the back of the grid take the gamble, start on wets, and then we've got a chaotic race again.
I can't believe I just had to correct you on our Twitter because you jumped to conclusions before I even completed my evidence.
Well, I believed the evidence. I'm a terrible judge.
But Roa put out on Twitter that it was 2005 before I worked out that 2010 and 2011 was also a F1 qualifying pole to win. But anyway, yeah, rain is meant to be going. I saw that.
Go on.
And I have also been looking at all of the weather radars, because I actually have the weather radar somewhere that here it is, that Team Virtue use every now and again.
Someone just said, did Honda die? The Halford Jurassic Racing squad aren't in the championship anymore, sadly.
Do you want to know a story about that?
Oh, always. We've got a lunch break to fill. We've got some time to fill, so go on.
Near where I live, there is a Halfords dealership, which had a painted mural of the 52 Gordon Shedden car in his Halfords livery on the front wall. One day, I went past that. It was painted black. The next day, Gordon Shedden got announced his return.
So I can't use it anymore.
To Toyota.
Yeah. Well, that was a surprise when, Gordon came in very late, didn't he, that he was returning to the Touring Car Championship. And JT and Tom, we were both there on media day, and he was just walking around in a white suit looking like a stick because he had no branded Toyota suit yet. He was just walking around, and it was still very much embargoed that he couldn't be talking to people. We managed to get a couple of words out of him, but it was weird, wasn't it, Tom, about how his old mentality. He looked excited to be back, but he looked a bit miserable that he couldn't really talk that much.
Yeah, well, there's a thing with contracts involved and all that, and embargoes. So, but he's been around in the championship long enough to handle these things, and yeah, he's a good man when keeping these words. I think if it was a younger individual, I think they would be less likely to keep the important words to themselves. But considering that Gordon Sheddon's been around for long enough, he knows how to handle situations like that, because he's probably said things in the media in the past where that may have been a little bit out of line compared to what he's allowed to say. But that's a way of life. It's how you learn from these things, and clearly he's handled that very well on the media day. But I'm glad that he's performing at the top of his game now, because he won a race earlier this year at Alton Park, which was fantastic. It was a long time since he had won, and best of luck to him today. I don't think he finished that high today, did Gordon Sheddon, in the first race?
Sheddon finished in 12th position, so yeah, not that far. Sadly, he was inside the points, but didn't get too well in race number 1. Whirlwind Production says, I'm in Illinois, up early, thanks to the broadcasters. Thanks for the broadcast. Race this later on Assetto Corsa. Oh, enjoy. That they've got some great mechanics on there for a touring car at this place as well. Right, we're gearing up then to hand over. JT, art thou ready?
No, because it's 12:25, not 12:35.
All right, well...
not 12:45.
All right, well... We'll hand over soon to JT, but right now I'd like to thank Tom and JT, and we'll hand you back down to our colleagues at Toka Radio.
Chilton is, Tom Ingram rather, is regularly over on the front row of the grid, or certainly in the quick six, I think, every time.
Every time, yeah. He's the only driver, Tom Ingram, now to get into the quick six every time. The only other driver to do it was Dan Camish, but he didn't quite make it yesterday. And they are now the only two drivers who can win the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, which is where you award points for most points gained in qualifying. So it's like the race is 20 points if you are first in qualifying, 17 for second, 15 for third. They're the only two that can win it now. Ash Sutton's too far back with only 2 more qualifying sessions to go, of course, in that respect. But the 2 best qualifiers this year have been Tom Ingram and Dan Camish, who's also been excellent on Saturdays generally. So Tom Ingram averaging second on the grid, which is exactly where he was for today's race. He had 2 poles, 3 seconds, a third and 2 fourths. So Tom Ingram has never been lower than 4th on the grid for a first race of a weekend based on qualifying. And Dan Camish has almost matched him. He's averaged 3rd on the grid, 2 poles, 1 second and 2 thirds being his best qualifyings of the year so far. Whereas Ash Sutton has only averaged up until yesterday, 7th on the grid. That might have got up to an average of 8th now, because he actually qualified 11th, which was his joint second worst of the year. As Josh said, he didn't quite make Brands Hatch Q2, so he was 13th on the grid for the race 1 at Brands Hatch towards the start of the season. Has had 1 pole, has had 1 other front row start, but has only been into the quick six 4 times, whereas Tom Ingram has been into the quick six all 8 times so far this season. So those Saturdays have certainly contributed to helping Tom Ingram amass more points in the first race of the weekend, the start of a race weekend, than Ash Sutton. Marcus Simmons from Autosport actually gave me a really intriguing stat this morning. Up until that race that we just had, in race 1 of every weekend so far, apart from the 2 races at Donington Park, race 1, the highest placed Ford has been Dan Camish, not Ash Sutton. So Ash obviously had 2 wins here at Donington at the start of the season. But in all the other race weekends, apart from the 2 at Donington, race 1, it's actually been Dan Camish that's been the highest placed of the Ford Focuses. So quite an intriguing stat, and just showing really that Ash Sutton's bigger points across the course of the weekend he's had to fight for, and they've had to come in the second and third races of the weekend rather than in the opening race of the weekend. So we are around about 5 minutes away now from the pit lane autograph.
Did you see the queue?
Oh, it's opened up already.
Did you see the queue? Because it came all the way down here, right the way down the back of the trucks, and then started to loop back on itself as well.
That's a huge.
So it is a huge crowd, yeah.
Yeah, they've just opened it up now. In fact, for the first 5 minutes, it's opened up slightly ahead for the main crowd for people with some disabilities that get to come in first. So they've been allowed in now with 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for another half an hour. Everybody else will flood in, and it's going to be absolutely packed, isn't it?
It is going to be packed, so that's why we've sent Josh down there to see if he can get his way through the crowd to have a couple of conversations with the drivers. But here on Toker Live, we're going to keep you company over the course of lunchtime with Josh down there on the pit lane walkabout, and also we've got 2 guests from Goodyear that are turning up in just a couple of moments here on Toker Live on Radio Donington on 94.3 FM.
So we'll hold back before we hand over to JT, ready for the following presentation down on the grid. Let's get final thoughts then with the team. Tom, coming in, race 2, dry or wet? And if it is going to rain, is it going to be a throwing up race?
It's going to be wide open, certainly. But it could be a mixture where if we get to that crossover, if it's very minimal, the rain, and it stops, do you go on wets or do you go on slicks? It could be a repeat of what we had in 2023, where Nick Hamilton made the most of the conditions.
Yeah, JT just said wasn't going to be music. Sorry, I've got that wrong. Okay, so, JT, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. What about you?
I don't know what one we're on, so I've got mics connected to both.
Oh, we're still on me. I've still got control.
Okay.
I haven't pressed stop yet, so you keep yours going, and we'll sync up in a minute. Once Alan returns to the comms box. What do you think race 2 is going to be then, dry or wet?
Wet. Or, at the moment, it's possible that it's dry start, wet in the middle, which would make it very interesting.
Oh, great.
We'll see what the British weather will give us.
From personal experience, being at Donington Park when it rains, don't ever underestimate the ability to bring second socks. You're going to need them. It's going to be so wet. The whole media centre during 2024 opening round of the championship smelt like a wet dog. It was really pungent in there. Really bad.
I regret not being in bed for longer because of the delay that we had.
I did. Got to the circuit. Well, we both got to the circuit about 9 a.m, didn't we? Because you were at the hotel, weren't you? You said last year.
Yeah, I was at the hotel. Yeah, and I was mingling with the likes of Chloe, Oz, and all that.
Well, I was bumping up and down, going, "Well, what do we do? Are we going live? Do I set up? Yeah, this is. I don't know where am I going to be." It ended up we had to miss the MotoGP race because everything was on at one time. Thankfully, that won't happen anymore. Okay, it's getting ready then. Time to head down to the grid, and we will have our lunchtime walkabout. Alan Hyde will be mingling in with the drivers and also the public, so make sure that you get ready for all of that action. And we'll be back, myself and Tom, for race 3 of the day, and JT will be with race 2. Let's head over now.
But Radio Donington 94.3 FM. That was a request, actually. If you've got a musical request for the lunch hour, then by all means send it in on WhatsApp. Your first name plus your message to 07482 877 plus your message to 07482 877 877. That was a request. It was for Bob Dawson, our engineer, that was very lucky. He was one of the VIPs at Brian Adams' Warwick Castle concert on Thursday evening heading into this touring car weekend. And I have to say, Bob, good choice. We talk so much about tyres and the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship because they make such a huge difference to the championship, and they really do spice things up. So we thought it would be a nice idea to speak to a couple of the guys that work very hard over the course of a race weekend. One who is on her first weekend with Goodyear with the BTCC, Annie Gochlan, alongside a man that has been around the BTCC paddock for so many years, hands out all the trophies for race 3. And that's just a small part of his duties over the course of the weekend. Because, Mickey Butler, welcome to the studio. It's the first time we've had you on Toker Live this year, isn't it?
It's officially first time?
This is the first time. Officially first time this year.
Oh, is the court ordered?
Yeah. Yes, you're allowed in again now. But you came up to the studio when we were having the pre-season test here at Donington, and it's a great place to watch up here. You have an overview of everything rubber-wise as far as the BTCC is concerned, and it does have a huge part to play, doesn't it?
Yeah, we spend a lot of time. We're very proud partners of the BTCC, as you know. We spend a lot of time in the off-season reviewing the previous year's season. Where can we improve? Where can we push on? We get challenged every year by Mr. Gay or Alan for new ideas. How can we spice things up?
Yes.
So we take that and run with it. We like what we bring, the different lap times that we see now with different compounds. Not everybody's happy about it, but at some point it's the same for everybody. They've all got to go through.
Not everybody is going to be happy with every decision, are they?
No, but we have to bring something different. We could run every race on the same compound.
Yeah. And that was the fact that, was it Charles Rainford that put in an overall best, so a purple in the first sector, and he was on the hard tyre, which kind of defies physics, doesn't it?
Yeah, we, as us as engineers, we don't really see the races. We just watch lap times.
Yeah.
We're looking at how tyres perform over a race, how they're performing over a stint at Le Mans or WEC. We're just on about performance. That's all we're kind of.
Yeah.
We want great racing. We want to see racing. We want to give the public great racing. But first and foremost, we're there to look after the tyres, and that's key like Annie and the engineers in the pit lane, Dave, and all the guys and girls that are working hard with the team to get the optimum amount of tyres.
And it's Annie's first weekend with the BTCC. Have you watched the BTCC for many years, or are you fairly new to the whole experience?
Yeah, I think I'm fairly new to the whole experience with British racing. I kind of started out in F1, so I kind of started out there and then made my way into Goodyear, and I'm travelling with WEC and ELMS at the moment, so just dabbling in BTCC and TCR in the UK as
Seeing
well.
what it's all about. And has it been quite an interesting discovery for you to find out just how vital the tyres and the tyre choices are in a race weekend for the BTCC?
Yeah, for sure. I guess learning the characteristics of different compounds, it's quite important to see how these tyres are performing, especially on different tracks as well. So
Annie, what did you? Because you're quite young, me and Mickey are a bit. We are more experienced and
speak for yourself.
A bit more mature. What did you study at university?
So I studied motorsport engineering at Oxford Brookes University. I did my undergrad, coming up to the last bit of it was during COVID, so I went straight into my master's from there then. So yeah.
Wow. I mean, it is quite incredible the kind of experience that you can gain, Mickey, before you even get into actually doing it for a job.
Yeah, and I always say to the guys and girls is you can learn so much from the laptops.
Yes, yeah.
Talking to the drivers, talking to the engineers, looking at the tyres. Don't talk to drivers and engineers. Go and look at the tyres first. See what you can see on the tyre. Then go back. But it's all about that. One thing I pride ourselves on, that the whole of the Goodyear team, is the connection. Being able to have a conversation with a driver, good or bad, engineer, and I think that's where we shine. We sit in WEC, ELMS and Le Mans, and a good point that we had for Le Mans, we had 5-6 engineers coming from NASCAR.
Yeah,
from Goodyear, they come over to support us because we had our biggest ever grid of 41 cars we servicing, and they come over. And they couldn't believe how our team interacted with the teams.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get over there. They was a bit more, not standoffish is probably the wrong word. They was kind of not seen.
A bit more removed from the process.
And then our guys and girls that involved with the team, it's very impressive. Kind of thing I'm really proud of how the team developed.
Well, it's interesting because I made the point that you make the presentations on the podium for the third race, and you always celebrate the successes with the drivers. I always see you're absolutely delighted for them when they're doing well. That kind of reflects what you're just saying, that you've got a relationship with all of the drivers.
Yeah, and that takes time. You know what I mean? You've got to build it, and you've got to understand how the driving styles. You understand, And it's very hard to win a race in this British Touring Car.
Yes, yeah.
Anybody thinks they're going to come in and win it week in, week out is foolish.
Yeah.
We have some really talented drivers out there, you know what I mean? And when they win a race, it means a lot to them. You know, look, Tom today, he's drove impeccably.
Yes.
New lap record.
Yeah.
And was drove silky smooth.
Yes.
You know, he's not had all the luck all year. He's had a few issues and the fingertips precision. But you look at all the other drivers that are up and down the grid now, the new guys that come through, it's a pleasure.
So is it quite interesting, Annie, for you to see this weekend just how Mickey and the team interact with the teams and the drivers?
Yeah, it's so good, just, you know, that level of support that we, as Goodyear, give the teams and the drivers in general it's just so nice to see it. And just, you know, just kind of helping them here and there with, you know, things that we know a bit more of, kind of coming from like a tyre manufacturer, just in terms of wear, degradation, even grip and balance, just things like that.
So this weekend, have you been given a certain number of drivers or a certain number of teams that you're looking after?
Yeah, so I have 4 cars down in the pit lane, so just covering that group, so it's quite nice.
I need to ask you, Mickey, because we see the huge area that you have, because it's like going into my quick fit, my local quick fit, watching them changing tyres, and we all have to do it on a regular basis, but you guys are flat out over the course of a race weekend.
Yeah, you know, once we get in on Thursday, they're settled, and then that's it, they're flat out for, you know, 2 days fitting tyres. I think we've done 500-600 tyres.
Which is where you started, isn't it?
That's where I started. I used to drive a truck in or in the stores and one thing and another, and then stupidly I said, oh, I might have a go at that. And then I've gone through through R&D, sales, commercial, the labs, all different things without the company I've done. But it's quite nice that I'm coming to the end of my career and the new generation coming through.
Yes.
To, you know, being safe hands going forward.
And you're passing that in, yeah.
All the thing I can do is they know a lot more technically. One thing I just say is communication. Be yourself, believe in yourself, and you know, the confidence to speak to people. You know, it gives you so much confidence, and the team confidence. Okay, we've asked them a question. They give us a straightforward answer. Let's go with that.
It's fascinating to watch. How many people are involved at the circuit over the course of the weekend from Goodyear?
20 this weekend?
Yeah, I'd say about 20.
Yeah, it's 20.
So how many tyre fitters and how many engineers would you have?
5 tyre engineers. There's 5 engineers, isn't there?
5 engineers, yeah.
5 engineers, the fitting staff are 6. Then we've got marketing on board and everything else. And then we've got obviously people watching remotely.
Yes, wow.
So we've got all that going on in the background.
Wow.
It's a big operation. But, you know, this is one operation. You know, we did Le Mans this year with 41 cars. We had a staff of 100.
Wow.
It was a big operation, wasn't it?
Incredible.
Well, when she could stay awake.
Well, it's not easy to stay awake for Le Mans, is it? Do you not do it in shifts or
The engineers can't.
Right. Okay.
Because you go away, you lose track and lose focus where it is.
Same for the commentaries.
So the engineers have to stay.
Yeah.
Start all the way through, and they monitor everything. So Annie, you were with Aston this year?
Yeah, I was with Aston Martin GTs. Yeah.
You stayed awake all night.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah. What you're doing is highlighting the other thing, Annie. Presumably, you've grown to know what the banter is like within the team, because it's pretty strong banter, isn't it?
Completely. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But that's what gets you through the day as well, you know, being able to joke and everything like that as well.
So part of it, isn't it?
For sure, yeah.
So what's the plan with you within the company to get a feel for various different championships and then to work out maybe where you'll specialise for a little while?
Yeah, for sure. I guess like I started as a track support engineer, and I definitely like to make my way up those levels as well, even kind of into more of a manager's role and even kind of sales as well. Like, you know, even getting to kind of do these interviews, it's quite a nice experience, and kind of get into that section of things as well, especially talking about more technical stuff as well that, you know, I have knowledge in, and it's kind of nice to get that experience through as well.
So am I looking at the new Mickey Butler in 10 years' time?
She can have it at the end of the year.
No, I don't believe it. You're never going to move away from this.
Oh, I don't know. It's, you know,
it's in your blood.
It is, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the new people, the new crop of people coming through. At some point I've got to step down and let other people run with it and come with new ideas. You kind of get stuck, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah.
But you know, I know the people that are coming through, and we're in safe hands, Toka's in safe hands, British touring cars in safe hands. So it's really good to see.
Mickey, Annie, thank you ever so much for joining us here on Toka Live. Back to work. What are you doing now?
No, Annie's going to make the tea. We've just training now.
Right, okay. I did say the banter was pretty good with him.
To be fair to her, she has been booking the restaurants every night. So far, she's booked two and have been pretty good. So I'll give her that.
Good we haven't gotten food poisoning yet.
Are you coming back for another one? Before
yeah,
the end
hopefully.
Of the year?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so with Silverstone and Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I think we're having a new guy hopefully coming in for Silverstone, which will be interested in your feedback. He's a character.
Right, okay.
A character. So there's another one from Wick, hopefully coming at Silverstone, and another one from Brands. So they're all going to
might do another one of these chats if you've got a bit of a character turning up.
You might have to. You might have to have a beep ready.
That sort of character. Understood. Guys, thank you very much indeed, Annie and Mickey from Goodyear, our official tyre supplier for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here on Toka Live 94.3 FM. Pit Lane Walkabout is well underway. Josh Barrett is down there, and we'll be catching up with Josh in just a couple of moments.
I'm interviewing now, it's raining even heavier. Not good conditions out there for that session.
No, it was very interesting, and in terms of difficulty wise, I think that's the most difficult conditions a track can be, a qualifying session can be. But no, really happy with how that went through to Q3 again, so happy to be in the top 6, and massive thank you to the team for the car, and yeah, I just happy with how it's going recently. I've really developed over the season, like I said, I think I said to you this morning, and I think it's starting to show, so hopefully we can keep up this form.
I think all the team forecasts suggested it was going to be pretty dodgy in Q3, but in the earlier sessions there were short windows where a lot of discussions about what tyres people were going to go on to get a quick lap in. What was that conversation with your engineer like?
No, it was so difficult. Of course Q1 was dry, so it was nice to, well, it was dry, but it was like misty, so we didn't know when it was going to rain, so it was just about getting a lap in straight away, which I did and was good, so that I managed to get through to Q2, and then Q2 it then started coming down. Well, it came down at the end of Q1, which meant it was a greasy Q2, but it was on that point of a crossover between slicks and wets, so we stayed on the slicks while we had temp in and went, and luckily I managed to get through to Q3, and then it was just about trying to put in a lap and see where we could go, but we were only good enough for 5th today, so, but like on reflection, I'm really happy with how that went.
It's interesting to hear that you're slightly disappointed with 5th when we're only 5th, but I think that's been a great performance and sort of epitomises how well you've done so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, every racing driver wants to win, so like obviously not disappointed not to get pole, but you always want better, but on reflection that's a really good qualifying from the team and myself, and I think it was just nice to, I don't know, just have a good qualifying, and hopefully we can keep up the pace tomorrow. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that, so just have to keep it up.
So you should be. Great performance, Darryl, well done.
Thank you very much, we'll leave it there.
Senna, congratulations into the quick 6 and a good performance there in really tricky conditions here at Donington Park.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit sick of getting in the quick 6 and finishing 6th at the minute, but we seem to like knock hill. We had no tyres left for the Q3 for the quick 6, and then we put the wets on, and I was going on the traditional wet lines. TC was doing something a little bit different. I let him go, and I followed him in the end and tried to, I went faster, but at the end the tyres were gone. So great job by Tom. Team Virtue have done a great job. All the cars are really fast. So
hopefully it's dry tomorrow and we can race forward.
Absolutely. And for you personally, I mean, another good session of what's turning out to be a great comeback into the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, we just, you know, it's like I'm almost a rookie again, kind of.
Because he was stood next to me and he put his thumbs up when he heard you say it.
Let's see if we can have a word. Charles, really quick chat on Toker Live. We saw something we don't see very often, and that's a purple sector from you on hard tyres. How did you achieve that, first of all?
Was it?
Yeah, in Sector 1.
That's the first time I've heard about that. How fantastic. Well, I guess I'm lucky it's one corner then. You know what, I'm going to say, I would love to say it's down talent and my speed and all these things. It's probably just used loads of boost to achieve it. But, you know, that's great. What a cool thing. To be fair, the car in that race felt magnificent on the hard tyre. Shame I couldn't quite get Gordon at the end there, but it was certainly a really, really good race. Enjoyed it a lot, and we'll see what we can do on the medium coming up next.
Yeah, your best lap was only 3/10 off Jake's lap, so is there not much of a difference, or was your car going really well this weekend?
I don't know. I can't say yet because I didn't do any hard running in free practice. I don't know yet what the delta is. But looking at it, it's pretty close. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I might now suddenly be talking to you afterwards and say, you know, that medium tyre is rubbish. I want the hard one back. So yeah, we'll see. But certainly the car feels on rails. It's really nice.
Best of luck in the two races this afternoon. So there's Charles Rainford, and a little bit more detail. That perhaps the medium to the hard isn't as big of a difference as some people are thinking this weekend, which could really add intrigue into race 2, unless that big black cloud behind us has other ideas.
You've seen the cloud as well, have you? Well, I tell you what, we were talking earlier on, Josh, about it being pretty windy today, and that weather has moved quite a lot just during the course of your interview with Charles Rainford down there. And you know what? I'm going to be quite positive about this. It looks like it's skirting around us. It doesn't look like it's sort of coming this way at the moment. It looks like it's going all the way around.
Well, I'm sure everyone down here in Pit Lane Walkabout will be pleased to hear that, Adam, because as a trackside spectator, the last thing you want to do is get really wet, isn't it? So let's hope the sunshine stays our way, and those medium tyres can be used by those who weren't in the top 3 in race 1.
I've got loads of messages, Josh, while you make your way over towards your next target for the Pit Lane Walkabout. A great message says, well done to Thomas for passing his GCSEs and the encouragement from Tingram. We are very proud. That comes from Ian. This one is from Richard and Dave and William. They want to wish Sarah a very happy 36th birthday. Have a great day with a love from us all. All of these messages are on WhatsApp. I'll tell you how to get in touch in a couple of minutes. Good morning from Stuart and Jess. Looking forward to a wet BTCC race 3 from our great spot overlooking Starkeys. Come on, Tingram. Well, already with one podium under his belt, what's the remaining 2 races going to have for the championship leader? Stuart would like to wish my son Bailey and his best mate Mason a fantastic first meeting together. Fingers crossed that the weather is going to hold up. Thank you from Stuart. Stuart, thank you for writing in, and we're all keeping our fingers crossed about the weather. Well, all of us that are going to be outside in it. Chris Hartley couldn't care less. This one is a shout out to Anthony and Bobby coming to their first BTCC event. It took them 32 years to come to their first one, and they are up at the Hollywood stand. Well, after 32 years of watching on and finally getting to a live BTCC event, you are very, very welcome. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be your last. Anthony, Bobby, great to have you here at Donington Park. Harry would like a shout out to Nick Hamilton. He says, I love you. Thanks, Harry, for writing in. Nick's got some great support up and down the country. I think in particular here at Donington, where we had his best ever result in the BTCC. And what a moment that was just a few years ago. This one says, please say hi to Ben. Thanks for getting me here again. Keep up the great commentary. And that comes from Paul. Paul, great to have you listening. Thank you. And a shout out to Annabelle, who's at her first ever motor racing event. She's looking forward to the BTCC races and loving the minis so far. Amazing view from Starkeys, and that comes from Owen. Guys, thank you very much indeed for writing in. It's all on WhatsApp. All you need to do is send us your first name and then your message to 07482 877 877, and that's on WhatsApp only. Josh is down on Pit Lane Walkabout.
Thanks, Al. Yeah, and one talking point this weekend has not just been the different colours on the cars of two of the Napa Racing, but also on the overalls of Ash Sutton and Dan Camish. So let's see if we can have a word yet in a moment's time. Once he's had a photograph with a young fan down here in pit lane with Dan Camish about. Dan, a real talking point is the overalls and the colours on your car. Really cool to have a retro livery on this weekend.
Fantastic, isn't it, to see the Valvoline livery? It's quite iconic in motorsport, but certainly in British touring car racing as well. So no, it's a real privilege to wear these colours and represent the Valvoline brand. Two cars, obviously here at Donington. It seems to have been really well received. It's a fantastic design, and we've gone all out this year. We've got suits, we've got helmets. It's a real we certainly doing a good job of displaying the brand. So no, really cool. And I hope the fans are enjoying something a little different.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. And looking ahead to this second race, you've got the 3 team cars all together. Is it going to be team looking to move forward as a team during that second race?
Ultimately, Dan's on the Dan's now on the hard, which might make it a little bit more difficult for him. Me and Ash starting 4th and 5th on the mediums. We'll certainly try and get to 1st and 2nd. And see what we can do from there. Ultimately, you've also got some other fast guys around with Hill in there as well, starting just behind me. He's a fast starter, we know that from the BM, and he'll be on the soft, I'm sure. So, yeah, it could be an interesting race, but hopefully we've got enough to at least secure a podium.
Best of luck. It's Dan Camish down at Napa Racing with those new colours this weekend of Valvoline.
They do look absolutely superb, don't they? The older Valvoline livery is excellent on a race car. And Ash Sutton doing his prep for the weekend. He was riding along on his sim in the 1995 Valvoline Valvoline liveried Mondeo, and it was super to watch and also super to hear as well, because it was a really authentic noise of that very, very unique Mondeo from 30 years ago that I'm sure many of you remember here at Donington Park very well indeed. It is Toke Live, 94.3 FM.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toke Live.
Josh Barrett down in pit lane for the pit lane walkabout, and we're up here in the studio here for Toke Live with your messages. Eloise says, so excited to be here for my first Donington visit. Can you please wish my mum, Carolyn, a very happy birthday? She loves the touring cars, and this is her birthday present. What a great present to come along to Donington Park, and this the anti-penultimate meeting of the year. We move on to Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time, and then of course the championship finale down at Brands Hatch. This one says, hi, it's Kate. Can you shout out to my mum? It's her 45th birthday tomorrow. We came here for her birthday. Love from grandson Caleb. Caleb, thank you very much indeed, and superb use of emojis, I have to say, using the balloon emoji as well. Very, very good for a birthday for mum. Can I get a shout out for my son Harry? It's his first track visit today. Thank you very much indeed. You are more than welcome. Harry Toon Watson, great to have you here at Donington Park. Thank you for writing in. This one says, hi Alan, please can you wish Elias a very happy birthday, and shout out to Hunter as well. It's his very first Donington visit, from James and from Chelsea. And could we have a shout out to Marley as well? Yes, you can. This one is Pete from Lutterworth in Leicestershire. Hi lads, looking forward to today. Hopefully Tom Ingram will win when he's had a second place so far. Let's see what happens in the remaining 2 races here at Donington Park. During the pit lane walkabout, where has Josh Barrett got himself down to?
Down at Toyota with a sort of familiar face to the team, but not so much this season. Josh Cook. We'll see if we can grab a word with Josh. A quick word for Toke Live. Back with Toyota, how's the weekend going from your point of view so far?
Suboptimal.
How different is the car compared to when you last drove it last year?
There's obviously there's a regulation change. The car's 55 kilos lighter. It does change the weight distribution, changes how the car rolls, etc. So obviously changes the centre of gravity. So there's things that we need to take into consideration. But it looks like we're chasing a bit of an issue at the minute, more than a setup. Really a setup sort of sweet spot that we're searching for, because the car's really not doing what I want. So we'll get on with working on that. Hopefully we'll make some progress over the day.
Well, best of luck with all of that, and perhaps the weather will change things as well.
Before you move away from Josh, because how many times am I going to say Josh? Can you ask him if he's got any dad jokes up his sleeves this weekend?
Just one question from Alan Hyde. Have you got a dad joke for everyone on Toke Live?
Just my race one.
Very good.
That's a very good answer. He's done well there. There's a reason for that. If you haven't watched already the official social media channel for the BTCC, Josh, because he wasn't driving a couple of weeks ago at Knockhill, was given a microphone and a camera along with Libby and was making his way around the paddock, telling people Josh jokes, dad jokes, and seeing if they got a good reaction. It was absolutely superb. It was really entertaining to watch, and that was a great answer from Josh Cook down there in pit lane with Josh Barrett. This message from Andrew: first trip to the BTCC, first motorsport of any flavour for Matthew and Daniel. We are so pleased to say hi to them. Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for writing in. And this one says, good morning from all the orange, all in orange that are based down at the old hairpin. That's all of our marshals doing a super job as ever they do. In fact, not just down at the old hairpin, but right the way around the circuit, in the paddock, in the pit lane, on the start line, everywhere, wherever you are. Marshals, thank you very much indeed. And this little lunch break is an opportunity for the marshals to fortify themselves, have something for lunch, have a drink, get themselves ready for a full afternoon of racing, which gets underway in quarter of an hour's time. It will do so with the final race of 3 for the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. We'll have all of that build up for you here on Toker Live on 94.3 FM, and we'll continue to get through your messages because you've sent many in over the course of this morning and early part of this afternoon. This one says, hey Alan, Tracy here. It's myself and my husband Scott's 23rd wedding anniversary today. We're from Scotland and we follow every single round. Tracy and Scott, congratulations, 23rd wedding anniversary, and absolutely brilliant that you're following the BTCC around and all the way from Scotland as well. And thank you for what was a brilliant weekend up at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago. The Scottish do us proud every year when we go to Knockhill. We feel incredibly welcome, and we had a super weekend of sunshine and great racing as well. This one says, good morning, could I give a shout out to my girlfriend Leonie, having a great weekend here at Donington. You can do, and that's from Nathan. Nathan, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And Adrian says, hi, today is my son Joshua's first BTCC event, a very belated Christmas present. Looking forward to seeing Gordon Shedden, who we met a few years ago at the Autosport show. We are viewing from the Melbourne Loop. Great place to watch as well. Can see loads of you down on the grass on the run down towards the Melbourne Loop, and great to have you here at Donington in the sunshine. Look, remember what I said about that black cloud? It's skirted all the way around us, and it has avoided us because we've now got blue sky and sunshine once again. That's really good news. If it could do that all afternoon, I think we would all be rather happy about that. Mark, Josh and Kevin are down at the old hairpin, and they're ready to see Mikey Doble break through the pack in the racing today. Let's see what Mikey can do in races 2 and 3 this afternoon. And this one is from Steve. Says, thanks to son Sam for the day out here at Donington. Steve and Sam, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Hello, can you shout out to my boyfriend Ben? It's his first time at Donington. That comes with thanks from Rebecca. Great to have you here, guys, and thank you for writing in on WhatsApp. All we need is your first name, your message on WhatsApp, and send it to 07482 877 877. It's still quite windy, but the sunshine has come back out. Josh, have you got an emptying pit lane? I reckon you have. In fact, Josh isn't even there down in pit lane. Pit lane walkabout has come to an end, hasn't it?
Yeah, everybody has made their way out of pit lane, and you can actually see concrete and tarmac on the floor down here in the pit lane. And thanks to everybody who has made their way out so swiftly, because, as you say, British F4 is on its way in a few moments' time.
Certainly is, and that gives us time to maybe play one more piece of music and also get ready in the commentary box with Chris Hartley for our next race of the day. How's the afternoon going to look? Well, at 1:15 is the third and final race of the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. So single-seaters are out next. Pit lane opens for the second BTCC race at 2 o'clock. That's going to be on us before we know it. And then mini challenge at 3 o'clock. 3:45 Carrera Cup cars will go to the grid, and then their race starts just before 4 o'clock, with the final BTCC race just before 5 o'clock at 5 to 5. All the action here live on Toker Live on Radio Donington 94.3 FM.
And let's have a listen to what Tom Chilton said after the first race to the Toka live team on his race win. Let's have a listen now.
Congratulations. Just an amazing drive by you. I wish people could see the smile on your face when you got out the car.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's beaming from ear to ear. It feels as good as the first one back in 2004. You know, they never get old. Really enjoy it. And it's really nice to do it with Tom. He's one of my best friends now, and we race really well together. And it was really nice to obviously help him out to get an extra point. And I didn't mean to get the fastest lap. I was hoping he would get it. But really happy for the team. And it's nice to actually have a race where you can not get beaten up by the rest of the field. It was really enjoyable.
Yeah. There was obviously a lot of talk about what might happen and team orders and whether you would let him through, but you earned that, you drove for that, and you owned that race.
I did own that race. Thank you very much. I don't know how much it cost me other than tyres and brakes, but yeah. hopefully nothing fails in the next race. So if I'm honest, I was very, very lucky. I had a problem with the clutch on the start. It was a no-go.
Is that why you were so far back in the start box?
Well, I actually was struggling to put my foot down on the clutch, and I was worried that it was going to creep forwards, so I didn't want to be on the absolute millimetre and then go forwards. So I'm lucky that it worked, if I'm honest, and the boys are going to have to pull it all apart now to fix it for race 2.
Sometimes you need a bit of luck though, don't you?
You do, yeah. Finally I got some.
Fantastic. Really great drive, Tom. Well
Thank
done.
you, cheers.
And the ITV crew of Louise and Paul were also down in the pit lane walkabout. Let's go down to them now. They found themselves at Toyota.
Session. So we thought we'd come down, say hello. We're going to start with the Team Toyota local race. You dive on in and have a chat with Flash.
All right, thanks for that. Gordon Shedden, good to see you, mate. We're just having a little chat off camera, and it's good to be alive, isn't it? You seem very happy for someone who's not where you really should be.
Yeah, I mean the margins are close. I think the result in that race, we finished the top runner on the hard tyre, and there's still this delta, this deficit between the medium and the hard. So again, we're, as we lack this ultimate pace, we're always having to play the alternate strategy. So we could do with a bit of weather, we could do with all sorts happening as the day goes on, and again looking for race 3 and being on the right tyre on the right part of the grid.
So race 3, like back in the day when you were in the estate car and won it on the last lap.
That was a good day, that, wasn't it? I would take a repeat of that 100%. But there's great memories around Donington. It's really busy today, great atmosphere, and I do think the weather's going to play a bit of a part in it as the afternoon goes on. And so here we go.
Nice one. Have a good one, mate.
Dark clouds rolling in actually, so you might get your wet weather later on. Aaron got cold. He's gone to get his coat, but you're warm enough now.
Yeah, it's Baltic out here. That's what I would say. And I wanted to come and look good for you, Louise. So I was like, I should go get my jacket so I don't look like I'm a slouch. So.
You're looking fantastic. I'm particularly loving the little hairy chest here.
Oh, a little monkey like that.
Burt Reynolds.
I'm not cool enough to have a hairy chest. I don't know if you know me, I'm a square. So I'm sorry for that.
How's it going with you? Settling in? All good?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Difficult race 1 on the hard, but now we've got that out of the way. There's 2 mediums to come, so hopefully the rain stays away, but we'll see.
Good stuff. You've still got half a mouthful, haven't you? They're trying to eat their lunch at the same time as they're signing autographs. Now, signing autographs, having photographs taken, Paul and I have an appointment with a stag party they asked if they could do a picture with us. So, okay, we're in. You ready?
Jeez. How cool is this?
Who's actually taking the picture?
Oh, there's no one taking a picture?
Okay. Our floor manager, Gavin, will take a picture. Here we
Gavin
go.
will take it. There is someone taking a picture.
Cheese. Cheese, please, Louise. Right, we're out of here. Who's the stag?
Amazing. Well, you look amazing. You look very familiar, actually. Thank you very much. Anyway, enough of that. No, you didn't. No. Anyway, let's go.
I'm sure your bride is going to be wearing something probably a little less pink and a little more. Anyway, enough of that.
Lou, there seems to be a lot of stag do's and things these days. It's quite a nice
I think it's really lovely. You've got everything from babes in arms to stag do's to hen parties to everything comes on to Troy Curries. Here's a man I just want to grab a quick word with, who was looking so strong out there in race 1. Did you go early on the boost? Because you ran out, didn't you?
No, we had an issue with the engine. And we were a bit of a mobile roadblocker, if I'm being honest. We were really, really struggling in the straights. the guys are having a look down. We're like 4 or 5k down from where we were yesterday in FP1. So yeah, a bit disappointing, you know. And at the start, we had an issue with the start procedure as well. There's something happened with the software and the start. So yeah, a bit frustrating. But hey, 2 more races to go. We should be able to get ourselves back up towards the front again, with some of the cars at the front having the hard tyre now. So yeah, bit of a frustrating start today, but still good independent points.
Hope so. That's good. Do you want to dive in with Daniel? Quick word?
I don't think we have time, actually.
Oh, we're out of time.
Have we?
Quick
Come
word
on,
with
then.
Daniel.
Let's
Try
go
and
and
leave
see
him
my
out.
man, Dan. CP30, how are you doing?
I'm all right, you?
I'm not too bad. Listen, mate, like I've always said on interviews, it seems to be an ongoing issue of just trying to keep going. But you're here again, trying to keep everyone happy. Big sponsors are happy. I know Nigel Turvey and people who are looking after you are made up with what you're doing.
Yeah, everyone's been mega. Like we said before, the fans have done it for me, got those partners on board, so thank you to everyone who's done that. And we've been quick this weekend, got caught out a little bit with the rain yesterday. Mega quick at the start of that race, got roughed up a bit, but we've got the medium tyre for the rest of the day. So we're trying to capitalise on race 3. So yeah, should be good.
Defo, it's the car to have, so we'll see how you get on, mate.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Louise and Paul O'Neill. And the reason that we are out of time is because track action is returning. And let's go back over to the Toka Live crew. And let's hear Chris Hartley, who will take you through the rest of the action with Josh Barrett and Alan Hyde in the studio and the pit lane. But let's go back to Toka Live.
From New York was Ugo Ugochukwu, and he got pole position, and he was a McLaren Junior driver as well. And so let's see if Dries van Langendonk can repeat what Ugo did. He didn't win the race, but he did get onto the podium on his debut. So a former, from 2 years ago, world karting champion, a European karting champion as well, making his car racing debut. He's been doing some testing at Brands here at Donington, but he's just making his way in the orange and black roading car now. The McLaren colours proudly emblazoned upon the car. Dries van Langendonk, your pole sitter for this 3rd race. So number 15 on pole position. Number 21, Tommy Harfield, who got his first championship win in British F4 yesterday, and the first win in the series for Chris Dittman Racing, the team that run him. He's starting 2nd on the grid for this one. Had a disappointment earlier on today in the first race, the visit to the pits with damage to the car, but an excellent race win yesterday for Tommy Harfield, who comes from Worcester, 16 years of age. And in car number 21, starts 2nd on the grid. On road 2 then, Martin Molnar alongside Martin, Finn McLaughlin. These are the top 2 in the championship. Martin is 2nd in the championship. Finn is the championship leader. Scored points in that reverse grid race earlier on today. So number 24, Martin Molnar, starts 3rd. Number 5, Finn McLaughlin in the Red Bull Junior liveried car, starts 4th. Then on row 3, number 46, Ari Bansal, who is one of the Challenge Cup racers. I'll explain the different championships in a moment, but he's competing for a sub-championship as well as the overall title. Henry Jocelyn, number 26, starts alongside in 6th. On row 4, Thomas Behrman, number 7, first full season of cars for Thomas as well. And he had a good result with a strong 5th place finish in one of the British Grand Prix support races for F4, non-championship race last month. So he starts 7th on the grid in car number 7. 47, August Raber, starts 8th. On row 5, number 12, Adam Al-Azari, an excellent drive to the podium earlier on today. And 93, Jimmy Pazik, who won the race and is 3rd in the championship. The current Australian F4 champion, starts 10th. Row 6, Ethan Jeff Hall, another former world karting champion and European champion, winner last year of the Ginetta Junior Championship. And Ethan, number 25, starts 11th. Number 62, Arjen Kraling, the German driver who started pole for race 2, starts 12th on the grid for this one. It was a top 12 reversal of the grid for race 2 earlier on today. So that's your top 12. On row 7, 19, Alexander Savinkov, who came through well in the race earlier on from his grid position. And Cole Hewitson, number 33. Row 8, number 90, Chase Fernandez. And 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who had an excellent podium at Silverstone in one of the non-championship races at the Grand Prix. And then on row 9, number 17, number 69, Yuhao Fu. And number 2, Joseph Smith. On row 10, 23, Theo Palmer, who also had a good run in one of the races at Silverstone, finished in the top 6 in the first F4 non-championship race at the Grand Prix. A great experience for Theo. Number 23 starting 19th on the grid, and alongside him, 20th on the grid, number 8, Thomas Ingram Hill, with a proper touring car name. Row 11, it's number 13, Henry Mercier, starting 21st. Number 44, Guy Albag starting 22nd. On row 12, at the penultimate row, number 4, Xavier Avramidis in car 4, and alongside him starting 24th, number 40, Piotr Orzechowski, who is only just ahead of 25th on the grid, the only driver on row 13, number 27, Charlie Edge. So race 1 yesterday, won by Tommy Harfield with Finn McLaughlin and Martin Molnar also on the podium. Race 2 today, the reverse grid race, it was Jimmy Pezik that won. Adam Al-Azari was second, and coming through nicely to finish on the podium from outside the top 10 on the grid was Ethan Jeff Hall. In terms of the championship points updated after the race earlier on today, 44.5 points between Finn McLaughlin and Martin Molnar. Finn's on 266.5 points, 222 points for Martin Molnar. And only 3 points behind Martin Molnar after his win earlier is Jimmy Pezik on 219 points. Tommy Harfield, 4th on 174. 5th on 151 is Henry Jocelyn. And 6th on 149 is Adam Al-Azari. Those in their first season of the championship also competing, or their first full season of the championship, are also competing in the Rookie Cup. And Finn McLaughlin now has a 133.5 point lead in that one. Now, if he keeps that, or even if it dwindles a little bit, after today, he'll have wrapped up the Rookie Cup, because there's 25 points available for each race win in the Rookie Cup in races 1 and 3 of a weekend, and 15 for the middle race. So 65 points available at Silverstone, 65 points available at Brands Hatch. That means there's only 130 points left on the cards. So if he's more than 130 points clear of Thomas Behrman in the Rookie Cup at the end of today, he'll have wrapped up that Rookie Cup. We also, in the championship, have the Challenge Cup. This is a new innovation for the championship for the 2025 season, and it's for drivers that aren't able to commit to a full season. Maybe they weren't old enough to race in the championship at the very start of the year, maybe haven't got the budget to do all of the rounds, but the Challenge Cup is for drivers who pre-select 7 rounds from the main championship before the start of the season. So they say, they're the 7 rounds I'm going to do, and those 7 rounds count towards a sub-championship in the Challenge Cup, and if you win it, you get £25,000 towards your 2026 British Formula 4 campaign. One of the interesting things about this weekend is that the driver that won the race yesterday, Tommy Harfield, was originally just going to do 7 weekends and was just trying to win the Challenge Cup, was leading the Challenge Cup, but he can't win it now because he's not eligible for it anymore, having raced in an 8th weekend of the season at Donington. So only a few days ago did he know he was going to come and race here, did he have the opportunity, so he gave up the potential £25,000 prize in winning the Challenge Cup, but he did win a race overall, which was obviously a very memorable occasion for him. So excellent stuff by him. And then just finally, as the cars make their way up to the grid to start the final race of the weekend in terms of the Challenge Cup points, those drivers fighting for it now will try and score points within the points system, if you like, to try and get that. So those are the 3 separate championships we have. 1.4 litre engines, turbo-powered Abarth engines, and these cars about to roar into life for race 3 of the weekend here at Donington Park. The revs rise, the red lights come on, the race gets underway, and we're up and running for the Vera Tools British F4 race. And off the line better this time is Dries van Langendonk, but not well enough to stay in the lead on the run down towards turn 1. So it's yesterday's winner, Tommy Harfield, that's got the lead of the race. Martin Molnar has also got past the pole sitter on the run into Redgate Corner, and the Belgian driver is still getting used to these standing starts, having come from rolling starts in karting, but much better than yesterday. He's dropped from 1st to 3rd, but he's got it off the line this time, as he did in race 2 earlier on today. So the McLaren Junior driver from pole position down to 3rd place. Thomas Behrman has had a good start as well. He was on the 4th row of the grid. He's got straight up into 4th position in the silver high-tech TGR car, number 7. So Thomas Behrman, 2nd in the Rookie Cup, doing a good job. Remember, needs to take points away from Finn McLaughlin if he can in the Rookie Cup to stay in contention. Behrman, once again, drawing alongside the number 46 car of Ari Bansal. Those two, in every race so far this weekend, have been absolutely side by side. They got a bit too close yesterday and both ended up with problems, one with damage to the front wing, one with a puncture. Behrman has to succumb this time on the way into the Fogarty S's to the Indian driver, and Bansal dives through and gets the place. So he's up to 4th position. Behrman is 5th, but just looking in the mirrors, because August Raber's on a bit of a charge behind, trying to get up the inside of Adam Al-Azhari as they went into the Melbourne hairpin. Did he make it stick? Not quite, still side by side. It's going to be on the outside line, though, on the way into the left-hander at Goddard's. And the number 12 car of Al-Azhari remains for now in 6th position. But he's having to work hard to fend off the Swedish driver. Then you've got the number 26 car, the red and white Fortec car of Henry Joslin in the top 5 of the championship, just behind the pair of them. He goes through at the end of the first lap of the race in 8th place, with Ethan Jeffhall 9th, and the other one in the points is Jimmy Pazik in 10th place. So the last of the point scorers in this race, 25 points for a win, down to a point for 10th place. Raber again fighting hard, this time all the way down through the Carrera curves, down towards the foot of the hill, trying to go around the outside of Al-Azhari, which he does. Mega move on the way into the hairpin to get through around the outside. So the Swedish driver with some great commitment there on Adam Al-Azhari, who's been a multiple race winner this year. Raber got the better of him, though, and braved it around the outside at the old hairpin after running pretty much side by side for most of that first lap of the race. And now you've got Al-Azhari trying to defend from Henry Joslin for 7th place. And then clip between them and into the gravel trap goes the UAE driver. Al-Azhari goes straight on through the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. Big cloud of dust, and just slowly noses into the barriers when the marshals go to see him. So he should be fine, but I don't think the car's going to get out. The gravel trap, there's more contact further back, and losing his front wing after contact with the car ahead is Joseph Smith. That flies over the car, flies into the grass. There's lots of gravel through the Fogarty S's from the first lap excursions as well, as they went 2 and 3 abreast through that corner. So it's a wild, lively start to the race here, but not for the race leader, Tommy Harfield. He is going through with a nice big lead at the end of that second lap of the race. The marshals now recovering the front wing that came adrift of the number 2 Joseph Smith high-tech car. And we've also got a rear wing missing, and this is on the car of Chase Fernandez. It's a pretty rotten day so far, so Chase coming in, the rear wing completely devoid of the car, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, and that might be a bit more of a difficult repair than it is on Joseph Smith's car, which is a front wing change, a driver who moved over partway through the season from the Ginetta Junior Championship. He heads down to the far end of the pit lane where Chase Fernandez is. But it'll be a quick change, I should think, for Joseph Smith. It might be the end of the race for Chase Fernandez. I'll head down there and find out.
Thanks, Josh. And while we were hearing from Josh, another wild ride, another front wing missing, because contact in the battle for 7th and 8th place, and Henry Joslin coming out of Hollywood had a very fast, wild, scary excursion on the grass all the way down through the Carrera curves. So the number 26 car is going to be the next one heading into the pits. It's got a black and orange flag, which is telling him to do so anyway. It's a technical black flag to say you've got to come in and repair the car, and that is what he's got to do anyway, that front wing missing. Getting a replay from ITV of the start from the point of view of the driver second in the championship and second in the race. Martin Molnar, the Hungarian rookie champion last year in his first season of British F4, and now gunning for the overall championship title, running there in 2nd place. Finn McLaughlin back in 10th place, so he made 1 place back up on the 2nd lap of the race, but he didn't have a very good first lap. Get a replay of Adam Al-Azhari's contact and run through into the gravel trap, which caused him to drop out of the top 6 and out of the race, but no signs that there's going to be any need for a safety car, because that car is well off the circuit and right at the corner of the gravel trap up at Coppice. Driver out of the car and absolutely fine, which is the key thing, as Henry Joslin is the next driver, minus a front wing. We've lost lots of front wings over the course of today in British F4, and here's the latest front wing repair about to take place in the pit lane.
That's right, Ford Motorsport were well prepared for this, so the front wing is ready. They've firstly got to unbolt the nose cone that remains, which isn't work at the moment. That's now been done, so new front wing goes on, tightened up, quick pit stop from Ford Motorsport. Henry Joslin on his way back out, but yes, we've got 7, 8 at least front wings have been changed over the course of the 2 days here at Donington Park. No rear wing change, though. No rear wing change for Chase Fernandez. He's retired from the race. Looks like there might be a car that's pulled off on the run down towards Redgate as well. Double waved yellows as Henry Joslin heads out.
Yeah, I had Thomas Ingram Hill, shot of him going off the road as well onto the grass. So I'm not sure that was him. I think he kept on going, but you're right, there is a car parked up. And yeah, in comes now, back into the pits, the number 2 car of Joseph Smith. Smith. So a more underlying problem, I think, for Joseph, having had that front wing replaced. That's back into the pits for a second time as the race leader, starting to come under a bit of pressure, goes over the grid hatchings, accelerates up through the 6-speed gearbox, works those Pirelli P0 tyres as hard as he can on the run towards Redgate corner, but he is being caught up here, more and more so, by the number 24 car of Martin Molnar, who could do with a win here to try and take as many points away from the championship leader as he can, whilst the championship leader is struggling a bit in this race, back in 9th place, having qualified 5th. Finn McLaughlin in the number 5 car, the Red Bull Junior driver, is only scoring 2 points at the moment. Martin is on course for 2nd place for 18 points, but he's just set the fastest lap of the race. That'll give him another bonus point. And he's got the gap down to just over half a second to Harfield. So number 21, Tommy Harfield, leads in the maroon, black and yellow car with that blue machine of Martin Molnar, number 24, catching him up for Virtuosi Racing.
And the high-tech team have advised Joseph Smith to jump out of his car. There's, I think, front right suspension damage, so retirement for Joseph Smith.
Ethan Jeff Hall has just done the absolute best first sector of the race so far. Car number 25, another of the blue machines, that's running in 7th place at the moment. Got the podium earlier on today, so Jeff Hall pushing on hard. The race leaders coming down into the hairpin at the Melbourne hairpin loop section, and I'm keeping an eye on 3rd place because Van Langendonk getting into the rhythm now. He said his personal best lap last time around, and he's on a decent lap here as well. So 3rd catching 2nd, both catching the race leader. It's all starting to bunch up between the top 3, and a longer race this than the race earlier. It's a 25-minute race for race 3. Over the line they go. A 1 minute 30.1 personal best lap of the race for the race leader. A 1:30.2, just a few thousandths slower for Molnar, but a 1:30.137, slightly quicker than both of them for Van Langendonk. Actually, Bansal in 4th place, quicker, very slightly, even than Van Langendonk. So he's pushing on as well. He's only a second adrift of the podium positions in 4th place. So Ari Bansal working hard. Then it's number 7, Behrman in 5th, number 47, Rayber in 6th, 25, Jeff Hall, 7th, 93, Pazik in 8th. And then Finn McLaughlin, the championship leader, still 9th, 10th place is Savinkov, number 19, in the last of the point-scoring positions. So good battles all the way down through the order, where even if you're not in the top 10, top 15, a battle between Albag and Food, cars 44 and 69 on screen, which is getting pretty wild, and it's getting pretty close. On the other side as well, got 3 of them absolutely together in that scrap that's heading up towards McLean's corner. The race leaders, though, are about to come down into the Fogarty S's, and out back they come, and the gap has come down again, I think, from 1st to 2nd. Molnar's had a really good middle sector of the lap here, and he's mega on the brakes, and he looks up the inside and almost goes into the right rear tyre of the race leader, Tommy Harfield. He just about got the car stopped in time, but he carried so much speed into the corner. I thought he was going to go for a move. I think he thought about going for a move, but in the end, he decided, no, stand on the brakes. Cost him a bit of momentum coming out of the corner, but all in all, he's getting closer and closer to the race leader. Then you've got Van Langendonk, and then look at the car in 4th place, absolutely flying. Fastest lap of the race now for Ari Bansal. He's coming after all of them in the Fortec car. So Bansal on a massive charge here, having only joined the championship halfway through at Alton Park. He's one of the Challenge Cup front runners, and the Indian driver quicker than all 3 cars ahead of him at the moment. 15 years of age, comes from Bangalore, and has also been competing in the GB4 Championship this year. He's also done selected karting events in the UK over the last couple of years, so he's familiar with racing in the UK over the last few years, from karts to cars. And Bansal has been very impressive. He impressed on his debut, actually, with all the speed that he had at Alton Park. So he's one to watch in 4th place for Richard Dutton's team, the multiple championship winners, Fortec, whose pedigree internationally and nationally has been phenomenal over the years. They were particularly strong back in the day in Formula Renault racing. So he's leading the charge for that team and closing up to the rookie, remember, complete rookie in his 2nd day of racing in Formula 4 cars there in 3rd place, Van Langendonk. So the number 15 car, Dries Van Langendonk, looking at the cars ahead, but also keeping an eye on the mirrors now because it's all concertinaing up 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Probably only about a 1.5 seconds between all 4 cars now as they make their way up into the left-hander at Goddard's. 14.5 minutes left to go in the race. And out onto the grid hatching as they come. See what the lap times are like this time. Personal best for Tommy Harfield. So he's pushing on. He was very good in the lead yesterday. For somebody who hadn't won a race before, he looked comfortable. He looked like he controlled it all the way through after getting the lead at the start of the race. And that was a good response with his personal best lap. He was a bit quicker than all three of the drivers behind him. Bansal, though, was half a tenth quicker than the two drivers he's trying to catch up to. So that was a good battle. Good battle further back between Charlie Edge into Redgate Corner and Yuhao Fu for 17th and 18th. They run nose to tail. Charlie Edge in the one of the other Chris Dittman racing cars, the maroon, yellow and black machine, run by Charlie Edge, just going down through Hollywood at the moment with the Chinese driver right behind him. It's car number 27, just about fending him off at the moment. Up at McLean's. We're going to get a swap of positions just inside the top 10 with, well, maybe a swap position. No, number 19 just stayed ahead, didn't he? Savinkov coming under fire from Hewitson, 10th and 11th. Hewitson alongside, but couldn't carry the momentum coming out of McLean's up the hill into Coppice. So just holding on to that last point is the Ukrainian in the number 19 car, the blue 19 car, holding 10th place as the leaders almost together now, actually together as they go through the right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin. It is Martin Molnar right with the race leader. He's once again really good on the brakes on the way into that penultimate corner. Can he close up again under braking into Goddard's? The last hairpin, they go left. Yeah, it kind of stays with Tommy Harfield. Got to stay with him out of the corner though, down the Wheatcroft straight. Not close enough, I don't think, to launch an attack on the way into Redgate Corner, but he really is ramping up the pressure now. Just got a bit of a gap back to Van Langendonk in third and Bansal in fourth. Has just closed the gap. Has he closed the gap a bit more, maybe, slightly into Redgate Corner on third place. Very similar lap times between third and fourth last time around. Van Langendonk was ever so slightly quicker. Still this battle going on between Savinkov and Hewitson for the final points position in 10th. They are nose to tail, working their way down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. And if they start to fight each other too much, Ron Campbell-Pilling in the 42 car, in his second season of F4, might be able to get involved in that scrap as well and try and salvage championship points out of the race as our top two make their way out of Coppice Corner now. Run wide, kiss the curbs, and then pull the trigger heading towards the left-right sequence at the Fogarty S's. And a time penalty for track limits coming the way of Alexander Savinkov, who's involved in that 10th place battle. So that's going to ruin or make at least very hard work of his chances of getting that 10th place now, once you add 5 seconds onto his time. Again, Harfield is braked into the hairpin by Molnar, but not by too much this time. The gap remains at about 2 car lengths as they come out of the turn.
However, hearing that Martin Molnar is also going to receive a 5-second penalty, Chris.
Right, okay, yes, on the screen, thanks Josh, 5 seconds for him as well. Oh dear, so that's going to put him behind Van Langendonk and Bansal, possibly Behrman as well by the end of the race. Behrman is just about 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds behind him, 5.095 seconds behind the leader, so about 4.6 seconds behind Molnar. So, yeah, Molnar's probably got enough of the speed that he's had to pull away from Behrman, but not from Van Langendonk, not from Bansal, not enough to negate that penalty. So Molnar's frustrating day continues. He's still in a position to outscore Finn McLaughlin. He's having a quiet race by his standards, down in 9th position. He's hadn't quite had the pace yesterday in qualifying to challenge for pole, the championship leader. But it's not going to be outscoring Finn by as many points as he could have with this penalty that he's now facing, 5 seconds to add on to his time. So what he can do is try and push Harfield as much as he can, get in front of him and get away from the cars behind as much as he can. So it's still worth trying to get the move, even if it won't actually get him up into the lead of the race. And if Harfield gets the information, maybe he won't make too hard work of it, knowing that if Martin comes past, so it's kind of okay, as long as he stays within 5 seconds of the Hungarian, he's going to still win the race once the time is added on to the number 24 car's finish time. So those four heading up into the left-hander now at Goddard's. The leading rookie in the race is, of course, the most rookie of rookies, the one in third place, Dries Van Langendonk, in his first weekend of racing. He's already had one Rookie Cup podium today from race 2. He could get his first Rookie Cup win. He's there in third place. We've got just under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, you were talking about Finn McLaughlin further down than we expected, Chris. So I'm hearing that the reason he started further back on the grid than where he qualified was he had an incident with Henry jostling in the earlier race. Instead of being penalised in race 2, he was penalised on the grid for this race, and obviously that has hurt his progress, which he hasn't really made any of, has it, all the way through. So that incident in race 2 has really cost Finn McLaughlin in race 3.
This has been a pretty late amendment to the grid, that, because we were expecting him to be up there in the top 5 on the grid. That wasn't the case, and he's not really made much progress in the race. So currently running in 9th position, Jimmy Pazik, who's 3rd in the championship, is just ahead of him, but he can't really get on terms with the Australian as it stands. So thanks for that, Josh. In terms of the rookie standings then, McLaughlin versus Behrman, 130.5 points is the gap between them, with 130 available after this weekend. So Behrman needs to put more points between himself and McLaughlin to, mathematically at least, stay with a very slim chance of keeping the rookie championship alive going into the penultimate weekend at Silverstone at the end of September. Molnar getting a bit itchy now, wanting to get past the race leader, probably aware that he's got this penalty, but just cannot find a way past Tommy Harfield, who's doing an excellent job of fending him off. Just like, as I say, controlled the race yesterday from the front. Tommy Harfield, he's looking more and more like the finished article. He's been very impressive of late, and part season last year in Fiesta Juniors, very different types of cars that he raced. Got a couple of wins in that championship up at Croft. Missed the end of last season because he injured his hand, so he couldn't complete his Fiesta racing season. He stepped up to these Formula 4 cars this year, as I say, doing an excellent job. 4th place in the overall championship for Tommy Harfield, and looking for a 2nd win of the weekend and a 2nd ever win for Chris Dittman Racing as well. He'd already, before this weekend, picked up podiums here at the Donington, actually, at the season opener, on the podium for the very first race of the season, and at Silverstone, and then he got another one at Knockhill as well. Now, time penalty coming the way this time for track limits to number 46, Ari Bansal, so he's going to get a 5-second track limits penalty added onto his time as well. That's a driver in 4th place. So that effectively gives Martin Molnar 1 position back, because they're both going to get 5 seconds added onto their time now. So he won't drop behind Ari Bansley. He will still drop behind Van Langendonk, because Martin Molnar has a go, makes contact with Tommy Harfield at the hairpin. And that's where he's been trying to get past him every time. He tried a bit too hard that time. Contact between them and spun around Tommy Harfield out of the lead of the race. Molnar has dropped back as well. And so guess who's got the lead of the race? On his debut weekend, Dries Van Langendonk crosses the line to start the next lap as the new race leader. Bansal is 2nd on the road. Molnar is 3rd on the road. They've both got these 5-second penalties. But if they get far enough away from the next group of cars, they might negate that, and this might become a straight fight for 2nd place between them. But as it stands, Bansal got ahead of Molnar as well, who's delayed with that contact, and Behrman is slowing now as well. So Thomas Behrman with a problem in the number 7 car, and that means that very likely he's definitely not going to be close enough on points to keep the rookie championship alive now. Yeah, just getting a replay on the screen, and he, just like he's done a couple of times, had a look down the inside into the hairpin Martin Molnar. This time he got kind of halfway alongside, locked up, front left of Martin Molnar's car, hits the right rear of Tommy Harfield's car, sends the British driver into a spin, out of the lead of the race. And after a wonderful day yesterday, frustrating, very frustrating day today with that problem that contacted race 1, and then out of the lead of the race with contact from behind in race 2. It could have been such a good weekend. He's still got the memories of yesterday, but he'll be absolutely gutted about that in 4th place in the championship as well, still with his championship hopes alive. So he's now out of the points completely, Tommy Harfield, running down in 12th place as he recovered, and possibly with some damage to the car.
The race leader's going to get a driving standards flag for track limits, so he needs to be careful now as well, because the 2 drivers chasing have both got the penalty. He doesn't want to be added to that list.
No, although if they all had penalties, well, Van Langendonk is more than 5 seconds clear of Raber in 4th place, who's the next driver down the road who hasn't got a penalty. So if they all have a penalty, as long as they're all more than 5 seconds clear of the car in 4th, it's not actually going to affect things. It would keep Van Langendonk in the lead, but of course it would put the pressure on a bit, because if he gets a penalty, the 2 behind have got penalties, then they are fighting him on track for the win. But he now is controlling things, the McLaren Junior driver, edging away as he goes through the right-hander at the old hairpin. As it stands, Finn McLaughlin's going to be 35.5 points clear of Martin Molnar, because Martin running 3rd on the road. Now his gap is 4.7 seconds back to August Raber, so at the moment he's going to be 0.3 seconds behind August when she had the 5 seconds onto his time. Ari Bansal is a further 0.4 up the road. So he's just, I think, just far enough ahead of Raber to stay ahead of him. So Bansal would keep his second place, but Molnar at the moment would drop off the podium.
Yeah, Bansal and Molnar almost need to work together, don't they, to put that gap between themselves and August Raber. But we've already seen Martin Molnar get involved in one incident, so we'll see what happens next. But if they can pull away from August Raber, they both end up on the podium.
Yeah, they're still getting pretty close together as they make their way through the Melbourne hairpin. Clearly no real damage to Martin Molnar's car. He's still going quickly, but Ari Bansal trying a move around the outside. Now smokes the front left Pirelli tyre, gets halfway alongside, backs off out of the move midway through the corner. And they're holding each other up now, which is not good for them. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. So allowed the race leader to escape down the road. He's out of Redgate corner. They're only just going into it. And the gap from first to second, 1.8 seconds on the road, but 6.8 seconds if you add on the time penalty.
And if you needed any more drama, Chris, there are spots of rain in the air on the race circuit.
Yeah, rain, what rain? We thought we missed it, but yeah, it keeps skirting around with this wind that we've got, doesn't it?
Certainly what we've got at the moment won't make a difference to the track, but whether it'll change over the last few laps, we're yet to see.
It always looks worse on the visors as well when you're doing the speeds that these drivers are doing, doesn't it? So they might be fearing it a bit more than it really is. So August Raber 4.4 seconds behind Bansal now, so he's actually closed the gap because they held each other up. So this is good news for August, the Swedish driver, on course to get up onto the podium because of this holding up of each other that those two drivers have got. Got battle going on between Theo Palmer in 18th and Juho Fu in 17th, which ITV are following at the moment, which has been pretty ferocious. The race leader, though, making his way down towards the Melbourne hairpin into the last 3 minutes of the race now. Martin Molnar second on the road, but with a 5-second penalty. Ari Bansal third on the road, but with a 5-second penalty, would, as it stands, drop down to 4th place. Then there's a queue of cars, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, coming through the hairpin now. Raber, Jeff Hall, Pizik and McLaughlin. Savinkov, 8th on the road, has got a 5-second penalty, which puts him behind 3, maybe 4 drivers actually that are fairly close to him on track. So Savinkov is likely going to drop out of the points as it stands, and that will move Hewitson up to 8th, Campbell Pilling up to 9th, and Kreiling up into the points into 10th place, the German driver who started the reverse grid race from pole. So 2 minutes to go in the race, 2.3 seconds the gap from Van Langendonk to Molnar, plus the 5-second penalty. And Molnar is how far clear of Raber? He's currently 4.6 seconds clear of him. Not enough. And then the gap from Bansal to Raber is 4 seconds. So as it stands, Raber is close enough to the drivers second and third on the road to leapfrog both of them once the time penalty is added on. He'll go second, Molnar would be third, and Bansal would be off the podium in 4th place. But it could all change in the last couple of minutes of the race. They do, as Josh said, though, need to kind of work together now and definitely not trip up over each other. They cannot catch the race leader. He's too far clear. But actually on this lap, Martin Molnar has got his head down and kind of pulled away from Ari Bansal. So he's got to put in a couple of qualifying laps now to try, if he can, to keep that second place, to negate that 5-second penalty. He needs to be more than 5 seconds clear of the car in 4th place. I'm not sure Bansal is going to be able to do that, but Molnar might, because he's pushing on hard here, and he's certainly broken away from the Indian driver. Like, less than a minute left on the clock, so we're starting the final lap of the race. And Dries Van Langendonk, his 3rd ever start on course for his 1st ever race win in cars. A real talent. You can see why McLaren have picked up on him, can't you? With how maturely he's driven so far this weekend as well. Super impressive stuff from the Belgian driver. Right, Molnar is at the moment going through 2.2 seconds behind him. And he's 5.2 seconds clear of Raber now. He's just far enough ahead as it stands to hold on and get that second place, even if you had 5 seconds onto his time. Probably not going to be the case, though, for Bansal, so we could still see Raber up onto the podium, but it might be the bottom step of that podium. Tommy Harfield's trying his best to come back through the order, so he's on the case of Kreiling now for 11th place. But even if he gets into the points, he's going to be massively gutted how this race could have gone and how it did go. So that contact with Martin Molnar, they both have their opinion. One will say, he shut the door on me. The other will say, well, there was never a gap and he shouldn't have gone for it. And maybe the stewards will make the decision afterwards, but it's no help to Tommy Harfield, really, because he's not going to get the race win. He's not even going to get the podium, probably not going to get the points. Right, out of the penultimate corner then comes Dries van Lankendonk. We've had drivers like Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris competing in this championship in the past. They've gone on to Formula One race wins, and now over the line, maybe there's a new name to look out for in the future, because taking the checkered flag and winning the race, Dries van Lankendonk on his debut weekend, the McLaren Junior driver, victorious here at Donington Park. And if he does go on to do what he might do with that skill levels that he's clearly got, the maturity that he's clearly got, then you might be talking about him in Formula One racing one day, and you could say you were here the day that he won his first ever car race. Dries van Lankendonk, a fantastic start to his car racing career, takes the victory. 6.5 seconds clear of Martin Molnar once you add the time on. August Reber with third place by 0.6 of a second, once you added on the 5 seconds to Arie Bansel's time. August Reber was able to get that podium, but importantly for Martin Molnar, second place he keeps, even though he got 5 seconds added onto his time, which means he scores 18 points in the race. He didn't get the fastest lap in the end, so he gets 18 points. But Finn McLaughlin in 7th place for that race will only score 6 points. So he's closed the gap by 12 points, which he kind of needed to do. But McLaughlin is another Rookie Cup winner, and provisionally, by my maths, he's done enough now to wrap up the Rookie Cup title with 2 weekends to go, particularly after that disappointment for Thomas Behrman. Now, time penalty coming through for, it's all changed, for number 24, Martin Molnar now gets 10-second penalty for track limits. So he'd already got 5. He did it again, perhaps when he was pushing hard to bridge the gap to August Reber. And if you do it again, you get another 5 seconds. So it's become a 10-second penalty. And I think it was right at the end of the race, start of the final lap of the race, looking at the replay from ITV, coming out for Hollywood, he went all 4 wheels over the white lines. So he's got a 10-second penalty. The same is true for Arie Bansal. So the cars that finished 2nd and 3rd, both after the race, get another 5 seconds added on. 10 seconds total time penalty, and it completely changes the results. Not for Dries van Lankendonk, he's still your race winner in car 15, but second now is number 47, August Reber. Up to 3rd comes Ethan Jeff Hall, number 25. Good day for Ethan. 4th place, Jimmy Pezik. I think he'll take that where he started the race. He comes home 4th, number 93, and outscores, again, like he did this morning, both of the 2 drivers ahead of him in the championship. So Jimmy's had a good day. 5th place for Finn McLaughlin, number 5, better than he might have hoped halfway through the race when he was just about in the points. 6th place for number 33, Hewitson. 7th, number 42, Campbell Pilling. 8th place, at least getting something out of that, was Tommy Harfield. Ironically, he finishes ahead of Martin Molnar by 0.2 of a second on corrected times, the driver that he had the contact with. So Martin, 2nd on the road, but now it becomes 9th place, and now he only scores 2 points, and now he loses ground to Finn McLaughlin. So 9th place after all of that for number 24, Martin Molnar. 10th, and the last points finisher was Kraling. He got through to 10th place in car 62. And with that extra penalty, Arie Bansal drops all the way out of the points down to 11th position. So provisionally, Finn McLaughlin with a 45.5 point lead now with 2 weekends to go. And Jimmy Pezik, who was only 3 behind Martin Molnar before the race, has moved up to 2nd in the standings on 229 points. 45.5 behind Finn McLaughlin, down to 3rd for Martin Molnar. Finn McLaughlin, 151.5 clear of Thomas Behrman for the Rookie Cup with only 130 available. And Arie Bansal, only 3.5 points clear now in the Challenge Cup Drivers' Championship. Alan Lloyd not racing this weekend, and then 25 points behind 3rd in the Challenge Cup, Charlie Edge. So, what a moment, what a victory, and what a start to his career for Dries van Lankendonk, Josh. He's already a race winner.
That's right, and he's very shortly going to speak to ITV's Louise Goodman live on TV, so we'll let them do that. We'll see if we can have a word with Finn McLaughlin, because I've had confirmation from F4 personnel as well that they agree with you, Chris, and he is provisionally the rookie champion. Finn, for a quick chat, because we've got confirmation, provisionally at least, you're the rookie champion for this year. I know that's not your main aim, but that's nice to get that out of the way with 2 things to go.
Yeah, definitely a tough second day here, but if I'm rookie champion, that's great to get one out of the way, but the main focus is the real championship, so I'm just going to keep working with the team and see how it ends up.
But one thing you did was stay within track limits, something Martin didn't do. So I think actually from a points point of view in that race, it's not too bad in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent, definitely. So we'll just keep pushing as a team and keep doing a good job over the weekends.
And how are you looking forward to going to Silverstone? Obviously, you race on the Grand Prix track, the national circuit's a bit different.
Yeah, definitely. We're fast there, so we'll just keep working towards keeping the pace strong, and let's see how the rest of the season goes.
And then Brands Hatch, a circuit that I guess you don't get that much running on. Is that going to be a challenging weekend to end things off?
No, I think good drivers can adapt, so I'll just adapt to that and see how it goes.
Best of luck for the rest of the year. So there's provisionally our rookie champion in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA, Finn McLaughlin.
Excellent, thanks very much indeed, Josh. Yeah, Finn McLaughlin, who ended up being promoted up to 5th place in that race with all those penalties. Not his strongest weekend, but if you come out of a weekend that's not your best weekend, you still have the championship lead, you've wrapped up the rookie title, and you've, in that race, edged clear of Martin Molnar. And today, in fact, he's scored more points than Martin, hasn't he? Because Martin nor he were able to score points in that reverse grid race earlier on. So all in all, it's been a good bad weekend, if you like, for Finn McLaughlin. So Van Langendonk, Raber and Jeff Hall, the top 3 overall. The top 3 rookies, well, obviously the winner was a rookie, so he wins the rookie race as well. Van Langendonk, 5th place. McLaughlin will be on the rookie podium for 2nd best rookie. And Hewitson gets the podium as well in the 33 car, coming home with a strong 6th place finish. So Cole Hewitson, the South African for the Excel Motorsport team, will be on that Rookie Cup podium as well for the final race of the weekend, the final podium of the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Right, we are looking forward next, while we wait for more news from Formula 4 and the podium and perhaps another interview, we are looking forward to the next race, which is, of course, race 2 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So this is going to be another 14-lap race. The grid based on the race 1 results. So where you finished in race 1 is where you start race 2. Rather than the top 7 now having reduced laps where they can use the boost, it's the top 7 finishers from the previous race that have that disadvantage. So the pole sitter, the race winner, only has 1 lap of, this is Tom Chilton, 1 lap of boost available to him. Tom Ingram has actually increased his boost because he only had 1 lap as the championship leader in race 1, as the driver that finished 2nd in race 2. He's now got double that. He's got 2 laps worth, so it's a little bit better for him. And Dan Rowbottom, start 3rd on the grid, has got 3 laps worth. Ash Sutton's got 4 laps worth, so he's also come out of it with more than he started the weekend. Plus, the top 3, having used the medium tyre, now have to use the hard tyre. That's the rule. You finish in the top 3 in race 1, you have to use the harder tyre available to you for race 2. They all use the medium tyre in race 1, so they've got to use the slower hard tyre now, which we reckon looks like it's about half a second a lap slower than the medium in terms of outright pace. The driver right behind the top 3, starting 4th, 2nd in the championship, Ash Sutton, doesn't have to do that, so he can go on the medium tyre for this race and try, if he can, to get some points back on Tom Ingram at the top of the championship table.
This is the sound of the BTCC Toka Live.
You know, those clouds, those nasty dark clouds, they did go right the way around the circuit here and they didn't touch us, which is really, really good news to have the sunshine now, setting the scene. Already the grid personnel are down there getting ready for the arrival of the cars. The pit lane will open at 2 o'clock, so 10 minutes away, 9 minutes away, in fact, until the pit lane opens and the race gets underway at 2:15. Hi to Malcolm. He says, hi Alan, can I get a big shout out to myself and my mate Graham? We've driven down from near Croft this morning. First time back at Donington for both of us in many years. Come on, Tingram. So there are Tingram fans out there. And Malcolm, thank you very much indeed for remembering to pop your name on that. And Neil says, can he say a big hello to the Alliance boys, Lauren and Vicky. To all of you, great to have you here at Donington. Thanks for writing in, Neil. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I wonder, is Josh going to speak to more drivers down in Parc Fermé, or is he heading over to the podium? Because it might be nice if we do get the drivers released from ITV to have our podium presented. I wonder what Josh's answer is going to be.
We've still got ITV interviews going on currently, Alan. So
okay, I'm going to come down and take the microphone off you so I can head over towards the grid. So podium with Josh will take place, and you're all invited over to join in the festivities, not just for the touring car race. I'll tell you what, Chris, my goodness, the crowd in front of the podium for the first touring car presentation, it was almost Knock Hill-like.
Well, that's high praise indeed.
And that is something special, yeah.
That's good to see. It's nice and busy here today, isn't it? So thanks everybody for your support and coming out to watch the racing, because it just wouldn't be the same. If we hadn't got all of you to talk to, it wouldn't be as much fun, would it? So I hope you've enjoyed the weekend so far. I hope you're going to stay dry, because, as I say, it's in and around us. So look out to beyond the hairpin at Melbourne, and there is a bit of, well, a lot of rain coming down over there. But again, it might just skirt around us. In the wind direction stays as it is. I think we might just miss it. But it's definitely in and around us. But so far, touch wood, we've mainly escaped. So the grid's starting to fill up now, ready for this next race. I'm going to update you on championship points while waiting for the F4 drivers in the podium as well. So after the first race, 22 points now, the gap from Tom Ingram to Ash Sutton. Tom's on 341, Ash is on 319. 20 points, potentially 22 with bonus points available for a race win as well. So it's not that big a gap. But third in the championship, Dan Camish is now 102 points adrift of Tom Ingram. And then 10 points behind him, Dan Rowbottom, who closed the gap a bit with his podium finish. 112 points adrift of Tom Ingram, 10 points behind Dan Camish for third in the championship. Jake Hill is on 207 points, so he's 134 points behind the championship leader. He's 22 points behind Dan Rowbottom. And Tom Chilton up into 6th place in the championship now after his win. 192 points, 149 points behind the championship leader, and 15 points behind Jake Hill. So that's the situation in terms of the championship standings going into this second race of the weekend for the Drivers' Championship. But there are other tight championships to consider here, not least of which the Independence Trophy for any non-manufacturer-backed drivers. And Chris Smiley, with a 4th consecutive win on that front, has now got an 18-point lead over Mikey Doble. So Chris Smiley, 310 points, Mikey Doble, 292, and 10 behind Mikey Doble. Dan Lloyd in 3rd place.
And let's go down to Louise, who is in Parc Ferme, and hear from your new British F4 winner on his debut weekend, as we weren't able to get it on Toka Live. Let's go down to Louise now.
Birthday weekend, you could not have given yourself a better present, could you, than to get this victory on your debut?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I saved my luck for today instead of yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, made a little mistake at the start. But, yeah, I mean, got a bit lucky at Melbourne Loop. But all race, we were quite strong, struggling a bit at the beginning, but we came on a lot at the end. They just made contact as we were coming back. So, I mean, yeah, just great for everything. And thanks to the team for... Yeah, couldn't do this without them. So
I don't know, yesterday wasn't that bad. You got yourself on the pole position, and it was through starting at the front that you were kind of in a position to get this result.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was still really good because at the end we still got really good racecraft at the end and good comeback after the stall. And also the pole position was really nice birthday gift. So yeah, and a nice watch as well. So yeah, grateful.
Obviously, you dropped back a little bit at the start, but how did you feel when you kind of saw the incident happening ahead of you and the road opened up, really, just for you to drive on through and take the win, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Martin trying sometimes, and I thought they were going to have a scrap. So, I mean, yeah, I was just hanging back and waiting and, yeah, seeing if they were going to do anything and sparing my tyres for the end. So, yeah, I mean, relieved.
Relieved, well done. It's an absolutely fantastic result. Hang around a little bit because I want to have a little bit of chat with you about the McLaren programme as well. But let's dive in and talk to August. I mean, that was one of those races. We saw all sorts of people having issues with track limits. It's all about having a clean race and keeping the car where it should be, really, and that's what's resulted in this P2 for you.
Yeah, for sure. It was a race where
It wasn't the most exciting, but those races are always one of the toughest mentally, just putting in the laps and things, but just had to keep it clean. I learned from my mistakes at round 1 where I got my win taken off me for track limits, so you know that paid off today where we inherited 2 places because of it.
Well, you say not the most exciting race. Does that kind of bother you? Do you want the excitement in the race, or would you take the results over an exciting race any time?
No, I think it's good to have a mix of both. I think for me, race 1 was very exciting, a lot of overtakes, but crashes also happen that way, so it's good to have both. But this is, you know, really where you see the mentally strong drivers come through and the fastest ones as well.
So what are you learning in these kind of situations then?
Well, I mean, to be honest, from a driver's point of view, there was quite a lot going on. Also a bit of rain there in the final few laps I saw in my visor, but you know, you just have to learn to not drive in your mirrors and look forward, because you know, crashes can happen and there's always opportunities.
Well, and again, you were somebody who was, you know, what could you see of the crashes going on ahead of you?
Sorry, I didn't.
Were you able to see anything of the incident ahead of you? Or?
I didn't see quite at the hairpin. I saw one of the cars turned around, but I didn't see what happened. No, it was a bit too far in front.
Okay, right, let's dive in and have a word with our P3 finisher, Ethan. And I mean, similar situation to August. You just kept it clean, and as a result of that, you're here on the podium.
Yeah, we had a good start. Started 11th actually. It's probably been one of my best starts this year. Managed to make a place up into turn 1, so we just kind of got past Finn at turn 1 and then made another move into the last corner on the first lap. Got up to 5th on the road, just avoided the carnage and getting past people, just being in the right place at the right time. And then obviously 2 people in front got penalties, so just capitalising on their mistakes, and yeah, it brings us here. So it's a mega race and I'm just over the moon with the result.
So a little bit more exciting than August then, because he was just telling me he had quite a boring race. Yours sounds like it was a lot more fun than he was.
Yeah, possibly. I think he started a little bit higher up, so you know, we had a little bit of like a comeback to be back where we are. So, and then we got up to the back of August with about 5 minutes in, and then obviously it's just so hard to follow around here. So just managed to stay put and not lose any places. We actually had a warning like 5 minutes in, so it was just about trying not to do track limits again. So I think we managed that really well. And the pace was mega. You know, we used our best set of tyres in race 1 and race 2, so the pace on them tyres then was just phenomenal. So yeah, can't thank the team enough for doing a great job with the car.
Well done, good stuff, congratulations. And I'm just going to go back and grab a final quick word with Dries, because Dries is yet another driver, and we've seen various others, Ella Lloyd being a classic example of another driver who's on the McLaren development programme at the moment. You're relatively new to the programme, been with them just over a year. What difference does it make for you being associated with the Formula One team?
Yeah, I mean, development as well. Just McLaren are really good at that. Also, I've got Warren Hughes with me at the tracks most of the time. So yeah, his advice is really valuable to me. Also, Alessandro, the director, his advice is also really valuable to me, and just yeah, it develops me very well as a driver.
So, and as you say, it's a proper involvement. I think sometimes, you know, associations can be a bit more of a sticker than an actual, you know, being embedded with the team. But you spent time down at the factory in Woking, didn't you? And have a lot of input from them.
Yeah, also just having meetings at the factory or just doing physical tests helps me a lot. Just being in shape for the races, and yeah, I've never really had a problem with that since I've been at McLaren. So yeah, extremely grateful to them.
So have you had any word from the team out in Zandvoort yet? They're in your home country.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the best weather there, but yeah, I think I'm going to speak to them very soon, but not yet after the race. So
I'm sure there are going to be a lot of congratulations coming your way. Congratulations. Well, as Dries is saying, it's bad weather over in Zandvoort. We're wondering exactly what the weather is going to be doing here, because there are some clouds overhead, and we've got the second touring car race coming up. That's going to be after this break.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Louise. And I can tell you that weather, even though the Toka Live people were sure that it wasn't going to hit us, if you are listening to us trackside at Donington Park, I am telling you to get your coach ready, because, well, we have rain, and we have a lot of it. We have red rain heading towards the circuit. It is going to drizzle from now to around the race start, but in the middle of race 2 to the end of race 2, it is going to be getting heavier and heavier. So possibly here a dry to wet race 2, but then again, we've seen it on the TV cameras, but it could do whatever it wants to do, because, well, the rain radar that I use for the UK is Met Office, and, well, I won't get into it, but we know how the Met Office sometimes can be with their weather. Let me just have a look at the radar that Team Virtue use, and I will load that up now, and we shall have a look. And yeah, I'm seeing the same weather there. The Virtue weather, the Team Virtue radar weather is given a little bit more orange, a little bit more red than the Met Office one, but we shall have to see, as we are now in build-up for BTCC Race 2, and let's see what the Toka Live team are doing, and we shall join them before we go to Louise on the grid.
And a previous Independence champion, so 2 big landmark starts for those 2 drivers.
So the cars are arriving, and of course the top 3 cars are already on the red wall tyre. That's the hardest of tyres that are available, and therefore you've got the surround of the LED panel on the rear windows, which is illuminated red as well. But I've just been chatting to the Chief Executive of the Championship, Alan Gow, and Mickey Butler from Goodyear, who we heard from, and so their information, which is coming through, is that potentially this is going to get wet during the race. So, well, we've seen treaded tyres being wheeled out onto the grid. All of the teams bringing out those treaded tyres just in case things change before the start of the race. But yeah, we've also got some fancy dress costumes down here, which I wonder if they're related to the stag visit that we heard about earlier on. They don't look as if they're ready to do a pit stop, so maybe there is another stag do. These are Super Mario characters by the looks of things that are down here on the grid. So you can tell from the description that we've got a very...
Seems like Alan Hyde has found out about the things that ITV were doing in the pit lane walkabout.
Tom Chilton's car. Is there going to be a chat with ITV, or are we going to be sort of clear to get in there? There's actually a little huddle around Tom Chilton's car. Barry Plowman is there at the front. The bonnet is up on the car, which is never something that we're particularly happy to see, but I'll see if ITV aren't around, so I'll dive in and have a quick word with Tom. Tom, so the bonnet was up on the car. Is that something we should worry about?
Yeah, we got a bit of a clutch issue, so I'm thinking...
Which you had for the first race as well?
I had in the first race, and I was lucky to pull away. There wasn't enough time to change it then, so I just pulled away out the pits. On the last millimetre of the clutch, it grabbed and went. But there is a chance this might not even pull away, so we're going to... Fingers crossed, and hopefully it works.
Wow. Have you come down from the celebrations about 2 hours ago?
Well, yeah, hopefully I don't come down with a bang if everyone comes up behind me. So
no, don't do that.
At the moment it is working, so we're going for the race, but I'm just, yeah, not quite sure how we're going to get on. It's fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you, Tom. Thank you for talking to us. So,
and Robo, when I spoke to him after race 1, he said he offered you P3, but funnily enough, you...
Funny enough, I wasn't, to be fair. I declined on that offer. I purposely slowed down the last couple of laps to ensure that he didn't want to swap positions. So, yeah, it just put us in a slightly better position now. Obviously, with the weather the way it is, it's very hit and miss. The last thing you want to be is on a hard tyre in these conditions. So, hopefully we've made the right call.
What is your thinking for this race? I mean, the guys up ahead of you on the harder tyre, you've clearly got an advantage. How quickly do you need to make the most, or how quickly do you think we will be seeing you getting past them?
going up against the Hyundais is tough, full stop. So, I mean, I want to get it done as soon as possible. The first couple of laps would be ideal. Obviously, we've got a couple of laps in terms of hybrid more than those guys to use, but ideally I want to do it without that. So let's get it done before the rain comes and we'll see how we get on then.
Cool. I think it's going to be also interesting to keep an eye out for the man behind him, Jake Hill, as well, because I think he's going to be quick in this race. I'm going to go and grab a word with Jake in a minute, but first of all, let's go over to Paul. He's further down the grid, and I think he's with Josh Cook.
Yes, thank you, Lou. I am with Josh Cook. Josh, bit different than media day when you were the quickest man alive around here. It was the shorter circuit, obviously, but you're a specialist at Donington, aren't you?
I've had good success here in the past. Yeah, I got my first win here, my first pole position here, so it has been kind to me previously, but we are having a difficult day today.
What is it? What is it about the difficultness? What's holding you back, mate? Because I expect you to make big progress.
So, obviously this all came together very last minute, as we know. Obviously I did well in this car at this circuit last year on pole position as well, so the car has changed a bit. The weight distribution's changed. That moves the centre of gravity. We have to adjust things like boring stuff like roll centres and dampers and roll bars and all sorts to get it back into the window. But we've had a couple of little issues along the way, just little hiccups. You know, I struggled with achieving boost in qualifying, so the guys did a really good job to get all that sorted. But then race one, we just had a little bit of an issue with the handling of the car. Couldn't quite put our finger on it. I think we found something which was quite nice, because you know what these things are like, it's difficult. And it seems a bit just, you know, us all getting to learn to work together again as a team. Bit of miscommunication amongst us. This is going to happen. This is what happens when it's thrown together last minute. So I think we made a good step in the right direction. Hopefully we've solved most of the issues that we got, and then I can try and go forward.
Top man. Well, I've got my money on you, mate, to make some progress forward. So have a good one.
Thank you.
Top man. Back to you, Lou.
Got your money on Josh earlier on. You said you had your money on this man, Jake Hill, who is sitting, as I said earlier on, just behind Ash Sutton on the grid. Absolutely fuming Jake was yesterday. If you were watching the F4 race earlier on, you would have heard Gluey talking about track limits, and that was something that made Jake somewhat angry yesterday. But today is all about the fight back, isn't it? And so far you're fighting back pretty well.
Today's been great, Lou. You know, I've really enjoyed race one a lot. You know, it was really good racing throughout. No real contact with anyone, which was cool, and just had fun, to be honest with you. It was good for crack.
What's going on down at the front of your car? Tyres off, the guys doing a bit of work down there?
Yeah, we're just preparing for the rain, to be honest with you. When you can see a bit better of what's actually coming in the distance, you can see the rain cloud has touched down and it's not far away. I'm sure you guys have seen it on the camera as well. So we'd rather make a small adjust to the car now rather than lose time in the pit lane if it's a mid tyre stop.
Stuff. Right, well, I will let your guys get on with that. I'll let you get your head down. We're going to head off for a break, and when we come back, is it going to be a wet one? Is it going to stay dry? We'll find out.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you to Louise and Paul O'Neill on the grid. Come up to cameras. Hello everyone, as we have 14 laps ahead of us. Once again, we will go through the grid and the tyres and the technical boost as we normally do on the formation lap, and we'll see who ITV get to talk to as well if you are watching alongside the Formula 1 coverage. I've just seen a weather alert there as well for rain in around 3 minutes time. So, well, rain all across the board, and we shall get ready for possibly a dry to wet touring car race, which will be very interesting indeed. Of course, the top three have to be on hard tyres. Chilton, Ingram and Rowbottom. Sutton could have gotten a podium but didn't want those hard tyres, so he stayed in fourth. Good team strategy there from the Nappers, as we are just under 4 minutes to go, nearly 3 minutes and 13 seconds time till the start of the formation lap for 14 laps around this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, as we cross that 3 minute to go mark. But let's see if Toka Live
have got anything for us while we wait for the formation lap to get underway.
So as long as the wind doesn't change direction, I think that's going to do the same thing. I think it's going to go around the back of Redgate, Hollywood, and miss us. Famous last words. After that, it does look a bit brighter if it's coming from that direction still. So the wind, I think, has been pretty consistent today in the direction. So I feel a bit more confident that we might not have to worry about wet tyres in this race. We'll see. As confirmation, though, that, as Alan suggested, it is only the top 3 that have gone with the hard tyre. So if you didn't use it in race 1, and the ones that used it in race 1, Raiden Moffat, Max Buxton, Gordon Shedden, Josh Cook, Sam Osborne, Charles Rainford and Dan Lloyd, they've got it out of the way. The top 3 on the grid now have to use it: Tom Chilton, Dan Rowbottom and Tom Ingram. And if it's dry for race 3, everybody else then is going to have to put it on that hard tyre for the final race of the weekend. I've given you the grid. The cars will be off on the green flag lap shortly. The grid is just being cleared. And just to say as well, Alan mentioning that as well as the sidewall of the tyres, you can tell what tyres are on from the border light around the display in the side windows of the cars. If that border is white, and it won't be today because they're not an option, it will be a soft tyre. If it's yellow, it'll be the medium tyre, which is what most of them are on. So you've got a yellow panel around the rectangular light system in the side windows. If it's red, they're on the hard tyre. If it's blue, they're on the rain tyre, the wet tyre. At the middle of that panel, if it's green and flashing, they're on the boost. They're using the boost on that lap. If it's white, that means that they've used all of the boost up for that lap. They've got no more left for that lap. And if it goes red, it means they've totally used their allowance of boost up and they've got no more for the rest of the race. That's just to explain how the light display panels work in the side windows of the cars. So then, Tom Chilton on pole position for this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are now under a minute until the time for the formation lap. Across a million things here in the commentary box, we always love to see it over multiple streams. As well, we've got radars saying different things. One of them is saying it's going to hit us. One of them is saying it may hit us. Which, looking at it, I've got one radar which shows us the forecast, and I've got one radar which shows us the current. Now the forecast is showing it's going to hit us, the current one, and looking at all of the previous frames every 5 minutes, I think it's going to hit us, but we shall see. Ponchos are being put on in the crowd, and it is very dark indeed, but cars are rolling off the grid. Nick Kolstad off the back, and we shall see what will happen. What could happen? Everything could happen, but let's get ready for the grid. Tom Chilton and Tom Ingram on row 1, both on the hard tyres. Row 2 for Daniel Rowbottom on the hard tyres. They're the only 3 cars on the hard tyres. Everyone else on mediums. That's Sutton on row 2. Camish and Hill, row 3. Adam Morgan and Senna Proctor on row 4. Row 5, Chris Smiley and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Row 6, Darryl De Leon and Gordon Shedden. Row 7, Charles Rainford and Daniel Lloyd. Row 8, Moffat and Sam Osborne. Row 9, Mikey Doble and Josh Cook. Row 10, Dexter Patterson and Nicholas Hamilton. And the final row being Max Buxton and Nick Kolstad. As cars continuing to warm up their tyres. And we bring in the trackside audio behind me. Hopefully you can hear that and all of the volumes are okay. Let's just boost it up a little bit.
and hope that it doesn't swamp my microphone, because it is very good at doing that every now and again. Here is the Toka Turbo Boost. Chilton 1, Ingram 2, Rowbottom 3, Sutton 4, Camis 5, Hill 6, Morgan 7, everyone else on 8 for a race length of 14 laps. As they head through the S's now down to the hairpin. On one side of the track it is blue skies, on the other side of the track it is dark and rainy skies, and well, that is how dark it is down at the hairpin if you are watching along with us. Cars to the grid then, and we will get ready for round 23 of 30 here in the 2025 British Touring Car Championship. Chilton lines up, Ingram as well. Daniel Rowbottom and Ash Sutton into their grid positions. Row 3 just come into their grid places as well, but we are standing by as we look to the back of the grid for Nick Kolstad and Max Buxton to head into their grid positions. The medical cars also get in positions, but it's time for round 23 around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. It is at the moment no rain. We shall see how long that lasts. We look to the gantry. Red lights turn on and lights go out, and it's a good start from Chilton. An amazing start. I believe that further back was from Dexter Patterson, but into turn 1 it's Tom Chilton round the outside. Sutton giving a little bit of a bump bash to Ingram. Ingram gets a little bit loose. He still keeps it on the track though. Down the Craner curves we go, and it's still Chilton out in front, and Sutton is all over Ingram. Sutton very nearly turns Ingram. This could get spicy very quickly. Sutton is all over the back of Ingram. Tom Ingram under severe pressure here. Rowbottom looks to have let by Sutton. And, well, Sutton is on the absolute charge with those soft tyres. And into the gravel. There's 3 cars into the gravel. One of them is a napper. I believe that is Rainford or Moffat. It's one of the 2 as well. But safety car is out. It's Sam Osborne being the napper. Sam Osborne into there as well. Senna Proctor, I believe, is involved, and it is Moffat as Charles Rainford that is there battling with Jake Hill as the safety car boards come out. So involved, Senna Proctor, who is there, has got a very smashed up front bumper, that Team Virtue car. He is climbing out of the car. Sam Osborne being involved as well, as Senna Proctor looks a little bit winded as he walks to the front of his car, looks down at the front of his car, puts his hand on his back of his helmet and goes like, what just happened there? As we are on board, I believe, with Sam Osborne round the outside of Gordon Shedden. Isn't able to do it in turn 1. Now down at the Craner curves. And hopefully we keep on this onboard to see what happened down there at the far end of the circuit. Side by side further back. Okay, so Senna Proctor went on the grass, got real slow. Senna Proctor went on the grass by himself. That looped him round, got right into the front. That is where the front damage comes from, because he went straight into the side of Moffat. And it looks like Sam Osborne
just lost it on his own. Very strange indeed, but Proctor, 2 wheels on the grass, that spun him round, that put him straight into the side of the 16 car of Aidan Moffat, and Sam Osborne, well, it looks like he just did a sympathy spin from that angle. But this race being safety card, that means that that rain that possibly was on its way, there's a larger chance that it could possibly does hit, if it hits, and the key word being if, and it is so close to the circuit. We just need the wind to change that little bit more the wrong way, and then we have rain. But the BTCC teams have all of their own weather radars and all of their predictions to what to do. But we shall see what will happen as we are on board once again. Battle with the Toyotas of Taylor Smith and Gordon Shedden. Well, there goes the bollard at the top of the hill, as I believe this is Jake Hill we are on board with. Going down into the S's, round the outside of Taylor Smith. A little bit of contact there, and well, that car going off and losing multiple positions. That is why I believe Hill is so far down, all the way in 13th. Car's being recovered then, and of course extra laps being added for a maximum of 3. Senna Proctor being put on the telehandler, being lifted up. But still 2 other cars to be recovered there. Looking at the front on the safety car, your order: Chilton, Ingram, Sutton, Rowbottom, Camish, Morgan, as we look on board with one of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars. On the left side camera, going on the wheel arch camera on the left hand side, going down into turn 1 at Redgate, then down to the Craner curves. Senna Proctor in front. Senna Proctor getting on the brakes a little, going down the Craner curves. And De Leon going up on the inside. So this could be Gordon Shedden on board, as he was in front of the chaos which happened. A little bit of a bumper tap there, as he looked to try to go up the outside, and well, all hell broke loose behind him. Right up the inside, it isn't Shedden, because, well, right up the inside, Gordon Shedden dive-bombed his teammate, so that must mean that that was Taylor Smith. As rain on the onboard of Adam Morgan. I thought we would have just been able to miss it. And, well, the radar was showing that we were possibly going to miss it. One radar was showing there was no rain. The other was showing there was rain. It's raining at Donington. Safety car in this lap. So, will it rain enough for the wet weather tyres? We will have to see. Coming down the backstretch at the exhibition straight, where the pace car will turn its lights off and start to distance itself from the field, as we head on to the Grand Prix loop now, down towards the Melbourne hairpin. We'll see those lights go off as it goes over the hill, but on board with Adam Morgan, a lot of raindrops on the windscreen. Tom Chilton has his windscreen wipers on. Napa are getting their wet weather tyres out in their garage. Will anyone come to the pits this time. The rain that I predicted to come half an hour ago has arrived. Green flag is back out. Is anyone going to dive into the pit lane? Not of the top 10. Will anyone further back have a gamble? No. Everyone at the moment staying out. And Sutton has been hit. Sutton has been spun round. Chilton has got involved. Ash Sutton spun round by someone from behind. Taylor Smith on the grass. What absolute drama there. As the rain comes down, braking distances change. As it's Camish up to the front. Sutton has gone wide. Sutton has pushed Taylor Smith into the gravel. It's an absolute nightmare of a half a lap from the 116. He has gone down, down, down. And Tom Ingram now out in front. He will be able to extend this championship lead by a substantial margin. Jake Hill up on the inside. This rain has caused absolute chaos. Sutton has dropped down to 15th. He was third in that restart. He's now 15th. As we go down to the Melbourne hairpin for the first time in that restart. And it's Ingram, Camish, Morgan, Dowell, De Leon. Here is a replay. We don't see how, but Sutton got spun round by someone. Chilton got caught up in that spin. Napa have just shot themselves in the foot here, because the person who got into the back of Ash Sutton was in fact his teammate Daniel Rowbottom. Daniel Rowbottom couldn't slow the car down enough. He got into the back of Ash Sutton. That spun Ash Sutton round, which then Ash Sutton came spinning round in front of the race leader Tom Chilton. That dropped Tom Chilton down, as well as Ash Sutton. And then Ash Sutton got it all wrong going into the old hairpin. That dropped him down even more. So Napa have just absolutely shot themselves in the foot. Other way, the other Napa side by side for the lead. Dan Camish for the lead. Tom Ingram trying to go to the inside, trying to go to the outside. Dan Camish, your new race leader. But Napa have, well, they were trying to play the team game. That wasn't the best team game. That was probably the worst team game you could play. As it stands, Tom Ingram would lead this championship by 37 points. 359 to 322. That is a lot of points with how short left we have in this season. Only Silverstone and the final round of Brands Hatch GP. Daniel Rowbottom is dropping down as well. Moffat is showing as circulating still, so I think he got out of the gravel. As we are on board with Adam Morgan. Tom Ingram, 0.6 of a second ahead. Ingram getting the bollard on the old hairpin. That may trigger a track limit. We shall see. As we are on board with Jake Hill, who just had Josh Cook overtake him on the inside. Hill trying to go down the inside of Redgate. It looks like he got the position as well, and that is the number 19 of Max Buxton into the pit lane. Chilton, it's lap 7 of 17. Chilton has already used his lap of Toka technical boost. Down into the hairpin. Morgan goes down the inside. He goes wide. Ingram pulls alongside him. We're side by side going to the final corner at Goddard's. Morgan has got his nose ahead, and Ingram now down to 3rd, but with how low down Sutton is, he's back up to 11th.
Ingram may be able to get back past, but as it stands, Morgan is in second place. But what a race here, as Jake Hill on board with, he's used 2 out of 6 laps of his TOCA technical turbo boost, as Morgan fastest lap, Camish 9/10 of a second ahead, and Morgan is catching Dan Camish. As it stands, 33 points now, so gap closed by 4 points, but still 11 points. The gap has increased at the start of this race. It was 22 points, now it's 33 points the gap, but we've still got 9 laps of this race to go. We will hit halfway. We have hit halfway as they complete halfway across the lap. Sutton got damage on his front, Chilton damage on his front. There is a lot of damaged cars here, as Taylor Smith up on the inside of Ash Sutton, and Taylor Smith regains 11th place back from that 116 car. As well, it looks like slow motion going down into Godden's hairpin. Taylor Smith locks up. That unsettles Sutton. That makes Sutton go wider than he would have wanted to, so that gives Taylor Smith a little bit more of a gap. On board with Jake Hill, who is still in 8th place. Down the trainer curves we go, and down in towards the old hairpin, keeping it on the track. More rain spots appearing on the windscreen of that number 1 car of Jake Hill, as we are continuing to circulate round. Darryl De Leon is in 4th. He's got 6 laps of the turbo boost remaining, and it'll become 5 as he uses it down the exhibition straight we go. As that's Hill looking to make a move, as we look from high above the S's, and Hill has made that move. Hill has pulled to the inside, and it'll be a drag race down to the hairpin, side by side with Daniel Lloyd, and he gets that position. Will he be able to keep that position? Dan Lloyd tries to get the cut back, but isn't able to do so. So Hill up to 7th, Lloyd down to 8th, as we focus on that battle as we come to the start-finish line to tick off another lap. Now starting lap 10 of 17, of course, those 3 laps added from that safety car earlier on, which involved Proctor, Osborne and Moffat. Moffat and Osborne continued, Senna Proctor did not. As down in towards the old hairpin we go once more. We have our first black and white flags of the race. It's taken until lap 10 to get them, but car 33, car 52, car 80 and car 123 have all just been given the black and white flag for track limits. That is Adam Morgan, Gordon Shedden, Tom Ingram and Dan Lloyd, who has been given that. Last lap comparison, it was a 135.417 for Ingram. De Leon was 3.5 tenths quicker. De Leon could take this 3rd place away from Ingram and knock him off the podium, which will once again close that gap even more in the championship. At the moment, that gap is 34 points, as those drivers will head round the final hairpin to receive that black and white flag if they have just been given it, and add to that list 22, 27 and 40. So Dan Camish, your race leader, now has a black and white flag for track limits. 22, of course, being Chris Smiley. He is all the way up in 5th. He's gone unnoticed. Chris Smiley for Restart Racing all the way up in 5th. And 40 of Aaron Taylor-Smith. He is in 10th and also has the fastest lap. A 1:34.508. Lloyd jumping over the grass and the curb. Just narrowly missing the bollard on the inside. As Cook has done well. Cook is up in 9th. But your top 10, Camish, Morgan, Ingram, De Leon, Smiley, Hill, Shedden, Lloyd, Cook and Taylor-Smith. Rainford just outside in the 11th position. As we will cross the line this time by to start lap 12 of 17. The cars just heading into the Melbourne loop now. That absolutely stunning Valvoline classic livery that Napa have got on Dan Camish's and Ash Sutton's cars for this weekend. A proper throwback livery. And, well, it has been a very welcome sight. It is absolutely beautiful and everyone loves it, as we are staying on this camera angle for a little bit too long, but we are now on board with Aaron Taylor-Smith, as we were looking at the back markers for a moment, which, well, good to see the back markers get some sort of camera recognition, as most of the time we are always on the battles and the front leaders that are battling out. Fastest lap, by the way, was that 1:34.508 set by Aaron Taylor-Smith. I mentioned that last lap. And it was set on lap 8. We are now on lap 12. Add now cars 66 and 3 for track limits. That is Josh Cook and Tom Chilton. And then Daniel Rowbottom, Ash Sutton and Mikey Doe. Now, so that's 1, 2, 3 as now add Jake Hill and Aidan Moffat to those track limits. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cars out of 22 we have running. Well, 21 we have running because Senna Proctor DNF'd. That's 14 cars who have received a black and white flag. Not as many as we had, as Rainford got wide. Rainford has lost it. Rainford has spun going into pit entry. He is blocking pit entry. Hopefully no one needs to go in, as Rainford gets it back spun around, but Charles Rainford in the 99 car goes falling down, down, down. He tried to be overtaken and he just got wide and he just tapped the rear of Aaron Taylor-Smith. That unsettled the car, and, well, on the accelerator, too much power unsettles the car, just spins you round and facing the wrong way. So Charles Rainford gets back underway, but way, way down in the order. He is now down at the moment in 19th place. Add Nick Hamilton to the list, so now 15 cars. As back on board with Jake Hill, as going through the S's. He's going to try and pull alongside the 22 of Smiley. Down the inside, down to the Melbourne loop. Move complete for now. Will Smiley be able to get the cut through? He isn't able to. Hill gets that position for now. That is 5th place now for Jake Hill. As continuing down across the line to start lap 14. As car 19 has also got a black and white flag, so make that 16 cars. that have received a black and white flag. The number 19 of Max Buxton, he's a lap down, but he still managed to be able to get a black and white flag. As continuing to circulate, Gordon Shedden is now on the back of Chris Smiley. As Hill locks up the hill towards the exhibition straight. As we continue to look at the battle behind him of Smiley and Shedden. Shedden was on the turbo boost a little bit earlier than Smiley. Smiley has only got 2 laps left of that. No, sorry, correction. 1 lap left of that boost, which I believe he is using now. Shedden has got 4 laps left, will become 3 at the end of this lap. So Shedden much more turbo boost left, as we see a plane jetting off behind us in the amazing photo opportunity, which is if you stand at the Melbourne hairpin in the designated photographer areas. They have holes in the fences and everything for cameras. It's a perfect opportunity to photograph the planes and the cars together as the planes appear just over the hill as they climb out of East Midlands Airport. Back to the racing, and Ash Sutton with his damaged front is trying to make a move. This is on board with Aaron Taylor-Smith and trying to go round the outside. Ash Sutton, what a move. Oh, it has downpoured and cars are off everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cars off into the gravel. Out of nowhere, the rain has come. Out of nowhere, the heavens have opened. It was clear in the old hairpin. We go to Coppice and it is a torrential downpour. The safety car is out in the interest of safety. What just happened? It was clear on one camera angle. We cut to the next camera angle and it is torrential downpour. And when I say torrential downpour, we knew it was coming. It has come. We had 6 cars off in the gravel at Coppice. It was like an ice rink. They didn't expect it at all. And there has been a race control message which we haven't seen before. Here is the replay of it. Of the rain, torrential downpour. Hill cannot stop. He goes into the gravel. Smiley goes off. That was a restart racing car. Absolutely charging into the gravel. So your race leader Dan Camish went off. Adam Morgan went off. Darryl De Leon went off. Tom Ingram went off. Everyone went off. Aidan Moffat went off as well. There was a restart racing car which came in way too hot. Chris Smiley went in a bit slower. Daniel Lloyd came in like an absolute torpedo. And what absolute drama. But behind the safety car here, and I will assume that this will be the end of the race. But we had an interesting race control message. Car 52 and 80 alongside car 16. Track limits final warning. Now that would have been no doubt a time penalty because they'd already received that black and white flag. But because I think they're being a little bit light on it because of what just happened with they had no control over it because the rain just absolutely came down. But we need to have a look at the order here and what it does to the championship. So at the moment, Camish leads. I've got Gordon Shedden in second, Adam Morgan Chris Smiley in 4th, Tom Ingram down to 5th, De Leon down to 6th, Cook up to 7th, Taylor Smith up to 8th, Sutton up to 9th. So Ingram drops, Sutton goes up. That closes the championship even more. So as it stands, Tom Ingram 353 points, as Sutton 326 points. Absolute chaos here. The drivers had no traction at all. It was an ice rink down there at the far end of the circuit at Coppice. You wouldn't even know that it was raining, because at Redgate it is bone dry, but at the other end of the circuit it is soaking wet. Spots of rain down the Craner curve, but once you get to the far end of the circuit, torrential downpour. Okay, so Adam Morgan back up to 2nd, Gordon Shedden down to 3rd. Race Control have reversed those orders, and as you come out of the old hairpin down in towards Coppice, it's full wet conditions. We have a strange scenario here where half of the track is soaking wet, half of the track is bone dry, but it's lap 17 of 17. We have had the maximum of 3 laps added, and we are still under safety car condition. This will be your order. The rain came, but it didn't come soon enough to have green flag running in that wet conditions. Only one car came for wet tyres. That was Nick Kolstead, who is in 19th position. But Dan Camish will come across the line to win this chaotic round 23 of the British Touring Car Championship. Checkered flag at the ready. He survived an ice rink. He survived a safety car. Early on, he survived the first lap safety car. He survived the absolute ice rink, which was Coppice at lap 16 and lap 15 before the safety car. Checkered flag. Dan Camish wins round 23 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Adam Morgan in 2nd, Gordon Shedden, Chris Smiley, Tom Ingram in 5th, De Leon Cook in 7th, Taylor Smith in 8th, Ash Sutton in 9th, Jake Hill in 10th, Lloyd, Moffat, Rowbottom, Osborne, Doble, Chilton, Patterson, Rainford, Halstead, Buxton, Hamilton, and a DNF for Senna Proctor. We shall get the Toka Live team back for post-race, and then we shall return to Louise as well. But let's go to Toka Live and our commentary team, who believed that the rain wouldn't hit.
He had that moment under the safety car where he and Adam Morgan contested who was 2nd when the safety car came out. In the end, it was Adam Morgan who takes that 2nd place. Yeah. But for Gordon Shedden, he's 142nd podium in the championship, and well deserved, really well driven throughout that race to gain positions, and particularly when that rain shower came down. Dan Camish is kind of lucky to win it because he was way off the circuit.
Well, I think he went further off than anybody else, didn't he? I mean, he's so far off that he almost cleared the gravel trap and hit the grass beyond it. I think it's a good job he didn't get to the grass, because that would have been absolutely treacherous. But yeah, he would have had all sorts going through his mind and think, oh no, I've thrown this away. What's happened? And then he would have looked in the mirrors and realised that everybody else had done exactly the same thing. I tell you what, it was mega control for them all to get it back on the road. But it's Dan Camish that wins. Adam Morgan comes through to 2nd. Gordon Shedden in 3rd, as I said. So numbers 27, 33, and 52. Then 22, Independence winner again. 4th overall for Chris Smiley. 5th place on the hard tyre, which is now used and out of the way, Tom Ingram, number 80. And another win in the Jack Sears Trophy for Darryl De Leon, 6th place. He's looking really good, isn't he, in his first season as a BMW driver in the Touring Car Championship. 7th place for number 66, Josh Cook. 8th for number 40, Aaron Taylor-Smith. 9th with a battered Ford Focus, Ash Sutton in the 116 car. And 10th, number 1, Jake Hill. Be very frustrated with that race as well. Just as he'd rescued some good results, really, having dropped to 13th, got back back up to 5th place, and then the rain, like with everybody else, caught him out big time. So provisionally, Tom Ingram's got a 27-point lead in the championship over Ash Sutton now, with Dan Camish 3rd still, but only 93 points back, having clawed a bit back with that race win. Dan Rowbottom didn't score any points, so 232 points. So he did score a couple of points for 13th place, but loses ground to Dan Camish, 4th in the standings. So yeah, De Leon, excellent 6th place and winning the Jack Sears class to extend his advantage. With Sam Osborne 3rd in the Jack Sears Trophy, coming home 2nd. Dexter Patterson 3rd in the Jack Sears running. So Dan Camish celebrates start number 200 with win number 15, Alan.
And he's pulled the car up towards the number 1 board in Parc Ferme. He is delighted. He was flashing the headlights. He was punching his fist in the air inside the car as he rolled it up towards the number 1 board. And they're all here from the team to welcome him back. Come on, he says, bashes the roof of the car. Absolutely delighted, leaps out of the car. Steve Richardson from Napa Racing is here to offer his congratulations. I think he'll go to him first, and he did. Big hug from Steve. Then Pete, his engineer, then the rest of the team. They're all queuing up to give Dan Cam a hug and to be part of this special moment, because he is delighted. He's relieved. He is relieved. He's now just put his head down on Pete's left shoulder just to have a little moment. And I can, very good, I can go in and have a chat to Dan Cam once he gets his helmet off and get his thoughts, get his feelings, because ITV are in a advert break at the moment. So I've got to chase him around the car. It's a lovely, lovely moment, this. And I'm sure it is tinged with an element of relief after what was a chaotic moment. I bet you're relieved.
Why does it always rain at the end? Did that to
but not just a bit of drizzle.
No, honestly, you know, I knew the lap before, and I saw the dark cloud, and I said to myself, next time you come up here, just be prepared, it could be slightly moister. No, I wasn't expecting that. I came round the left, and it just hit the windscreen like a ton of bricks.
Switch, wasn't it?
Just a switch. I was a passenger. Thankfully, everyone else was as well. I'm so, like, on edge.
Oh, no.
I mean, driving these cars at the limit's hard enough. Driving them in the rain, in the torrential rain on slick.
In the wrong tyres.
Thank God they chose to finish it on the safety car. I was screaming, you know, it would have been... When I found out no one had pitted, I said, look, this is really dangerous. You've got to call this one. Like, if we go back racing, you'll be picking us up out of every barrier. So, thankfully, it was the right decision. We had the speed to win, and yeah, I'm going to go lie down.
And well done, congratulations, absolutely superb. You heard it, he had the emotion getting out of the car. Such a relief. Adam Morgan, he's brought his car up towards the number 2 board, and he's having a conversation at the moment with Dan Camish, and Adam's still just getting his helmet off, and I think they're both a little bit wide-eyed. By the way, not that it matters particularly, but it's just started to rain again, and Adam Morgan has got his helmet off, and off comes the balaclava. I'll tell you what, Adam, I'd have left your helmet and balaclava on, to be honest.
I've never known a track just switch.
Switch, that's what we just said.
So fast, you know, going up to, heading up to Coppice, you know, I was a few car lengths behind Dan, but still absolutely no time to react whatsoever, and just a passenger, just an absolute passenger, but, you know, delighted to be on the podium. I think that's my 4th P2 this year. I need a win.
It is your 4th, yeah.
It is, yeah. So
4 podiums, 4 second places.
But yeah, massive thank you to Accelerate, Draper Tools, Sicily Commercials. My car crew have been amazing this year, so huge thank you to them. And yeah, we'll see what race 3 brings.
What were you thinking about the safety car being out? Were you thinking, please stay, please stay?
Well, I was on the radio to the team just every corner. It's ridiculous to restart it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. They should be sent to prison if they restart this. So yeah, very happy that they did the sensible option and the right option. So yeah, chuffed to bits of a podium, and thank God it's over. I'm getting too old for this.
Go and talk to TV. Well done, Adam. Thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us.
And let's go to Louise Goodman now.
To celebrate your 200th BTCC race.
200 starts. There was a time where I didn't think I'd get one. So, yeah, proud of that. What a win. You know, why does it always rain just at the last minute around here for me? You know, the last year when I won here, same thing happened. You kind of got it under control, thinking I'm just going to bring this one home. And then the heavens just, I mean, my God, I mean, I knew the lap before the clouds were getting darker, but I thought when it comes, it'll give me a bit of warning. It was like a switch. As I went around the left towards McLean's, it just hit me like a ton of bricks, like the most torrential rain you've ever seen. And I was a passenger. Thankfully, everyone else was too. Difficult race at the end. I'm glad it finished on the safety car. I mean, don't get me wrong, we all would have paddled round just about, but it would have been dangerous. You know, I don't think anyone pitted for wet, so it was good. It was good to get the win. Boy, do we deserve it after what's been an up and down, year. But yeah, proud of that one. It's mega. To win with Valvoline in this livery is incredibly special, and on my 200th race. So yeah, this one's great. So hope the fans enjoyed it. Thanks for coming out. Been a great crowd. I'm absolutely spent, psychologically beaten up after that one. But yeah, let's see what we can do in the next one. A bit harder on the hard, but I've had a really good day so far.
I think everyone is coming back after that race with their eyes slightly out on stalks. I mean, it got everybody's attention, didn't it? Even the restart was quite tricky, and I mean that's where you managed to kind of make up a bit of, put yourself in the position to take the victory. Yeah, I did. A nice job, and a nice race from my side. But ultimately, yeah, it's very difficult out there. Driving these cars on the edge is one thing. Driving them in a pack with 20 odd other nutters is another thing. Driving them in torrential rain on slicks is like a whole different ball game again. So. Yeah, those kind of conditions really make it or break it for you as a driver. You kind of hope that's when you earn your money, so to speak. So no, difficult conditions, but for me it's been a good race. Obviously I saw what unfolded in front of me, which really helped me out. So I don't know what's gone on there, but hopefully for the teams and manufacturers we haven't lost too much, because we are in a very close battle with a Hyundai and Accelerate. So let's see what the rest of the day brings, and then on to Silverstone. Right, I'll let you go and see Nicky to make the reverse grid draw, and let's bring in Adam. I mean, a great result for you. That's your 4th P2 of the season.
I know, I'm desperate for a win, but
he was just that bit too far ahead, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think we were both on the radio, my team to me and their team to Dan, to say Adam's got this many laps of boost and Dan's got this. So Dan just sort of matched what I was doing. So the gap sort of stayed the same all the way through. So it was going to be tricky to catch Dan. He's very, very quick. But yeah, what happened at Coppice is just ridiculous. I've never known a track just change so fast, and just happy to get through the gravel and rejoin, and somehow end up where we went off. So it was an interesting race.
How much of that is luck and how much of that is judgment?
I was quite lucky. I had about 5 car lengths behind Dan, and I could see him sort of going wide, and I thought, okay, I'll slow up a little bit here. But I got there and I had no control. You were just like driving on ice, and I thought, right, just keep it straight. I'm not going to get to the barriers, so just if I keep it pinned and rejoin, and then we'll sort it out from there. That was the idea. And then I think Gordon missed the safety car message, so he came past me, and I was on the radio kicking off, and also it was crazy. But yeah, another podium. So massive thank you to Accelerate, Draper Tools, Sicily Commercials. It's yeah. Another one for the trophy cabinet. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. And let's bring in Gordon, who, I mean, talk about turning around today. That was quite something, wasn't it?
That was a bit wild, wasn't it? That'll go down as one of the most random last racing laps, I think, in touring car history. It was, I don't know how to describe it. It was bone dry until we all got to the braking point at McLean's, and it was like a wall of water. It was just bizarre. And the sky wasn't even that dark. It didn't look like it was going to be anything more than a few little spots, but geez, I'm lucky I survived. I had everything going on, trying to find wipers and heated screens and brake balance, but yeah, on the podium, absolutely delighted. It's didn't expect that at the start of the race. Bit of confusion in terms of was it P2, P3, you're having to give the position back to Adam, but quite frankly, you'll take wherever you were on the podium after, given particularly where you started the day. Yeah, I think I thought it was okay, but there's mixed messages, and it's how quickly you get the message. And then, the call came through. I said, just check it, and if it is, it is. I'll give it back. And they were like, we're not sure, but we think it's probably the right thing to do. I was like, look, I'm using some of my 9 lives in this race as it is, without losing any more in the stewards' office after. Great result for Toyota at their home event. So absolutely brilliant. Yeah, thanks. Good stuff. Right, let's go over to Nicky now for the reverse grid draw.
Lovely stuff. Well, Dan, the joy of winning race 2 is that you get this moment, the famous fishbowl moment, which I know you haven't done for a while. Are you feeling lucky? Do you play bingo?
I don't play bingo. Maybe I should start. It has been a long time. I can't remember the last time I've done this. I'm sure someone out there will know that stat. But yeah, should we give it a go?
Right, well, let's start the reverse grid ceremony and tell us, what number are you going to pick? Oh, he's done a spin. Okay, we'll soon find out. What are you going to pick? Show us the number. Show the camera clearly. Number 8.
Number 8.
Aaron Taylor-Smith is now on pole position. Yeah, how does that make you feel?
Well, hopefully he buys me a drink later, doesn't he? But let's see. No, yeah, that's a good ball. It's a good ball for me. Ultimately, I'm on the harder tyre now, but I think a lot of us will be. So let's see what comes. You know, I've sort of shot my shot. I've had a win. Really pleased with that. It's been a sensible day so far. I've got to take the pain now with the hard. But as long as others do it with me, starting from 8th, I've still got a chance of some sensible points, and ultimately that's what I need.
Yeah, well, currently Ash Lawson is 9th, so if you'd picked the 9th, you could have put him on pole.
Yeah, didn't know that. I'll get that in the ear, but ultimately that's why they're sealed, and that's why we do this in a fishbowl. So, yeah, unfortunately that's sometimes the way it goes.
So how are you going to attack this third race? Hopefully the heavens won't open again and give you some real challenges on track.
Yeah, I hope the sun comes out, you know, scorches the track to about 30 odd degrees and gives me a load of grip on a hard, because that's what we need. So yeah, hopefully it's a nice dry day, you know, for the people here that have come through the gate. Hopefully the fans can dry off this afternoon. And yeah, you know, we'll go away, try and make the car that little bit better, maybe a few tweaks for the hard tyre. It's a bit more durable. And maybe we can come away, like I say, with some nice points. I think the chance of a podium in the next one will be very, very tough, but the chance of picking up some more points and moving forward onto Silverstone, we got a good chance of that.
Lovely stuff. Jade, well, come and join us. We'll have a bit of a grilling. What did you make of Dan's race? Do a bit of analysis while he's here.
Were
I
you
actually,
as stressed as me?
I felt for them, but because I'm now not in it any longer, it was the most exciting thing in the world. I thought you'd got away with it initially because it looked like, from our perspective, that it was Jake, the first car that went off, and then they like panned out and you're well off. Yeah, but I did just ask if you had clenched in that moment. You said you still haven't relaxed yet, so yeah, exciting. I thought classic touring cars.
It was, exactly, but it was a brilliant recovery from all of you. It really was. Dan, we're going to send you on your way because I know you've got a busy time before the final race of the day. It was a cracking moment for him. But let's just recap some of the action, because it was a very busy race, Jade.
Yes, it was a very busy race, and well, safety cars, ice rinks, down at McLean's, and Sutton being screwed over by his teammate. A lot happened in that race, and well, can't wait to see what JB's reaction will be of that when we get ready. Race control message: 2 green flag laps, and that is for the Virtue Mini Challenge. 25 minutes ahead of us. Let's rejoin your Toka Live radio team to take you through the remainder of the action before the final third British Touring Car race a little bit later on today.
So a venture, a voyage into the unknown it's going to be for the drivers in the Virtue Mini Challenge. Fact news for Porsches as well. They're going to have tyre stacks in the race, so they're going to have 2 formation laps for the Porsches because of all the track limits issues that they have had. So that's the next race coming up. And these cars on the grid then, ready for that latest round. These 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre engines fire into life then on these front wheel drive cars. Scrambling for grip, even getting away off the line here, some of them. I think the other thing to bear in mind for the start of this race is some grid positions look pretty dry and others look more damp. It depends which side of the grid you're on and how far up or down the grid you are. So I think we could get an array of very different starts off the line here. Lots of them are going to struggle not to get wheel spin if they're on one of the damp parts of the starting grid. So that could be very tricky indeed. We've got coming up the podium for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, so that's likely to override a lap or 2 of this race once the drivers are assembled after their ITV interviews. But for now, we'll concentrate on the minis as they make their way around. So with that amended result, race 1 yesterday won by Olivier Algieri with Ashley Gregory 2nd and Reese Hurd 3rd. And race 2, now that amended results, Murray Richardson taking a first win, James Sherrington on the podium in 2nd. We're going to get 2 green flag laps as well. And Louis Fleet with a podium. That's 3 first-time podiums, isn't it, if I'm right in thinking that? Richardson, Sherrington and Fleet. But it's now a chance to redeem themselves, those that lost all those positions, like Olivier Algieri, to stay within track limits and turn this around and try and get a race win. The trouble is, it's quite hard to stay in track limits on a track which is greasy and wet, and on slick tyres and a longer race. Yeah, exactly. As Josh has just pointed out. Yeah. So good luck, everybody, trying to stay within track limits in this particular race. We'll see how it all unfolds. They're about to end their first of 2 formation laps. Alan, though, is, I think, ready with the podium.
Yeah, with a big crowd once again in front of the podium here in the sunshine. Would you believe it? Here at Donington Park, the presentation for round 23 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And the rules are as normal, everyone. You can be as loud as you like when your favourite driver appears on the podium, because in order to make the presentation, can we welcome, representing our title sponsors Quick Fit, Ben Boots, who is head of SMR for Quick Fit, and his son Jacob, who are going to make the presentations together. Jacob knows how it works. He goes down to the far end of the podium. He leads his dad down to the small podium step, which has the independent winners trophy, and the winning independent driver for the second time today, Chris Smiley. Well done, Chris. 10th independent win of the year, second one of the day. Waves to the crowd over towards Jacob, young Jacob Boots, who makes the presentation, and Chris Smiley climbs up the podium steps and once again climbs onto the top step of the podium, posing with the trophy. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 23. The winners are Alliance Racing Ford, and to represent them from Coca-Cola, William Goodall and Mason Finley. Well done. Congratulations to Alliance Racing Ford, and both William and Mason make their way over to young Jacob Boot, who presents the trophy. Poor old Ben Boot is not having a chance here, is he? Jacob is doing all the presenting, and thank you very much indeed to William and Mason, who to hold the trophy high. Well done. Congratulations to Alliance Racing Ford. Top 3 drivers in reverse order. Third place, Gordon Shedden. Here comes Flash, 3-time champion, second podium of the year. He's won a race this year. He takes the trophy from young Jacob and holds it up to the crowd. Well done to Gordon Shedden on the third step of the podium. On the second step of the podium, Adam Morgan. Well done, Adam. Gets a lovely cheer from the crowd as Adam, and one fist in the air as he congratulates Gordon Shedden and takes his second place trophy from young Jacob, climbs aboard the second step of the podium. Well done to Adam Morgan. And the winner, second win of the year for Dan Camish. Here comes Dan Cam. That's a popular win. You can hear the cheer. And he's about to get a handshake from young Jacob, with all of the other drivers and with Ben as well. And he holds the trophy up. Dan Cam, everybody, wins round 23. And now the national anthem for the winning driver. Dan Camish wins round 23 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and he is delighted and relieved in equal measure. I think all the drivers are relieved. Thank you to both Ben. Photograph first of all, guys. Photograph first of all with your trophies. Thanks to Ben Boot and son Jacob for doing the lion's share of the presenting on behalf of Quick Fit. The drivers posing with their trophies, and now you know what's coming next. You're going to get a bit wetter than you maybe already are, because they will celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much, Al. Right on cue, red lights come on, and we're about to go racing with the Virtue Mini Trophy Challenge cars. Head off then. Olivier Algieri on pole position, Cameron Richardson second. That's the order they're going to be in, I think, on the run into turn one. Good starts for both of them. It is bone dry off the line and on the run into Red Gate corner. Confirmation that Louis Fleet, number 610, is the only one that's gambled with half a setup of wet tyres. You can run a mixture of wet tyres and dry tyres on the cars in the Mini Challenge. So he's gone with 2 slicks and 2 wets. Everybody else, though, on the slick tyre, which is absolutely fine through this part of the circuit, down into the old hairpin. But out of the old hairpin up to Coppice, it's going to be a bit sketchy for these first few laps of the race. So Algieri leading the way from Richardson. Fairbrother with a decent start in third place for now, but Gregory drawing alongside, getting the inside line on the run up through Schwantz Curve. Still going to be wheel to wheel as they make their way into the right-hander at McLean's. Fairbrother on the inside, Gregory trying to go around the outside. That will give Gregory the inside line for the next corner potentially, but then you've got Marononi Osborne getting in on the action as well. Three of them together in the battle for third place. All sorts of battles going on. Alfie Garth with the onboard camera, bits of bodywork flying off from cars that make contact just ahead of him. Alex Keane's trying to get up the order in the championship leading green and yellow number 62 car, and nose to tail for the lead of the race into the Fogarty S's for the first time, but it will be the black and white car of Algieri that leads the way. He's had 2 races now in 2 race weekends. Race wins taken away from him with pending results. One was only down to second. Today it was from first down to 8th place, and then it's going to be Reese Hurd having a lunge down the inside of Marononi Osborne for third place on the way into the hairpin. He does it, gets through. He's tidy on the way out of the corner as well. Big old gap from second back to third though. They've had a great start, the top 2. Reese Hurd there in third place. Get a replay of 3 abreast. And Ashley Gregory came off, well, in fact it was 4 abreast I reckon. Ashley Gregory was on the outside in the end at Coppice Corner, was the one that got muscled out of it. Bodywork flying off possibly her car as well. So that was why, despite looking to challenge for a podium position early on in the lap, she's wound up crossing the line way down the field, back in 12th place in the 22 car. So it is Algieri in the lead, Richardson in second, Hurd up to third, Marononi Osborne in fourth with the onboard camera for ITV. Alfie Garford, the Rookie Cup leader, number 88, is in 5th place. And then in 6th position, it is Gabe Fairbrother, who, like Ashley Gregory, came out worse as they shuffled each other 4 abreast and contact up at Coppice Corner. Marononi Osborne now defensive from Garford and from Fairbrother as they make their way through the old hairpin, go up towards the wetter part of the circuit now through Schwantz Curve, the left, and up into the right-hander at the top of the hill through McLean's. Already, though, a dry line forming there, but he's still got to be a bit careful off the racing line. And contact as Fairbrother tries to come around the outside of Marononi Osborne at McLean's. That slows him up. Ronnie Smith is going to get a better run than both of them in the turquoise and white number 98 car, and splits the pack, splits the fight. Doesn't quite get ahead of Marononi Osborne, but he's definitely ahead of Fairbrother up at Coppice Corner. All of this allowing the blue car of number 59, third place Reese Hurd, to get away from the pack. So Fairbrother tucks in just in front of Alfie Garford now, tail end of the top 6 as the race leaders, with a bigger gap between the rear of Algieri's car and the front of Richardson's car, make their way down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Then Hurd, and then side by side for 4th place now as Gabe Fairbrother gets the better run out of the S's through the chicane. He carried the momentum into the hairpin, he gets down the inside and he grabs the place. So up the inside of Marononi Osborne and the turquoise and white car of Ronnie Smith gets at the inside of him and gains the place. Then Gabe Fairbrother and the next, the turquoise cars closing up under braking on Marononi Osborne as they get into the left-hander at Goddard's. Can't find a way through, but he's right behind the 81 car. Out onto the grass, running wide is the James Sherrington number 40 car, the orange and white car, so he loses a place as he loses traction on that grass, which is probably a bit damp coming out of Goddard's, but stays on the track crucially. Now Gabe Fairbrother does go for the inside of Marononi Osborne at Redgate Corner. Osborne is sent out wide onto the curbs. Alfie Garford is trying to get in on the action. Marononi Osborne is trying to hang on around the outside of Hollywood and trying to split the fight. Is Garford. Marononi Osborne at the head of this group. 3-4 cars battling now for 4th place. Nearly 5 cars as the next 2 join them, with Henry Foote trying to get in on the action as well. Marononi Osborne did a great job there to fend off the attack, and Alfie Garford read it beautifully and also got past Gabe Fairbrother, who's now lost all his momentum coming out of the old hairpin. So up at McLean's, he's probably going to lose another place to Alex Keane's in the green and yellow number 62 car, and he loses another one through the corner to Henry Foote in the purple and green car, the number 138 machine. So Foote having a good race, and then there's a tag and contact. Henry Foote involved in that, and sideways was Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother still hanging on around the outside. Good car control that. So they're absolutely neck and neck as they battle away. Marononi Osborne heading down into the braking zone for the Fogarty S's, having to go a bit defensive here to keep Garford behind. So Algieri leads, Richardson second, Hurd in 3rd place, Ronnie Smith 4th, then Marononi Osborne 5th, 6th place Garford, 7th place is Keane's, and down to 8th place now is Gabe Fairbrother as further back behind them, one driver to keep an eye on with that two-place grid penalty, which quick in race one is that grey car, number 99, Louis Capozzoli. He's trying to get stuck in now. He's drawing alongside Henry Foote. They both drop back. Coming out through that corner to the orange and blue car of Leo Purchase, who had a good run through the hairpin and nipped past Henry Foote. So it's one step forward, one step backwards for Henry at the moment. Purchase has passed him, and Capozzoli is now past him as he got a better run coming out of Goddard's, and Capozzoli carries that inside speed. Got the inside line on to way into Redgate corner, the grey car up the inside of the orange machine and through on Henry Foote and gaining another place for Louis Capozzoli. So he's had a good run there, 2 places gained. So he got the inside of Purchase. He should be in the top 10 now, I reckon. And if he can get his head down, in closing on the next group, Henry Foote is trying to get past Purchase as well. Purchase in the orange and blue car, number 171. The purple and green 138 car, though, of Henry Foote gets up the inside. And the next one to have a go is going to be Sherrington in the 40 car as he gets a good run coming out of the old hairpin. And Leo Purchase going backwards. It's like karting this. You get offline, somebody gets past you. It's really hard to get back in your lane and stop more cars coming past you. Meanwhile, Algieri has got the fastest lap of the race, so bonus 3 points coming his way. He's on course for the win, and he's also increasing his advantage. He's 1.8 seconds clear now of Cameron Richardson, who's there in second place. So doing an excellent job so far, controlling things. Well, everything that's been thrown at him, and well, everybody this weekend, trying to keep his cool and just keep on scoring good positions, good wins. Some of them he's kept, some of them he hasn't over the last couple of meetings, and onto the curbs with all 4 wheels. But getting the place is Sherrington, number 40, as he gets past the 171 car of Purchase as they fight in the tail end of the top 10. Now, battle for third is heating up because Reese Hurd, despite all the infighting that was going on behind, hasn't been able to get away from everybody else. So the blue 59 car still third, but he's got 3 cars catching up to him now, led by Ronnie Smith. The 96 car, turquoise and white, 4th place. Marinoni Osborne, the white, black, blue and orange car, he's next. We've got a black and white warning for 2 drivers for track limits. Simon Sweetland, number 4, and number 69, Monroe Renard. Probably won't be the last to get those warnings. Hopefully no more penalties for these drivers, though. And what has been a good race so far. Still lots of time to go in the race, just under 17 minutes. New feature for the mini challenge this year is different race lengths. They have various race lengths, 20 minutes races sometimes 25 minutes. So a bit more variance in the race distances for the drivers. As Alfie Garford, still staring at the back of Luca Marinoni Osborne, makes his way through the old hairpin. Those two battling over 5th position. And Ronnie Smith almost pushing Reese Hurd up the hill as he comes up through Schwantz curve. Now looks to the outside line on the way into McLean's corner. That's going to be a hard move to pull off, so he might then nip back to the inside if he can. The line is almost covered off by Reese Hurd, who comes across the track to try and block him, but there's a gap still there, and down that gap goes Ronnie Smith into Coppice corner and ahead of Reese Hurd into a podium paying position. And they're ganging up on Hurd now because Marinoni Osborne has drawn alongside him and got his nose in front. Alfie Garford's trying to do the same. And it's another case of if you lose 1 place, you lose 3 in the mini challenge. So that is bad news for Hurd. He's definitely lost 2. He does fight back at the inside of Alfie Garford, though, under braking into the Fogarty S's. And he gains, or holds at least one of those places. So it is now Ronnie Smith into 3rd, Marinoni Osborne 4th, 5th place for Hurd, having started the lap in 3rd position. Then Garford, then Keynes, and further back, just behind them, Contact, and just coming through that battle, but delayed is the 99 car of Louis Capozzoli. The one that's going to come out on top and get past both drivers is 95. The car that was really in a tank slapper was Gabe Fairbrother, who's dropped down the order by several positions. So 2 places gained it will be for Joshua Wilby, I think, in the 95 car, as he just drove past them. And it wasn't Fairbrother, was it? It was further back than that. Fairbrother has kept going, so over the line they go. Actually, Gregory, I think he's struggling with damage to her car from that lap 1 incident. She's just not making progress. He's dropped back to 15th position as it stands. It was Fairbrother. He dropped down to 10th place on that lap. Get a replay into the hairpin. Yeah, he did get a proper third, Gabe Fairbrother, from Louis Capozzoli. The rear wheels were clean off the ground. He was at a 90-degree angle to the corner, but in fairness, great recovery, kept it back on the road, got it pointed in the right direction, didn't lose too much ground in the end, lost a couple of places, but not that much time. So good car recovery from Gabe Fairbrother. So number 38, Algieri, leads, and he's now 3.5 seconds up the road from Cam Richardson, number 15 in second. Number 96, Ronnie Smith, up to third. Number 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne, up to fourth. 59, Hurd, down to fifth. And 88, Garford in sixth place, but it's probably going to change, and it has changed because Rhys Hurd has just got up the inside of Marinoni Osborne to get one of the places he lost on the previous lap back. That was up at Coppice Corner. Alex Keynes is now trying to draw alongside Alfie Garford behind, but Rhys Hurd gets a better run actually going up through the gears and gets back ahead of Marinoni Osborne, and Marinoni Osborne then has to defend from Alfie Garford. So Hurd got away from them, and he's now gone after Ronnie Smith to try and get back into a podium position. Garford is side by side into the hairpin with Marinoni Osborne, goes in front of him, holds the line through the corner. He's a bit sluggish coming out of the corner though, so Marinoni Osborne comes back at him and has got his foot in the door. He's slightly behind, but he's going to get the inside line on the way into Goddard's, the left-hander. Alex Keynes is going to try and follow Marinoni Osborne through. Garford around the outside, trying to hang on and defend from both of them, trying to keep the outside line to give him the better line at Redgate Corner, and he might do this, you know, Alfie Garford. Good driving in the 88 car. Second favourite through the last corner, but held on to it. They gave each other room, and he's going to get to Redgate Corner first. Alex Keynes is going to try and split the argument and get in between them, but I don't think he'll do it because Marinoni Osborne has already proven once today that he's very good at hanging around the outside, as I'm afraid, into the pits with damage, possibly after that incident, that contact at the hairpin 2 laps ago, is Louis Capozzoli in the 99 car. He's been quick this weekend, but involved in a couple of incidents.
Yeah, today's particularly been a not very good day for Louis Capozzoli. Yesterday was a bit better. There's damage on parts of the car, but I think that might be from the race this morning. Driver's door opener, very upset, Louis Capozzoli, and I think bringing this car into retirement after a disastrous day. And there's damage to the rear bumper, looking round to the front left corner as well, where the team are paying some attention, but I don't think Louis is going to be going any further in this race.
Thanks, Josh. No, okay, so what might have been for Capozzoli, as I say, been very quick this weekend. As Alfie Garford now gets a track limits warning, so that pops up onto the screen. Alfie in the 88 car running currently in 5th place in the race. Algieri controlling things beautifully, 4.2 seconds clear as he goes into the Melbourne hairpin of the 2nd place car of Cam Richardson, but for 3rd and 4th, it is very close indeed, almost nose to tail. Same for the next 2 cars as Alex Keynes trying to come around the outside of the 88 car. Doesn't quite do it though. So Alfie Garford remains currently in 5th place. With Keynes having a big go at him. Now getting a replay of Osborne, Marinoni Osborne, slicing up the inside of Garford, working away at the wheel. Garford having to take 4 wheels over the curbs through the Fogarty S's. And Alex Keynes carrying more momentum to get involved in that scrap as well. So Keynes split them up, and he's got into 6th place now. Marinoni Osborne down to 7th. Ronnie Smith in the white and turquoise number 96 car, one of the cars run by the Race Car Consultants team. He's currently in a podium paying position. If he can hold a podium position, it will be the first time he's been on the podium since the 2nd weekend of the season back in the spring. Brands Hatch, where he finished 2nd from pole positioning at the first race there. He got a podium, a 3rd place in the first weekend at Snetterton as well. He scored plenty of points since then. He's had a couple of bad runs and one retirement and a couple of lower finishing positions, actually 2 retirements, a couple of low finishing positions, but also some top 7, top 8 finishes. So it's been a bit mixed for him this season.
Have you got a moment to indulge me in some touring car news?
Oh, yes. Go on,
some
then.
breaking news. The reverse grid draw number was 8. 8th place was Chris Smiley. Chris Smiley on pole position for race 3. If he hadn't have failed the ride height test.
Right.
So Chris Smiley doesn't take up pole position. Who does? Ash Sutton for race 3. Okay. There you go.
There you go.
That's my breaking news.
Thank you. Right, okay. So, well, that might put a smile on his face. Been a pretty torrid weekend so far for Ash Sutton. Now he's got a chance to get something out of it, maybe, but he's also got a hard tyre to deal with in that race, hasn't he, if memory serves. So, Alex Keynes Alfie Garford, Luca Marinoni Osborne, Henry Foote, and also the red and white 95 car Joshua Wilby. 5 of them tussling as they went through the Melbourne hairpin for 4th place. Keynes is the one that's come out on top for now. And what about the battle for 3rd? It is still just about Ronnie Smith hanging on to that position. More track limits warnings coming. One of them for Marinoni Osborne, number 81. One of them for Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. And another warning coming to Alex Keynes, number 62, championship leader, losing points at the moment, of course, to Olivier Algieri, who is on course for a maximum here of 50 points, plus the 3 for the fastest lap. He's got a 154.170 as his fastest lap of the race. On the last lap, he was 4/10 quicker than Richardson as well, so he's nearly 5 seconds clear now in the race. Coming down the hill, down the Craner curves, with just under 9 minutes left on the clock. The battle for 4th place. A train of minis being led by Keynes, number 62, who's there in 5th place. Bit of damage limitations. Having a good race, actually, from where he was at the end of the first lap. Algieri is in really a race of his own, though, up front, just completely controlling the pace of the race. And it is pretty much a bone-dry track now. It has dried out very quickly, despite that huge downpour we had at the end of the touring car race, up at McLean's in particular, and at Coppice as well. So Alex Keynes with 3 cars queued up behind him, and yes, he's in front, but yes, he's now going to give them a tow as well, down towards the Fogarty S's. The first one to try and pounce is going to be Alfie Garford, and we've got Ronnie Smith defending hard now from Rhys Hurd as they squabble over the final podium position in this race. The blue car quicker of Rhys Hurd through that left-right sequence at the Fogarty S's, but he can't quite. Can he get close enough? Yes, from quite a long way back. He dives down the inside on the way into the Melbourne hairpin, but he's deep into the corner. He's wide, and he's slightly behind. He has got the inside line at the next corner, but he can't quite get on the gas quickly enough. He's just a bit too keen on the brakes, because he was a good car length back when he went for the move, and in the end, Rhys Hurd stuck straight back in behind Ronnie Smith and back down to 3rd place. A good effort, briefly got himself 2nd, but it wasn't to last. But he's still right back with Ronnie Smith as they go across the line to start the next lap of the race and head down towards Redgate. So the next 2 cars into turn 1, scrapping over 2nd place. Briefly changed positions at the end of the previous lap, but Ronnie Smith saw it coming, gave room to the charging car of Rhys Hurd, let him through, and then just got him on the way back out of the corner at Melbourne. Then meanwhile, Keynes in 5th place, 6th place Garford. Joshua Wilby has had an off, though, coming out of Redgate corner. He was involved in that 4th place scrap, and he's gone all the way through the gravel trap and understeered into the barriers. He's almost got to Hollywood. He's gone that far in, and hopping and bouncing is the number 11 car at the old hairpin. Also involved in that scrap, that's Gabe Fairbrother. That's going to lose all sorts of momentum up the hill. He's got 3 of them ganging up on him now. Firstly, Sherrington, then he's got in the 40 car, then he's got 81 Marinoni Osborne and 171 Purchase. Fairbrother's definitely going to lose 1 place to Sherrington, who's now alongside him coming out of McLean's and should get the inside line on the way into Coppice corner, which happens, and so he goes through and nabs the position to gain that place. Alex Keynes is battling away side by side just ahead of them as well, so battles all the way through the field. Alex Keynes and Alfie Garford squabbling away over what's that, 4th and 5th positions. 5 cars squabbling over 6th. It's James Sherrington that comes out on top in that particular battle after that slight delay coming out of the old hairpin for Gabe Fairbrother, which saw him hopping and bouncing up on the road. Further back, Henry Foote now trying to defend from Marinoni Osborne and Purchase, successfully so, on the way through the right-hander at the hairpin. And coming back now and nabbing that place back is Gabe Fairbrother. Just nips back up the inside of number 40, Sherrington, as he came out of the apex of the corner at the Melbourne hairpin. So they swapped, but they swapped back again. Number 11 gets the place back up into the top 5. Replay that huge wide off for Wilby. Quite see if he got a tag there possibly, or well, that was of his own doing, but it was a very high speed off either way. 5 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock. Another battle just going over the start-finish line between Murray Richardson, the winner of race 2, and then Renard, who got the podium in race 2 as well, with all those penalties for the drivers all ahead of them. So they crossed the line side by side, squabbling as it stands for 13th place.
Do you remember at the start of this race we were talking about whether to go to for wet or dry tyres? Look at the track now.
Yeah. I don't know whether to put the washing out, bring it back in. Goodness me, I have to buy a tumble dryer. Right, Algieri leads, Cameron Richardson second, Reese Hurd third, Ronnie Smith fourth, or that's the way they were last time we saw them. They keep swapping positions, those two. Keynes and Garford are side by side often as well. They're battling over fifth place. And then everybody side by side for sixth place as they make their way through Coppice Corner. It is going to be Gabe Fairbrother at the head of that five-way battle for now. And then James Sherrington on the inside, trying to defend from foot. Marinoni Osborne, and just about doing so as it stands. The race leader is down at the Melbourne hairpin. That's number 38, Olivier Algieri. Reese Hurd he stayed ahead of Ronnie Smith on this lap at least, or this part of the lap. So blue number 59 car hanging on to that final podium position through the hairpin.
Currently, there are 14 drivers under investigation for track limit violations.
And there's 19 drivers in the race. Okay, it's going to be a late night, I think, if you are an official here at Donington. Another late night after last night as well for Donington. So, oh dear, more track limits woes potentially. But we'll just concentrate on what we've got in front of us, which is a pretty good race, actually, for the minis. But we have to report one penalty that's come through, and that's just popped up on the screen for Gabe Fairbrother. He's had 2 warnings, and now he's got a penalty, 5-second penalty in car number 11 for TL, track limits. Olivier Algieri then, trying to keep his nose clear. He could just drive in the middle of the road, really. He's that far clear of second. It's
probably preferable if he did.
5.5 seconds clear. Just stay off the white lines. 5.5 seconds clear of Richardson. He's 11 seconds clear of third. So he can just pootle around middle of the track, not worry anybody about track limits. He's one of the many drivers who has succumbed to them. Murray Richardson is 14th at the moment, hoping they all do the same thing, get penalised. He ends up getting another win or podium because he was the one driver that was in the good books in that first race, as Reese Hurd has to defend hard from Ronnie Smith up at Coppice. And then Ronnie Smith might be able to get more traction coming out of the corner. Behind them is another duel going on between Keynes and Garford. They've been nose to nose, side by side, and together in half of the racing laps so far. Hurd is able to keep Smith behind him into the chicane at the Fogarty S's. But better run, much better run for Ronnie Smith coming out of the corner. He's going to have to go the long route at the hairpin because the inside line is covered. He carries great speed and momentum. He gets his nose in front, but he's on the outside line. They hit the brakes, they turn right. Reese Hurd fends him off, but he's tight into the corner, which sends him wide out of the corner, which means that Ronnie Smith is going to draw back alongside him as they go up through the gears, up the hill towards the left-hander at Goddard's. But Ronnie Smith is on the outside line this time for the left-hander that's coming up. We're going into the final 2 minutes of the race now, and Reese Hurd just about fending off Ronnie Smith, but this is a fantastic battle. Ronnie gets on the gas quickly, draws back alongside the blue 59 car. He's actually slightly ahead as they go over the start-finish line. He's definitely ahead as they get into the braking zone, but again, he's on the outside line, and Reese Hurd will just sit on the racing line and stay where he is. You're not coming past, he says. You can come alongside me as often as you like, but I'm just sitting here on the line. If you want to pass me, you've got to go all the way around the outside. And Reese Hurd, again, doing a fantastic defensive job. But this is great racing between them. You have to be careful, though, because if they fight each other too hard, it won't be long before the next two catch them up. Keynes and Garford in 5th and 6th positions as Ronnie Smith now gets a good run coming out of the old hairpin. He tucked to the curb, send it outside, carried the momentum up the hill and through Starkey's and into Schwant's curve. He's going to be slightly ahead, but again, he's going to be on the outside line, and Reese Hurd gets up the inside of him into McLean's corner. They swap paintwork, rub side by side, wing mirror to wing mirror. The wing mirror folded in on the left side of Reese Hurd's car now, so he can't see out of that. He goes into the right-hander at Coppice. He gets the line first, and he stays ahead, but again, tight into the corner means wide out of the corner. And again, drawing back alongside him is Ronnie Smith. What a fantastic race this is. Forget about track limits. Just look at the race in front of you. This is brilliant from the minis. And guess what? The next two have caught them up now, Keynes and Garford. So 4 of them battling for the last place on the podium as they come out through the Fogarty S's with 22 seconds left on the clock for the race leader. Just about going to start another lap before the time runs out, I think. So into the hairpin they go. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all together. Reese Hurd still just about staying there. Deep into the corner, wide out of it again, hanging on to it. Algieri crosses the line with 4 seconds to go, so we're going to get one more lap out of this, which is great because absolutely loving the race that we've got for third place. Into the hairpin they go. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all together. Reese Hurd just trying to keep cool, trying to break away if he can from Ronnie Smith, who's now having to defend a bit from Alex Keynes. And think about what that 62 car might do when they get to the braking zone for Redgate Corner. As it stands, they all stay in a line, no change. To the back of the group, Alfie Garford rubbing his hands, thinking, right, you three hold each other up, send each other wide. I'll nip past all of you and get myself up into a podium position. He's back in 6th place at the moment with a great view from the onboard camera that he's giving to the ITV pictures. So great battle here as they go down for the final time into the old hairpin. Smoking tyres now as they are on the ragged edge from Reese Hurd and also from the car right behind him, Ronnie Smith, who's tried everything. Been great racing between them though. They were absolutely side by side for more than a lap on that previous lap, giving each other just enough room. Hard but fair racing from both of them, I'd say. And Hurd again having to defend here. Ronnie Smith's absolutely desperate to get onto the podium for the first time since weekend 2 at Brands Hatch. Reese Hurd, you can only see out of one wing mirror now, is hanging on for dear life as he makes his way through Coppice. He knows if he loses one place, he might well lose 3 places. It is that tight as they head down now into the Fogarty S's for the final time, and Hurd is just going to have to sit on the inside line and defend like mad as he gives them all a tow. He does so successfully for the time being. Out of the S's they come. The race leader's already making his way towards the final corner to be getting another race win here, Olivier Algieri, hopefully, if he keeps it this time. And 3rd, 4th, 5th with Reese Hurd into the penultimate corner. Stay as they are. The checkered flag is out. Olivier Algieri takes a win. Cameron Richardson is coming out of the last corner. He's going to come home in 2nd place. Reese Hurd has just got one more corner to defend here from Ronnie Smith. Alex Keynes as well. And then you've got Alfie Garford side by side with Alex Keynes as well. They're holding each other up, so Hurd is going to get to the line in 3rd. Ronnie Smith 4th, and Keynes just about, I think, fended off that charging move from Garford for 5th place. He did, and it was only by 51 thousandths of a second. But Keynes did get 5th place. If he ends up winning this championship by the points difference from 5th to 6th, then you can look back on this race, 51 thousandths of a second. He just about clung on. Fantastic race from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy drivers, especially that scrap for 3rd place. Getting a replay of Alfie Garford, just threw it at the inside of Alex Keynes into the last corner and really went for it. To be fair, he sat with Alex Keynes behind him for a long time in that race. He had to have a go. It didn't quite work. It almost worked, but not quite. So Olivier Algieri in the number 38 car takes a race win, absolutely, in terms of at least getting to the finish line first. He hasn't always kept the wins recently, but he's very much the driver on form coming into this race weekend with that excellent weekend that he had. Almost had the 3 wins at Croft. He thought he had, and then one of them was reversed, and Alex King got the win, and he was put back down to 2nd. But with the win at the end of Thruxton that he got as well, and also the performances that he's put in this weekend, he has been superb. So he'll very much fancy his chances going into the last couple of weekends of the championship. They're with us on the Toker package at Donington Park at the end of September, and then they're at Brands Hatch around the Indy circuit, not with the touring cars, but the British Truck Racing Championship for their season finale at the start of November. So, off the screen at least, number 38, Olivier Algieri, a rookie winner and an overall race winner. Another great drive by Olivier. 2nd place, number 15, Cam Richardson. 7.5 seconds the gap from 1st to 2nd. That's a mighty gap in mini racing. 3rd, number 59, with arguably the drive of the race there. The defensive driving that Reese Hurd put in to hold on to that 3rd place was absolutely superb. Hats off to Ronnie Smith, who tried everything to get that podium finish, but had to settle in the end for 4th place. So number 59 Hurd in 3rd, number 96 Ronnie Smith in 4th, number 62 Keynes in 5th, and number 88 Garford in 6th place. Provisionally, there's a 4-point gap, that's all now, between Alex Keynes and Olivier Algieri for the top of the championship table. But I will use the word provisionally, I think, advisedly after what's been going on this weekend. 7th was number 171 Purchase, 8th number 40 Sherrington, 9th number 138 Foot, and 10th number 81 Marinoni Osborne, who's had the pace this weekend to have much better results, but it hasn't quite gone his way, has it? And second half of the races, it's sort of fallen away from him, particularly today. But Marinoni Osborne's usually thereabouts. I think a winnie's coming for him sooner or later, hopefully this season. 11th place, number 11, Fairbrother. 12th, number 46, Manning. 13th, number 8, Murray Richardson. 14th, number 69, Renard. 15th, number 4, Sweetland. And 16th, number 610, Fleet, who's gambled to use 2 wet tyres in that race, and 2 slicks didn't work in the end. And then it was a non-finish for Gregory. I think she sustained damage for that contact in race 1. So Ashley Gregory, again, what might have been today. She's had 2 mega starts in the races today and challenged for podiums, and it's all gone away from her. She got that very good 2nd place yesterday, but Ashley Gregory, a very disappointing Sunday with a non-finish, classified back in 17th place.
This is the sound of the BTCC Toka Live.
In the sunshine here at Donington Park, a very good afternoon to you. 94.3 FM here at Donington and around the world at tokalive.net. It's getting some great pictures of a takeoff from East Midlands Airport on the ITV pictures if you're looking at the big screens. That was a mighty bit of zooming in, that's for sure. And down in Park Fairmay, surrounded by mini drivers, is Josh Barrett. Your messages have been coming all day today. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for sending in. Ben says, can we make a song request? Why Does It Always Rain on Me by Travis for Dan Camish. I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty pleased with any song that we'll play for him and sing him on the top step of the podium here at Donington, as Chris and Josh were both saying, is rather poetic, bearing in mind over the years the bad luck that he's had here at Donington. He's a great driver around Donington. I think he rather proved that in the last touring car race, and we've got one more of those to look forward to. Before that, we've got feedback from the mini drivers down in Park Fairmay with Josh Barrett.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Anne, I've just been told that we're ITV on a short ad break, so we're not be able to speak to the drivers before ITV. I can hang around or see who else we can speak to, unless you've got some more messages.
I have got a huge amount of messages, so yeah, so don't
I'll leave
worry,
it with you.
Don't worry about that, Josh. Chris says, hi Alan, Chris and Josh at Toka Live. It's Chris here with my 80-year-old dad John and brother Dan and 3-year-old nephew Billy, all at Donington this afternoon. First time here in hospitality today, with Dad recovering from breaking 7 ribs recently. A great way to watch the racing in a bit more comfort. Dad is hoping to get a signed photo or picture with his favourite driver, Jake Hill or Nick Hamilton, but can't walk much, so good luck getting that, Dad. I'm sure you can organise it for him. Would love to hear this read out today. Chris, thank you very much indeed, and get well soon, Dad. That's John. That sounds extremely painful. Shout out to Steve, Kev, Owen and Amy enjoying their day here at Donington. That's good to hear. Yeah, a few early warning pictures that came in. Thank you very much indeed, telling us of the weather that was coming during the touring car race. Mark, Dan, Gail and Martin sent in a great picture of the gathering storm. But it was only a little storm, wasn't it? This one is from Charlotte. It says, hi, shout out to BTCC for picking me as a winner for tickets this weekend. Happens to be my favourite track. Me and my boyfriend Craig sat down at the Craner Curbs having a great day, and go Tingram. Well done, winner. Well done, Charlotte, and great to have you here. This one from Stuart says, I'd like to wish my son Bailey and his best mate Mason a fantastic first meeting together. Fingers crossed that the weather holds up. Well, by and large, the weather has held up, hasn't it, Chris? I think it's not been too bad.
Mostly, just enough to give us a little bit of drama at the end of the touring car race. It was like a toddler storm, that wasn't it? It was tiny, but it caused mayhem.
It was a very, I've got the word, intense.
Yeah, it was a bit. Yeah, came and went as if nothing had happened. It's disappeared now. Somewhere else is getting very wet at the moment. But it looks much better now, doesn't it? If you look out the back where the wind is coming from.
Looks fabulous.
Looks lovely. What rain?
Yes.
There's no more coming, is there?
What do you mean, rain? In fact, you could have gone into Garage 39 and had a drink and not known anything about what's gone on while I've been away. We've got Porsches lining up down on the grid. We've got a Porsche race to come, and of course we've got our third race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. I wonder how close we're getting to a podium down there for the minis with Josh Barrett. Maybe Josh can give us an insight into how far away we are.
That'll be a little way yet, Alan.
Okay, very good. In which case we can say hi to Georgia and Daniel, because they've sent in a great picture of 16-week-old Finley loving his first race, from Georgia and from Daniel as well. And Finley looks very, very happy indeed with his little ear defenders on. That is a gorgeous picture of little Finley, 16 weeks old, and at his very first race meeting here at Donington. Super picture, that is. And this one from Shane. Good afternoon. Shout out to Elsie, who is here as a birthday present, also celebrating our 5th anniversary next week. Well, happy anniversary to you. Just to let you know as well, if you are taking decent pictures, we have a sort of a podcast, a radio show on a Tuesday following touring car meetings, and it's on the official BTCC website, 8 o'clock on Tuesday night. And we ask for your photographs. We have a bit of a prize that we give out for the best photograph of the week, and that's a radio show called Tin Top Tuesday. There we go, a shameless self-plug of the podcast and radio show that I do on Tuesday evening. And Josh, what have you got for us?
What I can do, I can speak to Olivier Algieri, the winner of that mini race. A pretty dominant drive there.
Yeah, obviously managed to get a nice little gap at the start. Wasn't easy when we were watching the rain come down when we sat waiting to go out, but on the green flag laps it gave us a chance to sort of see where the dry parts were, and then we sort of went from there.
Well done, and an interesting day on the whole, but well done, and to finish off as the winner. So ITV are continuing on with their interviews of second and third, but I'll head off over to the podium.
Yeah, so podium coming up with Josh. How much time have we got before we're going to get this race underway? I think possibly Josh is going to be doing the podium on his own. We could get the grid because it's already lined up down there with that beautiful purple Porsche Taycan right at the front. That is an absolute beast of a car.
It's my birthday in February, Al, so if you want to start saving up for my present...
I like you. We could be saving up a lot longer than February, I have to tell you.
Yeah, February 2083.
I won't be around.
Because, new for this year, that purple Taycan Turbo, which leads the cars onto the grid from the assembly area. I mentioned it a little bit earlier on. That car can do, wait for it, 180 miles an hour. 0 to 60 in, or 0 to 62 to be precise, in 2.3 seconds. That's if you've got the launch control activated, which is probably advisable because it's got over 1,000 PS horsepower on the car. And if you want to buy me one of those, Alan, you will need to save up £189,200.
Yeah, but the good news is that if you get it in that colour, no extra cost.
What, it's free, or it's just £189?
For the colour, you don't have to pay anything extra.
Oh, yes. I've just looked. If you want all the extras on it, £206,697.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take the basic version.
You didn't go down to the bottom of the page, did you?
Well, I did. That's the recommended price.
Yes.
But, if you want all the nice bits on it, I'll take the basic version. I'll even take it with a cassette player if you knock a few quid off for
I think you have to pay extra for that these days. That's a retro beauty, that would be, wouldn't it?
I want my own windows down, I have to.
Auto reverse cassette player. I've noted it down.
Right, I have to get a big biro then to wind the tape back. We're getting pictures of something we've already mentioned, tyre stacks. The return of tyre stacks at the Fogarty S's.
Oh.
One on the inside, one on the outside, because this is there's been obviously a lot of behind-the-scenes discussions related to track limits. They had to go through every single lap of every car after qualifying. Yesterday, some penalties were given, laps taken away, some were rescinded, so we didn't get a grid until this morning. I think they were here till like 9 o'clock last night working things out. We had more issues in the first race, so they have now put tyre stacks on the inside and outside curbs, or just beyond them, at the Fogarty S's, and just so the drivers are able to get their eye in, they're going to have 2 formation laps before they get into the start procedure in the 19-lap race for this one. So that's just to let you know that. The Porsche Carrera Cup, then Great Britain, for the 10th race of the weekend, the penultimate race of the weekend here at Donington Park. The entry list you'll find on page number 56 of your programme, and if you want to write the grid in, there's space to do so. programmes might have dried out at this point, so you might have a chance. So the grid for this race is based on the race 1 results, but with a part reverse grid depending on which number was drawn out of the hat. The number was 4, so the top 4 reversed, which means George Gamble, number 1, starts on pole position in his home race. The driver from Nottingham, reigning champion, former touring car racer, with Sid Smith, number 99, starting alongside. Row 2, number 10, championship leader Will Martin, and 40, his nearest rival in the championship, winner of race 1 today, Andrew Rackstraw. So that's the top 4 reversed. Everyone else starts the race where they finished the last. So Will Jenkins, who picked up his 2nd Pro-Am class win in as many weekends, his first season of Carrera Cup racing, number 30 starts 5th on the grid, and 6th on the grid, number 94, Oliver White. Row 4, number 52, Angus Whiteside, and 400, James Wallace. Row 5, number 12, Stephen Jelly, returning to Porsche Carrera Cup. He raced here last year, started the season, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship, and is a multiple race winner in this category from his previous time as a Porsche racer before he moved up into touring cars all those years ago. Seb Hopkins is 10th on the grid in car number 18. Row 6, we've got 59, Josh Stanton, and 48, Oliver Jackson. Row 7, 71, Max Coates, having a tough weekend so far, and 22, Carl Cavers, who won the AM class in race 1. Row 8, 58, Henry Dawes, former Fun Cup champion, and number 44, Jonathan Beeson, who had his first retirement, first non-finish, first non-top 2 in class of the season after damage to his car in the first race. Points-wise then, after that first race of the weekend, in the Pro Championship, Will Martin in car number 10 for Eden Motorsports got 88 points, 4 clear now of number 40, Andrew Rackstraw. They share the 3rd row of the grid. Sid Smith, who is ahead of them, 3rd in the championship, 25 points behind the leader. He's in car 99. In Pro-Ams, Oliver White started the weekend dead level with Max Coates on points. He's now 3 clear, so it's still very tight. 86 points for number 94, Oliver White, leader of Pro-Ams, again for Eden Motorsport, and Max Coates, number 71. For Graves Motorsport, his nearest rival, 2nd in Pro-Ams. Ollie Jackson, 17 points adrift of the points leader, is 3rd in the standings in car number 48 for JTR, Joe Tandy Racing. The AM class, just the 2 AM drivers here this weekend. Jonathan Beeson still leads, but he's only 11 points clear now of Carl Cavers. He did pick up a couple of points from that first race for fastest lap points, but he didn't finish the race. So Carl Cavers closing the gap, just 11 points behind in the championship in the number 22 car.
So I think we're a few moments away from the podium, Chris. Have we got time to do this on Toker Live?
Probably. We've got 2 formation laps if they're almost ready.
OK, we'll go. I think we're ready to go, aren't we, for the podium presentation for round 15 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. First, we welcome up onto the podium Leah Walton, who is a guest of Virtue today. She has raised £63,000 for charity, so congratulations and well done to Leah, who will make her way up onto the podium, who will be presenting our awards for round 15 of the championship. We start with the graduate winner, who was Ronnie Smith. So up onto the podium for Ronnie, a 3rd graduate victory of the season for Ronnie Smith. Makes his way through the crowd and will make his way up onto the podium. And Leah will hand over the graduate winner's trophy to Ronnie Smith. Well done, Ronnie. In the top 3 now, the top 3 overall for round 15 of the championship. In 3rd place, Reese Hurd. Well done, Reese. A 5th podium of the 2025 season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And he will make his way up onto the Donington Park podium. And a 5th podium of the season for Reese Hurd. Well done. Up onto the 3rd step of the podium. In 2nd place, Cameron Richardson. Big cheer for Cam Richardson having a one-off outing in the trophy class, and it ends with a podium here at Donington Park. So first podium of the season for Cam Richardson. Well done, Cam. Up onto the far end of the podium, and Leah Walton will hand over the 2nd place trophy to Cam Richardson. The winner of round 15 of the championship, Olivier Algieri. Well done, Olivier. 6th win of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. He'll make his way through the crowds we have here at Donington Park by the podium today. And up onto the podium comes Olivier Algieri, a winner again in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And up onto the top step of the podium he goes, gets a handshake and the winner's trophy from Leah Walton, today's guest of Virtue. Congratulations, and to Olivier Algeri, the winner. Second, Cameron Richardson, Reese Hurd in third, and Ronnie Smith, the graduate winner. We get some photographs of all the drivers together on the top step of the podium. And then we have the further award for the Sunoco Fastest Lap Award, and the Sunoco Fastest Lap Award of the weekend goes to Olivier Algeri. So Leah will hand over the Sunoco Fastest Lap Award to Olivier. Congratulations, a very good weekend it has been for Olivier Algeri. So we get some photographs of him, and then we'll let everybody else go. Olivier, stay where you are, because there's one further special award to come out of this race. Thanks, Leah, as well, for the podium presentations. Now we welcome Nicola Gatenby up onto the podium from the Donington Park Racing Association to hand over the Deepak Trophy, a trophy that's been awarded since 1992, and that goes to Olivier Algeri, the winner of round 15 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. So this is a trophy he can keep. There's one that will go back to the club, the trophy that's been awarded since 1992, the first winner, former British Touring Car Championship racer Calvin Burt. So congratulations to Olivier Algeri, the winner of the Donington Park Racing Association Trophy.
This is the sound of the BTCC. Online, around the circuit and on FM radio, this is Toka Live.
I hold my hands up there, I've got a jump start. Let's get over to the commentary box and rejoin Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Al. I love a bit of rock anyway, it's fine. Right, so cars making their way through the formation laps, as it is for the Porsches, for reasons explained. If you've got some great photos or want to share your experiences, I'm sure lots of you have been around the paddock and got some mega photos of the cars and the paddock, maybe on track as well, then if you want to go online and tag your photos and messages next week or at the end of the weekend with hashtag Carrera Cup GB and share those experiences on social media, you're encouraged to do so by the Porsche Championship organisers. You can follow the Porsche Championship on Instagram and X via @PorscheRaces_GB as well, to keep up with all the latest news from the championship. So cars making their way around the formation lap grid as I gave it to you, and also then the current championship points as I gave it to you in each of the three classes, Pro, Pro-Am, and also the Am class, with that win for the local driver Carl Cavers from Nottingham. We've got a pole driver for this one with that reverse grid pole, also from Nottingham, George Gamble, winner of the championship last year, and a couple of drivers have ever successfully defended their championship title in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. The cars, which was the case since last year as well, also have sustainable fuel. So they run the Hyperflow R20 fuel, which is made up of 20% renewable components in these Porsches, 15% of which is second generation ethanol, 5% of which comes from renewable hydrocarbons as well. And that reduces greenhouse gases from the cars by around about 18% compared to the pump fuel, the standard pump fuel that you can buy. So it reduces the environmental impact of the cars, which is a great thing as well. James Wallace, in his second season of the Porsche Junior, with that bright pink car, won to keep an eye on this. He had a very good run in the Porsche at the Goodwood Festival of Speed a couple of months ago. Comes from Ledbury. Still only a very young driver at 19. With the Rafa Racing Club Porsche GB Junior driver, and the search for the next Porsche Junior will get 2 years worth of backing financially, and also in terms of education training, in terms of media, physical training as well, and lots of opportunities to drive Porsches in other events outside of the Porsche Carrera Cup. Search for the next Porsche Junior for the 2026 and 2027 seasons has now begun. Lots of applicants, and they'll be whittled down to the finalists who will then be put through their paces with various tests, both on and off track, and that will be happening towards the end of the season in October. So that's to look forward to. There's also lots of support for drivers in terms of rookie prizes that Porsche award for the Rookie Championship as well. with their driver development program. So lots of encouragement for the young drivers in this championship, which is why really it's become a much younger average age of drivers in the championship over the last 4 or 5 years in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. So let's see what they can do with George Gamble on pole position, Sid Smith alongside starting in second place. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw fighting with the Pro Championship on row 2, and we're about to go racing for 19 laps. The Porsche Carrera Cup, Great Britain, those engines roaring to life. 510 brake horsepower unleashed by every car. Off the line they fly, catapulted up through the gears down towards turn 1, and it is a good start for the champion George Gamble, and a very good start for Sid Smith, who's got himself there tucked behind in second place. Third and fourth, Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw, the top two of the championship, squabbling away over third place, still side by side as they come out through Hollywood, drop down through the Craner curves, and they're still absolutely side by side, but Will Martin's got the inside line at the old hairpin, brakes, goes through, and number 10, Martin, up to third place, or at least hanging on to that third place after Rackstraw at times got his nose in front of that run through the first few corners. So as it stands, the top 4 remain as they were. Will Jenkins started 5th, is in 5th place. Oliver White is in 6th place. So those two rounding out the top 6. Jenkins, the leading Pro-Am driver in the race, having got that Pro-Am win in race number 1. Everybody safely through the first sector. The race leaders now making their way through Coppice Corner, over the rollers, down the back straight, into the braking zone to go left, then right on the way through the Fogarty S's, with Gamble getting a rocket ship run coming out of the corner. So he's got himself a 2-3 car length advantage now over Sid Smith. And then got Oliver White 6, coming under fire from Angus Whiteside, and James Wallace tries to get up the inside of both of them. Does get alongside Angus Whiteside, but can't carry the momentum coming out of the corner. So the pink number 400 car, the JTR car, sits back behind in 7th place, with then the silver car of number 12, Stephen Jelly, with that luminous yellow rear wing just behind. And then Seb Hopkins, the Sprint Challenge champion from last year, is the next one in the queue, as Sid Smith has a lurk, a big lug up the inside of George Gamble to try and get the race leader Redgate Corner at the start of lap 2. Flashes his lights, so he's no respecter of George Gamble, who have loads more Porsche experience than him, but he's here in his second season of Porsche Carrera Cup. He knows how to win races and get podium finishes already, and he's trying to get the lead away from Gamble. Big lock-up for Ollie Jackson on the way into the old hairpin in the yellow number 48 machine, but he keeps it on the island. Will Martin looking a bit more menacing in 3rd place at the start of this lap. I think he's catching up to the top 2 as they come out of McLean's corner, head up over the crest and into the right-hander at Coppice. Then a slight gap back to the Rosalind Gold Century Motorsport car of number 40, the South African Andrew Rackstraw, who's second, remember, in the points, only 4 points back on Will Martin, but he's losing points to him at the moment. There are less points in this race scoreable for the pro drivers compared to race 1 because of the part reverse grid. For the Pro-Ams and the Ams, it's the same point scoring system as you get in race 1, as Sid Smith goes up the inside onto the grass, takes out a cone, rubs paintwork with George Gamble, still can't quite find a way through, and now you've got Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw ganging up on him as they go up towards Goddard's. It's almost going to be 3 abreast for second place. Sid Smith's got the inside line. Will Martin trying to find a gap. There is no gap, and carrying the momentum around the outside of him is Andrew Rackstraw, who gets himself up to 3rd place. Just read that beautifully, and Will Martin having to defend from another Will Jenkins, who's jinking right, jinking left, trying to get through at Redgate Corner, trying to get through at Hollywood as well in a moment, and might just get alongside him. So the two Wills together. Martin on the back foot here, just got caught out by the battle that happened ahead of him, and now he's going to possibly drop down to 5th place, possibly, because Will Martin is a hard driver to overtake, and the Eden car with those light green flashes along the side of it just stay ahead of Will Jenkins. That's allowed Oliver White to get back into the mix as well in the 94 car. So it was all triggered by Sid Smith having a proper lunge up the inside on the way into the hairpin at Melbourne. And he stood on the brakes. He drifted into the corner. He had at least 2 wheels on the grass. He took out one of the cones on the inside. Going to get a replay from the ITV pictures up in the commentary box. And, this is a different replay. His bodywork flying off, I think, Will Jenkins' car, but getting out of the way of the track. And I'm sure we'll get a replay of the Sid Smith move, because it was a daring move that almost paid off. In the end, it actually cost Will Martin a place, because he kind of got stuck behind those two up at the next corner at Goddard's. Smith is all over Gamble, trying to go around the outside of him this time. Lights ablaze, can't get through. Rackstraw in 3rd place is about 4 car lengths clear of Martin in fourth. Then Jenkins, then Oliver White next up as they go through into the left-hander at Goddard's. And further back, big battle going on involving two of the purple cars. Josh Stanton, number 59, just getting ahead of Max Coates, and in front of both of them, the other purple machine of Angus Whiteside, which is in 10th place at the moment. So Sid Smith, as I say, looks the quicker of the two, doesn't he? But George Gamble using all of his experience here to keep ahead of Smith on that run down through Redgate, through Hollywood, and down into the old hairpin now at the foot of the Craner curves. It's all bringing, though, back into play this. Will Martin is catching back up to that top three. At the moment, though, he's going to lose points, as I say, to his championship rival, Andrew Rackstraw, who is running third overall. And for this race, he would get 6 points for that. 5 points, one fewer for Will Martin. Smith has got the fastest lap of the race. Sid Smith in second. That bit of trim has been recovered by the marshal, thankfully. I think that was up at Coppice Corner. So no need for a safety car like we saw in the first race when we had some errant bodywork on track that brought about a safety car fairly late on in the first race. Avoiding the tyre stacks, hopefully avoiding track limits warnings. I don't think we've had any so far that have flashed up yet on the screen. The Porsches go, into the hairpin they go, and Sid Smith is now looking at his mirrors because Andrew Rackstraw is right underneath his rear wing because he's having to defend very hard from Will Martin, who got halfway alongside him on the way into the right-hand hairpin but couldn't get past him. Firing their way now slightly uphill into the left-hander at Goddard's, out of the corner, past the grandstand to complete another lap of the race. This race goes through its effectively 18 laps now, with one of the laps used up for that extra green flag lap formation lap to get used to the tyre stacks. Sid Smith cracking on, fourth place in the championship, got the one win so far at Thruxton, the reverse grid race there as well. Martin now gets his foot in the door, down the Craner curve, side by side with his championship rival Andrew Rackstraw, and through he goes at the foot of the hill. So number 10 back up to third place, Will Martin. Really good driving that from Will. Rackstraw, to be fair, gave him the room as well. That if something goes wrong down the Craner curves at those speeds, one of these cars at what, 140, 150 miles an hour down there, it's going to be a big, big off. So excellent driving from both of them to give each other the room. And Martin coming out on top, back up into third place. Get a replay of that. He just was able to get on the traction a bit better, just a tighter line coming out through Hollywood. Nipped past really halfway down the Craner curves, and Rackstraw giving him the room, not trying to over-defend and block it. So through, past the tyre stacks, go the top two. Sid Smith with a bit of breathing space back to third place now. Maybe free to go on the attack once again. Down into the hairpin, inside line covered. George Gamble desperately trying to get the win here, fight for the win. He's been, as I say, on good form of late coming into the weekend. First, second, third and fourth. Not in that order, but those results so at the last four races. Getting his season going after some misfortune at the start of the year. And he still hasn't ruled himself out of winning the championship. He needs a really good final few rounds and maybe a bit of bad luck for the likes of Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw, but he's still got a fighting chance, and he's fighting tooth and nail for the win here if he can get it. The Pro-Ams are 5th and 6th. Jenkins, number 30, ahead of number 94, White. So they're the top two Pro-Ams. Third best of the Pro-Ams is that purple car, striped car of number 59, Josh Stanton. That's back in 11th place. And Jonathan Beeson, with the car repaired, the 44 car, after his incident in race 1, is leading the AM class, but only just from Carl Cavers in the multicoloured car. Beeson actually pushing Henry Dawes at the moment, trying to nab 14th place away from him. So they're up at McLean's corner. Henry Dawes in his third season of Porsche Carrera Cup now, having gone from 130 brake horsepower, single-seater silhouette VW Beetles in the Fun Cup, now stepped up a few years ago and, well, 5 times the horsepower, 510 brake horsepower, but very much used to close, exciting wheel-to-wheel racing from his time in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, where there's overtaking aplenty. He's used a lot of that race skill to develop his skills in Porsche Carrera Cup, and doing a good job out there, hanging on in the middle of the pack to some very, very experienced Porsche racers. Will Jenkins, Oliver White, top two Pro-Ams into the final corner at Goddard's, keeping an eye on the mirrors because there's a bright pink car not far behind. James Wallace, pro driver in the number 400 JTR car. And now, again, halfway alongside the race leader at Redgate Corner goes Sid Smith, the green and white machine, trying to carry the momentum around the outside, not quite able to do so. And all the time, they're being caught back up by Will Martin, who set the absolute best first sector on the last lap. So he's with them now, shows his nose to look at the inside of Sid Smith at the old hairpin, but it is just a glance down the inside. But he's just basically saying to Sid Smith, I'm here, I'm keen to get through. If you leave a gap, I'm going to go for it. So putting the pressure on, trying to distract him in the mirrors. And if they fight for about half a lap, I reckon Andrew Rackstraw will be right with them as well. He's almost there as it stands up at Coppice Corner. So it's going to be a three-way fight for second place, which could be very good news for the race leader, George Gamble. If they get stuck into each other, he might just be able to get his head down and pull clear, which he seems to have started to do. Still that good battle going on for the Pro-Am win, and points between number 30 Will Jenkins and number 94, the bright green car of Oliver White, who again gets a good run coming out of the corner. Stephen Jelly a bit sluggish coming out of the Fogarty S's, comes under fire from Angus Whiteside and possibly also from Josh Stanton. Whiteside's on the outside of him. Stanton's just behind. Jelly's just about got his nose in front through the apex, back on the accelerator, and he holds the position, Jelly. But now coming around the outside of him, he's Angus Whiteside. I tried to carry that momentum to get the inside line at the next corner, all the way down at Redgate, but Jelly positions the car beautifully, having come from most recently British touring cars. Of course, he's well used to drivers being fully alongside him, usually about 4 or 5 of them. So he's not fazed by any of this, and of course very experienced Porsche racer, multiple podium finisher, several race wins in his first years racing in Porsche Carrera Cup as well. So knows how to drive these cars. A full season back in them in 2024, and he's back in them for the end of this season with Team Parker as well, local team from Leicestershire who've been involved in this championship since the very beginning of the championship all those years ago, as Max Coates now draws alongside Josh Stanton, and he's trying to recover some good points from this race. He's got at the inside, and the 71 car, yellow and red machine, the Duckham's Yassa racing car, gets the position. So ahead of Josh Stanton he goes, and that is for third in the Pro-Am category. So good battle going on between those two as Angus Whiteside still tries to find a way past Stephen Jelly. And then the top 2 in Pro-Ams have been joined not just by James Wallace now, but also by the orange, black and white car of Seb Hopkins, who gets a tremendous run coming out of the Fogarty S's, draws alongside James Wallace. Seb Hopkins is going to dive down the inside on the way into the right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin and gets through, gets the job done. So that's the battle for 7th place. Down to 8th position goes James Wallace. And we've got Angus Whiteside slowing down in the 52 car, crawling over the start-finish line.
Yeah, I think he cut the Grand Prix loop out, Chris. He went straight on. Not sure if it was a mistake or a problem with the car, so went through the national circuit, basically.
Car's smoking, Josh, on the right side, so a puncture possibly, or bodywork rubbing on it. But he obviously, yeah, felt it getting a replay now. Something's got on the car as he locked up into the corner. That's why he never made the corner. So it could be brake-related, could be tyre-related, so very quick reactions, just threw it down a pretty narrow escape road, took to the gravel, as you say, cut the corner, rejoined, but he opted not to go into the pit lane, carried on, but he is now going very slowly. So he's dropped to the tail end of the field. Just after that was the Seb Hopkins move on Stephen Jelly coming out of the corner. Maybe Stephen was slightly distracted by all of that. So Gamble leads by just under half a second in the number 1 car from number 99 Sid Smith, where they started first and second. Will Martin third, where he started, but he was 4th for a while in this race, and 4th where he started is Andrew Rackstraw, but it is still really close, and any advantage that Gamble had at the start of the lap is now dwindled down to almost nothing by the time they get to the hairpin at Melbourne. And then the next 4 cars are all together as well, battling over 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions, including the top 2 Pro-Ams. Jenkins number 30 and White number 94. James Wallace diving down the inside on the way into the last corner. Did he get through? And the answer is no, he went wide. He comes back into my view as he got hidden behind the grandstand, but he went way out wide and he's going to lose tons of places. Is Wallace just had to go at the inside, threw caution to the wind under braking, but he clearly never made the corner, went very wide off the road and rejoined and lost all his momentum. He crossed the line in 11th place, and he's probably going to lose at least 1 more place as he got up to speed down at Redgate. So Wallace tumbling down the order with all of that. And meanwhile, Stephen Jelly is now to fend off more drivers. We've got Angus Whiteside actually right behind him, but Angus of course, kind of missed out those corners, didn't he? So car is okay now. That smoke has disappeared from the car, but he slotted back in kind of where he was. So that's why he was going slowly, because he was waiting for them to catch up. He didn't want to be seen to gain an advantage. You got a replay on the big screen of Wallace's massive lock-up on the way into Goddard's. Not only did he go onto the escape road, he also bounced across the grass before that as well. So that was a shame, because it was a worthy move. He carried a lot of speed into the corner, but he couldn't quite get it slowed down in time. Therefore, we've now got a battle for the lead of the race, because Sid Smith, halfway alongside George Gamble, now fully alongside, but he's on the outside line. He's on the wrong line for the left-hander at Goddard's. Gamble knows exactly that, stays where he is, sits on the line, and he's now going to try and send Sid Smith wide. Sid Smith has to get off the throttle momentarily, so Will Martin now draws alongside him. They're absolutely together. They could shake hands as they go over the start-finish line. They're that close. Sid Smith launches one down the inside of George Gamble, goes on the attack, and gets through. That's a fantastic move. He was totally on the back foot there coming onto the start-finish straight, but he's not yet got the lead of the race. He has, but not for long, because Will Martin now does him coming down the hill, because he had more momentum than both of them coming out of the corner and out of Hollywood down the Crater curves. He's basically gone from third to first. Now Whiteside has got a problem, because his car has completely stopped out on track.
Who said you can't overtake in Porsche racing?
Nobody. Yeah, it's been good racing, this, hasn't it? Really good racing. Safety car is out, though, because Angus Whiteside's problems have recurred, and he's stopped out on the circuit. So you're going to get a pause in the action, and what action we've had. Really, really good racing. So 10 out of 10 for effort for Sid Smith. That was a really gutsy move at Redgate Corner, a bit like the one at the hairpin. Just threw it. It's like a karting move. Just threw it under braking into the corner, chucked it in, because he was on the back foot, because he was under attack from Will Martin. But then he went a bit wide coming out of the corner. Will Martin, as you can see on the replay, out through Hollywood, pounced, used all of his experience as well and skill to get the lead of the race. So basically, he's gone from third to first in a corner and a half there.
What good timing as well, because he took the lead, then the safety car was deployed. So if all that sort of happened a few seconds earlier, he might well not have been in the lead. So it worked out absolutely perfectly for Will Martin, while his championship rival wasn't able to capitalise.
Very true. Yeah, it was nip and tuck, wasn't he? Just in the nick of time, but fantastic racing. Sid Smith has been, over the last year and a half of this championship, I reckon, really entertaining to watch. He's a proper racer. He really goes for it. He's pulled off some terrific moves over the last couple of years in this championship. Last year in Pro-Ams and this year in Pros. He's really got to grips with this car very quickly indeed, given that, you know, prior to the start of last year, no experience driving any kind of car, GT type car, having come from GB4 the year before that, and still a very young driver. Angus Whiteside disconsolately walks away from his car, which had an issue, got going again, and then died on him completely. So a retirement for Angus, who third in the championship coming into the weekend, might well lose out on that now, might need to Sid Smith, who, of course, now in contention for another podium finish and some good points here. So coming into that race, Sid Smith was only, in fact, he got ahead by 1 point of Angus Whiteside anyway after the previous race. There's 1 point between them. That's now going to increase, likely, given that Angus is out of the race. And Sid currently is in a podium paying position. So the big loser in all of that shuffle was George Gamble, who is down to third place. He's also got a warning symbol next to his name. I haven't been paying too much attention to all of that because it's been rather lively on track. But that has appeared, and I guess there was a message before that appeared to say that he's got a penalty, probably, for track limits. That's what the symbol normally shows. So not as he dropped from first to third on the track, the safety car has bunched everybody up behind him. If he's got a 5-second penalty, that's going to put them loads of drivers in front of him, isn't it?
Yeah, that came up on the race control channel 6 seconds before the safety car was deployed. So basically, when he was losing those positions, if he's not going badly for George Gamble at that moment, I don't know what was happening. But yeah, absolute disaster for him. And everyone's bunched up, as you say. That's brought everyone back together.
Yeah, never rains when it pours, eh? Quite apt for today, I suppose. So back underway they go. George Gamble has now really got to get his head down to pull away from everybody behind him as much as he can to negate this 5-second penalty. But it's certainly going to put him, you would think, at the end of the race off the podium, because Andrew Rackstraw right behind him in 4th place. has got the pace to stick with him anyway. So it's going to be very hard for George to get a decent result out of this now. So number 10, Will Martin leads the race. 6 laps to go. Stephen Jelly locks up through the old hairpin, runs wide on the way out of the corner, and Max Coates gets past him. And now Josh Stanton is going to try and get past him. James Wallace is probably going to get past him on the way into the right-hander at McLean's. And he does. So you make one slight mistake here and you're massively punished in this very good racing that we've had from the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. So, Will Jenkins having a lock-up up at Coppice Corner as well. I suppose James Wallace might be one to watch now because he was pushing for a top 5, top 6 finish before he had his big lock-up down at Goddard's a couple of laps before the safety car. So the pink machine could be worth a watch, trying to get back up some places. Now they're all bunched up in front of him thanks to the safety car. 5 laps to go at the end of this one, and it's a case of, once again, nose to tail into the hairpin, and once again it's Sid Smith trying to find a way through, but this time, unlike the rest of the race, he's trying to get past Will Martin rather than George Gamble, championship leader. A little bit leery through the apex of the corner, gets on the throttle. The tyres are starting to cry wolf maybe now as well. And coming out of Goddard's corner, Will Jenkins goes out wide and loses places, loses positions. Max Coates has gone past him. So that is up into second place now in the category for Max Coates, behind Oliver White. What happened? It was just a lock-up, looking at the replay, just out of sight of the commentary box, right behind the buildings. Saw him slow out of the corner, dropping behind Max Coates, and that was why. Just had a lock-up on the way into the turn. So Jenkins slightly unravelling for him now, having led early on the Pro-Am race, with now up into 5th place and leading the class, number 94, Oliver White, and Max Coates getting something out of the weekend as James Wallace gets up the inside of Josh Stanton to move himself up to 9th place. But no change of points for him because Josh is a Pro-Am driver and James is a Pro driver in this championship. So Will Martin, number 10, leads. Number 99, Sid Smith, is second. Third on the road, but with a 5-second penalty, is George Gamble for track limit. So Rackstraw, effectively number 40, is in 3rd place. And Oliver White will also move up a place, 4th. And Seb Hopkins will also move up a place into 5th once 5 seconds is added on to the time of the number 1 car. So very frustrating day, and really season it has become for the defending champion. Max Coates has absolutely romped away from the pack now. He's got good speed in this race, Max Coates, number 71. So if he can get his head down, he could maybe go after Oliver White. In between them, you've still got Seb Hopkins. So they go over the line, down towards Redgate Corner. 4 laps to go. Could do with Oliver White being embroiled in a battle with Seb Hopkins, who's in a different class to him. But if Oliver gets held up, then Max is going to come after them. Meanwhile, we've got Stephen Jelly trying to get back up the order after his braking indiscretion down at the old hairpin. Number 12 car back down to 11th place now. Black and white track limits warning this time coming to Will Jenkins in the number 30 car, who is just about keeping Stephen Jelly behind him, who's less worried about him than the car, the bright yellow car directly behind the pair of them, Ollie Jackson, because Ollie is a Pro-Am driver too, like Will Jenkins. And Jelly now goes up the inside of Will Jenkins, gets past and takes with him, I think, coming out of McLean's corner, Ollie Jackson. Ollie Jackson gets up the inside, and he's struggling, isn't he, Will Jenkins, with that car, maybe with the tyres, but he's lost a lot of pace and he's on the back foot now. So Jenkins, who led the first half of the race in terms of Pro-Ams, won the race earlier in his class, now starting to fall down the order, I'm afraid, and also losing class positions at the same time. How is Max Coates getting on in his pursuit of Oliver White and Seb Hopkins? Let's see, maybe closing up a little bit. But Oliver White and Seb Hopkins' pace is good. They're hanging on to the cars ahead of them. Will Martin and Sid Smith have made a bit of a break for it now, 1st and 2nd. 3rd on the road, but not 3rd in reality, is George Gamble. So Rackstraw on for a podium to follow up the win that he got earlier on. His 3rd class win and 2nd outright win of the season, the South African. And we've now got 3 laps to go, including the one we've started. Really good racing, this on the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. A couple of weekends to go after this. It is slightly been overlooked with all the battles we've had at the front, but it's still been really close all the way through this race for the AM class victory, with number 44, the blue and white machine of Jonathan Beeson, only just a 2 or 3 tenths of a second clear of Carl Cavers, which has been the case all the way through the race, really. And I don't think Cavers has ever properly got alongside him. I haven't seen that happen anyway, but he's always been right behind him. So trying to get his second win of the weekend here. His first season of Porsche Carrera Cup GB as Ollie Jackson and Stephen Jelly side by side, two ex-touring car racers. And Jackson gets up the inside on the way into Coppice Corner and gets past Jelly. Jelly is not eligible for championship points anyway. Also, he's in a different class to Ollie Jackson, so it doesn't make any difference to Jackson's point scoring. Pro-Am wise, it's Ollie White, number 94, 5th place, leading the class with then Max Coates in second, 7th overall in car 71, and third in the class is Josh Stanton, number 59, also in the top 10, running in 9th place. All right, getting into the crux of it now, and Will Martin looks like he's maybe just got a bit too much speed for Sid Smith to be able to live with. And he's looked after his tyres maybe that little bit better. He's just got a tiny bit more speed. He's a fraction quicker over the last couple of laps. 2/10 quicker on that lap. The gap's grown to 0.8 of a second. Smith is going to get the points for the fastest lap. He's going to cement 3rd place in the championship after this weekend, especially with that very unfortunate retirement for Angus Whiteside. But I don't think, unless something bizarre happens, he's going to be able to challenge for the win here, because Will Martin looks like he's got things under control. And when Will Martin's in front, usually things are under control as he strives to try and get his first championship win in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Rackstraw flashing his lights on his teammates, which is just ahead of him, of George Gamble, but I'm sure he knows that he doesn't need to get past George to get the podium, but he's still urging George on because he's seeing the cars behind him are catching him as well. Not too worried about Oliver White because he's in a different class, but he might be a bit more worried about Seb Hopkins, who is a pro driver in that orange and black number 18 car, who's next in the queue, running in 5th place. So don't hold me up, he says to George, but Gamble doing a decent job here. Sid Smith once again very good on the brakes on the way into the Melbourne hairpin. Lights on, still trying, still giving it everything, but maybe not quite having the ultimate pace as we go into these closing laps now to challenge for that race win, as he has for much of the race. There's a lap to go at the end of this one. Over the grid hatchings and past the start-finish line goes Will Martin onto the final lap of the race then here at Donington Park. Sid Smith in second, follows him into Redgate Corner and massively smokes his front right tyre as he goes into the turn as well, which shows that he's still trying, but it also shows that maybe those tyres are starting to give up the ghost a bit now. Those Michelins, which have been worked hard in this race, let's face it, by Sid Smith, has been the last of the late breakers, hasn't he? Jenkins absolutely has a problem now because he's dropping back further still. He's dropped behind the 22 car of Carl Cavus. He's all the way back in 14th place now, Will Jenkins, which is not what you normally see, so a real shame. He's definitely picked up an issue in the second half of the race with that car, whether it's tyre related or something else, I'm not sure, but his pace is definitely off compared to what he's normally capable of producing. He's in the 133s. The leaders are in the 1 minute 30s, so he's a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds a lap off the pace. And Oliver White, he's looking good for another class win, which would be his 5th of the season now in the Pro-Am Championship. Max Coates, his nearest rival in the championship. Pretty good race, though, to get himself up to 2nd in class and 7th overall in the number 71 car. And now Andrew Rackstraw does go down the inside into the penultimate corner of George Gamble, just to make sure he gets the podium, just I suppose in case that any penalties are rescinded. So he's 3rd on the road now, going into the last corner. The flag awaits though, and it is going to be another victory for Will Martin, his 5th win of 2025. Will Martin takes the victory. Sid Smith with a very entertaining 2nd place. 3rd place to Andrew Rackstraw on corrected times. Oliver White wins Pro-Am and is 4th overall, ahead of Seb Hopkins 5th, Max Coates 2nd in the Pro-Am and up to 6th place overall. James Wallace up to 7th, and George Gamble down to 8th place overall because of that 5-second track limits penalty. And Henry Dawes almost getting past Will Jenkins on the line. Does get him into Redgate Corner, but only after the checkered flag. And somewhere along the line, Carl Cavers faded. Maybe had a moment somewhere in the last couple of laps of the race, because he was very close to Jonathan Beeson for 95% of that race, but faded away ultimately to finish 15th and quite a long way behind him. So another win in the AM category for Jonathan Beeson, number 44, to recover from that first non-finish of the season that he endured early on today in race 1. So number 10, Will Martin wins. Number 99, Sid Smith, second. Number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, third. And then fourth, number 94, Oliver White. Fifth, number 18, and the winning rookie in that race, Seb Hopkins. Sixth place, number 71, Max Coates. Seventh, number 400, James Wallace. Eighth, number 1, with the penalty, George Gamble. Ninth, number 59, Josh Stanton. 10th, number 48, Ollie Jackson. And then 11th, number 12, Stephen Jelly. 12th, number 44, Jonathan Beeson. 13th, number 30, with a problem at the end of the race, Will Jenkins. 14th was number 58, Henry Dawes. 15th, number 22, Carl Cavers. A non-finish for number 52, Angus Whiteside. And then, in terms of the classes, the top 3 overall were the top 3 in pros, Martin, Smith and Rackstraw. And then the winner of the Pro-Ams, Oliver White, number 94, from Max Coates, number 71, and Josh Stanton, number 59, and the AM class winner, once again, was Jonathan Beeson, number 44. So, provisionally, 8 points between Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw at the end of a very entertaining day of racing here for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Sid Smith up to third in the standings, 26 points adrift in the pro category. Oliver White started the day tied on points with Max Coates. He's only got a narrow lead, but it is a lead now of 5 points over Max, provisionally going into the last 2 weekends of the season. And Jonathan Beeson 12 points clear of Carl Cavers, but having had his points gap reduced over the course of the weekend.
All the news, all the stars, all BTCC. This is Toka Live.
And a great reception for the Porsche drivers as they make their way down pit lane and to Parc Ferme, where Josh Barrett is standing by, hopefully to get a bit of reaction down there in Parc Ferme. Of course, we are also looking forward to race 3 of the weekend for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. That's coming up. Gets underway in 25 minutes. Pit lane opens in less than 10 minutes, and enough time maybe to get through a few more of your messages. Hi, Alan. We're sitting opposite Starkey's Bridge cheering for Team Graves Motorsport this weekend. We're enjoying our day, and I've just beaten the kids at Scale Electric from Matt, Kim, Amelia and William as well. And I understand the Scale Electric set, which is down there, is very impressive indeed. Please can we have a shout out for our 4-year-old son Cameron, who is very excited for his first Donington BTCC race day with his daddy George, and mummy Alison is cheering for all the minis today. And thanks from Alison. Thank you, Alison. Thanks for writing in. Glad you're having a lovely family day here. Hi guys, Callum here. Big shout out to Steve, who is being a bit miserable, but enjoying the racing, representing the OAP racing fans today. Oh, Callum, I'm sure it's not that bad with Steve. And final one here, Mandy and James, big shout out to Dom and Abby cheering on Team Napa and Virtue. Go Ash Sutton, Robo, Dan Cam and Osborne. And a big shout out for Tingram as well, cheering them on from the campsite and enjoying another BTCC weekend here. Great commentary, guys. Hope this grey cloud misses us all. I reckon we're okay. Set fair for the rest of the day, I reckon, for race 3. Let's get down to Parc Ferme and Josh.
Thanks, there, Alan. We were hoping we might be able to squeeze a word in with Will Martin, but I think ITV do now need him, so I'll move on to our Pro-Am race winner, who was Oliver White, so we'll be able to grab a word with Ollie. Well done, Ollie. A class win there and some really close racing today.
Yeah, it was a really tough start to the race. I was stuck going Will, and it was just, I think he was backing everyone up a bit, but luckily I got past in the end and managed to stretch my legs a bit.
How did you manage to do that?
Got him on the outside going to the chicane, so yeah.
And obviously a big talking point has been the chicane today, and for your race it's a bit different than everybody else's race. So how much of a difference has that made?
Well, it's much better now. You can just drive for it properly. To be honest, it's been a bit of a farce all weekend, so luckily they've finally done the right thing.
And that's more enjoyable as a driver for you?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, so there's another word on how track limits may or may not be policed going forward. We'll have a word with Max Coates. Max, second in the class there, a good comeback drive, I think.
Yeah, it's been a really challenging weekend. Track limits has been the top topic in our class. Yeah, I mean, you know, we had pace to be top 6 in qualifying, but I bailed on a lap because I was convinced it would be taken away from me, and it then wasn't. So I got 5-second track limits penalty in race 1 when probably half the grid probably should have had it. So yeah, I feel like that's just desserts for our efforts this weekend. We had really strong race pace there. Had a great race. I really enjoyed that, and yeah, good battles with Ollie, Josh and Will. Yeah. And a really close championship battle it is in the Pro-Am division going forwards. Yeah, it's kind of very tight at the top between myself and Ollie. You know, he's been doing a good job all year, and you know, we've been playing catch up. But yeah, the last few rounds have been tough, and it's good to finally be back on the podium.
Silverstone and Brands Hatch, two tracks you like?
Yeah, Silverstone was amazing for us last year. I think we had three second place in the end, but battling for wins every time. So yeah, Silverstone will be good. It'd be nice to see how we've developed. It was the first place I drove the Carrera Cup car at the start of this year, and Brands Hatch GP is my favourite. So we'll see.
Look forward to that. Well done, Max. We'll have a word with Josh Stanton as well. So we'll have our top three in Pro-Am. Josh, third in the class. A good result for you?
Yeah, 2/3 today. Not too bad. We had a tough qualifying, so yeah, can't complain with 2 pots. So yeah, not bad for the championship as well. So yeah, happy day.
Looking forward to the last 2 rounds now?
Yeah, bring it on. Yeah, Silverstone home track, so that should be good. And then who doesn't love Brands GP? So yeah, looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well done on your podium. So there's our top 3 in Pro-Am. I'll head over to the podium. And on Toka Live, we'll look forward to the final BTCC race of the weekend.
This is Toka Live.
Please give a big shout out to the amazing Kevin Whitewood, who runs the very popular BTCC touring car chat group. He put out a competition for someone to win a Napa garage tour this weekend, which my partner won. He took our son and daughter along. What a lovely, unique experience for them. They said Pete Osborne, who is the team principal, was hilarious and very nice. He is. And he is. Thank you so much to Pete and Kevin. 3 very happy Napa fans here. That comes from Lou, and a picture to prove it as well. And this one is from Luke. I'd love a shout out for George, as he's 5 months old and here for his first of many visits to Donington with his older brother Charlie. I'd also love a mention for my late father Martin, who used to bring me to Donington all the time when I was little. It's my favourite track, and it always will be. Thank you very much indeed, Luke. That's a lovely message. And yeah, you see, passing on the love of motorsport down the line and doing it through the medium of coming here to the glorious Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park. Right, it's got a little bit more cloudy now. We are populating the grid. I think it's going to be a while before Josh gets the chance to conduct the podiums for the Porsche Carrera Cup. So maybe what we'll do, I'm going to head down there, collect the microphone and head over to the grid. But with Chris Hartley up here in the commentary box, maybe we can go through the grid for our 3rd and final race of the day for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Your wish is my command, Al. No problem. Yeah, got the grid, got the updated points, and as you mentioned earlier, the amended race 2 result as well, with our second ride height failure of the weekend. Yesterday in qualifying, it was for Mikey Doble. Today, sadly, for Chris Smiley, had another potentially independence race. It would have been his 5th on the trot. And a strong 4th place finish, but the Hyundai failed the ride height check at the end of the race. So that's the gap between the bottom of the car and the road. If it's deemed to be too low as a minimum distance, then you get disqualified. The lower a car is to the ground, the more downforce, the more grip, the more stable it is through the corners. And usually it's not to do with the fact that the team has got it wrong, but possibly some damage to the car and a bit of the car hanging lower than it should. And that therefore still gets you the disqualification, even if there's no real performance advantage. And certainly Chris Smiley, well, everybody went off the road, didn't they? And so that might well have been the case. So a real shame for Chris Smiley. So it affects the results in that the top 3 stay as they were, but behind Dan Camish, Adam Morgan and Gordon Shedden, Tom Ingram getting 4th place now, so more championship points. Things going his way nicely here at Donington Park. Daryl De Leon promoted up to 5th. Josh Kirk up to 6th place. So some cheer for the Toyota Gazoo racing team with IAA because Josh Cook 6th. You had 3rd place for Gordon Shedden. He also had a good result for Aaron Taylor-Smith, promoted up to 7th place. Then 8th place Ash Sutton, also promoted up the order. And 9th place Jake Hill, 10th place was Dan Lloyd, and then Aidan Moffat, Dan Rowbottom, Sam Osborne, Mikey Doble and Tom Chilton were the other points finishers. So Tom did get 1 championship point in the end. So that was the amended race result. And then a part reverse grid for this race. And as it happens, it's funny how fate works, isn't it? Number 8, as Alan said, was the number drawn out of the hat. And because he was promoted up to 8th place because of that disqualification for Chris Smiley, Ash Sutton has ended up on pole position. Now, he'll argue, I'm sure, that he's had plenty of bad luck this weekend. So maybe just a little bit of fortune for him. He had that rather battered Ford Focus that he was ailing through the second race earlier on today. But that determination got him 8th place in the end.
TV. So, JT, you can now press stop now. Welcome, everybody. We're going to sync up with ITV for the last race of the day.
The sun is shining at Donington. Lights out, good getaway made then by Smiley from third on the grid. Demon start as you would expect from Darren de Leon, but it's going to be Tom Chilton just ahead on the run down towards Redgate. Robotham gets up the inside of Smiley down with the Melbourne hairpin. There's the gap to the inside line. Sutton goes through, nicely done. Tom Chilton comes through just ahead of Tom Ingram. He does take the win. The gap at the flag, 0.6 of a second. Tom Chilton wins from Tom Ingram. The lights are out now, and away they go with a good getaway by Sutton, easily able to jump up alongside Robotham on the way down towards Redgate. Contact behind Sutton, got turned round. That was Robotham, I think, that clipped the back of him, and Sutton all of a sudden gets embroiled with Chilton. He's going to be able to clear him. Dan Cam leads. This is over at McLean's. The heavens have opened, and off the road goes Jake Hill. Off the road has gone Camish. Off the road has gone to Leon. Dan Camish comes through to take the race win then behind the safety car.
It was a dramatic race 3 of the championship. Ash Sutton will line up on pole position alongside Aaron Taylor-Smith, Josh Cook, Dal DeYoung, Tom Ingram, Gordon Shedden, Adam Morgan, Dan Camish, Jake Hill and Dan Lloyd will be inside the top 10 as we get ready for all of the action for round 24, the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship. Let's head down then and join Louise. Oh, nearly. Let's head down then and join Nikki alongside Jade.
It's excluded from this and is starting from the back of the grid because he failed the right height. Then Ash Sutton gets promoted to pole in the reverse grid. What a result for him.
Exactly. So basically, it was meant to be Aaron Taylor-Smith on pole, but because Chris Smiley failed right height, that means you get straight to the back, disqualified from the race. You can see it here. It's the same situation as the Mikey Doble in qualifying, where the roller doesn't fit underneath. That then promoted Ash to pole, Aaron second, Josh third. So it brings Ash back into play again.
I mean, it's a huge twist in the tail, isn't it? Because this is the moment where Ash really needs it. You know, this weekend was the moment. He's got to capitalise it. He needs to stay within Tom Ingram and the point situation. And this is suddenly his opportunity to capitalise it on it all.
Yeah, and I mean, the fans at home are probably thinking, well, of course he failed right height and Ash is on pole, but you can't fake something like that. The roller either fits under the car or it doesn't, and it didn't, and that means Ash is on pole. So he needs to use this situation to his advantage. You'll see probably the best version of Ash in this race.
Yeah, and then if we look at the Jack Sears Trophy, so we've got Darren de Leon. He's going to be starting from 4th, leading the Jack Sears Trophy at the moment, so a real opportunity for him.
Yeah, he seems to be having a really good day. He knew that he was being caught by his teammate Charles Rainford in the Jack Sears Trophy, so he seems to have pushed really hard today, scored a lot of points, but also tyres are going to come into play as well. We've got the first 2, I think, on the harder compound, Josh being the first on the softer compound. So again, classic race 3, it's all a bit of a mix-up. It's going to be entertaining, and yeah, can't really wait.
Always. It might be a bit of a tough one for Charles Rainford though, because he's starting back in P17.
Yes, obviously there's that natural joke of him pirouetting like he used to back in the day. A bit of unluckiness, essentially. I mean, it was a driver error in terms of, you know, maybe picked up the power, but that contact with Aaron just meant it just, like Tim said on the commentary, just tucked the nose in, and it just meant he had a spin, which he then dropped to the back. A real shame because he was going strong again, but obviously with him in the battle with Darrell, every point counts.
Now, I don't know if I'm imagining it, possibly. I'm sure I just felt a couple of drops of rain. It was very, very light, I'm not going to lie, but there are a few clouds over there in the distance. You know, looking into your crystal ball, are we going to have a completely wet race?
It's good. When I was stood in race 2,
I was likely to be a dry race, unlikely to be a completely wet race.
I was stood in the garage and it was dry where we were, and then we cut to that clip and it was soaking wet. Because of the nature of this circuit being quite spread out, it can rain in one area and not the other. So it doesn't look like rain at the moment, but it came from nowhere last time. So
exactly.
I found it super exciting. So
it was
fingers
brilliant.
crossed.
Yeah, no, they've got to keep their eye on the ball, that is for sure. And then another opportunity, Josh Cook, obviously back with Toyota, starting from P3, another opportunity to capitalise on some points.
Yeah, he's had a tricky day in terms of the car itself. There's still a few little teething issues with the car, but because of the nature of the races we've had, he's managed to pick up some positions, and now he starts obviously on that third place on the grid, on the better tyre as well.
Yeah.
So everything's kind of pointing in his direction, but as long as those gremlin that he's had throughout the day aren't still with him.
And where do you think Tom Ingram's head is going to be at? You know, starting from P5, he's still got a nice little cushion between him and Ash Sutton, but he's looking ahead, and Ash is on pole.
Yeah, exactly. But it's race 3, and that always mixes things up a little bit. So I think Tom now will obviously always want to go forward and score as many points as possible. However, because of the nature of how today's gone and how easy it can be taken away from you, I think starting 5th, he's going to settle in lap 1 and see how it plays out.
Lovely stuff. Well, not long before we do find out how it plays out. If you do want to relive any of the incredible action that we've seen over the course of this weekend at Donington in our BTCC highlights show, it's on at Friday, 6:30 p.m. here on ITV4. And also, if you do want a bit more extra exclusive content, do check out our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ITV Sport. Right, now it is time for the final time. Let's go to the grid with Paul O'Neill and Louise Goodman.
Thank you, Nikki. Well, if Ash Sutton, I think, was a bit unlucky in race 2, that luck certainly changed at the end of the race when he was pulled for not pulled for the pole position, but we all know what happened. Let's dive in with the question. Your luck changed, basically, didn't it?
Kinda. I mean, I'd much rather be on a medium tyre right now. So, obviously, I think Aaron and I can't remember who's behind us. There's 2 of us or 3 of us up the front that are on a hard tyre, and then we got Josh. But Daryl's the hard tyre. Yeah, we've got another 3 behind us that are on the medium. So, yeah, it's not ideal because Tom's one of those medium drivers. So, I will make this the widest forward focus possible.
I don't doubt that for a second. I mean, talking of Tom, he had a reasonable pace on the harder tyre in the earlier race. Obviously a very different car. Have you got any idea from Dan's race 2, Dan Robo's race 2, what kind of pace you can expect on the harder tyre?
We haven't, if I'm honest. Dan didn't get a clean run, obviously, in race 2 because of what went on at turn 1. So, yeah, we're kind of in the unknown a little bit with it. We're hoping we can get out in front, get the clean air, make the most of that, and try and get a gap. But it never is that easy, is it? It's race 3. It's a typical touring car race.
We like typical touring car races, so I'll take that. Right, let's go over and have a word with Aaron Taylor-Smith, who's been having a pretty good day. He started just outside the top 10. Where was he? Qualified P14 on the grid, but ended up P10 at the end of race 1, and had a little ding dong. I didn't ask Ash about it, but had a little ding dong with Ash in race 2. So I'll ask you about it instead, Aaron. A little bit of frustration that in race 2.
Yeah, frustration's the wrong word. Like, it was good crack. Like, don't get me wrong, I was ploughed through the gravel at the old hairpin, probably not thinking it was good crack. But Ash came down to speak to us afterwards and apologised. Like, these things happen. Like, it's touring cars. That's why people love this. It was a rough move, but, like, it is what it is. And I feel like now that's behind us, I can go get stuck in this race. So it is what it is. I'm pretty happy with how it went anyway.
So I was just talking to Ash about the fact that he's on the harder tyre. He's not overconfident on it. How are you feeling? Because you've got the hard tyres on as well.
Oh, I'm massively confident. He needs to get his head in check. Like, to be fair, yesterday we ran these, went slightly faster than what I've done so far on the medium. We set fastest lap at race 2, which probably bodes well. So for me, doesn't matter what tyre you're on, you still have to get by me. So I'm going to go for this and see what we can do.
How are you managing to go faster on the harder tyre, which most people would tell you is 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second slower than the medium?
I would like to say an obscene amount of talent, but maybe it's just that I don't have any intelligence and I just drive to whatever I have. So no talent, just pure ignorance to my own ability, and then hang on for dear life.
You do yourself down. Right, let's go over to Paul now. Who have you got down there, Paul?
Yes, thanks, Lou. Just doing a quick cross on Dan Rowbottom's car. You've been very fast around Donington, and this has not been the best day, is it?
No, it hasn't. P3 race 1 was a solid start, but we knew race 2 would be a struggle on the hard tyre. It is what it is. And then, unfortunately, with all that little bit of rain at the start of the restart, I locked up going into turn 1 and obviously clattered into Ash, which, it was a mistake, but it is what it is. We did our best to fight back, but hard tyre, damp conditions, not a lot of boost. It was doom, really. We didn't need that.
Yeah. How's Ash taking it?
And I've apologised. I think he's okay, but in all honesty, I can only apologise. It wasn't deliberate. There was no malice in it. I made a mistake, and if he's not all right with it, then that's not my problem, you know. So I've apologised. I'm sure he'll be fine. We've been friends for a long time, so it'd be a shame if that breaks us up.
I think maybe you're going down on the air jacks. But last question I was going to ask you. You've got the medium tyre on. You've got 8 hard runners in front of you. Loads of boost. Ridgeway, your engineer, was just telling me you're in with a good shout here, aren't you?
Yeah, I feel racy. I mean, if we can get to Tom before he disappears into the distance, we'll have a good race with him, I think. You know, we've just got to get through as quick as we can. Yeah, we're feeling up for it. So let's see if we can put some of that speed to good use.
Are you getting any update on a rain radar, mate?
The one I looked at on my phone says there's no rain, so we'll go with that one.
And you'll be golden.
I'll be golden.
Top man, listen, have a good one, mate. Good luck. Lou, back to you.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on Josh Cook's car. Well, yeah, I was going to say the bonnet's just gone down, but it's just gone up again. So I had a quick word with, I was going to say with the team, but actually with our insider, with Jade, who's got her head in there, finding out what's going on. Apparently they're making changes, just information they found in race 2. They want to make changes on the car for race 3, but quite unusual for it to be happening on the grid this late. But anyway, that's the word. So let's go and see what the word is with Mr. Ingram. Let's talk race 2 first of all. I mean, that was some lap when the heavens opened, wasn't it?
It wasn't that fun, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. It was, and there was no real warning to it either. Obviously, I said there was no real warning to it. We knew there was a threat of rain. That was fairly obvious to see. I think anyone could, everybody could see that. But how quickly it dropped was, I've never seen that before. It was like you were, we came out the old hairpin, there was no rain on the screen, there was nothing to sort of signify that there was terror ahead, if you were to call it that. So we've gone through Starkey's through Schwantz, and then all of a sudden, honestly, it was like driving into just a wall of water. I've never seen anything like it, and you don't have any time to react. So we did what we could to try and gather it up, but you're fairly limited in terms of what you can really do. So very lucky to have got through it. It's a shame because we were in a really, really good spot. We were running 3rd on the hard tyre, which is amazing. So we were doing well. But that said, a good, still good to get some decent points out of it, considering what could have happened and considering the hard tyre as well.
We've obviously had a few changes on the grid. Chris Smiley put to the back of the grid for failing the ride height, which has put Ash, your chief rival in the championship, up front. He's on the harder tyre. I know, because I've just had a word with him, he's got his eyes facing Ruru because he thinks on this soft tyre you're going to be coming through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, with the deficit isn't quite as great as it has been at other rounds because we're on a hard tyre to a medium tyre, where at some places we've been a hard to a soft tyre. Some of the races like that, you could say that there was too much. Around here, the pace that I had on the hard tyre then, the car felt really good on it, if I'm honest. So I don't think it's as, I think Ash is probably playing up a little bit there. I think those guys will be able to have worked the hard tyre out as much as we have as well. So there's bits that we'll obviously have the advantage on. Ash obviously will have obviously slightly more TTB as well. So yeah, he's probably playing up a little bit, but it's not quite as plain sailing.
Who would have thought racing drivers playing mind games? Would never have known, would you? Right, well, is this medium tyre going to give Tom a massive advantage, or is Ash going to be able to keep the pace on that hard? We'll find out after this break.
Yeah, cheers, Lou. All getting set. JT's back with me as well. And for those of you who are watching on Twitch and missed out on race 2, JT, what on earth happened? Give us the update, please.
If you thought that you could predict British touring cars,
yes,
then watch race 2 again. Lap 1, Senna Proctor gets 2 wheels on the grass, going into McLean's. That spins him around. His front bumper goes straight into the side of Moffat, and it looked like Sam Osborne, from the camera angle I saw, did a sympathy spin because he was nowhere near it. 3 cars ended up in the gravel. 1 retired, 2 continued. Senna Proctor was the one that retired. We had a safety car after that. That safety car restart, Nappers screwed themselves over in the fact that Daniel Rowbottom got into the back of Ash Sutton, spun him around. He then went in front of Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton then hit him. Ash Sutton went wide. That dropped him down to around 9th. Same exact lap at the old hairpin. Taylor Smith and Sutton, who obviously had bad tyres from the event that just happened, Ash Sutton went wide into the gravel along with Aaron Taylor-Smith. That dropped him down all the way to 15th. And now somehow he's on pole. But
pretty much how it goes, isn't it?
We all know what happened with the rain, about how we were on one camera angle. The producer cut to the next camera angle, and we're on rain, torrential downpour. 7 cars go off onto the gravel, onto the grass. Dan Camish, your race leader, went the furthest off. He still managed to keep it straight, and because 6 other drivers all behind him went off, he still managed to go off and keep the lead.
It's pretty much standard, isn't it, really, coming into it? Let's go forward to David Addison and Tim Harvey up in the comms box.
Ash Sutton on pole position with his rival Tom Ingram in 5th. And this is British Touring Cars, so we can expect the unexpected. For the final time this weekend, let's go to our commentary duo of David Addison and Tim Harvey.
So, grid is formed and there's a lot to look forward to in this, Tim.
There certainly is. It could be a real barnstormer because Ash Sutton's going to do everything he can. He's got the maximum turbo boost to use this race, but he's on that hard tyre. He's going to do everything to try and finish in front of Ingram, but it's going to be a hard task.
We've got people out of position. We've got this change for many of them now having to go on to the hard tyre. We've got Chris Smiley coming up from the back of the grid. We've got a championship to think about as well. There's an awful lot to stay on top of. Oh, yeah, and it's race 3, so you've got the reverse grid dramas anyway. This is going to be good. 14 laps, all being well, are ahead of us, and the field then released onto this formation lap. Drivers weaving around now to try to get a little bit of warmth into the tyres, ready to slot back onto the grid and then get racing underway.
Let's take a look at how that grid will line up then for round 24, the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship. First, let's have a word with Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I've definitely had worse recoveries.
What about the chances then in this? It's going to be a very busy race, isn't it?
It should be a good one. I mean, we've got the better tyre on. A lot of people chose to run the better tyre earlier. So, yeah, we should have the advantage on a good chunk of them.
And what we have seen this year, especially at Knockhill last time out, was how much more feisty a driver you are. You had a really good Knockhill, got stuck into lots of battles.
Yeah, it should be good. We've had a lot better car underneath us. The setup was a lot better suited to me, which me and the team have been working really hard on. And especially with Rory, it's been a really good couple of rounds.
Excellent. Let's have more of the same. Good luck, Sam.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
And the Rory that he talks about is Rory Butcher, who has been his driver coach, and of course a winner here on the Grand Prix circuit for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK a couple of seasons back. So, Ash Sutton is going to start this race then.
Yeah, so here's the grid then for round 24 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship as the vans are huddled in as we're down the Melbourne hairpin. Ash Sutton and Aaron Taylor-Smith are on row 1 on the hard compound tyre. Josh Cook and Dal de Jong start on row number 2 as well. Josh Cook on mediums. Row 3 sees Tom Ingram alongside Gordon Shedden for this one as they head up in towards turn number 1. It will be both of them on the medium. Row 4 is Adam Morgan alongside Dan Camish. Hard tyres for the pair of them. Row 5 sees Jake Hill alongside Dan Lloyd as they're coming into the mix as well. Tyre compounds for those two are Hill on hard, Lloyd on medium. Row 6, Aidan Moffat is going to be alongside Dan Rowbottom, both on medium compound. Row 7, Sam Osborne on medium and Mikey Doble on hard. Row 8 sees Tom Chilton on medium and Dexter Patterson on hard. Row 9 sees Charles Rainford on medium and Nick Holstead on hard. And row 10 sees Max Buxton on medium and Nick Hamilton starting on the hard tyre. Row 11, Senna Proctor and Chris Smiley on hard. And JT, you can tell us why Chris Smiley's in the back.
That was because he failed right height, and the number drawn was number 8. That was Aaron Taylor-Smith on pole, but Chris Smiley failed right height. He got disqualified. That, of course, moves everyone up one. Who was in 9th, being moved up to 8th? Ash Sutton. So that is why Ash Sutton is on pole.
It's always the
He
case.
was meant to be started ninth.
It's always the case, isn't it, Tom? That strange things keep coming in. Welcome back to you, my friend. How you going?
Not too bad, thank you. After the drama we had in race 2, which I was unfortunate enough to miss, let's hope that race 3 can provide something spectacular here, with Ash Sutton needing an important win to keep his hopes in the championship alive realistically.
Ready to go then for another distance of laps. This is going to be 14 ahead of us. Ash Sutton on pole position. He was hoping for the reverse grid pole. It looked into him once again to come into it. Taylor Smith on the outside, coming in from Josh Cook. And then watch out for Dal de Jong, the fast starting BMWs. Revs are up, we're ready for a start. 5 lights ahead of the drivers, lights out, we're underway at Donington Park. It's a good start. Coming in again for the BMW. Dal de Jong will cut off the inside line of Tom Ingram down towards turn number 1. Josh Cook's immediately on the inside line of his teammate Aaron Taylor Smith. In towards Redgate we go. Taylor Smith on the outside, and Josh Cook has got through. He forces him off the track, and off the track there goes Moffat, kicking up some dust as they go through now. Down through the Craner curves towards Hollywood, and then into the old hairpin. It's Sutton leading, then it's Cook up to second. Taylor Smith from Ingram already up into 4th. Osborne's up 2, Moffat down 2 from that excursion. Up 3 though is Senna Proctor, JT. Storming start as the 2 nappers go side by side further back as well, as that is Osborne and Rowbottom 11th and 12th.
Yeah, up 3, Senna Proctor, as you mentioned, the car number 18 in 18th place. He ended up in the gravel trap there, down there at the Plains at the end of lap 1. He's gotten further than what he did, but at the moment it is Ingram side by side with Taylor Smith as car 66 Josh Cook's start is under investigation for a full start. He's currently in 2nd.
So that's going to be even worse to cut through. I wonder how he got such a great getaway. Chilton making his way up after his contact with Sutton in race 2. And now Ingram's all over the back of Cook, who goes in deep, coming into the Melbourne hairpin. Ingram's going to try and get the undercut. Dal de Jong under attack from Gordon Shedden, who's trying to hook him round the outside as they come into Goddard to the end of lap 1. Ingram has the run on Cook. It's the outside line. He'll get the sweep back because Cook's going to go in deep. Ingram gets the undercut, puts the throttle down with the front-wheel drive Hyundai. Over we go then to start lap 2 of the race. Cook is just getting used to Toyota. It's his first weekend in the car. Down the brakes, the rear locks. He's not used to front-wheel drive. He's going to go wide. Ingram goes through on the inside line. Door banging going its finest, and Ingram is through. And now here comes on the inside Josh Cook. Defend Cook when Taylor Smith has got through on the inside line. Cook's going to go wide. Aaron's going to have to go land the brakes into the old hairpin, and he's through. What an opening segment, Tom.
What a brilliant pass from Tom Ingram, biding his time, and Aaron Taylor Smith dropping another place at the expense of his teammate, Josh Cook. And we've seen a few more swabbles going on further. There's Senna Proctor, who retired from the second race, coming back through the field. He's made a nice start so far, up to 17th, but won't be able to do anything about what's going on up front. Ash Sutton first, Ingram second.
Cook's coming back through on the inside line. JT's going to put the outside down in towards the Fogarty S's. Taylor Smith has got to go defensive. They're both out of boost zones. This is pure driving. Late on the brakes. Taylor Smith's going to go in. Josh is not going to lift off. He's going to go through the gravel trap a little bit. And that's going to leave him vulnerable to Dal de Jong, who sends it round the outside into the Melbourne hairpin. Late on the brakes. Lock up from Cook. Here comes the 52, the third Toyota, trying to find who's muscling its way through. Dowell's been forced out wide. Shedden's trying to come back into it as well. And there's Jake Hill under attack as well from Rowbottom as they again go defensive. This is amazing, JT. And all the while at the front, Sutton's getting ahead.
Okay, so here is Josh Cook's.
He was rolling.
Yeah.
Slight rolling before those lights went out. Hill's got defensive. Robo's trying to come underneath him. A little bit of a love tap through Redgate. Morgan's just behind him as well, trying to get in position as they come down through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. And there's some dust being kicked up, Tom. Chilton's up into 11th place after a bad race 2, getting caught up at turn 1 with that of Sutton. Sutton's leading, but he's got Ingram all over the back of him. Ingram chasing a 5th win of the season.
Yeah, a brilliant duel is in the offing here between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton for the lead. Ingram has the fastest lap of the race so far. If he could just lead at least 2 laps, he would get the bonus points. It's vitally important for Ash Sutton to keep him back for as long as he can.
Ingram trying to look round the outside. Sutton's gone defensive. The two championship rivals for the first time this season are going door to door with each other. Ingram's got a great exit coming out of the Fogarty. Yes, he's going to go to the inside line, but as Sutton goes defensive, it's exactly what Ingram wanted him to do. He gives him the racing line coming into the hairpin. Sutton goes defensive. They're going to touch and they're not careful. Ingram leaves the door open to give him enough room. Sutton forces Ingram off the track, and he's onto the grass. It's door to door between the championship protagonists at the front, and this is going to be the matchup of the season, JT. This is what we've been waiting for. These two to go fist fighting in a race that's so critical, so late in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, down in towards Redgate at turn 1 we go. Ingram, will he go down the inside? No, he thinks against it. He will stay in the slipstream of Ash Sutton. And, well, Ingram is 0.4 of a second quicker.
That's always
as we continue down the Craner curve. Sutton gets on the grass, that slows him down. Tom Ingram going to have a look round the inside, isn't close enough as we head now past Starkey's Bridge up towards McLean's. He will look round the inside, will look round the outside, as he's not going for a move yet through McLean's as we go up the hill down to up towards Coppice. They're side by side, the two leaders.
Ingram, that's a high line. He'll try and get the undercut to come through. Sutton defends hard. Ingram still can't find it. Battle still... Yeah, this is going to be good, Tom, because they're not going to stop, are they?
They're not going to stop by any means. There's no reason for them to. Tom Ingram has everything to gain here to just keep the lead in the championship. He's getting the most out of between him and... Brilliant! It's going to be going inside into Copenhagen.
He's going to go on the inside line, down on the brakes. Ingram has got the line, but will he run in deep? He's going to run Sutton out wide. Sutton gets the undercut. Ingram's going to have to be toured out the way. Sutton hooks him with the rear axle. It's like we're watching a NASCAR race, not a touring car race. Round the outside comes Sutton into Goddard. Ingram's going to leave the brakes off again. He sends Sutton head to the defensive line, and Ingram goes through, but Sutton's back underneath him. What a fantastic battle! Sutton sails round the outside in the Ford. Can he cut the door off in towards turn 1? They're going to make contact. They do make contact. Ingram's keeping his way through on the inside line. He keeps his foot hard down. Ingram powers down through Hollywood. He takes the lead of the race, and Sutton has to lift off. This is the finest touring car racing we've seen in years, and these two in the battle for the championship are not leaving anything out to pasture. What a race, JT!
Absolutely incredible battle, and we're not even halfway through the race. We're not even close to halfway through the race. It's in a couple of laps time, and well, this isn't over. As up towards Coppice we go, and the exhibition straight black and white flag for number 16 of Moffat, 40 of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and 50 of Nick Halstead.
Diving further back as well, that's Max Buxton trying to get ahead of Patterson. Patterson's past him, so Patterson up into 19th, Buxton's down into 20th. We're watching Jake Hill trying to get ahead now. He's in P9, Chilton's in P8. Meantime, up the inside goes to 32. Dan Rowbottom getting ahead of Dal de Jong. Shedden can't find a way through. There's a lot of dust on the track that's been blown over from the rainstorms we keep having today. It's sunny at the moment. Track temperature 24 degrees Celsius, air temperature at 19. But there is a lot of dust on the racing line that's causing a few slip and slides. Ingram leads by 5/10 as well, Tom, and now I think they're going to have to calm it down for a while. Sutton on hard tyres knows he'll have a bit more battle later on in the race.
And he's got more Toka boost available compared to Ingram, so he needs to be very tactical with how he complains. This is an overtake of Ingram going past Sutton at Melbourne Hairpin, but watch Sutton just bang his way though, touches the rear of Ingram's car, and as they head towards the final hairpin of the lap at Goddard's, this is where Ingram made the move stick, because alongside he allows Sutton the switch back, but Ingram knows he's going to have the inside for the very next turn of Redgate, and that was very cleverly done and not battling too much. So Ingram able to pull further away, but as you say, Sutton will come back with the hard compound coming in, the hard compound coming into its own once those mediums start falling away.
And he's also just been given a black and white flag, has Ash Sutton, so he will need to be careful and he will have to keep an eye on his track limits. So has Dan Lloyd, Jake Hill and Josh Cook. It's up the inside. Gordon Shedden is defended from Hill.
Yep, Hill's just lost 2 places there as Rowbottom goes aggressively to the inside line, trying to get ahead of Josh Cook, down into the Melbourne hairpin, takes it in nice and deep, and Rowbottom should have the power of the exit. Cook's going to try. Amazing performance by Josh Cook. Back in the championship, it was only announced on Wednesday that he was going to be running, and he's in a completely new car. He hasn't driven Toyota for a number of years. You can see him still making some mistakes, but he is defending and driving like crazy. This was the move earlier on from Robo again, Tom, and just sends it up the inside. And, well, Chilton, of course, Cook's going to dive out of the way.
Yeah, well, Cook wasn't really going to fight that one. I think once he knew it wasn't really his battle, he just didn't really bother defending it. And this is that Jake Hill coming through? It is. It's Jake Hill going past what looks like Gordon Shedden for 8th position, and that's a nice overtake before they get to the old hairpin.
Our 2 champions of the sport dueling together, and Hill takes 8th position away from Shedden, who's lost 3 from where he started. Ingram officially now has led a lap, and he's the leader at the moment, so he'll get bonus points for doing so. But critically, so will Ash Sutton. The championship, as it currently stands, would be Tom Ingram 377 to Ash Sutton 345 as Rowbottom tries to come out the outside of Alan Taylor-Smith into the braking zone, down into the Fogarty S's. Taylor-Smith is still ahead of Robo, and Cook's coming back into play, JT. But Rowbottom's got the inside line, much better line, and now we'll have an attack down in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Late on the brakes, take the inside line, don't allow the undercut to get back for Taylor-Smith. Perfect driving from Dan Rowbottom. He's having the season of his life right now. Really recaptured what we all saw several years ago when he first came into the championship. JT, this is superb racing here at Donington Park.
Yeah, and add Tom Ingram to the list of black and white flags. So both the top 2 need to keep their eye on track limits. But we've had a good battle. The gap now 1.7 seconds. Ingram ahead of Sutton. We'll have to see how it develops when Sutton will get closer, as we are now into the second half of the race, and the hard tyres which the 116 car of Ash Sutton is on are known to get better as the race goes on. Add Gordon Shedden to your black and white flag list, 11 cars.
They're certainly finding the limits today, aren't they, Tom, as well? And we've walked this circuit. It's very narrow, and it's the grass and the limits here. You can take liberties so many times.
Absolutely. It's a lovely racetrack. It's Donington, you know, nice for a good walk. When the track is not live, obviously, but it's nice to get the experience of what this track is, because it is so narrow, as you rightly mentioned. But now we're looking, is that Sam Osborne coming through?
Yeah.
It looks like it is, yeah. He's all over the back of Gordon Shedden. This is for 9th position, heading through the S's. And what is Osborne going to do? Is he going to do like what we've seen many drivers do at the old hairpin? There goes Chilton on Cook for 5th place.
So Chilton making his way up from victory of race 1 and a poor race 2 after contact. He's now back up into 5th position. 8 of 14 will become now lap 9 of 14. We're into the second half of this race. JT mentioned, and Ingram's lap time was a 1:34.969. Sutton a 1:34.370. So JT, those tyres are already starting to go off for Ingram, and Sutton is now putting the pace on. The gap a second at the moment.
Yeah, 4 tenths gained that last lap, as 6 tenths gained on the road. Last 1:34.969 compared to a 1:34.370. Gap has gone down. Add cars 19, 28, 52 and 18 to your black and white flags.
Oh, it's everybody today. Oh, more
Add
JT.
cars 22 and 77. We're now at 16.
We've already got 22 in the race at this point. We're going to have them all. I just wish ITV would drop their timing tower down by 2 more, just to have the full 22 field. It doesn't make sense why, because we're leaving out Hamilton and Holstead, who are having an interesting weekend. This was Ingram, the race leader, sliding Tom out of the old hairpin, but perfectly executed.
Yeah, keeping it on the within the white line. Actually, though, at least 2 wheels were within the white lines. There's Sutton. There is Rowbottom. Further behind, we see Delta Leon go through on one of the Toyotas further back. That'll be Josh Cook again, who again drops down the order.
Oh, off goes Halstead! Now, as he parked it up or hit the barrier, he's hit the barrier and the car's smoking. Nick Halstead, who was in last position, is out of the race, and that he's gone off, I believe, at the first corner. So it's at Redgate.
Hollywood.
Oh, it's down at Hollywood, so it's just out. It says turn 2. Are we going to have safety car? Safety car's out. Oh, and the last few laps of the race now, we'll get 3 extra, but that really changes the complexion. So this will be dramatic stuff as they race until they see the boards, and now it's deployed. So we get safety car messages on our data, and then they race until the boards get put out around race circuits. Moffat and Camish past Morgan, but the safety car neutralises the field. They will reorganise it, and we will go from there. Safety car out there, lap 10 of 14. How's he done this then? Watch the top of the screen. I think he's locked up. That's a brake failure. The rears have locked on, Tom. That's a huge brake failure.
That's a huge brake failure. You don't see cars go off there by themselves like that. That's a very strange way. So I wonder if the front of it has overheated on the way in. Because you don't need the brakes for that particular corner. So I think something has broken.
Yeah.
That's forced that car to spin off the way it has.
Powermax Racing as well. Both their previous Vauxhall Astras burnt down in a horrific fire. And Doctor's giving the thumbs up, just checking that Nick's okay as they come through. But yeah, not a great race weekend for them, unfortunately, to come through. As we see, this is earlier on, this is Jake Hill with Dal de Jong and Josh Cook just ahead of him. Now, Cook has dropped down to 9th place on the timing tower. I think this is why I think Hill's going to go for a move. The safety car boards are out and on, and I think Hill is, or something with Cook, because something goes wrong here with Josh. What's happened? Exit the last corner. Oh, Cook's put his lights on. Tanishi's got a problem, and Hill's going to pass him under the safety car. So Hill and Shedden have passed Josh Cook behind the safety car, and the only reason, JT, I can think of that is that Cook's been told by race control to drop back 2 places.
That still looked quite green flag conditions.
I saw a safety car panel
did you?
Yeah, at exit Goddard, entry into Goddard's. I saw a safety car panel. Just, could you rewind and double check I'm not making that out?
I'm literally doing that.
Yeah, I thought so. I just want to make sure. I saw a safety car panel, exit of Melbourne Hairpin going up towards Goddard.
Okay, so exit of Melbourne Hairpin, there's a panel on the left-hand side that is not flashing. Then on the right-hand side, straight ahead, we have another panel that is not flashing. Safety car was not out at that point.
Safety car was not out, so that's a green flag pass then. But those lights went on for Josh Cook, indicating out some form of problem. So we'll keep an eye on it as we go.
They only stopped working on his car when they were told to stop working on that car.
Oh, we've just seen brake disc has exploded. It's the brake disc. So that's why Nick is out of the race. The brake disc exploded. Let's take another look at this. Is the hairpin. Oh, hang on. That's Halstead under braking down for the Fogarty S's, and he's gone through the other S's, the Clark S's. So as soon as he hits the brake, the rear right locks, and well, Tom, how reminiscent was that of Nick Heidfeld in Austria 2002? Rear brake failure, and he slid off in exactly the same way. The car just rear left goes straight off towards the right.
Very bizarre. Don't often see brake failures in British touring cars.
Oh.
Clearly failed. It's not even that hot over there either in Donington. So I find it strange that he's had brake problems there, and maybe the team didn't envisage the fact that those brakes were going to go and he had to stop on circuit.
Still very much brand new cars for Powermax Racing. I was mentioning if the Astras burnt down, they've been gifted 2 Cupras from other members of the team. As the field is going to be reorganised now, let's have a word with Sam Osborne.
Let's see if I can drop in and have a word with Sam Osborne just quickly while we've got the safety car out for another couple of laps. Sam, good race so far. You've been busy up to 10th. Good effort.
Yeah, we've been really busy. We've picked a few people off. Although I think I've only got about 1 lap of hybrid boost left. So it's going to be a tough end to the race. I'm going to... Sorry?
You're going to have to make the car wide, aren't you, I guess?
Yeah, he's going to need to make a wide car, and I'm looking forward to a can of Coke when I get back.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Good luck, Sam.
Sam Osborne down there then as well, made his way up into 10th position. Let me just do a quick 1 to 22 in this race as Holstead's car is removed. It is Tom Ingram leading from Ash Sutton second, Dan Rowbottom is third, Aaron Taylor-Smith is fourth, Tom Chilton fifth, Dal de Jong is sixth, Jake Hill seventh, Josh Cook eighth, Gordon Shedden ninth, Sam Osborne is 10th, Dan Lloyd 11th, Charles Rainford in 12th, Aidan Moffat is 13th, Adam Morgan 14th, Dan Camish 15th, Chris Smiley 16th, as well. Mikey Doble is in 17th, Senna Proctor is 18th, Dexter Paxton 19th, Max Buxton is 20th, Nick Hamilton 21st, and Nick Holstead 22nd. And there is oil down, JT, on the track, so I would assume that's brake fluid that's gone.
Yeah, and the marshal's clearing just as the cars are about to come through, and then they will be allowed to start work again.
Just double checking we weren't talking about Adam Morgan there, because they can't talk
That
about
is
drivers.
that is exactly what I just did in my headset. I they are talking about how wide his eyes are.
That's the one thing where I think me and you, JT, actually said that after Brands Hatch race 3, didn't we? We saw him walking out.
And Adam Morgan's in the pits.
He is coming down pit lane. Oh, this is unusual. Now, this must be for some technical issue as he comes through. And he pulls into the Virtue garage. And is that day done?
Not doing anything quickly. Tyre.
Rear tyre, puncture rear tyre.
New race distance has been confirmed as 17 laps, by the way.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, could that be just going on the soft compound for the remainder, or is there something more internal wrong with Morgan's car? Because it feels to me like there's something wrong with the suspension of the rear.
It looks like
with how they're looking at it, I don't think it's just a puncture.
I think certainly it's more terminal, maybe, coming through on that front. Holstead's car took a while to get back, didn't it?
That is because they've taken it all the way from Hollywood up to Redgate.
Race extended the full to 17 laps, by the way. So this is going to be still the same amount of laps we had left coming back through. Oh, it's a strange day, isn't it? Really strange day. So they file it in. Race has been confirmed to 17. Safety car is in this lap. Very late call, but the safety car is coming in. They only got told that in the last corner. So come back up to the comms box and get ready to go green. Remember, we have a restart zone here. So Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton will do battle once more. Remember, Sutton's on all the tyres on the mediums. Sutton, hard tyres, should be able to work better. Out of the last corner then. It's going to be lap 14 of 17. The race will restart once we get past that line there. Ingram will hit the zone now. Green flags are flying. We are racing at Donington Park. Down to turn 1. Anybody going to go for a move? Well, I think Osborne's looking for one as well. The top 5 stay status quo as they come in towards the first corner. Dal de Jong had to defend a bit from Jake Hill, who's looking round the outside, continuing to do so. Oil then being kicked up a little bit by Sam Osborne, who's got Dan Lloyd alongside him. Rainford's looking good as they come down in towards the old hairpin. Shedden's moved up a place. Lloyd and Rainford pass Osborne. Rainford's up 6 places from where he started, but Todd Chilton's up 10. And Hill's doing battle with his teammate BMW. Dal de Jong pulls up line. Can Hill get it around the outside? Yes, he can. I think Dowell's going to have to back up just a little bit on the braking zone. Yep, Hill's gone through. And now look at Chilton trying to attack Taylor Smith as they come up now through Coppice and down the back straight. Chilton's all over the back of Taylor Smith, though, Tom. This is a great restart.
Brilliant restart from Chilton on the tail of Taylor Smith straight away. And if he can get through into 4th place, that's a remarkable recovery after where he ended up in race 2. Right on board with Aaron Taylor Smith holding up the Virtue car. They can see
Jong's off once, he's off twice. He's going to lose several places here as through went Gordon Shedden. Aaron Taylor Smith on the inside. There's got 3 wide further back. Dal de Jong's had to be really under pressure. He's going to get sent out wide. I can't see who by. The cam ranker's not working. I think Camish just got sent off the track as well. And look at that, the BMW trying to desperately go back up the inside line. Now sweeping around the outside. Dal de Jong's under massive attack. It's all go here. And look at the final warnings that just came through, JT.
Yeah, cars 16, 22, 28, 33, 77 and 97.
Smoke.
Someone is smoking,
Doble.
and
It's
that is
Doble.
Mikey Doble,
Not
and that
another.
was after all of the contact that happened at the exit of the Melbourne hairpin.
Yep, so it looks like both Powermax Racings might be out of the race. More final warnings have just come through on race control, and that is Chris Smiley going slow with what looks like the front left down. So that is going to be a big, just write-off weekend for Smiley, who finished the previous race in 9th. Tom?
Yeah, terrible luck for Chris Smiley yet again after being excluded from the second race. And we look at Chilton and Hill going towards Coppice Corner. And what is Hill going to do? Do a switchback, and that's a brilliant pass from the reigning champion.
Fabulous move from Jake Hill, who sets it up the inside, and it's dramatically uphill that part of the section as well. And now he's going to have a go around the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith for 4th place. The top 3 have stayed in position, but Chilton's going to have to go defensive. Hill's going for it, and Sutton's going for it on Ingram as well, just putting the frighteners on him. As Taylor-Smith moves to the inside line, he goes defensive against Jake Hill. Has he had the action to defend back through? I can't tell from this angle, no. So Taylor-Smith 4th, Hill 5th, Chilton 6th, and it's a 32-point gap in the championship as it stands, I said earlier on, from Ingram and Sutton, who now starts the penultimate lap, and they are battling still together as Chilton gets a run on the outside of Hill, going down into the outside line in towards Redgate. Can he get the traction? They're door-to-door once more, hitting the brakes. Hill has the inside line. Chilton will try and get the undercut there, JT, and it's still all go. He's going for it now.
And he will go down the inside. They'll be side by side through Hollywood. They were trying to go side by side through Hollywood. They weren't able to, as single file down in towards the old hairpin. Back with the lead last lap comparison. England 134.821. And it was a 134.424. Make that a 19th driver for track limits and a black and white flag, Mikey Doble.
You've just got that feeling, Tom, if this race didn't run without the safety car, I think Sutton might have got ahead of Ingram because of the tyre wear differential. But Ingram's now be able to save those mediums. He should be good to the end of it.
Should be
Half
good.
a second.
We know what Sutton can be like. I mean, he's got to try and go for it and make an absolute fight for it if he can. And we are seeing the Toyota of Taylor Smith and the BMW of Jake Hill going through the S's. Is Hill close enough to send one to the inside? Well, Taylor Smith is shutting the door there, but we've seen what Hill can do on the exit here, and it looks like he's going to try and go for it again, but no, he has to tuck back in behind. But this is great racing.
Taylor Smith's fuel cap's open, by the way. I've just noticed on the camera. His fuel cap's open. I wonder if it's going to shut yet.
Been open since like lap 2.
Oh, when did that? Oh, well, he must have pulled the button. Final lap now. Hill gives a little bit of a love tap to the back of Taylor Smith as they come down towards turn number 1. It used to be Aaron Smith, and then it became Aaron Taylor Smith. When he and his wife got married, they double-barreled their last name as they come through now down the Hollywood and Craner curves down to the old hairpin for the last time. Ingram on course for yet another race win this season. It will be a total 6th win as things stand, with Sutton, well, 5th win as it stands, actually matching that of Ash Sutton. Time screen's already updated to include it as a 5th win. That's nice of them.
Jake
Hill's
Hill has just got his final warning.
So has Dan Lloyd, who's running further back in the field. Hill's trying around the outside. He's on the grass. A little bit of bodywork damage. These cars have still got a race in a few weeks' time. Well, 3 weeks until we get to it. We practically have a month off before Silverstone. Then it's 2 back-to-back for Silverstone going into Brands Hatch. The last couple of corners coming in now. Aaron Taylor-Smith brakes hard. Chilton's on the back as well of Hill. This is over 4th position. It looks like the top 3 are confirmed. Waiting for Ingram to come out of Gollards, which he's about to do. 3 wide though into the Melbourne hairpin. Chilton's going to try and get the undercut. Taylor Smith defends hard. A little bit of a lock-up from Chilton. Leaves him vulnerable to Gordon Shedden, but it's going to be high fives all around at Team Verutu. They win race 1 and 3 of the day. It is Tom Ingram for a 5th time in 2025, wins at Donington Park and has 377 points on the board, 32 points in the championship gap, the same as Piastri has to Norris in Formula 1. How's that for a coincidental day? Sutton second, Roman on third, Taylor Smith, Hill, Chilton, Shannon, Lloyd, De Jong, Rainford, Cook, Camish, Moffat, Osborne and Proctor round out the points. It is Tom Ingram for a 5th time in 2025 is victorious, and it's tears all round at Team Virtue as well, Tom. That's just fantastic racing.
Lovely to see, and Ingram continuing his fine form. And we've got 6 more races to go before we crown a champion. Will it be Ingram making up for the disappointment of last year, missing out on the title to Jake Hill there? It could be delight for him when we get there in October.
JT, great day of racing once more, and now just 6 races remain, and the championship seems to be going Ingram's way. He could, if he continues this form, wrap it up at Silverstone for the first time in over 15 years. The championship gets rounded out before Brands Hatch.
Classic circuit, classic touring car racing. It's what we love to see, and well, what a day of British touring cars. Donington always delivers, whether it's heavy rain or great racing, it does always deliver. And well, luckily we got the great racing part of it, and well, maybe the heavy rain part of it in a race too as well. But Tom Ingram, but with 32 points, the gap now at the top of the championship, you have to think, how can Sutton get back?
Here's the results then. Tom Ingram victorious, Ash Sutton in second, Dan Rowbottom is third, Aaron Taylor Smith fourth, Jake Hill fifth, Tom Chilton is sixth, Gordon Sheridan seventh, Dan Lloyd eighth, Dal de Jong ninth, and Charles Rainford rounds out the top 10. Josh Cook is 11th from Dan Camish, and 12th Aidan Moffat, 13th Sam Osborne takes 14th, 15th on the board goes to Senna Proctor, 16th for Dexter Paxton, Micah Doble 17th with Max Buxton 18th, Nick Hamilton 19th, and Adam Morgan rounds out in 20th. 21st on the board, that goes to Chris Smiley, and Nick Holstead is in 22nd position.
I think something would horribly have to go wrong for...
Yeah.
But then again, it is Silverstone and Brands GP. Anything can happen. Here's the full Drivers' Championship.
Tom Ingram leads on 377 points. He's 32 clear to Ash Sutton. Dan Camish on 264 from Dan Rowbottom. Jake Hill, Tom Chilton, Adam Morgan, Charles Rainford, Dal de Jong and Senna Proctor rounding out the top 10. It very much is a 2-horse race going into the final 6 races of the year. Well, as always, it is a weird weekend here at Donington Park coming into it as well. What a weekend. 3 very different races coming up, and now we'll head over. The next time we're going to be at Silverstone. Okay, we'll wrap up our coverage with ITV alongside and get the boys' final thoughts shortly as they come back in. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and join our trackside commentary team.
That Ashton was quite downbeat before the start, wasn't he? So is second going to be good, or is because Tom Ingram's the one person that beat him, it's not a good thing?
I think it would have been if it hadn't been Ingram in front of him, yeah. It was still a mighty effort from Ash, wasn't it? And he really, I mean, that, was it 2 laps when they were side by side and Sutton just wouldn't give up the position. It was great racing between both of them. Yeah. It's been nice, actually. Sometimes you have a championship battle between 2 or 3 drivers and they're not actually together on track that much. But this year, it feels like we've had a bit of spice between those two several times and pretty much every race weekend. But as I said, it's always been respectful, isn't it, between those two? It's hard. Yeah. They're both top racers, but you don't see anything silly from either of them, really.
It's a reminder, really, of the battles between Tom Ingram and Jake Hill at the finale last year. This time, Tom Ingram involved again, but also Ash Sutton. And down into victory lane with Alan Hyde will be Tom Ingram.
Here he comes, brings the Hyundai up towards the number 1 board. Inch perfect, comes to a stop down in Parc Ferme. Mickey Butler from Goodyear immediately takes a bit of tyre pressure data and tyre temperature data as well. Tom Ingram undoes the straps inside the car, and the team are here, his sponsors are here, and make sure the car is ready for Tom Ingram to emerge from the car to the cheers, and stands on the side of the car, claps his hands together, bashes the windscreen of the car, closes the door, and very happy with his day's work, and a pat on the lens of the ITV camera as well. Chris, long-time sponsor, offers his congratulations. So too the team as well. And then over to Sandra, the assistant team manager. Marvin, the team manager. And still, Tingram's got, and Laura, his partner, and the two of them have a couple of words, an emotional couple of words. Delighted they do this together. They work so hard together, and Louise Goodman is standing by for ITV as well. And Tingram spins around and poses for Jacob Ebury, the official photographer, and Tingram hugs the lens of the camera as he poses for Jacob. Ash Sutton is down here as well. He's brought his car to a stop, and Ash comes over and has a couple of words with Tom. And, well, that was a fantastic battle. A couple of weeks ago, Tom Ingram said to me it would just be nice if Ash and I could be battling together on track. Well, wish came true on that one, didn't it? And he has a big, deep breath as he takes his helmet off and pops it on the roof of the car, and Louise Goodman is going to get the first conversation, I reckon, with Tom. And is Louise going in? Yeah, very good. So I wonder if I can get a quick word with Ash. Tom Ingram said to me a few weeks ago, he said it'd just be nice if Ash and I could have some really close battles on track. Well, the wish came true.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? I would have liked to have done it with the same tyre.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But look, obviously, yeah, it was great. Obviously, he had a massive tyre advantage, car performance advantage. I knew my time was limited. Yeah. I just didn't want to make it that easy.
Yeah. And you can't afford to make any mistakes, particularly at this point in the year, the way the championship is looking.
Yeah, obviously, there was a small bit of contact out of the first hairpin. But as soon as he put
didn't notice.
No, as soon as he put his nose in at turn one, I kind of let him kind of have it, just because I did maybe run him. But yeah, it's just typical touring car bit of racing, really. But yeah, just a what if day, really. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Okay, let's head down to Louise.
We've had an absolute cracker, we really, really have. So, yeah, amazing, really, really good. And a good little race. It's really funny, Ash and I have said this, you know, over the years, that, you know, we're always close in points, but it's very rare that we actually get a race on that. And obviously Ash was on the hard tyre and myself on the medium, so we knew we had a little bit more performance in that regard. But as ever with this man, he's never going to make anyone's life easy. And even when you get ahead, you know, you're still watching him, going, "How are you doing it, man? What? Go away! You're on a hard tyre. You're not supposed to be here." But you know, a cracking result for us. We really, really needed a good result. Really needed a good result this weekend to sort of get ourselves really in the hunt. And it feels like after that we're definitely there.
It's beautiful watching the two of you racing because there is such mutual respect. But boy, he doesn't give you any quarter, does he?
No, of course. But as we always seem to say, Ash and I have raced hard over the years. We've fell out a lot over the years. I wouldn't say we've ever kissed and made up, but we've certainly fell out a few times over the years. But there's a lot of mutual respect. I think both of us know how hard each other will race. And we both know that if I leave a gap, this man is going to be up my inside. And vice versa, if he leaves a gap, I'm going to sling one up the inside as well. And the nice thing is when you're racing against people like this, you can actually have you can lean on each other and have a bit of door. And I know he's probably, I think I've said in an interview before, he's not going to stick me in the fence, and I'm going to try my best not to stick him in the fence at the same time.
That could come back to haunt you one day. But I mean, Ash, I've got to say about those hard tyres being absolute rubbish and you're going to go backwards.
Well, they are.
Paraphrasing, but
I'll clarify they're rubbish. Yeah, we hung on in there for as long as we could. I mean, I said to you before off camera, didn't I, Louise? It's probably Tom's race to win that one. So I just made it as hard as I possibly could. There was a small bit of contact out of one of the hairpins. I thought I was clear. I wasn't. But to be fair, from that point onwards, the moment he got his nose up the inside, I made sure it was fair from that point. So, yeah, I gave it the best shot I could. I thought I hung in there. It would have been great to be racing him on the same tyre and see if we could have hung on a bit longer. But, yeah, it's just a nice way to round off a bit of a crap day. But.
Yeah, well, a final word from your teammate. I hope you two have kissed and made up now after the frustrations in race 2. I mean, good result for you there, from where you started to finish on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, it was great. We had really good pace in the car. The car's been phenomenal all weekend. They've done such a great job with it. Obviously, we had our mishap at race 2. I think he'll get over it. And if he doesn't, it's Christmas soon, so we'll have a 6-month break, you know, we'll be fine. Yeah, it is what it is, you know, and as soon as the safety car lights went out, I thought, well, if I back everyone else up, protect him, maybe that'll go some way of saying sorry.
You do what you can. You do what you can. And well done. Great result for you today at those two podium finishes. Right, over to Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Lou. I mean, what a story.
JT's got news.
Isaac Hadjar has broken his trophy.
No. Isaac! Of course he has.
For laps, he'd already set the lap record again.
Well, he was always going to have the pace, wasn't he? It was just how the fight was going to go. And, I mean, he got through on Ash, who put up a fabulous fight on the hard tyre. These are the, you know, I dare to say it, these two are the class of the field, and we're witnessing two fantastic exponents of touring car racing. Hard but fair, and the battle went right down to it, and it'll carry on at Silverstone and, of course, when we get to the final at Brands.
Oh, the battle will indeed continue. I mean, Jade, we started this weekend, Jade, and there was 17 points between the two of them. That's now been extended to 32 points. So, you know, Ash has got a lot of work to do coming into the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, a lot of work. This is definitely now Tom's to lose, and the way that he performed today and the car performed, I don't see him not doing it unless something drastic happens. You know, Ash was driving his socks off. I know there was a difference in tyre, but equally they just don't have the same machinery underneath them. And on top of that, Tom's in such a comfortable, confident driving position that, you know, he just picks off the cars when he needs to and sits back when he needs to. But yeah, it's Tom's to lose.
I mean, Paul, do you think this is a championship-defining weekend? You know, this is the moment where potentially the title could have slipped away.
I honestly think so, yeah, definitely. I think in Tom's heart of heart, as Tim Harvey next to me shaking his head, no, I do,
it's
honestly.
Never over till it's over.
No, I do. I mean, British Touring Cars is amazing, and, you know, you never, ever, ever know. But listen, we've got Silverstone next. He's in a flying machine. It's you know, it's not a hatchback. It's a saloon. It's quick in the straight line. They have done an exceptional job. Absolutely exceptional. The man, I'll tell you this, Tom Ingram will be the champion. Full stop.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, okay, breaking news. He's gone on record. You heard it here first. There we go. Let's find out in a couple of weeks whether he's right. Let's also talk about Dan Rowbottom. I mean, a phenomenal weekend for him. He started down in P12, back on the podium again for another third-place finish.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to attack the back of Ash Sutton, was it, in race 3 after what happened in race 2. He'll say, oh, Ash, you know, I've defended the back of you now. We're quits on the problem in race 2. But, yeah, he's been on fire, you know, this season. Driving really well, Dan. That little mistake, I totally forgive him in race 2. It was just a momentary lapse on the slippery surface, but he's made up for it in race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Jade, Aaron Taylor-Smith. Okay, so he did drop back, but it was a personal best for him in today's race.
Yeah, and obviously on the harder compound tyre as well. He, as we said at the start of the race, the deficit with these sets of tyres is slightly less than when we see soft and hard, but fair play to him. He got a good start, he got stuck in, and he just, you know, with the safety car, he'll instantly think, oh no, maybe I'm going to drop back. But we know Aaron, he's one of the most stubborn, determined drivers on the grid there, and he wasn't going to give it up lightly. And yeah, fair play to him, a solid result for him.
Indeed, and it's just a couple of weeks, 3 weeks till we go racing again at Silverstone. You know, ultimately the home of British motorsport, isn't it? But what can we expect there, Paul? Slightly tighter track always provides plenty of action.
Yeah, great track, you know, great for the spectators. Tight and twisty, sector 3 at the very end. Yeah, like I say, the saloon cars are going to be up there. If you've got loads of boost and a strong engine, then you're going to be on a winner. Be interesting to see actually how the Toyotas go. And with a bit of boost, they might be up there as well. I'm really interested to see what goes on with it.
Indeed. Well, there is lots more coming up here on ITV. Next Saturday, we've got a different kind of horsepower with live horse racing from Haydock, Kempton and Ascot. Make sure
Yeah, that's going to be quite a thrilling weekend as well with the Ascot coming up as well. I'll be watching for certain. JT, before the podium gets underway, though, you want to take us through something quite interesting you've seen as well with the manufacturers and elsewhere championships.
Yes, the Manufacturers and Constructors Championship. Alliance Racing / Ford, 698 points. Accelerate Motorsport / Hyundai, 697 points. 1 point separate them in the Manufacturer Constructors. Championship. It gets better. Let's move over to the Teams Championship. Team Virtue, 642 points to Napa, 640 points. 2 points the gap. Independence Trophy, Mikey Doble, 324 points to Daniel Lloyd in 322 points to Chris Smiley in 321 points. Top 3 separated by 3 points. Independent teams is a little bit bigger of a gap. Restart Racing 428 to Power Max Racing 336. But the Jack Sears Trophy, Darryl De Leon in the BMW, 369 to Charles Rainford, 355. 14 points separate them. But interesting to see that the manufacturers and teams are very close, both with Virtue and Napa.
It is indeed, and as always, ITV have now gone off air, and we stay on. We've been on air for 8 hours and 34 minutes, and you know we've covered everything, and we're still not done today. Us at the team here. Let's head down.
What would a couple of minutes hurt?
Yeah, what would a couple of minutes hurt? Let's head back down then and join Toka Radio as we get ready for the podium ceremony for round 24, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's rejoin Chris, Alan, and also with Josh
as well, so a massive thanks there. Just to say as well, if you want to catch up with lots more interviews from the British Touring Car Championship,
I'm not going to interrupt this. Go on, carry on.
Firstly, you can go onto the btcc.net website and go on the audio section and get lots of the interviews that Steve and Matt record over the course of a weekend.
Get through this bit,
which is very good interviews,
it's
good
excellent.
insight.
Yeah, carry on.
But then also, you can either on Tuesday listen live via the Toka website, btcc.net, or if you can't listen live on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, you can listen back on demand to a programme called Autoglim Tin Top Tuesday, which is an excellent programme hosted by the excellent Alan Hyde, and he's got to now try and work out which guests he invites on and which touring car drivers he speaks to on Tuesday night, because there were a lot of candidates who had a interesting weekend here at Donington Park, weren't they?
I'll do that over the course of tomorrow, I reckon, Chris. And yeah, there's quite a big pool to pick drivers that we'll have on Tuesday. But we are ready with the presentation for round 24 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And in order to make the presentations, please welcome from Goodyear, our tyre supplier, Mickey Butler, onto the podium, who will make the presentation. Yeah, Mickey, we're here in the crowd. He's got fans in as Mickey. Right, the first award is the Team Award, and that's over all 3 races here at Donington Park. And the winners of the Team Award for the Donington Park meeting are Team Virtue, and to represent them, the Chief Marketing Officer of Virtue, Liz Cope, onto the podium. Well done to Team Virtue. A great day, as we just heard from Tingram down there in Park Fairmay, and Mickey Butler is standing by with a kiss and a trophy. Team Virtue take the Team Award for Donington Park, the second time we visited in the evening sunshine. Nice to see you, Liz. Well done. Congratulations to the team. The next award is for round 24, the race we've just enjoyed, the winning manufacturer constructor. The winning manufacturer constructor was Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and to represent them, number 2 mechanic on Tingram's car, Matt Long. Well done. Congratulations to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. And over at the far end, Mickey is standing by with the Manufacturer Constructors Award in the evening sunshine, holds the trophy up, 2 hands in the air, and takes the applause of the crowd. Well done, Matt. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. The next award is another one where all the points are added up over all 3 races. And boy, how many points were there? 3 out of a possible 3 wins in the Jack Sears Trophy. The winner of the Jack Sears Trophy for Donington, Darryl De Leon. Well done, Darryl. Super effort today. Nice big smile in the evening sunshine. Well done, Darryl. Over to the far end he'll go and receive a handshake and a hug from Mickey Butler. And the Jack Sears winner here at Donington on the top step of the podium, Darryl De Leon. Well done, Darryl. Absolutely delighted he is. Looks at the trophy, and then he'll go to the far end of the podium onto the small podium step. The next award is the winning independent driver for round 24, 6th independent win of the year for Dan Lloyd. Well done, Dan. Dan makes his way up the podium steps, waves to the crowd. 8th overall in round 24. gets the independent win from Mickey Butler, and he'll have his moment on the independent step. Well done to Dan Lloyd. Top 3 drivers, 8th podium of the year in 3rd place for Dan Rowbottom. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. And it goes over to the far end where Mickey is standing by, a handshake with Dan Lloyd and Daryl De Leon, and a 3rd place trophy in the hands of Robo. Everybody, well done to Dan Rowbottom in 3rd place. 2nd place, a 13th podium of the year for Ash Sutton. Here he comes. Ash Sutton climbs aboard the podium, a handshake with Robo, and with Dan Lloyd, climbs onto the 2nd step of the podium and takes the 2nd place trophy in the hands of Ash Sutton. And the winner, 16th podium and a 5th win of the year for Tom Ingram. Here he comes, a wave to the crowd in the evening sunshine, a handshake with Ash, and with Robo, and with Daryl, and with Dan Lloyd, and Tingram aboard the top step of the podium. The winner's trophy in the hands of Tingram. And now the national anthem of the winning driver. Tom Ingram wins round 24 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. The national anthem reigns around on the speakers of Donington Park. They all pose now with their silverware. Cameras out, everybody. Cameras in the air. Here we go. This is the round 24 and the Donington meeting podium. And as they all pose with their trophies, smiling in the evening sunshine, I think we're just about ready to celebrate for the final time today. Stand by, everybody. They celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan. So the final podium celebrations, the final spray of champagne on what's been another terrific weekend of racing here at Donington Park. Hopefully lots of you will be back at Donington for...
We will indeed be back at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. Let's get the final thoughts out of the team here. Tom, what have you made of this one?
Really enjoyed it, especially race 3. Actually, we saw a lot of drivers coming through the field, i.e. Dan Rowbottom and Tom Chilton. But Tom Ingram, you have to say these had a happier day compared to Ash Sutton. On to Silverstone they go.
Absolutely. JT, what about yourself?
I don't know why it took us that long to get back to Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. It always delivers. It's always chaotic, and I hope we have it for many years to come, because it's delivered once again. Race 1 was good. Race 2 was absolutely epic. Race 3, that battle between Sutton and Ingram was absolutely incredible.
Always delivers. Always is fantastic. And you want to know something else?
We've
been on air longer than Toka Radio today. We've been now on air longer than ITV today. So this has really been something. Cheers, guys, for your company throughout the weekend. We'll be back in 3 weeks' time when we go racing at Silverstone. With just 6 races to go, Ingram leads by 32 points. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye.